Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4788 to Chapter 4838. Slowly moving forward, Zhao Hai has been in the sea for more than 5 hours. However, he still hasn't seen anything. He only felt that there were more and more surveillance around him, which made him feel very inconvenient. Zhao Hai looked around. Among the sea beasts that were swimming around, no matter how big or small they were, at least 3 of them were monitoring the surroundings. This level of surveillance was really surprising. Zhao Hai became even more careful. Fortunately, there were more sea beasts that were free and weren't controlled by the people of the 72 islands. Moreover, there were also a lot of small octopuses. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. After flying for another 2 hours, Zhao Hai was now at least 10 days away from the trading island. However, he still hasn't seen what the 72 islands were protecting. Just when Zhao Hai thought that it would take a long time to see what the 72 islands were protecting, he suddenly discovered that there were a lot of sea beasts patrolling in front of him. He immediately became more careful. It didn't take long for him to notice that there were indeed a lot of sea beasts patrolling in front of him. Moreover, there were a lot of sea beasts patrolling in front of him. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were about 100 meters long and had people sitting on top of them. The small ones were about 10 meters long and had people sitting on top of them. The only difference was the number of people sitting on top of them. Zhao Hai stopped and carefully observed these people. These people didn't care about the small sea beasts around them. They didn't even look at them as they directly walked past them. After about 10 minutes, another group of sea beasts would come over. They were also patrolling. And after 10 minutes, another group of people would come over. Zhao Hai was now sure that the interval between these patrols was 10 minutes. Once they discovered something, the other patrols would immediately rush over and attack the enemy. Zhao Hai understood that he would soon be able to see what the people of the 72 islands were protecting. In the end, the answer would soon be revealed. Zhao Hai suppressed his excitement and slowly dived forward. After passing the patrol line, Zhao Hai didn't go too far before he discovered a trench in front of him. This made Zhao Hai even more shocked. He didn't think that there would be a trench here. The golden jasper sword quickly arrived at the trench. But when it reached the edge of the trench, Zhao Hai was stunned. This couldn't be called a trench anymore. It should be called a submarine basin. In this submarine basin, countless cultivators of the 72 islands were busy in a huge city. Zhao Hai wasn't mistaken, this was a huge city. Its area was very large. It seems like it used to be a city that could accommodate millions of people. The city stood there quietly. The people of the 72 islands were currently busy outside the city. They couldn't enter the city at all. Zhao Hai noticed that sometimes sea beasts would swim directly above the city, but nothing would happen to them. But when these sea beasts fell into the city, the situation would be completely different. As long as these sea beasts entered the city, they would immediately turn into a pool of blood and disappear from the city. Zhao Hai noticed that sometimes sea beasts would directly swim to the top of the city, but nothing would happen to them. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately understood that there were a lot of restrictions inside the city. If these restrictions couldn't be broken, then entering the city would be very dangerous. Because of this, the people from the 72 islands could only stay outside the city. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. Instead, he knew that Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai carefully observed a part of the city's periphery that had been cleared out by the people of the South Seas. 72 Isles. This part of the city was about 10 kilometers wide. It seems like the people of the South Sea had been busy here for a long time. The city was really big. In addition to the center of the city, there were also many houses outside the city walls. The number of houses was very large. At this time, the people of the 72 islands didn't even get close to the city walls. They were still busy outside the city. It can be assumed that the people of the 72 islands had a good harvest outside the city. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many people to guard the city. The inside of the city was even more extraordinary. From Zhao Hai's point of view, he could clearly see the pavilions and towers inside the city. At the center of the city, there was a huge building. This building was very tall, about 1 kilometer in height. On this building, there were countless engravings of demons and ghosts. However, these demons and ghosts seemed to be servants. There were also some people wearing cultivator robes with a halo above their heads standing high in the sky. Looking at these demons and ghosts, Xianxia knew what they meant. These people must be the masters of the city. However, he didn't know who they were and what kind of city it was. Seeing this, Xianxia completely understood why the 72 Isles wanted to protect this place. It wasn't just because it was the ruins of a great sect, it was also because it was a sky city. As long as this place is repaired and the shield is reconstructed, then it would become another stronghold of the 72 Isles. Xianxia didn't expect that this place would become a sky city. He didn't expect that this place would become a sky city. After thinking about this, Xianxia finally let out a long breath. Knowing this was enough. He didn't think about going to the city right now. Although he could sneak into the city silently, he would soon trigger the city's mechanisms. At that time, he would be discovered by the people of the 72 Islands. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to spread the news. He absolutely couldn't let the 72 Islands monopolize this place. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for the exploring sea sect. Xianxia commanded the golden jasper sword to go back. This time, he wasn't in a hurry. He walked slowly like an octopus. Finally, after a few days, he returned to the trading island and returned to his room in the night. After Xianxia returned to his room on the island, he rested for the night. The next morning, he opened the door and went out. In the past few days, the beast that he brought out from the space had grown a lot bigger. Because of this, Xianxia could say that he was raising the beast and didn't go out at all. At this time, the beast wasn't just coiled around Xianxia's waist. In fact, only its tail was on Xianxia's waist. Its body was lying on Xianxia's back while its head was resting on Xianxia's shoulder. It looked very strange. When Xueji saw Xianxia come out, he looked at the beast on Xianxia's back. If he didn't know what Xianxia was doing, then he would have thought that Xianxia was raising a beast. He didn't think that Xianxia would actually go to the sea. Xueji looked at Xianxia and said, "Young master, you're out. How was your harvest this time?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "It was a great harvest. Look, this little thing is growing very well. Alright, it's about time. Actually, I ended my seclusion last night, but it was too late, so I didn't come out. We should also leave according to our original plan." Xueji nodded and said, "Alright, young master. Then should we go now?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go now." Then they directly checked out of the room. Then Xianxia took out his iron bowl. The two got on and flew towards the ship. After they left, the boss of the shop released a spell and flew towards the ship. After the two flew for a while, Xueji looked at Xianxia and said, "Young master, what did you get this time? Did the people from the 72 Southern Islands do something?" Xianxia nodded and said, "It's the people from the 72 Southern Islands. About 12 days away from the island, there's a huge underground city. It might be the ruins of a sect. I don't know why, but it sunk into the ground. The people from the 72 Southern Islands are currently developing the city. However, they're only circling around the city's periphery. They have no way to enter the city." "A city in the sea?" Xueji looked at Xianxia in disbelief. "Yes, a city in the sea. Moreover, it's a very big city. It looks like it can accommodate millions of people. It's a rare city. Young master, what do we do now? Do we find a way to enter the city?" "No, we won't go in. We have to send this news back to the Iron Buddha Temple and the Myriad Buddha Temple. Then, we'll put pressure on the 72 Islands to develop that place together. It's impossible to make the 72 Islands give up on such a juicy piece of meat in their mouths. But won't we lose too much this way? It's obvious that we're the ones who discovered this secret, but now we have to share it with everyone. We won't get many benefits." "Hehe, Xueji, you have to remember, you have to be willing to give up something. If we do it ourselves, then we won't get any benefits. We might even get into a deadlock with the 72 Islands because of this matter. Although we are now people of the Iron Buddha Temple, this won't do us any good. If we make too big of a commotion, then the news will spread out. At that time, everyone will know about it and we won't be in a good position. So why don't we share this matter with everyone? This way, we will get a share of the benefits and we won't attract any hatred. Isn't this better? What people hate the most is being too greedy. Yes, I understand, young master. Then should we pass the news back to the Iron Buddha Temple? There's no need to hurry. From the way the 72 southern islands are protecting the city, it's not just a day or two that they found it. But now, they're still circling around the city. I think it's impossible for them to enter the city without at least a few decades. Because the city's mechanisms and formations are complete, we don't need to worry. Let's do our own things first. After we're done, it won't be too late to take care of him. Yes, young master, I understand. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the ship in the evening. Zhang Shuwei was waiting for them there. Upon seeing them, Zhang Shuwei immediately greeted them. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Jing Hai, what took you so long? I thought you'd be back in 2 days. I didn't expect you to take so long." It's been 7 days since Zhao Hai left the ship. Zhang Shuwei's words were reasonable. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Shuwei and smiled, "It's all because of him that I came back late." As Zhao Hai spoke, he pointed at the beast on his shoulder. At this time, the beast was lying there with its eyes closed, as if it was sleeping. Zhang Shuwei looked at the beast and couldn't help but sigh, "It grew up again." "Junior brother Jing Hai, what did you feed it? How did it grow up again?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I originally wanted to go to the deep sea to take a look at the island. However, the sea beasts were too fierce, so I had to return. Then I saw a lot of people buying sea beast meat, so I bought some and fed it with spiritual qi. In fact, this little thing doesn't need to eat sea beast meat. As long as it absorbs spiritual qi, it can grow up. However, it seems like it likes to eat other kinds of beast meat." Zhang Shuwei nodded and said, "Alright, as long as this little thing grows up, maybe it can be used as a large artifact like the sea beasts in the South Sea." "That's impossible. We've seen the appearance of this kind of demon beast in the labyrinth. To be honest, they can't grow too big to be used as a large-scale magic tool." Zhang Shuwei nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. It's getting late, let's go get something to eat. Since we're here, are we going to leave in a few days?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No, I'm going to leave tomorrow. This time, I came here for a trial. If I stay here all the time, eating and drinking, then what kind of trial is this?" When Zhang Shuwei heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Alright, then where are you going next?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. In any case, I came here to train, so I'll just walk around. To be honest, I really want to go to the deep sea." Zhang Shuwei smiled and said, "That's good. Trials are where you go. How about this, I'll give you a token of mine. Take it and the other people of Spirit Crab Island will know that you're my friend. If you have any problems, just take the token and they'll certainly help you." Zhao Hai nodded. As he spoke, Zhang Shuwei handed Zhao Hai a jade token. The front of the jade token was engraved with a large crab, while the back was engraved with a tree. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he received the jade token and said, "Alright, then I won't be polite. If there's anything, I'll definitely ask the Spirit Crab Island for help." Zhang Shuwei smiled and said, "I couldn't ask for more. In the South Sea, most people who see this token would give you some face." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Unfortunately, I'm just an ordinary core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. I don't have my own token, so I can't give it to you. However, if you go to the Iron Buddha Temple's domain in the future, as long as you mention my name, I believe that the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples would give you some face." Zhang Shuwei laughed and said, "There's no need to be so polite. You and I don't need to be too utilitarian, that would be boring. Let's go and eat." Then he pulled Zhao Hai to eat. After eating, Zhao Hai and Zhang Shuwei chatted for a while before returning to their room to rest. The next morning, after having breakfast with Zhang Shuwei, Zhao Hai and Shuai Ji left the ship and flew towards the Spirit Crab Islands market. Naturally, on the way, they also passed by the Evil Fish Reef and the trading island before finally returning to the market. After staying there for a day, they immediately flew towards the other side of the market. In fact, going to the other side of the market was the true entrance to the South Sea's 72 islands. This was because the Spirit Crab Island was located at the edge of the South Sea's 72 islands. It was the closest place to the Sword Spirit domain. Therefore, only by going through the Spirit Crab Islands territory would one be able to enter the core area of the South Sea's 72 islands. The development of the South Sea's 72 islands in the past few years was very good. In some of the important islands, transmission formations were established to facilitate people's lives and transactions. However, during the conflict between the 72 islands and the Exploring Sea Alliance, Zhao Hai led the Exploring Sea Alliance's elite disciples to sweep through the subdivisions of the 72 islands. They even poisoned the subdivisions of the 72 islands, causing them to suffer heavy losses. It would take several years for them to recover. Because of this, the Exploring Sea Alliance's Exploration Sea Alliance had closed down. Because of this, the Exploring Sea Alliance's Exploration 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 Sea Alliance. However, Zhao Hai's main purpose in coming to the South Sea this time was to make a map. Because of this, he deliberately sped up and flew around the area controlled by the 72 islands. Since the rest of the journey would be in the 72 islands, there wouldn't be any danger. Therefore, Zhao Hai's flying speed was very fast. Moreover, Zhao Hai also released all of his silver needles. The reason why he didn't release too many silver needles in the Sword Spirit world was because there were too many experts in the Sword Spirit world. These experts had keen spiritual senses. Even if they couldn't see the silver needles with their eyes, they would still feel that someone was spying on them. When the time comes, they would certainly use their spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Then it would be very troublesome for them to discover the silver needles. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to casually use the silver needles in the Sword Spirit world. But at this time, he was in the sea. There was no one on the sea. The cultivators of the 72 islands weren't active. Generally, they would only be active on the islands. Moreover, they would use transmission formations. Nobody would fly too far on the sea. Zhao Hai was absolutely unique. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to use the silver needles without worrying about being discovered. After releasing the silver needles, Zhao Hai didn't have to work so hard. Although he was still flying on the sea, he would sometimes stay on some islands for 2 days. Although Shueiji didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he didn't say anything. No matter what Zhao Hai did, he would just follow. In this way, Zhao Hai spent 3 months to explore the entire territory of the 72 islands. Of course, he also used the silver needles to discover several secret bases set up by the cultivators of the 72 islands. These secret bases were on some inconspicuous islands on the map. On the map, these islands were barren places where nobody would go. But in fact, if one looked at the appearance of these islands, they wouldn't be good places. However, the cultivators of the 72 islands had transformed the inside of the islands and built underground bases. Zhao Hai counted the number and found that there were more than 100 bases. It was equivalent to 2 bases on each island. This was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectation. However, Zhao Hai didn't make it public. Instead, he went to an island in the south of the 72 islands. Then he prepared to go to the depths of the sea to see what was there. After resting on the island for a night, Zhao Hai led Shueiji and flew towards the depths of the sea. While flying, Zhao Hai said to Shueiji, "After going to the depths of the sea, we'll return. This time, we've been out for 3 months. The Iron Buddha Temple is fine, but there are a lot of things to deal with in the sect. Most people think that I'm in seclusion, so it's time for me to go out and show my face." Shueiji quickly said, "Young master, when we go back this time, should we report the matter of the undersea city to the higher-ups? When the time comes, will there be another war in the Sword Spirit world?" Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "That's very possible. This time, we need to think about how to deal with the 72 southern islands. To be honest, this is a good opportunity to swallow the 72 islands. However, we don't have enough strength right now. Moreover, our development is already very fast. If we swallow the 72 islands now, then we would attract too much attention. Therefore, we can't make a move right now. Even if we don't do anything to the 72 islands, then the Southern Sea Alliance would cease to exist. The Southern Sea Alliance still needs to exist. Otherwise, it wouldn't only affect the 72 islands, it would also affect our exploring sea sect. However, I think that the 72 islands wouldn't be completely unyielding to the Sword Spirit Realm sects. Therefore, although there might be conflicts, it shouldn't be too big. We can show our support for the 72 islands, but we won't be lacking in benefits. Xiaohai nodded and said, then the Southern Sea sects wouldn't just be affected by the Southern Sea sects. Shueiji nodded and said, yes, I understand. Young master, what should we do this time? If there's a conflict between the Iron Buddha Temple and the 72 islands of the Southern Sea, then your identity as a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple and the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect will also appear. What should we do if both of you appear at the same time? Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, it doesn't matter. I'm already very strong, I can make another clone. You don't have to worry about this. There's actually a beast. Just as Zhao Hai said this, he discovered that a beast was coming towards him. Moreover, this beast was very strong. Most importantly, this beast didn't have the aura of a disciple of the 72 islands. It seems to be a pure wild beast. Zhao Hai stopped. Before long, a sea snake came out of the sea. This sea snake was very huge, reaching a length of 100 meters and 10 meters thick. It had black scales with a triangular head and a pair of vertical pupils that didn't have any feelings. It coldly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was now even more certain that the sea snake was a wild one. It was impossible for it to be one of the large sea beasts that were raised in the 72 islands of the South Sea. The strength of the large sea beasts that were raised in the 72 islands of the South Sea were very good. However, their eyes weren't too cold. They weren't like the wild sea beasts that had wild and murderous eyes. The sea snake looked at Zhao Hai, then it spat out its tongue and slowly swam towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the sea snake and coldly snorted. Then Zhao Hai directly released his murderous aura. This murderous aura seemed to be real, causing the entire world to change color. When the sea snake felt the murderous aura, its emotionless eyes flashed with fear. Then it turned its head and directly dived into the sea and disappeared. Zhao Hai sat in the iron bowl and sighed. He now understood why the people of the 72 islands didn't explore the deep sea. It wasn't because they didn't want to, but because they didn't have the ability to. There were too many beasts in the deep sea. Moreover, each of them had extraordinary combat strength. There were all kinds of beasts here, and they were all very powerful. Moreover, when they fought, they would have a wild nature, as if they didn't care about their lives. To be honest, it wasn't worthwhile to risk your life to fight with these beasts. But if you don't, then these beasts would continue to attack you, annoying you to no end. Most importantly, these beasts would cooperate with each other. It was impossible to rely on superior forces to deal with these beasts. After leaving the 72 islands and entering the deep sea, they would encounter attacks from beasts every once in a while. Some of these beasts were directly scared away by his murderous aura. However, there were a lot of beasts that didn't care. Once they encountered his murderous aura, they would rush towards him with bloodshot eyes. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. Just a moment ago, Zhao Hai had a fight with a group of sea beasts. The number of sea beasts in this group was more than a dozen. If it wasn't for his strength, then he would have suffered a loss this time. Zhao Hai hadn't gone far from the 72 islands yet he was able to encounter so many sea beasts here. One could imagine how many sea beasts he would encounter if he went deeper. Zhao Hai's face was calm. After a while, he said, Shueiji, we don't need to go any further. Let's go back. There's no point in going any further. It's impossible to establish a base in the 72 islands. These sea beasts are enough to destroy them. We should go back and do our own things. Shueiji nodded and said, all right, young master. But young master, we're now quite a distance away from the South Sea. I'm afraid that we'll be attacked on the way back. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you don't need to worry about this. I have a portable transmission formation with me. Let's go. Then a white light flashed from his body. In the next moment, Zhao Hai and Shueiji disappeared from the sea. When they reappeared, they were already on the island that they were guarding before. After returning to the island, Zhao Hai and Shueiji let out a long breath. Then the two immediately checked into a hotel and got a room to rest for the day. The next morning, after eating, the two immediately used the transmission formation to leave. After using the transmission formation several times, they finally returned to the sea exploring sect. Zhao Hai and Shuiji were very happy. After arriving at the sea exploring sect, Zhao Hai led Shuiji directly to the sect. Naturally, this was in the name of paying a visit to the sect. In fact, Zhao Hai's reason for returning to the sect was to make an avatar. Zhao Hai's previous identity was no longer useful in the sword spirit world. However, he had a special ability that allowed him to make clones. When he was weak, the clones didn't have any effect. But now that he was strong, he could make a clone that was weaker than him. This allowed Zhao Hai to make a clone. His clone would turn into the calm ocean and go to the Iron Buddha temple while his main body would stay in the sea sect. After arriving at the sea sect, Zhao Hai explained his situation to them. Then he went into seclusion. This seclusion was for the sake of making a clone. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to stay in seclusion for a long time. He only needed to stay in seclusion for 5 days. At this time, Zhao Hai had already made a clone. Not only did this clone have the strength of his calm ocean identity, but it was also directly under Zhao Hai's control. As for whether Zhao Hai could multitask, there was no need to worry about this. Zhao Hai now had a lot of biological brains. He could have one of them split and control the clone. This way, the calm ocean clone wouldn't have any problems. Then Jing Hai took Shuiji and left the sea sect. At the same time, Zhao Hai went into seclusion. He wanted to find an opportunity to tell everyone that he had reached the void refinement realm. Putting aside Zhao Hai's seclusion, the calm ocean was actually Zhao Hai. This was because when Zhao Hai said that he was going into seclusion, he was only going back to the space to rest for a while. His main focus was still on the calm ocean. In other words, Zhao Hai's consciousness could freely switch between Zhao Hai and the calm ocean. However, this wasn't necessary. For Zhao Hai's spiritual force, the calm ocean clone was like his own left and right hands. Moreover, the calm ocean clone could be returned to the main body. This didn't mean that the clone was completely independent. In fact, it was made using a strand of Zhao Hai's hair. If Zhao Hai wanted to take it back, he could have the clone turn back into his hair and return to his body. To be honest, when Zhao Hai was refining the clone, he felt like he had turned into Sun Wukong. Plucking a strand of hair and turning it into a clone was a very strange feeling. However, Zhao Hai was someone who had tens of thousands of clones in the past, so he quickly got used to it. Now that his clones had fused into his main body, his body became even more powerful. However, the clones that were created using a secret technique weren't perfect. Take the calm ocean clone for example. After the clone was separated, it couldn't cultivate on its own. Although it had the strength of the calm ocean clone, it couldn't increase its strength. Unless Zhao Hai took back the clone and created a stronger one, it wouldn't be able to increase its strength in a short period of time. This was what Zhao Hai wanted. Jing Hai's cultivation speed was too fast. When he left the Iron Buddha temple, his Iron Buddha lotus body had reached the 8th layer. Now, his Iron Buddha lotus body had reached the 10th layer. He could use the 10,000 transformations technique better. He could even control other people's weapons for a short period of time. It can be said that he already had the strength of an ethereal realm expert. Furthermore, Jing Hai's identity still required him to hide a portion of his strength. He couldn't let others know that his Iron Buddha lotus body had already reached the 10th level. That would be too fast. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about others seeing through his identity in a short period of time. In fact, others might not even notice that his cultivation had stopped. On the other hand, the aura of Jing Hai's clone was the same as before. The reason why this clone was so mystical was because Zhao Hai had comprehended a trace of the heavenly Tao. Jing Hai led Shuiji back to the Iron Buddha temple and directly went to Na Yun's place. When Na Yun heard that Jing Hai had arrived, he immediately invited Jing Hai to his courtyard. When Jing Hai arrived at the courtyard, he gave Na Yun a salute and said, "Senior brother, I'm back." Na Yun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, it seems like your cultivation has stabilized. Did you gain anything from your trial?" Jing Hai smiled and said, "I gained something, and it's a big gain." Senior brother, I'm afraid we'll have to report this matter to the abbot. When Naiyun heard Jinghai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up. He knew that Jinghai wasn't the kind of person who would talk nonsense. Now that he said that he would report this matter to the abbot, it must be something very important. Naiyun didn't ask what it was, but he immediately said, "All right, let's go see the abbot." Then he stood up and followed Jinghai outside. Jinghai was now Zhao Hai. His thoughts were the same as Zhao Hai's. Therefore, he was moved by Naiyun's trust. However, he didn't say anything. After having Shueiji return to the wave-listening pavilion, Jinghai followed Naiyun to the Great Strength Hall. Abbot Wuyu was still meditating in the Great Strength Hall. When he heard someone report that Jinghai and Naiyun wanted to see him, he immediately let them in. After entering the hall, the two immediately gave the abbot a salute. Abbot Wuyu waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to be polite. You two must have come here for something. Tell me, what is it?" Nuayun turned his head to Jinghai. Jinghai said, "Abbot, when this disciple traveled to the 72 islands, I discovered a secret realm. The 72 islands were secretly excavating the ruins of a sect. The ruins are located in the sea, and the area is very large. The ruins are a large city that can accommodate millions of people. In order to keep this a secret, the people of the 72 islands have set up 3 lines of defense around the ruins. Whether it's in the sea or in the sky, everything is under their surveillance. It can be seen that the people of the 72 islands have been excavating the ruins for quite some time. However, it seems like the restrictions on the ruins are still working. The people of the 72 islands have been moving around the periphery of the ruins. Disciple also saw a painting in the ruins, but I still don't know which sect it belongs to. Disciple snuck into the ruins from the sea. This is a recording jade slip, please take a look at it, Abbot." Jinghai's jade slip had naturally been processed by the space. It recorded the entire process from when he entered the seabed to how he sneaked into the ruins. However, most of the time, it showed that he was in the soil. Moreover, Jinghai could also say that the reason he was able to enter the ruins was all because of the water spirit. The water spirit was a dual attribute demon beast. It could control the sky and earth. This was how they were able to pass through the 3 lines of defense of the 72 islands of the Southern Sea and reach the ruins. In fact, Zhao didn't lie about this matter. Shueiji was indeed a water and earth attributed monster beast, and he could indeed control the earth. This was an excuse that Jinghai had thought of long ago. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problems. Moreover, he also told the story of how he was attacked by the beast when he was flying in the sky. He discovered that the beast might have been domesticated by the 72 islands, which made him suspicious. Then he dived into the sea at night and finally found the ruins. Naturally, he didn't say that he didn't bring Shueiji with him at the time. Instead, he said that he brought Shueiji with him. However, Abbot Wuyu didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. After receiving the jade slip, he quickly saw the ruins. To be honest, the ruins were very big, so big that it was shocking. When Abbot Wuyu saw the map of the ruins, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he received the jade slip and turned to Zhao Hai, "I know about this matter. Don't tell anyone about it. I need to determine the identity of the ruins first before I make a decision." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Jinghai and Naiyun looked at the abbot and knew that this matter was more important than they thought. Because of this, the two didn't say anything and just nodded before withdrawing. After the two left, Abbot Wuyu immediately invited Wu Zue and the other elders. Wu Zue had been guarding the maze for a long time. But now that the maze had been taken over by the great sects, he naturally didn't need to guard it anymore. Because of this, he returned to the sect and followed along this time. After the group arrived, Abbot Wuyu didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to Elder Wugua and said, "Wugua, go to the Elder Study of the Iron Buddha Temple and find the information about Sky City." In the Iron Buddha Temple, Elder Wugua was in charge of all the cultivation methods and materials. This position was very important as all the inheritances of the Iron Buddha Temple were actually in his hands. The elder study that Abbot Wuyu mentioned was actually a library. Inside the library, there were some books that only the abbot and the elders could read. Even the core disciples couldn't read them, and even the elders couldn't read them. Because of this, Abbot Wu Yu made Elder Wu Gu go there to retrieve the books. This was because, besides Abbot Wu Yu, only Elder Wu Gu could take the books. Other elders couldn't do it, even Elder Wu Gu couldn't do it. However, when the other elders heard Abbot's selfless desire mention the Sky City, they were surprised. They looked at Abbot's selfless desire with puzzled expressions. They didn't know why Abbot's selfless desire suddenly mentioned the Sky City. Very few cultivators knew about the Sky City. Aside from some great sects with long inheritances and information about the Sky City, other sects simply didn't know what the Sky City was. Elder Wu Gu nodded and went to get the information. Elder Wu Yu looked at Abbot Wu Yu with a puzzled expression and said, "Senior brother Abbot, why did you suddenly mention Sky City? Didn't Sky City disappear a long time ago?" Abbot Wu Yu nodded and said, "Yes, the Sky City has indeed disappeared. Moreover, it has become an unsolved mystery of the Sword Spirit boundary. In the past, there were people who wanted to find the Sky City, but without exception, all of them failed. No one was able to find the Sky City and only left behind various legends about it. But this time, we might have a clue about the Sky City. If this information is confirmed, then it will certainly cause a sensation in the entire Sword Spirit boundary. Now, I just want to confirm whether the information we received is related to the Sky City." "What? Information about Sky City? Is this true? Abbot, where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Could it be that someone is lying to us?" When Wu Yu and the other elders heard Abbot Wu Yu, they were in an uproar. Wu Yu directly asked about the source of the information. "It's news from Jinghai." When he went to the South Sea to train, he discovered that the people of the 72 islands of the South Sea were secretly digging up a ruin in the sea. After he dived over, he discovered that they were digging up a big city. And in this big city, there was a painting that he brought back. "Now, I want to take a look and see if it's the city in the sky," Abbot Wu Yu said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Abbot Wu Yu, the people of the Iron Buddha Temple didn't speak. They knew that if this news was brought back by Jinghai, then it shouldn't be fake. Everyone knew that Jinghai went to the South Sea to train some time ago. Moreover, they were very confident in Jinghai. This was because Jinghai's actions in these years were very important to the development of the Iron Buddha Temple. Before long, Elder Wu Yu returned and handed over the information in his hand to Abbot Wu Yu. Abbot Wu Yu also quietly looked at the information to determine if the painting that Zhao Hai brought back was Sky City. Sky City was a very sensational topic in the Sword Spirit world in ancient times. Legend has it that Sky City was a floating island that suddenly appeared in the sky before ancient times. This floating island was very large and had been floating in the sky for 1,000 feet above the ground. Moreover, no one knew when this floating island appeared. It was as if it suddenly appeared in the sky. This floating island wasn't always motionless in the sky. Instead, it was always moving. It would constantly float in the Sword Spirit world. No one knew how it moved. Some people said that the wind was blowing it, while others said that it wasn't. This was because such a large island couldn't be moved by the wind at all. In the beginning, no one dared to set foot on the floating island. Later on, people became bolder and bolder. Cultivators began to enter Sky City. They discovered that not only was the island rich in spiritual chi, there were also many rare treasures. Most importantly, there was nothing threatening on the island. This discovery made the ancient cultivators overjoyed. In a short time, countless cultivators ran to the floating island to plunder the rare treasures. Because of this, countless cultivators began to fight each other, resulting in countless casualties. In the end, even the major sects at that time were mobilized. For the ownership of the floating island, there were several battles that resulted in countless deaths. In the end, when the major sects saw that it wasn't a good idea to continue fighting, they finally decided that the major sects would work together to develop the floating island. Then the disciples of the major sects would enter the floating island on a large scale. Later on, all the treasures on the floating island were plundered clean by the major sections. There was nothing good left. In the end, the major sects decided to build a city on the floating island. Whether it was ordinary rogue cultivators or disciples of the various sects, they could all cultivate on the floating island. However, they had to pay a fee. In the beginning, the city built by the major sects was very small. It was only a small city with about 100,000 people. However, as more and more people came to the floating island, the city became bigger and bigger. Moreover, cultivating on the floating island was indeed faster than cultivating on the ground. In the end, several powerful cultivators who grew up on the floating island united countless cultivators and directly announced that Sky City would belong to them. It would no longer belong to the major sects, and there was no need to exchange crystals with the major sections. When this news came out, the major sects naturally couldn't accept it. Both sides fought. However, with so many cultivators entering the floating island, the major sects weren't able to gain any advantage. In the end, they could only acknowledge the independence of the floating island. Once the floating island became independent, it immediately began to expand on a large scale. In the end, it built a city that could accommodate millions of people and was named Sky City. Moreover, the cultivators in Sky City were able to cultivate faster due to the rich spiritual chi in Sky City. The strength of Sky City grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Sky City's strength was above the major sects and became the most powerful force in the Sword Spirit Plane. At this time, the Devil Dao suddenly flourished in the Sword Spirit Plane. This was because a spatial rift had appeared in the Sword Spirit Plane. From time to time, Devil Chi would emerge. This Devil Chi made the strength of the Devil Dao cultivators in the Sword Spirit Plane soar. However, at the same time, the Devil Dao cultivators became less and less human. They turned into all kinds of demons. Then the Devil Dao cultivators launched a war against the major sects in the Sword Spirit Plane. When the people of Sky City saw this, they brazenly took action. They joined forces with the major sects in the Sword Spirit Plane and launched a war against the Devil Dao cultivators. This war lasted for 100 years before the Devil Dao cultivators were defeated. The spatial rift was forever sealed. No one even knew where the spatial rift was. After this war, Sky City ushered in a greater opportunity for development. The entire Sky City became the most powerful sect in the Sword Spirit Plane. Naturally, its development was better. Legend has it that when Sky City was at its peak, there were tens of millions of cultivators living in it. It was worthy of being called the most powerful force in the Sword Spirit Plane. However, such an incomparably powerful force suddenly disappeared overnight. No one knew where Sky City went, and no one saw the people on Sky City. It just disappeared and never appeared again. This became one of the biggest mysteries of ancient times. In ancient times, people were looking for Sky City because they wanted to know where it went. Of course, it was also because of the treasures in Sky City. People could imagine that there were countless treasures in Sky City. If one could get one, even if it was only a small part, then one would immediately become the richest person in the Sword Spirit Plane. From then on, one wouldn't have to worry about cultivation. Wu Yu carefully looked at the information. This information was actually very complete. Only a large sect with a long history like theirs could have this kind of information. It was impossible for the emerging forces of the Southern Sea's 72 islands to have this kind of information. After looking at it for a while, Wu Yu finally stopped. Then he looked up at the crowd and said, "It's Sky City, it's Sky City." Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, everyone became excited. They had all seen the information about Sky City. However, they didn't expect that they would be able to know about it in their lifetime. Abbot Wu Yu took a deep breath and chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. His expression returned to normal. Then, he looked at the others and said softly, Ba. Senior brothers, don't be too greedy. When everyone heard Wu Yu's words, they were all stunned. Soon after, they chanted a Buddhist chant and slowly calmed down. Wu Zue looked at Wu Yu and said, "Senior brother Abbot, how should we handle this matter?" Abbot Wu Yu looked at everyone and said, "What do you think?" Wu Yu said, "Sky City is too important. I'm afraid that the 72 islands of the Southern Sea have all been dispatched. With our strength, it's impossible to divide Sky City equally with the 72 islands of the Southern Sea. Therefore, there's only one way, and that is to follow the method of the labyrinth." Abbot Wu Yu looked at the others and said, "Junior brothers, what do you think?" The others whispered the name of Buddha and then said, "Senior brother Wu Yu's words are reasonable." Abbot Wu Yu nodded and said, Ba. Seeing senior brothers like this, I'm very happy. Senior brothers haven't been blinded by greed. This matter will be handled according to the previous plan. Senior brother Wu Yu, senior brother Wu Gua, please go to the Myriad Buddha temple and tell them about this news. Let's see what they think. Wu Gua and Wu Yu nodded. Then Wu Yu said, our Iron Buddha temple also needs to prepare. As long as the Myriad Buddha temple knows about this news, they will definitely take action. However, I'm afraid that the 72 islands of the Southern Sea won't give in so easily. Also, we have to guard against the Sea Exploring sect and the Profound Sky sect. Wu Yu said, senior brother, will the Sea Exploring sect also participate in this matter? They have a good relationship with our Iron Buddha temple. I don't think they'll participate in this matter. Wu Yu whispered the name of Buddha and said, our relationship is good, but their relationship with the 72 islands of the Southern Sea is even better. Moreover, they must help the 72 islands of the Southern Sea. Otherwise, the Southern Sea Alliance will cease to exist. With the shrewdness of the Sea Exploring sect master, Sword 9, it's impossible for him to do such a thing. Therefore, they will certainly help the 72 islands of the Southern Sea. However, if the 72 islands of the Southern Sea would rather die than hand over Sky City, then the Sea Exploring sect and the Profound Sky sect will certainly not help them. They will help the 72 islands of the Southern Sea in order to get more benefits, not to risk their lives against us. Therefore, we don't need to worry too much. Yes, senior brother. Senior brother, this matter was discovered by Jing Hai. Don't you think we should give him more rewards? Jing Hai has made a lot of contributions to our Iron Buddha temple. Now, there's no need to reward Jing Hai. He has made too many contributions, so we can't reward him anymore. He cultivates the Iron Buddha lotus body, which is our Iron Buddha temple's cultivation method. Moreover, he doesn't use any artifacts, just the golden body 10,000 transformations technique is enough. We can't promote him to the position of the 10 core disciples, that would be too eye-catching and would break the peace of the 10 core disciples. However, we can give him some privileges as a reward. Regarding Zhao Hai's reward, Abbot Wu Yu had a headache. Zhao Hai had made a lot of contributions to the Iron Buddha temple. If he didn't reward him, then it would be unreasonable. However, what should he reward him with? He can't let him become one of the 10 core disciples, that wouldn't be enough to convince the masses and would break the balance of the 10 core disciples. Artifacts? He doesn't need them. His cultivation method is already the best. Aside from that, what else can you reward him? Contribution points? Zhao Hai still has several 100,000 contribution points that he hasn't used yet. What's the point of rewarding him with more contribution points? It's better to give him some privileges. Perhaps this would be the best reward for him. Wu Zui looked at Abbot Wu Yu and said, senior brother, some time ago, I received news that the sects in the demon domain will send their disciples out to establish their own sects. Normally, it seems like they don't have anything to do with the sects, but if something really happens, I'm afraid that these sects will merge with the main sect. Can we do the same? Abbot Wu Yu nodded and said, yes. Wu Yu looked at Wu Zui and said, junior brother, please explain in detail. Wu Yu nodded and said, I've been in the mystic realm for a while now. Wu Zui nodded and said in a deep voice, previously, when I was in the secret territory, I had some contact with people from the devil domain, but I didn't have much contact with them. However, I had a lot of contact with the sect master of Sea Exploring sect, Xianxia. When I chatted with Xianxia told me about the situation in the devil domain. He said that some of the small sects in the devil domain have already been destroyed by the big sections. Even if they haven't been destroyed, they have directly joined the big sections. Most importantly, there are a lot of small sects in the devil domain. These small sects are all established by the inner disciples or core disciples of the big sections. Usually, it seems like the big sects let their inner disciples or core disciples go out and establish their own forces because they are old enough. But the truth is that these small sects are all supported by the big sects behind them. Those big sects use these disciples to establish small sects and recruit individual cultivators into those small sections. If there are talented disciples, they will be directly accepted into the big sects and become their disciple. If there aren't talented disciples, they will be raised in the small sects and when the time comes, they will be used as cannon fodder to slowly improve their strength. Speaking up to here, Wu Zui paused for a moment, then he looked at Wu Yu and the others and said, senior brother, To be honest, when I heard this news, I was really surprised. The demon domain sects are actually using this method to increase their strength. This is really strange. Most importantly, if they really do this, then the consequences would be unimaginable. It would mean that the demon domain sects would become a lot stronger. Although we can't see it now, what about 10 years later? For our sects, 10 years is nothing. If the demon domain uses this method to develop, then their strength will increase several times over. When that time comes, with the ambitions of the demon domain sects, would they be able to stay in the demon domain with peace of mind? Therefore, senior brother, I think we should make some preparations in advance. Wu Zui was right, this news was really told to him by Zhao Hai. In fact, Zhao Hai told him this to let them know that the sword spirit domain was no longer peaceful. The demon domain sects had already begun to make preparations, so it's best for them to prepare as early as possible. Wu Zui really didn't mention this matter before. Because he was in the mystic realm, he couldn't use a technique or jade slip to tell Wu Yu about this matter. Whether it was a technique or a jade slip, it wasn't safe. If people knew about this, then it would cause a huge uproar. Therefore, he didn't say anything. After returning to the sect, he had been troubled by worldly affairs and hadn't had a chance to talk about it. Now that everyone was here and he was talking about it, he decided to talk about it. Wu Yu looked at Wu Zui and said, "Junior brother, this matter is no small matter. How much of what sect master Xianxia said is true?" Wu Zui replied, "At least 80% of it is true. In fact, it's not difficult to investigate this matter. The demon domain sects have made such a big move, it's impossible to hide it from everyone. As long as we investigate, we should be able to find out. If sect master Xianxia wants to use this matter to deceive me, then he's too stupid. Therefore, I think that at least 80% of this matter is true. Ba, it seems that we need to make some preparations in advance. It's better to let the people of Myriad Buddha Temple know about this matter. Otherwise, with just our Iron Buddha Temple, no matter how much we prepare, we can't reverse the overall situation. When the nest is overturned, no egg can escape unscathed. Although the strength of our Iron Buddha Temple is not weak, we are still inferior to those big sections. If the demon area really takes action, those big sects will be at the forefront. If they are not prepared, they will definitely suffer losses. It seems that the two of you can't go to Myriad Buddha Temple this time, I have to go there personally. As for the arrangement of Jinghai, I don't think it's too late to make a decision after we discuss it with the people of Myriad Buddha Temple." Wu Yu naturally didn't object and bowed his head in response. Wu Yu looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Well, this matter ends here. Everyone, don't spread it out. Junior brother Wu Yu, you all go and prepare. Tomorrow, we will leave for Myriad Buddha Temple." Wu Yu looked at their backs and sighed. He murmured, "A storm is coming, Ba." Then he closed his eyes and lowered his head to chant scriptures, slowly calming his mind. Zhao Hai didn't know that he was going to be sent out to establish his own sect. If he knew about this, then he wouldn't know what to say. Zhao Hai was actually able to leave the Iron Buddha Temple. His identity as Ninth Saber had been recognized by the Sword Spirit world. Therefore, his identity as Ninth Saber could be made public. However, his performance in the Iron Buddha Temple was very good. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to leave the Iron Buddha Temple. He was very clear that if he left the Iron Buddha Temple, then it would be a huge loss for the Iron Buddha Temple. Because of this, he didn't hesitate to use a secret technique to create a clone. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. After the clone returned to the wave-listening pavilion, it went into seclusion to rest. This was because the following matters had nothing to do with it. At most, it would follow the troops. Other than that, it wouldn't move. At this time, Zhao Hai focused his attention on the Scouring Sea sect. Then he directly announced that he had come out of seclusion and became a Void Refinement Realm expert. This naturally made everyone in the Scouring Sea sect very happy. Then this news spread throughout the Sword Spirit world. Upon hearing this news, the first reaction of the various sects in the Sword Spirit world was that Zhao Hai was even more difficult to deal with. Previously, Zhao Hai's combat strength had already surprised many people in the Sword Spirit world. Now that his strength had increased again, they were naturally even more surprised. They felt that Zhao Hai was even more difficult to deal with. Among them, the Profound Sky sect and the 72 Southern Sea Islands specially sent people to congratulate him. Even the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Tianyi Dao sect of the Iron Buddha Temple sent people over. The Iron Buddha Temple wasn't a big deal. After all, they weren't a top force in the sword spirit world. Even if they sent people over, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. However, the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Tianyi Dao sect were different. One of them was the leader of the Buddhist sect while the other was the leader of the Profound sect. These two sects could be said to be the two strongest sects in the sword spirit world's righteous Dao alliance. They sent people to congratulate a sect master of a mid-level sect for becoming a void refinement realm expert. No one would believe such a thing. This matter caused quite a stir in the sword spirit boundary. Everyone was curious as to why the Myriad Buddha's temple would pay so much attention to the Scouring Sea sect. Some sects directly sent people to congratulate the Scouring Sea sect, while others were disdainful. Zhao Hai didn't care. When he was in seclusion, he didn't tell anyone about the sword intent he comprehended or the increase in his strength. He even went out with the identity of Jing Hai. During this time, he announced that he was in seclusion. Now that he came out and his strength had increased, it was normal. While Zhao Hai was dealing with the people from the various sects, Abbot Wu Yu led Wu Gua and Wu Zue to the Myriad Buddha Temple in secret. Before going to the Myriad Buddha Temple, Abbot Wu Yu told the people of the Myriad Buddha Temple that he wanted to keep his trip a secret. Although the people of the Myriad Buddha Temple didn't know what Abbot Wu Yu wanted to do, they were very clear that he had something important to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly come to the Myriad Buddha Temple. The Myriad Buddha Temple immediately gave Abbot Wu Yu a set of coordinates. These coordinates were the coordinates of a secret transmission formation in the Myriad Buddha Temple. This way, Abbot Wu Yu wouldn't appear in the public transmission formation outside. Naturally, people would know that he came to the Myriad Buddha Temple. In this way, Abbot Wu Yu led Wu Gua and Wu Zue to the Myriad Buddha Temple. In a side hall in the backyard of the Myriad Buddha Temple, they saw Grandmaster Huida. When Grandmaster Huida saw Abbot Wu Yu, he immediately put his palms together and said, Ba. Junior brother Wu Yu, you and I haven't seen each other for many years. I didn't expect you to come to my Myriad Buddha Temple today. This old monk's Zen heart is moved, I'm very happy. Wu Yu also had a smile on his face as he said, Ba. For so many years, I've been troubled by worldly matters. For so many years, I haven't come to see senior brother. It's really a sin. Junior brother, what are you talking about? Come and sit down. There's no need to be so polite between us. Junior brother, you must have something important to come here. Tell me, what is it that made you put aside your meditation and come here personally? Then I won't be polite with senior brother. I came to the Myriad Buddha Temple for two things. First, it's about the major sects of the Devil Domain. Junior brother Wu Yu has received news that the major sects of the Devil Domain are now expanding, but the method they use is quite special. They let their disciples go outside to establish a small sect and then recruit disciples. They use this method to expand their strength. Now, there are many small sects in the Devil Domain that have all become the disciples of the major sections. I think senior brother should pay attention to this matter. Abbot Wu Yu and Grandmaster Huida were good friends in the early years, so they didn't need to beat around the bush. If there's anything, they would say it directly. Everyone was smart. When Wu Yu mentioned the methods of the various sects of the Devil Domain, Grandmaster Huida immediately understood, so he immediately said, I really didn't notice this. I didn't expect that the various sects of the Devil Domain would use such a method to expand. Well, I know about this matter and will make arrangements. I don't know how junior brother wants to deal with it. Wu Yu said in a deep voice, I'm going to send some disciples to establish a sect outside and learn from the people of the Devil Domain. I don't know what senior brother thinks about this. It's feasible. Here in the righteous sects, there are many mountains and lakes. If you want to establish a sect, there are many places. It's also a good idea. What about the other thing? The other thing is the news about Sky City. Abbot Wu Yu looked at Grandmaster Huida and said. When Grandmaster Huida heard Abbot Wu Yu, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Abbot Wu Yu and said, Junior brother Wu Yu, are you talking about Sky City? Wu Yu nodded and said, exactly. When my disciple was traveling in the South Sea, he discovered that there was a strange movement in the 72 islands. They actually arranged an army in the open sea, as if they were guarding something. My disciple went to check it out and found that there was a big city at the bottom of the sea. This city is huge and can accommodate millions of people. He didn't dare to approach it, so he used an image formation to record what he saw. What he saw was a painting in the city. Senior brother, please take a look. Then Wu Yu took out the image jade slip and gave it to Grandmaster Huida. Then he put down the jade slip and looked at it with his spiritual force. Then he looked at Abbot Wu Yu and said, Ba, this is indeed a painting of Sky City. It seems like it really is Sky City. I didn't expect to find Sky City after so many years. This news will definitely cause a sensation in the sword spirit world. Abbot Wu Yu nodded and said, Ba, this is indeed a painting of Sky City. It seems like it really is Sky City. Grandmaster Wu Yu nodded and said, yes, it is precisely because I know that this news is too important that I came to discuss it with senior brother. Right now, the Sky City is being excavated by the people of the 72 islands of the South Sea, but they have not yet entered the core of the Sky City. I think we should do the same thing as the last time when we dealt with the labyrinth of the secret realms. Let's have a discussion about this. What does senior brother think? When Grandmaster Huida heard Grandmaster Wu Yu's words, the excitement on his face slowly dissipated. Then he let out a long breath and said, Ba, I've sinned. This old monk's Zen mind was moved. What junior brother said is reasonable. This matter should be known to everyone. Great Master Wu Yu looked at his appearance and couldn't help but smile. Senior apprentice brother is too polite. With Xianxia's Diana skills, he will settle his mind in the blink of an eye. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother with this matter. With junior apprentice brother's status, I don't have the qualifications to organize this matter. That's only natural. Junior brother's disciples are truly people with great luck. They actually managed to discover this floating city. Haha, my disciple's luck is really not bad. I'm not afraid of senior brother laughing at me. He has done many meritorious deeds for the temple. Now, I have nothing more to reward him with, so I'm preparing to send him out to establish a small sect. Oh? What kind of disciple has actually made so many great contributions? My temple's core disciple, Xianxia. He was originally a rogue cultivator and hasn't been in my temple for long. However, his talent is extremely shocking. In addition, his luck is extremely good. He has made great contributions to my temple many times. Now, I really have no way to reward him. Xianxia? I've heard of him. Haha, junior apprentice brother is really lucky to have such great achievements as a rogue cultivator disciple. Forget it, junior apprentice brother, your status is really not suitable to appear here. You should go back and wait for the news. When the time comes, you can just send a representative. By the way, I think we should first inform the Scouring Sea sect about this matter. Senior apprentice brother, you really think highly of the Scouring Sea sect. Sect Master Xianxia has just become a spirit refining void returning realm expert. Senior apprentice brother, you actually sent someone to congratulate him. This is very rare. Senior apprentice brother, you actually want to tell the people of the Scouring Sea sect about this matter. This is really rare. I'm not interested in the Sea Exploration sect. Instead, I'm interested in Sword 9. He's also someone with great luck. Furthermore, our Thousand Buddhas Temple and your Iron Buddha Temple have always had a good relationship with the Sea Exploration sect. It would be meaningless if our relationship soured because of this. Ba. Senior apprentice brother is right. Senior apprentice brother, I'll leave this matter to you. I'm going back today. Alright. There are many things in your temple. It's not good for you to stay for a long time. Let's get together often in the future and discuss Tao and preach scriptures together. That's the best. Senior apprentice brother, then I'll take my leave. After saying that, Wu Yu stood up, bowed to Huida, then turned around and left. Master Huida sent them to the transmission array and watched them leave. Only then did he return to his meditation room. After returning to his meditation room, Master Huida immediately asked someone to invite Master Huining and the other elders of the temple to his meditation room. He told them about the movements of the Sky City and the demon sect. When Hui Meng and the others heard Huida's words, they were all excited, especially about the Sky City. The Sky City was an incomparably powerful force that existed in ancient times. Moreover, it suddenly disappeared. There must be a lot of rare treasures inside. If they could get some, it would definitely be a good thing for the Myriad Buddha Temple. As for the movements of the demon sect, they were also very concerned. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. They could imitate the demon sect and secretly cultivate their forces. Therefore, the people of the Myriad Buddha Temple thought that they should first solve the matter of the Sky City and then decide how to deal with the demon sect. In this regard, Master Huida didn't say anything. However, he had already started to prepare. The people of the Myriad Buddha Temple also understood that it was impossible to take down the Sky City with just the Myriad Buddha Temple alone. It was even more impossible to snatch it from the hands of the 72 Southern Sea Islands. If the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands found out about their actions, they would definitely resist. As long as the two sides fought, the people of the other sects would immediately know. At that time, this secret wouldn't be able to be kept. It was better to say it directly now and let everyone know. When they thought of this, the people of the Myriad Buddha Temple decided to do the same thing as the secret realm. They would directly tell the people of the other sects about this matter and see how they would react. Naturally, Master Huida agreed to this. He immediately sent a message to the other sects and told them to come to the Myriad Buddha Temple. He said that he had something important to discuss. At the same time, he also told the news to the Sea Exploring sect. When he told the other sects, he only said that he had something important to discuss. However, when he told the Sea Exploring sect, he directly told them about the ruins of the Sky City in the 72 Southern Sea Islands. He was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't know about the Sky City, so he also introduced the Sky City's position in ancient times to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai really didn't know what the Sky City was. But now that he knew, after seeing Master Huida's words, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. Then he immediately invited the people of the mysterious Sky Sect. This time, the mysterious Sky Sect sent Taoist priest Fierce Tiger. After cooperating with Zhao Hai and the others several times, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger had completely put away his thoughts. Because of this, the people of the mysterious Sky Sect were more willing to let Taoist priest Fierce Tiger discuss things with Zhao Hai. After all, it was easier to work with an acquaintance. When Taoist priest Fierce Tiger arrived at the Sea Exploring sect, he was directly invited to the study by Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai asked Taoist priest Fierce Tiger to sit down, he said in a deep voice, "I invited Taoist priest Fierce Tiger here today because I have something to tell you. This is a letter from the abbot of the Myriad Buddha Temple, Master Huida. Please take a look." When Taoist priest Fierce Tiger heard that it was a letter from Master Huida, he didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately took the letter and read it carefully. This letter was written in a jade slip, so Taoist priest Fierce Tiger quickly finished reading it. After reading the letter, he looked at Zhao Hai with a surprised expression and said, "Sect Master Jian, is this true?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "It's most likely true. Master Huida is an eminent monk. It's impossible for him to lie to us." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, what do you think about this matter? A trace of excitement appeared on Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's face. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What else can we do? I think we should work together with the other sects and have the 72 islands of the South Sea spit out Sky City. They actually dared to monopolize such a thing. They really don't know what's good for them." Zhao Hai looked at Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and sighed, "I also want to, but I can't." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, you have to understand that if we really do this, then our three-way alliance will cease to exist. Even if we obtain treasures in the future, our alliance will cease to exist. Our strength will also be greatly reduced. When the time comes, what if those sects want to deal with us? Will we join forces with the 72 islands of the South Sea? At that time, will they still believe us? No, they definitely won't. So we can't do that. What I mean is that we should first invite the people of the 72 islands of the South Sea and let them know that the sects already know about Sky City. Let's see what they choose, then we'll make a decision. If they want to negotiate with the sects and ask for more benefits, then there's no problem. We can stand on their side. But if they don't want to hand over Sky City and want to go to war with the sects, then we can only give up. What do you think, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger? After listening to Zhao Hai's words, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger's expression changed. Finally, he said, Sect Master Jian, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to report it to the sect master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this matter is of great importance. Please hurry up. I'm going to send a letter to the 72 islands of the South Sea to invite Jia Yiming to come and discuss this matter. So, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, please hurry up. When Taoist priest Fierce Tiger heard Zhao Hai's words, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was telling him that whether he agreed or not, he had already decided to do this. If he agreed, then make a decision quickly. If he didn't, then he could only do it himself. Because of this, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger immediately nodded. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. After Fierce Tiger left, Zhao Hai immediately sent a letter to Jia Yiming. Zhao Hai had already decided to inform the 72 islands about this matter. In any case, Huide and the others didn't care about this. This was because they wanted to unite all the great sects of the Sword Spirit realm. If they couldn't capture the 72 islands, then the 72 islands would be too strong. At that time, they wouldn't be able to stay in the South Sea for a long time. After doing these things, Zhao Hai calmed down. He didn't think that Sky City would have such a great background. However, he still had to follow his plan. This was because his plan wasn't wrong. Moreover, he wouldn't go all out against the great sects. He could support the 72 islands, but he wouldn't allow them to go all out against the great sects. That would be courting death, and he didn't want to accompany the 72 islands to their deaths. After Zhao Hai sent the message to the South Sea, the 72 islands felt very strange. This was because Zhao Hai wanted to invite the 72 islands to send a representative to the sea exploring sect. In other words, the matter that Zhao Hai wanted to discuss was related to the entire 72 islands. This made them curious. After some discussion, they decided to send Jia Yiming to see Zhao Hai and see what Zhao Hai wanted. At this time, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger had already returned from the Profound Sky sect. After some discussion, the people of the Profound Sky sect decided to follow Zhao Hai's plan. They decided to support the 72 islands in the end, but they wouldn't support them in going all out against the great sects. If they really went all out, then the Profound Sky sect wouldn't agree. Now that the Profound Sky sect agreed, Zhao Hai was even more confident. Moreover, he was already very kind to the 72 islands. If the 72 islands really wanted to die, then Zhao Hai wouldn't follow them. When Jia Yiming arrived at the sea exploring sect, he already knew that Taoist priest Fierce Tiger was here. This made him even more curious. He didn't know why Zhao Hai wanted to see him. Then he was invited to Zhao Hai's study. Only Zhao Hai and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger were in the study. When the two saw Jia Yiming, they stood up and gave him a salute. Jia Yiming immediately returned the salute. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Sect Master Jian, why did you call me in such a hurry? You also have to represent the 72 islands. I haven't heard of anything big happening in the Sword Spirit world recently. Zhao Hai looked at Jia Yiming and couldn't help but sigh. Then he said, 2 days ago, the abbot of the Myriad Buddha Temple, Grandmaster Huide, sent me a letter. Take a look. Then Zhao Hai handed a jade slip to Jia Yiming. Jia Yiming took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then his expression changed. After he carefully read the contents of the jade slip, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Jian, is this true? Zhao Hai looked at Jia Yiming and said, I don't need to lie to you. I'm afraid that Grandmaster Huide has already contacted the other sects, preparing to pressure the 72 islands together. Maybe Grandmaster Huide thinks highly of me, so he sent me this letter. Island Lord Jia, you already know about this matter. I've also discussed it with the Taoist priest and decided to support you. But I'll say the ugly words first, if the 72 islands really want to go all out against the other sects, then we won't accompany you. This is because there's no need to go all out. If you want to get more benefits, then that's fine, we'll definitely support you. Do you understand? Jia Yiming understood Zhao Hai's meaning. He nodded and said, I understand. Thank you, Sect Master Jian. Thank you, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger. I'll go back now and discuss this matter with everyone. We'll see what everyone thinks. Sect Master Jian, we'll remember your kindness to the 72 islands. Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then he turned around and walked out. No, he couldn't be called leaving, he should be called running away. Looking at Jia Yiming's back, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then, he turned to Taoist Master Fierce Tiger and said, "It seems that Jia Yiming is more anxious than us." Of course he's anxious. This is a matter of life and death in the South Sea. How can he not be more anxious than us? Sect Master Jian, what do you think they will choose? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. It's very simple. They will certainly agree. If they don't agree, then we don't need to care about them. After all, this is clearly courting death. We can't accompany them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Taoist Master Ferocious Tiger nodded and sighed. I'm a bit worried. Among the 72 islands, people like Island Master Jia Yiming are actually in the minority. Many of the island masters don't take the sects of the sword spirit boundary seriously. In fact, the Sea Exploration sect and the 72 islands worked together to deal with us. Later on, the 72 islands betrayed us. All of this was caused by those people, so it's reasonable for them to make decisions that they shouldn't have. The situation is different this time. This time, they are facing all the sects in the sword spirit boundary, such as Buddhism, Profound Sect, Sword Sect, and Devil Sect. If the 72 islands still want to go against them, then they are really idiots. That's right. This time, their enemy is too strong. Just like last time, the Million Buddhist sect was annihilated easily. If the 72 islands of the South Sea were to fight against the Million Sword sect, it would be impossible for the Million Sword sect to annihilate the 72 islands of the South Sea, but it would be possible for them to inflict heavy losses. Of course, the Million Sword sect would not have an easy time. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, let's not care about them. No matter what they choose, we don't need to care about them. If they really make the wrong choice, then we don't have to be polite. Taoist Tiger nodded and let out a long sigh. To be honest, Sect Master Jian, I'm really surprised that you're able to inform the 72 islands of the South Sea. They've betrayed us this time. They didn't even tell us about such a good thing and wanted to take all the benefits for themselves. They really aren't loyal enough. Haha, that's too much. We are just allies. They don't need to inform us if there are benefits. Just like us, would we inform them if there are benefits? After all, we are not from the same sect. Are not even as close as the Sea Exploring sect. So it's right that they didn't tell us. There's no need to bicker with them. Sect Master Jian is really broad-minded. When our sect master heard the news, he was furious. But for the sake of the overall situation, he agreed to your proposal. Yes, it's for the overall situation. I'm also doing it for the overall situation. Otherwise, I can use this matter as an excuse to fall out with the 72 islands of the South Sea. But now, the three of us have to face all the major sects of the sword spirit boundary. Although they haven't joined forces to deal with us, if our alliance is broken, then the major sects may seize the opportunity to reach the South Sea. At that time, even if we beat them back, I'm afraid we will have to pay a high price. Now, let's wait for their news. If they are really prepared to go against the major sects, then we will definitely not participate. The overall situation is very important. But if we go against the major sects at this time, then it is equivalent to going against the sword spirit boundary. We will definitely not do it. I won't either. If the major sects want to extend their hands to the South Sea, the benefits are too great. Moreover, they will encounter the desperate resistance of the three of us. Different from the current situation, the major sects won't kick us out this time. They just want to divide most of the benefits. There are too many good things in Sky City. We really can't eat them all. Well, Sect Master Jian, then I will go and rest first. I don't think Jia Yiming will be back too soon. The number of people in the South Sea's 72 Islands Alliance is more than the number of people in the Sea Exploring Alliance. Moreover, it is very difficult for them to find a leader now. It seems like this matter can be discussed. There's no need to rush. Anyway, all the major sects are now discussing a plan. By the time they're done, I think the 72 islands in the South China Sea should be done as well. If they're still not done by the time the major sects take action, then they're really courting death. We can't help them. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger nodded and cupped his fists at Zhao Hai before turning and leaving. Zhao Hai looked at Taoist Master Fierce Tiger's back and smiled slightly. He murmured, "How interesting. The Black Heaven sect has no confidence in the 72 Islands Alliance. How interesting." 3 days after Jia Yiming returned to the 72 Islands Alliance, news came from the Sword Spirit world that the ruins of Sky City had been discovered in the South Sea. This Sky City was related to the history of the entire Sword Spirit world. Therefore, all the major sects in the Sword Spirit world hoped that the 72 Islands Alliance would make Sky City public so that all the sects in the Sword Spirit world could excavate it. The 72 islands of the South Sea were just as Taoist Master Fierce Tiger had said. They still hadn't made a decision within 3 days, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. After this news spread, the 72 Islands Alliance finally couldn't sit still. 2 days after the news spread, Jia Yiming came to the Sea Exploring sect again. Zhao Hai invited him to the study and also invited Taoist Master Fierce Tiger. After the 3 of them sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Jia Yiming and said, "Island Lord Jia, you seem to be very tired. However, I still have to say a few words. It's really not right for you to wait so long to make a decision." Jia Yiming looked at Zhao Hai and wryly smiled. Then he said, "Sect Master Jian, you're overestimating us. In fact, we still haven't made a decision." "What? Still haven't made a decision?" The news from the major sects is actually a warning. Next, they will send people to the 72 Islands Alliance. I think they will send people to the 72 Islands Alliance in the next 2 days. You still haven't made a decision? Is it that hard to make a decision? Giving up the majority of the benefits and getting a part of it is already very good. After all, what you're facing now is the entire Sword Spirit world. What's wrong with giving up some things when necessary? You're right, there's nothing wrong with giving up some things. I also agree with giving up some things. However, some people don't agree. They want to use a tough attitude to face the major sections. They want to use the geographical advantage of the South Sea to contend with the major sections. They're determined not to give up Sky City's ruins. Are they crazy? Do they think they're stronger than the Myriad Sword sect? Are they still thinking that while fighting with the major sects, they'll send their disciples to attack the sect's branches and force them to retreat? It's not that the Myriad Sword sect didn't think of using this trick, but it didn't work at all. I dared to say this to them, but they also said that our 72 Islands Alliance had geographical advantage. The Myriad Sword sect only has one sect. If the sect is attacked, the disciples of the Myriad Sword sect will have to retreat. But we're different. We have 72 islands, and they're very far apart. We can give up some of the islands and continue to contend with the major sections. As long as the major sects retreat, we'll win. What about you? What's your opinion?" Zhao Hai looked at Jia Yiming. He didn't know what to say. The arrogance and stupidity of the island masters of the 72 Islands Alliance had exceeded his imagination. Jia Yiming looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "What can I do? Of course, I won't agree. But no one will listen to my opinion. What's the use of me saying it?" Zhao Hai looked at Jia Yiming and said in a deep voice, "No one will listen to your opinion, but you have to think about the Spirit Crab Island." "Island Master Jia, I'll say something unpleasant. The islands that the island masters are preparing to give up, does that include your Spirit Crab Island? Once the major sects attack you, the Spirit Crab Island will bear the brunt. You won't be able to resist and will have to give up. But what happens after you give up? What will you do? Live under someone else's roof? Also, do the major sects really want to destroy the 72 Islands Alliance? No, they want the ruins of the Sky City. If they fight the Spirit Crab Island, they can go and excavate the ruins of the Sky City. But what about you? You won't be able to get anything. With the character of the major sects, if they get the Spirit Crab Island, will they return it to you? At that time, with the Spirit Crab Island as a bridgehead, they can go all out to attack the 72 Islands Alliance. Our Profound Heaven sect and Sea sect will be safe because what the major sects want the most is the 72 Islands Alliance, not our profound heaven sect and sea exploring sect. When the time comes, what will happen to your spirit crab island? Island Master Jia, you and I have known each other for a long time. I treat you as a friend, that's why I'm telling you this. Think about it carefully. The 72 Islands Alliance is a whole. But if you're the only one sacrificed in this whole alliance, and you can't protect the interests of the 72 Islands Alliance, then is your sacrifice worth it? This matter can be resolved satisfactorily. If the 72 Islands Alliance has made such a decision, then I have no other choice. I'm afraid that the Profound Heaven sect and I won't go to war with the major sects because of this. Why not? If you agree, then we can cooperate. The 72 Islands Alliance is willing to give up the ruins of the Sky City. The three of us can divide it equally, as long as we can withstand the attacks of the major sections. Are you kidding? Withstand the attacks of the major sects? How? If we can really withstand the attacks of the major sects, then didn't we do it in the Secret Realm Labyrinth? At that time, we still had the Iron Buddha Temple as an ally. Why would we give up the labyrinth? We can share it with the major sections. Some things can't be solved by risking our lives. If that could be solved, then the Myriad Sword sect wouldn't have been destroyed. Jia Yiming left the Sea Exploration Alliance. Zhao Hai's words touched him a lot. Zhao Hai was right, the island lords of the 72 islands in the South Sea had made the wrong decision. If they really went to war with the other sects, then they could use some space in exchange for more time. However, as Zhao Hai said, the first place to be abandoned was the Spirit Crab Island. This time, the sects didn't attack them for the sake of destroying the 72 islands. They didn't even need to fight this war because the other party didn't need to attack them. If the sects attacked the Spirit Crab Island, then they wouldn't care about them anymore and would turn around to excavate the ruins. At that time, what would they do? Would they continue to attack the other sects? With the 72 islands in the South Sea, would they have any chance of winning against the entire continent? Jia Yiming also understood Zhao Hai's attitude. Just as Zhao Hai said, if they really wanted to resist, then wouldn't it be better to do so in the maze? At that time, the Iron Buddha Temple was on their side, but what about now? Now, even the Sea Exploration sect and the Profound Sky sect wouldn't be on their side. What else could they use to fight against the other sects of the continent? Moreover, Jia Yiming recently received news that even the sacred gates of the secret realm were involved in this matter. This wasn't a trivial matter. In the past, the other sects of the continent could directly destroy the Myriad Sword sect. Now, with the addition of a sacred gate that was even more powerful than the Myriad Buddha Temple, they had no chance of winning. Because of this, Jia Yiming completely gave up. After Jia Yiming left, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned to Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and said, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, you really understand them. These guys are really stupid. For some benefits, they actually want to fight against the entire Sword Spirit realm. I really don't know what to say. Taoist Master Ferocious Tiger smiled bitterly and said, they're used to being the overlords of the South Sea over the years. They thought that everyone would give them some face. Sect Master Jin, the lesson you taught them was too small. These people who call themselves kings behind closed doors really think that they're big shots. Zhao Hai shook his head. Then he sighed and said, forget it, let's see what they decide. If Jia Yiming still decides to fight against the sects, then we can only withdraw. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Jin, if we really withdraw, then can we pressure them together with the other sects? Zhao Hai glanced at Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and sighed, to be honest, I really don't want to do this. No matter what, we're allies with the 72 islands. If we really do this, then our reputation in the Sword Spirit realm will be ruined. Let's take it one step at a time. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger also sighed and said in a deep voice, these guys from the 72 islands of the Southern Sea are really stupid. Forget it, let's wait and see. Zhao Hai nodded. Just as Taoist priest Fierce Tiger was about to leave, he heard Iron Snake's voice, young master, Master Huining from the Myriad Buddha Temple is here. Do you want to meet him? What? Master Huining is here? Quickly invite him in. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, will you come with me to the door to welcome him? Of course, that's for the best. Daoist priest Fierce Tiger didn't expect Master Huining to come to the sect at this time, so he naturally wanted to know why Master Huining was here. As soon as the two walked out of the study, they saw Iron Snake leading Master Huining to the study. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist at Master Huining and said, I didn't expect Master Huining to come here today. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Master Huining didn't bring anyone and came alone. He smiled at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Jian, you're too polite. This old monk came too suddenly. Daoist priest Fierce Tiger also greeted Master Huining. After the two greeted each other, Zhao Hai invited Master Huining into the study. After they sat down, Iron Snake served them tea before retreating behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Master Huining and said, Master Huining, you suddenly came to our sect today. Is it because of Sky City? Great Master Huining smiled faintly and said, talking to Sect Master Jian is really straightforward. That's right, old monk came today for the matter of Sky City's ruins. Senior brother Feng Zhang has already told Sect Master Jian about Sky City's situation. Sect Master Jian should also know what Sky City means to the Sword Spirit world. I wonder what Sect Master Jian's attitude is? Zhao Hai looked at Grandmaster Huining and said, Grandmaster Huining is right. I'm very clear about what Sky City means to the Sword Spirit realm. When Grandmaster Huining informed me about this matter, I already thought about this point. Therefore, I directly told the mysterious Sky sect about this matter. After we reached a consensus, I told the 72 islands about this matter. I also told them that we can support them, but there is a precondition. They have to take out Sky City's ruins and imitate the method of the labyrinth, sharing it with all the sects of the Sword Spirit realm. We can support them and let them get more benefits. But if they don't want to take out the ruins and want to monopolize it, then we won't support them. This is our attitude. Great Master Huining nodded and said, Ba, Lord Jian's decision is reasonable. This old monk has nothing to say. However, I wonder what the people of the Southern Sea's 72 islands think. When Zhao Hai heard Grandmaster Huining, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, I'm not afraid of Grandmaster laughing. Actually, Island Master Jia Yiming just left, he came to us to discuss this matter. The 72 islands of the South Sea should be divided into two factions. One faction wants to share the ruins with everyone while the other faction doesn't. This time, Island Master Jia Yiming came to see the opinions of our two factions. I've already told him that our opinions are very clear. If they want to fight with the great sects over this matter, then we absolutely won't participate. We still hope that they can share Sky City's ruins with everyone. At worst, they would be able to get something from it, but it would be impossible for them to monopolize it. Now, Island Master Jia Yiming is in a very difficult position. This is because he also wants to share the ruins with everyone. When Island Master Jia Yiming returns, he would have to make the final decision. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I've already told Island Master Jia Yiming about this matter. Grandmaster Huining nodded and said, Alright, I understand. Thank you, Sect Lord Jian. This old monk admires Sect Lord Jian's decision. This old monk will immediately return to report to Senior Brother Abbot and ask him to make a decision. Zhao Hai replied, Grandmaster Huide, please tell Grandmaster Huide that it's time to put some pressure on the 72 islands. The decision of the Southern Sea's 72 islands is really unexpected. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandmaster Huide, please tell him that it's time to put some pressure on the 72 islands. When Grandmaster Huining heard Zhao Hai, he smiled faintly and said, Thank you, Sect Lord Jian. We understand. Sect Lord Jian's attitude is still the same as before, right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Correct. Our attitude has always been the same as the Profound Sky sect. We support the 72 islands of the South Sea to take out the ruins and share it with everyone. But if they want to monopolize it, then we won't support it. To be honest, the 72 islands of the South Sea had already promised that the ruins would be divided equally between the three of us and that we would be able to resist the Sword Spirit boundaries sections. We didn't agree. Alright, I understand. This old monk will return now. Sect Lord Jian, farewell. Grandmaster Huining didn't say anything else as he stood up and walked out. Zhao Hai and Daoist Tiger sent Grandmaster Huining to the door. Daoist Tiger looked at Grandmaster Huining and sighed, Grandmaster Huining came here today to see our attitude. It seems like the sects can't wait any longer. Even if sect Lord Jian didn't say anything, they would still put pressure on the 72 islands of the South Sea. These fellows really won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Zhao Hai replied, don't worry about him, we'll just watch from the side. Moreover, we've already expressed our attitude to Grandmaster Huining. After Grandmaster Huining knows about our attitude, no matter what decision the 72 islands make, we won't miss out on it. As for the people from the 72 islands, I've already lost my patience with them. Let them be. If they want to court death, then we won't be able to stop them even if we want to. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger didn't say anything. It was true that they were allies with the 72 islands in the South Sea, but they were enemies in the past. If there was a chance to sabotage the 72 islands in the South Sea, they wouldn't let it go. Now that they didn't need to sabotage the 72 islands in the South Sea, they couldn't blame them. They could only watch from the side and didn't help them. After Zhao Hai returned to the study, he suddenly felt that there was a situation with Jing Hai's clone in the Iron Buddha Temple. Zhao Hai focused his attention and found out that it was Abbot Wuyu who called Jing Hai over. This made Zhao Hai feel strange, he didn't know why Abbot Wuyu called him over. When Jing Hai arrived at the main hall, he found that in addition to Abbot Wuyu, the other elders were also present. Na Yun was also present. Seeing this, Jing Hai was even more stunned. However, he immediately gave everyone a salute. After he saluted everyone, Abbot Wuyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Jing Hai, I called you over this time because I have something to tell you. How much do you know about the demon domain? When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he opened his mouth and said, replying to the abbot, this disciple doesn't know much about the demon domain. I haven't been to the demon domain in the past. Abbot Wuyu nodded and said in a deep voice, we've received news that the various devil sects in the devil domain are expanding their forces. They've sent their disciples outside to establish some small sections. Using this method to expand their forces is a very dangerous signal for our Righteous Path Alliance. Therefore, we've decided to expand as well. The method is to learn from the devil sects and send disciples outside to establish sections. What do you think? When Zhao Hai heard Abbot Wuyu, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he immediately understood what Abbot Wuyu meant. This surprised Zhao Hai. He didn't think that he would have such an opportunity. Zhao Hai understood the meaning behind Abbot Wuyu's words. He wanted him to establish a small sect outside the Iron Buddha Temple, just like the devil sect disciples. To be honest, if this were to happen to an ordinary person, they certainly wouldn't be willing to do it. Being in a sect was very good. They could cultivate and have a lot of resources. If they were to establish their own sect outside, although they could still get the support of the sect, it would still be lacking. Take Wu Kai and the others for example, they weren't willing to leave. They wanted to return to the Poison Dragon sect. However, this was a good opportunity for Zhao Hai. There were a lot of people monitoring him in the Iron Buddha Temple. There were a lot of things that he couldn't do. It would be better for him to establish his own sect outside. Everything would be under his control and would be much faster. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately asked, Abbot, do you mean that you want me to go outside and establish my own sect? Abbot Wuyu nodded and said, right, that's what I mean. I also want you to go outside and establish your own sect. How about it? Do you have any objections? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, replying to Abbot, I have no objections. But where will the sect be established? How will the sect be managed? Are there any rules in the temple? Abbot Wuyu shook his head and said, there's no such thing. As long as it's an ownerless mountain range in the Sword Spirit boundary, you can establish a sect. As for how the sect is managed, that will depend on you. The sect will give you some support, but this support will be limited to a certain amount every year. You still have to rely on yourself. Moreover, the sect won't tell you what to do, everything will depend on you. In other words, you have the final say in your newly established sect, the sect won't interfere. But if someone finds a talented disciple, they will still be sent to the sect. What do you think? How about it? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, all right, disciple understands. But when will disciple go out and establish a sect? Abbot Wuyu replied, don't worry. I'm just informing you about this matter. It's best to wait until the matter of Sky City is over. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, disciple understands. Abbot Wuyu nodded and said, good, then you can leave. Zhao Hai responded. After giving a salute to everyone, he turned around and left. Abbot Wuyu looked at the backs of the crowd and said in a low voice, why do I feel that Jing Hai is impatient? Everyone chuckled. Wu Zui turned to Nuan Yun and said, Nuan Yun, you've been in contact with Jing Hai the longest. You know him the best. Do you think that letting him go this time is a good thing or a bad thing? Good news. Na Yun said decisively, junior brother Jing Hai is strong and alert. He's good at commanding. His abilities are definitely not limited to what he's shown. Therefore, I believe that letting him go is definitely a good thing. Wu Zui nodded, then he turned to Nuan Yun and said, Nuan Yun, releasing Jing Hai will cost you a lot. Jing Hai is your trump card, are you willing to let him go? Nuan Yun replied, as long as it's for the good of the sect, there's nothing that Nuan Yun wouldn't be willing to do. Abbot Wuyu nodded and said, alright, I'm relieved that you can say that. You can leave first. Nuan Yun complied, then he stood up and gave everyone a salute before turning around and leaving. After Nuan Yun left, Abbot Wuyu said, Jing Hai going out this time is an experiment for us. If it succeeds, then we can send more disciples out in the future. If it fails, then we can think of another way. Everyone nodded. Just like Abbot Selfless said, this time, Zhao Hai was sent out as an experiment. The main purpose was to accumulate experience. If he succeeds, then that would be the best. If he fails, then he can also accumulate some experience. The next time he sends out a disciple, he would know that he shouldn't make mistakes in certain areas. At this time, Zhao Hai was very excited. The Iron Buddha Temple letting Jing Hai out was really good news for him. He could now establish his own force. However, the location of this force needed to be particular. A sensitive place wouldn't do, but a remote place wouldn't do either. Zhao Hai kept thinking about the map of the Sword Spirit boundary, wanting to find a suitable place to establish his sect. Although Abbot Wuyu said that he could establish his sect on any ownerless mountain in the Sword Spirit boundary, he still needed to choose a place to establish a sect. Although there were a lot of ownerless mountains in the Sword Spirit boundary, not all of them were suitable for establishing a sect. You need to consider the future development of your sect, this was the key. If you establish your small sect next to a large sect, then needless to say, you wouldn't be able to develop much. Those large sects wouldn't be pleasing to the eye and would directly destroy you. Even if Zhao Hai had the support of the Iron Buddha Temple, it wouldn't necessarily be useful. The other party wouldn't kill Zhao Hai, but they would destroy the sect that he established. This was absolutely no problem. If Zhao Hai really went to establish a sect next to a large sect, then it would attract the attention of those large sections. Those large sects would think that Zhao Hai was establishing his sect under the Iron Buddha Temple's orders. This would cause a conflict between the two sections. If you establish your sect in a remote place, then you won't be able to develop much. Although you have a transmission formation that can connect to the outside world, when your sect wants to recruit disciples, there will be some problems. Those disciples won't have much confidence in you. Because of this, if you want to establish a sect and ensure that it can develop, then you need to do two things. First, there shouldn't be any large sects nearby. Second, transportation should be convenient. But a suitable place for these two things wasn't easy to find. Zhao Hai thought for a long time before a light flashed in his mind. This place should be suitable for establishing a sect. First, there weren't any large sects nearby. Second, transportation was very convenient. Third, it was very chaotic. There were a lot of rogue cultivators there. This way, there wouldn't be any problems in recruiting disciples. This place was a place that Zhao Hai had been to before, it was Mang Mountain. Zhao Hai went to Mang Mountain to hunt down an inner disciple of the Eight Sword sect, Renlong. In the end, he succeeded in killing Renlong. For this reason, the Sealed Sword sect owed him a favor. Originally, there was a Mang Mountain sect in Mang Mountain. But later on, it was divided into 13 smaller sections. They were called the 13 Strongholds of Mang Mountain. Now, they were also called the 13 Cities of Mang Mountain. The 13 cities of Mang Mountain had their own set of rules. There were a lot of rogue cultivators there. There were also a lot of rogue cultivators who offended other great sects. But because the people of the 13 cities of Mang Mountain weren't very strong, they couldn't expand. They couldn't even keep some of the territory of the Mang Mountain sect. They could only control some areas around Mang Mountain. The people of the 13 cities of Mount Mang were very united against the other great sects. They wouldn't allow the other great sects to enter their territory. However, they didn't care too much about the small sects. Around Mount Mang, there were a lot of small hills. On these hills, there were a lot of small forces. These small forces couldn't be called sects, they were more like gangs. They were mainly formed by rogue cultivators, and they didn't have a complete inheritance. Generally, they relied on collecting herbs, mining, doing guard work, robbing, and so on to make a living. There wasn't anything worth paying attention to. They weren't worth much attention. Regarding these forces, the people of the 13 cities of Mang Mountain didn't care. Moreover, there were also some small sects around the 13 cities of Mang Mountain. These small sects weren't very big. There was also some distance between their territory and the 13 cities of Mang Mountain. Because the 13 cities of Mang Mountain were relatively chaotic, and there were a lot of rogue cultivators there. Therefore, it was very suitable to establish a small sect there. Because the 13 cities of Mang Mountain were relatively close to it, it was very convenient to establish a small sect there. Moreover, there were a lot of rogue cultivators in the 13 cities of Mang Mountain. Therefore, there wasn't a lack of materials. It was also very convenient to purchase things. And since there weren't any great sects around, it wouldn't affect the future development of the sect. This was very important. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai felt that the 13 cities of Mang Mountain were very suitable. He immediately ordered the people of the Sea sect to investigate the situation around the 13 cities of Mang Mountain. Naturally, he also wanted to use his silver needles to investigate. In any case, he already went to the 13 cities of Mang Mountain, so he could use his silver needles to collect information. However, this was the only thing he could do right now. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, Shuaiji's voice suddenly came from outside his room. "Master, Martial Uncle Na Yun wants to see you." Because they were in the Iron Buddha temple and there might be people outside, Shuaiji didn't call Zhao Hai young master. Instead, he called Zhao Hai master and called Na Yun martial uncle. Zhao Hai replied, "All right, I understand. I'll be right there." After he said that, Zhao Hai directly went out of the room. Shuaiji was standing outside, and beside him was a monk. This monk was one of Na Yun's subordinates. Normally, he would run errands for Na Yun. Although his strength was equivalent to an inner disciple of the Iron Buddha temple, he was still a novice monk. In fact, he was equivalent to Na Yun's servant. Zhao Hai also knew this novice monk. Naturally, he also knew Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was Na Yun's favorite, so how could he not know about Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai also knew this novice monk. He was called Yuan Qing. He looked very young, about 20 years old, and looked very ordinary. When Yuan Qing saw Zhao Hai, he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "I've seen Martial Uncle Qing Hai. Master wants to see you." Because he was a novice monk of Na Yun, he addressed Na Yun as master and Zhao Hai as martial uncle. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, "All right, let's go." Then he led Shuaiji and followed Yuan Qing towards Na Yun. Before long, they arrived at Na Yun's place. After Zhao Hai entered Na Yun's courtyard, Na Yun looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "Come, take a seat." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down. Na Yun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, do you have any thoughts about establishing a sect? If you need any help, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll certainly help you." Zhao Hai replied, "Yes, senior brother. I don't have any thoughts about it. This news is a bit sudden. I've been thinking about establishing my sect there. As for help, I don't need it. I'm going to wait until the South Sea is over before I think about how to establish my sect." Zhao Hai nodded. Na Yun nodded and said, "Right, the most important thing right now is Sky City's matter. It won't be too late to think about other things after that. However, I called you here today to talk about this matter. You're going to establish your own sect this time, but that doesn't mean that you're no longer a member of the Iron Buddha Temple. It's just like a long-term mission given to you by Zongrang. You're still a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple and a member of my faction. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. As long as I can help you, I will certainly help you. Don't forget that you still have the Iron Buddha Temple behind you, and I, Naiyun, will support you. Naiyun nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai quickly turned to Naiyun and said, yes, senior brother. I understand. Senior brother can rest assured that I won't lose face for you. I'll certainly establish this sect. Naiyun nodded and said, it's good that you understand. This time, the sect sent you out to establish the sect because you're very capable. At the same time, it's also an experiment. If you succeed, then the sect can use this method to expand. If you fail, then I don't think the sect will blame you. They will just summarize the experience and use this method to expand in the future. Therefore, you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. Naiyun nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai replied, senior brother, rest assured, I don't feel any pressure. I've already thought about it. First, I'll choose a place and then I'll go to the Sealed Sword sect to recruit people. There are a lot of rogue cultivators in the Sealed Sword sect. Moreover, I have some connections in the Sealed Sword sect, so I have a certain amount of prestige among the rogue cultivators there. If I go there and recruit people, there shouldn't be any problems. Therefore, I think that establishing a small sect shouldn't be a problem. There are a lot of rogue cultivators in the sword spirit world right now. Every rogue cultivator wants to join a sect, whether it's a large sect or a small one. Therefore, recruiting people shouldn't be a problem. Senior brother, you don't have to worry about this. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Naiyun nodded and said, all right, it's good that you have a plan. According to what you said, it's possible to succeed. Because the Sealed Sword City respects the Buddhist sects, all rogue Buddhist cultivators are protected in the Sealed Sword sect. Moreover, they can eat a bowl of rice. However, there are still a lot of Buddhist cultivators who want to join a sect. Recruiting there is a good choice. After receiving the spatial bag, Zhao Hai said, senior brother can rest assured, I'll do a good job. I won't let you down. Naiyun patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, it's fine. Even if you fail, nobody will blame you. Just do your best. Just like what Zhao Hai and Daoist Tiger said before, the great sects had already lost their patience. The statement that Sky City belongs to the entire Sword Spirit boundary was a warning to the 72 Southern Sea Islands. If the 72 Southern Sea Islands were to cooperate, then they would immediately hand over the item to the great sects. This would save the great sects a lot of trouble. However, the great sects didn't expect that the 72 Southern Sea Islands wouldn't cooperate at all. This made the great sects' faces turn ugly. The last time Grandmaster Huining went to see Zhao Hai's group, he wanted to see their attitude. If Zhao Hai's group was the same as the 72 Southern Sea Islands, then the great sects would have to deal with Zhao Hai's group as well. After Grandmaster Huining learned about Zhao Hai's attitude from Zhao Hai, he was completely relieved. Zhao Hai was a sensible person. At this time, the great sects of the Sword Spirit boundary were shocked by the word Sky City. Whoever dares to block their path, they would certainly go all out against them. If Zhao Hai and the 72 Southern Sea Islands were to stand together, then the great sects would certainly attack them as well. Now that the great sects knew about Zhao Hai's attitude, they also knew about the attitude of the 72 Southern Sea Islands. Naturally, they would immediately put pressure on the 72 Southern Sea Islands. The great sects directly sent a delegation to the 72 Southern Sea Islands in order to negotiate with them about Sky City. In fact, this wasn't a negotiation at all. It was a final warning to the 72 Southern Sea Islands. If the 72 Southern Sea Islands didn't know what was good for them, then they would have to make a move. When the representatives of the major sects arrived at the Spirit Crab Island, the people of the 72 Southern Sea Islands finally understood the seriousness of the matter. However, there were still some island lords who wanted to go all out against the major sections. Seeing this situation, Jia Yiming finally couldn't bear it anymore. This matter really disappointed him. He didn't think that those guys would be this stupid. In the end, Jia Yiming joined forces with the island masters who wanted to cooperate with the great sects. They directly started to negotiate with the great sects. They didn't want to play with the island masters who were clamoring to fight with the great sects. It could be said that at this time, the 72 islands of the Southern Sea had already split apart. As for the island lords who were clamoring to go all out against the great sects, they naturally knew about the movements of the island lords. They immediately made a decision to attack the island lords who were negotiating with the great sects. Just like that, the internal strife of the 72 islands of the Southern Sea began. No one had expected this change, whether it was Jia Yiming and the other island masters who were negotiating with the major sects, the representatives of the major sects, or even Zhao Hai and Taoist master Fierce Tiger who were accompanying the negotiations. They really couldn't understand why those island masters would attack Jia Yiming and the others. Did they really want to risk their lives against the various large sects? Did they really want to monopolize the Sky City's ruins? Yes, there were a lot of treasures inside the Sky City's ruins. Obtaining the Sky City's ruins would allow the 72 islands of the Southern Sea to develop greatly. However, the current situation was very clear. If they don't hand over the Sky City's ruins, then they would become enemies with the Sword Spirit boundary. This was clearly courting death. Why would they do such a thing? The people from the major sects were also very angry. They were having a good discussion with Jia Yiming and the others. Now that the island masters suddenly attacked, they didn't give them any face. How could they endure this anger? The major sects immediately expressed that the island masters should immediately stop the attack. Otherwise, they would forcefully intervene in this matter. However, what the major sects didn't expect was that the island masters directly said that this was an internal affair of the 72 islands. The major sects had no right to intervene. If the major sects were to intervene, then it would be an invasion of the Southern Sea's 72 islands. This was an official declaration of war. Jia Yiming and the others couldn't do anything about this situation. They really didn't know what to do. They didn't think that this would happen. In the end, Jia Yiming and the others had no choice but to look for Zhao Hai and the others to discuss this matter. The reason why Jia Yiming and the others didn't directly let the major sects attack was because they knew that if they did, then it wouldn't be easy for them to withdraw. The major sects wouldn't leave so easily. Compared to the major sects, Jia Yiming and the others were more willing to believe in Zhao Hai. They would rather let Zhao Hai take advantage of the situation than have the major sects intervene in the Southern Sea's 72 islands. This was because once the major sects get involved, then they would be in trouble. As long as the major sects get involved, then they wouldn't be able to take it out. Because of this, Zhao Hai and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger were invited by Jia Yiming and the others to Spirit Crab Island. Besides Jia Yiming, there were also several other island masters. Naturally, they were all representatives. One must know that Jia Yiming and the others were on the side of 33 island masters. Compared to 39 island masters, Jia Yiming and the others were at a disadvantage. Jia Yiming was very familiar with Zhao Hai and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger. Therefore, he didn't hold back. After the two sat down, Jia Yiming directly said, "Sect Master Jian, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, I invited you here today to discuss how to deal with the other islands that are attacking us. I think the two of you don't want to be defeated by them, right? If they do, then the situation in the Southern Sea would change. Therefore, I invited the two of you to discuss this matter." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Jia Yiming and said, "Island Master Jia, what do you think? What do you think about those islands that are attacking you? Should we fight or should we make peace?" Jia Yiming replied, "War? At this time, there's absolutely no reason for peace. However, they are indeed stronger than us. I'm not afraid to tell you that all the great sects want to participate in this matter, but we don't want them to. If they do, then it would be troublesome. It's easy to invite the devil in, but it's hard to send him away. When the time comes, if they really want to occupy the islands, then I'm afraid we won't have the strength to drive them away. Therefore, I want to ask the two of you to take action. What do you think?" "So what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Indeed. If we let them make a move, then I'm afraid that the Southern Sea will change. We can make a move, but we can't do it for free. Although we are allies, we still need to get some benefits. What do you think?" When Jia Yiming and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they were a little surprised. They weren't surprised that Zhao Hai would ask for benefits, but that Zhao Hai would be so direct. This was really something they didn't expect. Cultivators cared about their reputation. Even if they wanted benefits, they wouldn't say it out loud. However, Zhao Hai directly told them that he could make a move, but he wanted benefits. This was really the first time they saw someone like this. Jia Yiming thought for a moment and said, "Sect Master Jian, what benefits do you want?" Zhao Hai turned his head and glanced at Taoist priest Fierce Tiger. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was asking for benefits for both of them. This matter was definitely not something he said alone. If Taoist priest Fierce Tiger got those benefits without saying a word, then Zhao Hai would feel that he suffered a loss. Therefore, at this time it was time for him to speak. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger opened his mouth and said, "Islands, we want the islands." This answer was also within Jia Yiming's expectations. To be honest, if Zhao Hai and the others sent troops to deal with the island lords, then Zhao Hai and the others would definitely not agree. Therefore, they already knew that Zhao Hai and the others would want the islands. To be honest, Jia Yiming and the others didn't want to give the islands to Zhao Hai and the others. However, they had no choice but to agree. However, they already had an idea. Jia Yiming said, "Alright, there are 39 islands attacking us. We can give you 6 islands. In other words, each side will get 3 islands. This is our bottom line. Naturally, this is under the condition that we destroy all 39 islands. If we defeat them and they surrender, then we won't be able to give you the islands. But no matter how many islands we destroy, we can give you the islands proportionally. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at Jia Yiming and the others and said, "In other words, you can divide the islands into 13 portions. After we destroy them, we can get 2 of them, right?" Jia Yiming replied, "You can't say that. You should know that we are now an alliance of the 33 islands and the other side is the 39 devils. After this battle, we also need some benefits, right? When the time comes, we will only get 1 island each and give you 3 islands each. This is already a big concession. What we want is not just 1 island. Your South Sea has more than 72 islands. The 72 islands are just the general name of the 72 forces that control the South Sea. Each of your islands has its own area of control. What you are saying now is that you are giving us the area of control of the 6 islands. That is to say, the territory that the 6 islands originally controlled will all be ours. It's not just 1 island, right?" Taoist Master Fierce Tiger looked at Jia Yiming and said. Jia Yiming looked at Fierce Tiger and felt a burst of bitterness in his heart. To be honest, he was really playing with words before. He only wanted to give the Sea Exploring Sect and the Profound Heaven Sect 6 islands. But now that Fierce Tiger and the others said this, he couldn't be careless anymore. He could only say, "Yes, you are right. It's the area of control of 6 islands, not just 6 islands." Zhao Hai looked at Jia Yiming and said, "Alright, we can make some concessions for these 6 islands. If we really destroy the 39 islands, then you can choose the 6 islands that you want. However, each of our sects must have 3 islands next to each other. If you don't give us 1 island in the east and 1 in the west, then as long as there's no problem, we can immediately act. What do you think?" Jia Yiming nodded. Jia Yiming knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was indeed making concessions. They could choose the location of the 6 islands. This meant that they could give them the poorest island. This was a loss for Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai and the people from the Profound Sky sect had already reached an agreement. The islands of the 2 sects can't be next to each other, but the islands of each sect must be next to each other. Their islands can't be too rich, but the territories that they control must belong to them. This was their bottom line. Jia Yiming and the others urgently needed Zhao Hai and the others to participate in the war. Therefore, they made some concessions. The 2 sides quickly discussed the conditions and signed an agreement. Although this thing wasn't very useful, Zhao Hai and the people from the Mysterious Sky sect weren't afraid that the people from the 72 islands would change their minds. If they dared to change their minds, then Zhao Hai had a way to deal with them. After discussing the conditions, Zhao Hai turned to the others and said, "Island Lord Jia, I hope that you can issue a statement saying that this is an internal matter of the South China Sea Alliance. You're not going to let outsiders interfere. Tell the great sects to stay out of this matter. As for us interfering, that's because we're from the South China Sea Alliance. Of course, we have the qualifications to interfere. Remember, you must say that it's the South China Sea Alliance and not the 72 islands. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Jia Yiming immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He nodded and said, "All right, but the great sects are preparing to excavate the ruins of Sky City. What should we do about this matter?" Zhao Hai said, "We can directly negotiate with the great sects. We'll only send some people to follow them, but the majority of our people will be dealing with the 39 islands. What do you think?" Jia Yiming said, "It should be fine. Then it's settled." Zhao Hai said, "We have to be wary of the great sects. If the 39 islands send people to attack them, then it would be troublesome. The great sects might use this matter as an excuse to intervene in the South China Sea. That would only be more troublesome." When Jia Yiming heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown, "But if they really do that, then we can't do anything about it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's really no other way. Therefore, we have to act quickly. Our army is already prepared and can arrive at the South Sea at any time. At the same time, you have to seal all the transmission formations near the ruins of Sky City. We can even negotiate with the other sects to make some concessions and give them some benefits. Under any circumstances, the sects must not intervene in the affairs of the South Sea's 72 islands." Jia Yiming sighed and said, "That's the only thing we can do. But there's one thing I need to say. This loss can't be borne by us alone. Both of you will have to bear some of it as well." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I have no problem with that. What do you think?" Taoist priest Fierce Tiger thought for a moment, then he said, "I have no problem with that as well. We can bear the losses together." Jia Yiming said, "All right, then I'll immediately issue a statement. Your armies can enter Spirit Crab Island and then go to the front lines. As for the negotiations with the other sects, I think it's best if Sect Master Jian participates in it as well. This way, the other sects wouldn't dare to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's not a problem. I can have Elder Hai Sherlan lead the army to the front lines. Then I, Taoist priest Xia, and Island Lord Jia will go and negotiate with the other sects. As long as we deal with the sects, then we can deal with the other 39 islands." Jia Yiming nodded and said, "All right, then we'll split up and make arrangements. I'll make a statement now. 3 days later, we'll formally negotiate with the other sections. However, you two should go to the front lines as soon as possible and resist the attacks of the 39 oceanic islands. The current attacks of the 39 oceanic islands are very fierce. It seems like they've been hiding a lot of their strength all these years. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this strong. It's no wonder that they want to challenge the other sections. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to resist the attacks." Zhao Hai said, "I'll send 5 of our sea exploring sects 10 cyan mist plates to the South Sea. In addition to these, we'll also send the 8 trigram sword chi formation. I believe that with this formation, we should be able to resist for a while." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger also said, "Our Profound Sky Sect Alliance can send 10 large artifacts and 10,000 cultivators." Jia Yiming nodded. He knew that although the Sea Exploring Sect and the Profound Sky Sect didn't seem to have sent a lot of troops, it was actually quite a lot. After all, their sects still needed to defend themselves. The most important thing was that they had brought out their large artifacts. This was already very good. Jia Yiming said, "All right, then it's settled. 3 days later, we'll negotiate with the other sects. Now, let's split up and prepare." Zhao Hai and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger didn't have any objections. The two nodded and then turned around to leave. After the two left, Jia Yiming immediately issued a statement in the name of the 33 Islands Alliance. He said that the war between the 72 islands was an internal matter of the South Sea Alliance. There was no need for outsiders to intervene. When the sects first heard this statement, they didn't have any reaction. But after carefully reading the statement, they understood that Jia Yiming's statement was about the South Sea Alliance and not the 72 islands. Grandmaster Huide and Taoist priest Xianxia were now sitting in the main hall of the Myriad Buddha Temple. The two were also looking at the statement. Huide looked at Taoist priest Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, what do you think this statement means?" Taoist priest Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple. That little friend has made a move. I have to admit that little friend's ability is really strong. His ability to make use of every opportunity is really unparalleled. Grandmaster Huida also smiled faintly and said, yes, I knew that he wouldn't just stand by and watch when the 72 islands fought. I didn't expect him to intervene so quickly. But to be honest, I don't think he took the initiative to intervene this time. It doesn't matter whether he took the initiative or not. What's important is that this time, they're going to expand again. Grandmaster, what do you think? The South China Sea is too sensitive. If we really reach out to the South China Sea now, then the three parties will certainly go all out against us. I don't know what the 72 islands of the South China Sea will do, but that little friend is a ruthless person. If we really push him too far, then he will do anything. I suspect that he will directly take action and destroy Sky City, and then deal with us to the end. Others may not be able to do such a thing, but he definitely will. This is why he is so terrifying. Yes, that little friend is a ruthless person. If we really push him too far, then he may really do that kind of thing. However, their battle this time isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. The South China Sea Alliance is busy with internal strife, so it's impossible for them to put too much energy into excavating the ruins of Sky City. We can talk to them and let them give up some of their benefits. I think that little friend has already thought of this and will take the initiative to talk to us. After this internal strife, the strength of the South China Sea Alliance will further decline. It will take a long time for them to recover. Even if they recover, there will be some conflicts between the three parties, and the root of this conflict is actually this battle. With that little friend's character, it's impossible for him to give up this good opportunity. If the 72 islands of the South China Sea don't give him a piece of fat meat, he won't easily participate in this matter. And the 72 islands of the South China Sea would rather give him the meat than let us intervene. Yes, the 72 islands of the South China Sea are afraid of us intervening. Otherwise, they wouldn't have issued statements one after another. Forget it, the most important thing now is Sky City. We don't have the mood to care about the South China Sea. Yes, Sky City's matter is more important. Mr. can solve the matter of the South China Sea. Let's solve the matter of Sky City first. As for the South China Sea, we have the free trade zone now. We can easily get supplies from the South China Sea. There's no need to be too anxious. Grandmaster Huida nodded, then he said, all right, then let's prepare for Sky City. Because of the sudden internal strife in the South China Sea, we haven't discussed the allocation of Sky City. It seems that we can discuss it now. I think the South China Sea Alliance will soon negotiate with us. We must discuss the bottom line first. Naturally, Taoist priest Tian Tian didn't oppose. Then the two invited people from the other sects to discuss the allocation of Sky City's resources. This time, there were more sects participating in the allocation. Some of the mid-level sects would also get a share. Because of this, there would be a lot of resources to be allocated. At this time, Zhao Hai and Fierce Tiger returned to their sections. Zhao Hai had already prepared to send troops to the 72 islands of the South China Sea. Now, he just needed to confirm it. After returning to the sect, he immediately called Haisher, Wenwenhai, Laura, and the others to his study. At this point, Haisher and the others were aware of the existence of Laura and the others. They also knew that the management of the Sea Exploring sect was mostly done by Laura and the others. Zhao Hai didn't manage the sect a lot, so they accepted Laura and the others. After all, this was the Sword Spirit world. Strength was everything here. There were a lot of strong female cultivators, and Laura and the others weren't weak either. Additionally, they were Zhao Hai's women. And when Zhao Hai became an origin refinement expert, his sword intent made them understand how strong Zhao Hai was. It was precisely because they knew how strong Zhao Hai was that they didn't have any other thoughts. They just wanted to be elders with peace of mind. Moreover, the development of the Sea Exploring sect was very good. Not only was their strength formidable, they also had a branch inside the Sword Tomb. They also had 2 secret realms. To be honest, with such a background, the other great sects couldn't compare to them. Because of this, Haisher and the others were very happy to be elders. They were also aware of what happened in the 72 islands of the South China Sea. Zhao Hai had already made them prepare to send troops to the islands at any time. They also knew why Xiao Hai and Fierce Tiger went to the islands. Because of this, they were very happy. Now that they heard that Xiao Hai had returned and called them over, they naturally knew that the matter in the South China Sea had come to an end. Xiao Hai looked at the smiling faces of Hai Stone and the others, then he smiled and said, I think everyone already knows that we're preparing to leave the 72 islands. This time, Fierce Tiger, Jia Yiming, and I have already discussed it. If we can eliminate the 39 Islands Alliance, then we'll get 3 islands. Those will be our branch in the 72 islands of the South Sea. Hai Stone looked at Hai Stone and the others, then he smiled and said, I think everyone already knows that we're preparing to leave the 72 islands. Upon hearing Xiao Hai, Hai Stone and the others became even more happy. They began to discuss the matter one by one. Xiao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, he didn't say anything. It was good to let them be happy for a while. After some time, Xiao Hai opened his mouth and said, You should know that the benefits that Jia Yiming and the others talked about can only be obtained if we eliminate the 39 Island Alliance. Otherwise, we won't be able to obtain it. Therefore, I'm going to send out all of the sect's elites. We need to select 5,000 elites from the sect and bring along 5 green mist plates. Iron Master, you'll be the commander while Elder Hai Stone and Wen Hai will be the 2 vice commanders. Wen Hai has experience in leading troops, so Elder Iron, you should listen to his opinion. I'll hand over the 8 trigram sword chi formation to Elder Hai Stone. If there's any danger, Elder Hai Stone and the others can use the formation to protect everyone. Understood? Everyone nodded, then Xiao Hai continued, I'll leave the sex matters to Laura for the time being. I'll go with Taoist Priest Fierce Tiger and Island Master Jia to negotiate with the other sects. Once we're done, we'll immediately rush to the front lines. While we're fighting the 39 Island Alliance, Laura, you must be careful of the situation back home. I think that those fellows from the 39 Island Alliance have gone crazy, they might attack us. Therefore, all the branches should be prepared to withdraw at any time. Also, make sure that the Sword Tomb branch's defensive formation is activated, we mustn't give the enemy any chance. Understood? Do you understand? Everyone nodded in unison. Xiao Hai nodded, then he looked at the others and said, All right, that's all I have to say. Go and prepare. After you're ready, we'll immediately depart to Spirit Crab Island and then to the front lines. Everyone nodded and immediately went to prepare. After everyone left, Laura turned to Xiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, can we really eliminate the 39 Island Alliance this time? They're very strong. Xiao Hai replied, eliminating them is difficult. However, we can weaken the strength of the 72 islands in the South Sea. We can also make the 39 Island Alliance's enmity with Jia Yiming and the others deepen. When the time comes, we'll have an opportunity. This time, we want the 3 islands. In fact, we want them to think that we can eliminate the 39 islands. If we don't, the Island Alliance and Jia Yiming wouldn't send 10,000 Island Alliance's troops. This time, the Island Alliance's losses, and Jia Yiming's. Laura replied, but our losses won't be small. Our losses won't be too big. First, it's because the people we sent are all elites who have experienced many battles. Second, our main attacks are long-range attacks. Third, we have the Cyan Jade Compass. This time I'll be bringing a Cyan Jade Compass. In any case, we can make Cyan Jade Compasses whenever we want. Laura nodded, then she said, You don't need to worry about the family. With us here, there won't be any problems. Xiao Hai nodded, then he said, I'm not worried about the family. Even if we lose some people this time, it wouldn't be a big deal. This is because the elite disciples selected this time are all elites from other sections. They might have seen that our previous battles were very smooth, so they decided to bring their own elites this time. Hee. But this time it won't be easy to fight. The location of the battle is the sea. The sea beasts of the South Sea have a different fighting prowess compared to on land. Once the elite disciples are exhausted, they will be more honest. Although they won't rebel, they still have their own thoughts. Xiao Hai nodded, then he said, but this time, they will be honest. Xiao Hai nodded, then he said, I'm not worried about the family. Even if they don't rebel, they still have their own thoughts. Laura nodded and said, that's good. Brother Hai, what about after this? Zhao Hai replied, after this matter, I'm afraid that I'll have to focus on Mount Maing for some time. It won't be easy to establish a sect there. However, there's no need to worry about the South Sea. Once the 72 islands are separated, it wouldn't be easy to reunite them. Whether it's us or the mysterious Sky Sect, we don't want to see them reunite. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Laura smiled faintly and said, the 72 islands of the South Sea are just courting death. Zhao Hai replied, I don't want to use force to subdue the 72 islands of the South Sea. This is because our losses would be very big. Moreover, it would also give the great sects an excuse. Unfortunately, there aren't many opportunities like this. In fact, our strength isn't enough. Laura nodded and said, let's slowly develop. After reaching the immortal realm, the lower realms wouldn't be of much help to us. Even those who have just ascended wouldn't be of much help to us. Zhao Hai replied, after some time, we can try to recruit some ascended people into the sect. In fact, these people have experience in cultivation. Moreover, after ascending, their physiques would become very good. They would be very suitable for cultivation. However, I don't know why the sword spirit world doesn't want these people. It's too strange. Laura replied, maybe it's because they're ascended. The people of the sword spirit world are very xenophobic. In fact, if Brother Hai told Hai Stone and the others that you're an ascended person, I'm afraid they wouldn't listen to you. They're very repulsive towards ascended people. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Then he looked around and said, no matter what, let's take a rest. The day after tomorrow, I'll be heading to Spirit Crab Island. I don't know how the negotiations with the great sects went. While Zhao Hai and Laura were talking, the Sea Exploring Sect's army was already prepared. A group of people had already left for Spirit Crab Island. Because they were already prepared, they didn't need to prepare anything and just set off. This time, the Sea Exploring Sect sent 5,000 people with 5 large artifacts. Moreover, all of the cultivators were elites. Because of this, their momentum was naturally different. Wen Hai also understood Zhao Hai's intentions. Therefore, although he was one of the 3 leaders, he didn't speak much. Most of the time, he just listened. When the group arrived at Spirit Crab Island, the people there were already prepared to welcome them. They arranged a place for them to rest as well as food. Then they were sent to the front lines through the transmission formation. This time, the front line of the war between the 72 islands in the South Sea was the Divine Turtle Island and the Sea Snake Island. The Divine Turtle Island and the Sea Snake Island were 2 neighboring islands. The Divine Turtle Island was closer to Jia Yiming and supported the idea of sharing the ruins of Sky City with the other sections. However, the Sea Snake Island didn't agree. In the end, the 39 islands of the Sea Snake Island directly attacked the Divine Turtle Island. Because the Divine Turtle Island didn't expect the Sea Snake Island to suddenly attack, their losses weren't small. More than half of the Divine Turtle Island's branches were taken over by the Sea Snake Island. The Sea Snake Island's army was now pressing towards the Divine Turtle Island's main island. In fact, Zhao Hai already knew why the 72 islands were divided into the pro-war faction and the pro-peace faction. He already had a complete map of the 72 islands, so he naturally understood what was going on. Although the 72 islands of the South Sea had always been grouped together, they were actually divided into 2 major parts on the map. One of the major parts was Jia Yiming's 33 islands. These 33 islands were relatively close to the Sword Spirit boundary, while the other 39 islands were closer to the deep sea. There was a very clear dividing line between the Divine Turtle Island and the Sea Snake Island. It would take at least 5 days to travel between the 2 islands. In other words, it would take at least 5 days to travel from the Divine Turtle Island to the Sea Snake Island. If one didn't use a transmission formation and flew directly, it would take at least 5 days. One could only fly on the sea and rest on the sea. There was no island for one to rest on. It could be said to be a dividing line. The dividing line used to be the forces of the 39 islands, known as the Southern 39 Islands. To the north of the dividing line was Jia Yiming's 33 islands, known as the Northern 33 Islands. There had always been conflicts between the Southern 39 Islands and the Northern 33 Islands. The people of the Southern 39 Islands were very hostile to the sects of the Sword Spirit boundary. They had always been quietly developing their forces and had little contact with the sects of the continent. On the other hand, the northern 33 islands didn't have much hostility towards the sects of the continent. They had been developing very well and had more contact with the sects of the continent. When Zhao Hai collected the map of the South Sea, he already knew that the 39 southern islands had a lot more secret bases compared to the northern 33 islands. Their forces were also a lot stronger compared to the northern 33 islands. Moreover, their customs were also relatively more intrepid. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect the 39 southern islands to openly challenge the sects and even engage in a civil war. He felt that the 39 southern islands had gone too far. At this moment, the two armies were confronting each other at the Mystic Turtle Island. Although the northern 33 islands were weaker than the 39 southern islands, this didn't mean that they didn't have the strength to fight back. The northern 33 islands had already transferred their forces over. The two sides had already clashed many times at the Mystic Turtle Island. Although the northern 33 islands had suffered some losses, they were still able to block the attacks of the southern 39 islands due to their geographical advantage. At this time, the allied forces of the Sea Exploration sect and the Profound Sky sect arrived. Although they didn't have a lot of cultivators, they were able to boost the morale of the northern 33 islands. This meant that the Sea Exploration sect and the Profound Sky sect had officially joined the war. On the other hand, the people from the southern 39 isles also received news that the Profound Sky sect and Sea Scouring sect had arrived today. Because of this, they were prepared to give the Profound Sky sect and Sea Scouring sect a show of strength by sending troops to attack the Divine Turtle Island. At this time, the one commanding the northern 33 islands was the island lord of the Mystic Turtle Island, Gui Xinyu. The people of the Mystic Turtle Island were good at taming turtles. Their island's most famous cultivation method was the 6-armor black tortoise art. This was a special body cultivation method. The reason why it was special was because it wasn't like other body cultivation methods. It didn't rely on tempering one's body to increase one's strength. Instead, it relied on a different situation. During cultivation, the Mystic Turtle Islands people would refine a turtle shell into their body and slowly nourish their body. This allowed their body to absorb the power of the turtle shell, and in the end, their body would become more and more powerful. This method was similar to the Iron Buddha lotus body of the Iron Buddha temple. However, it was much worse compared to the Iron Buddha lotus body. This was because it wasn't as painful as the Iron Buddha lotus body. Naturally, its might wasn't as great as the Iron Buddha lotus body. However, the Mystic Turtle sect's people's defenses were still very strong. Just as Gui Xinyu was receiving Taisher and the others, the island's alarm suddenly rang. Gui Xinyu's complexion changed. He quickly turned to Taisher and the others and said, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. Those fellows are attacking again. I have to go to the front to take a look. I'll arrange for people to take you to rest. Since you've just arrived, you should rest well. I won't accompany you." Then Gui Xinyu ordered people to take Taisher and the others to rest. However, Taisher waved his hand and said, "Island Lord Gui, you're too polite. We came here to participate in the war, not to be arrogant. Since the enemy came at this time, then it means that they're coming for us. Naturally, we can't just sit back and watch. How about this, we'll go with you." When Gui Xinyu heard Taisher, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said with a moved expression, "Everyone, I don't have any other intentions. It's just that I see that you've been working hard, so I want you to take a rest. If you want to fight, then you can fight whenever you want. There's no need to be anxious right now." Taisher smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. We also came here using the transmission formation. We don't need to rest. Let's go. Island Lord Gui, let's go and take a look." When Gui Xinyu saw that Taisher wanted to go, he couldn't say anything. He nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go according to Elder Tai." Then he led Taisher forward. Taisher turned his head to Haisher and Wen Hai and said, "Old Haisher, Old Wen, I'll leave the formation to you. I'll go take a look first. You can bring your people and follow me." Naturally, Wen Hai and Haisher didn't object. The two nodded and immediately began to form the formation. The Sea Exploring sect's elites had undergone some military training. Therefore, it wasn't very troublesome for them to form a formation. Before long, they were all in formation. Then they all boarded the green mist disk. Then the green mist disk flew out of the island. When the people from the Black Sky sect saw that the Sea Exploring sect's people had already left, they naturally couldn't help but follow. After organizing their troops, they also flew out. This time, the Black Sky sect also brought 10 large artifacts. Therefore, they also loaded their people into the large artifacts and flew out. Before long, they arrived outside the island. When they arrived outside the island, they saw a group of densely packed black dots flying over from the distant sky. It really looked like they were covering the sky and the earth. Guisenyu looked at the incoming army and couldn't help but coldly snort. Guisenyu was very annoyed by the undeclared war of the 39 Southern Isles. This was because the Divine Turtle Island was the first to be attacked. This caused the Divine Turtle Island to suffer the most losses. What made Guisenyu even angrier was that they were clearly doing this for the good of the 72 Southern Isles. However, the people of the 39 Southern Isles were treating them as traitors. This made Guisenyu even angrier. Before long, the enemy's army was only 1 li away from them. Then the enemy stopped and a huge sea snake flew out from the formation. This sea snake was very huge, it was 300 meters long and 50 meters thick. Its body was covered in cyan scales that sparkled under the sunlight. It had a triangular head and a pair of emotionless eyes that made people feel cold just by looking at it. Some people were standing on the back of this sea snake, but what attracted Guisenyu and Taishi's attention the most was the person standing on the head of the sea snake. This person standing on the head of the sea snake looked to be around 50 years old. He looked very thin, but he was very tall. He had a pair of triangular eyes, and his whole body was emitting a cold and slippery aura. He looked more like a snake than the sea snake at his feet. He had heard of this Taishi before. He should be the island master of the Sea Snake Island. His name was Jiaolong. Jiaolong glanced at Guisenyu, but it was as if he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Then, he turned his head and looked at Taishi and Xianxia of the Black Sword sect, who was standing beside Taishi, who was sent to command the army by the Black Sky sect alliance. Ha 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 ha. You two must be the representatives of the Sea Exploring sect and the Profound Sky sect's alliance. You shouldn't have come. The Sea Exploring sect and the Profound Sky sect really shouldn't have come. If you come, you will die here. Moreover, you will also bring trouble to your sections. When Jiaolong spoke, his mouth was like the wind. His voice always carried a hissing noise, just like a snake spitting out its tongue. When he heard Jiaolong's voice, it made him feel itchy from his bones. He couldn't scratch it, he couldn't grab it. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Xianxia wasn't a good-tempered person. He looked at Jiaolong and sneered, "Our Profound Sword sect has been in the sword spirit world for tens of thousands of years. No one has been able to destroy us. I want to see how you will destroy our Profound Sword sect." Taishi only glanced at Jiaolong and didn't say anything. He wasn't a person who was good at socializing. If he were to curse at someone, he would definitely lose. Therefore, he simply didn't say anything and just looked at Jiaolong coldly. Jiaolong looked at Xianxia and sneered, "Ridiculous, really ridiculous. You pitiful people, all of you are wagging your tails and begging in front of those big sections. It's really shameful. You only dare to act arrogantly in front of us, but in front of those big sects, you don't even dare to say a single word. But you don't have to worry. Soon, you will know that what you say is simply asking for your own humiliation." Guisenyu looked at Jiaolong and coldly said, "All right, Jiaolong, you don't need to talk nonsense. Didn't you come here to fight? What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Just fight." Jiaolong looked at Guisenyu Jade and sneered, "Old turtle, I really didn't expect you to be so stubborn. But you don't have to worry, I'll definitely beat you up. Look at you pitiful people, you're really pitiful. Our 72 islands of the South Sea could have dominated the world, but because of you spineless people, we can only stay here in the South Sea. Now, you're even letting those big sects ride on your head. Sad, really sad, you don't deserve to be a member of the 72 islands of the South Sea. You brought shame to the 72 islands of the South Sea." Guisenyu looked at Jiaolong and sneered, "Lose face? How come I don't know about this? Jiaolong, you are the ones who can't see the situation clearly. Do you think that what you are doing now is for the 72 Southern Sea Islands? You are really frogs in a well, arrogant and conceited. Open your eyes and take a look. There are many powerful people in this world. You want to be unhindered in the world? Are you awake yet? Not to mention being unhindered in the world, can you even be unhindered in the Southern Sea? If you want to be unhindered in the world, then you can only deal with us. Then you will have the opportunity to face those big sections. But after so many days, aren't you still here? Is this what you mean by being unhindered in the world? Your world is too small, isn't it? It's only half the size of our divine Turtle Island. Pitiful, really pitiful. Good, Gui Xianyu once again returned Jiao Long's words back to him. When Jiao Long heard Gui Xianyu's words, he almost died from anger. He coldly looked at Gui Xianyu and said, Gui Xianyu, you despicable person, today I will let you know how formidable we are. Finished speaking, he waved his hand, and all the big monstrous beasts behind him immediately rushed towards Gui Xianyu. Naturally, Gui Xianyu wasn't willing to fall behind. She commanded the beasts on her side to rush over. At this time, Taisher also returned to the Sea Exploring Sect's team. He landed on a green mist disk and looked at Hai Sherlan and said, Old Hai, you use the Sword Chi formation as the vanguard. Everyone else, form an assault formation and rush towards their formation. The so-called assault formation was actually a sharp formation. The tip of this formation wasn't the green mist disk, but Hai Sherlan's 8 trigram Sword Chi formation. Hai Sherlan said, Leave it to me. I want to let these guys know that our Sea Exploring Sect isn't that easy to mess with. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. After that, Hai Sherlan flew out of the green mist disk. Then, he waved his hand and the 8 trigram Sword Chi formation appeared under his feet. The 8 trigram Sword Chi formation instantly expanded into a huge formation with a diameter of about 100 meters. Then, the 8 trigram Sword Chi formation began to operate. Sword Chi appeared in the formation and shot towards the southern 39 Isles army. At this time, the Sea Exploring Sect's green mist disks were already prepared. Then the 8 trigram Sword Chi formation rushed forward with the green mist disk following closely behind. It should be known that the green mist disk didn't just lack the ability to launch an ordinary long-range attack. The green mist disk also had an energy launcher that could fire energy beams. Therefore, the Sea Exploring Sect's energy beams had already been fired before they even got close to the 39 Southern Isles Allied Army. The 39 Southern Isles Alliance didn't expect the people from the Sea Exploring Sect to be so fierce. They actually rushed over with just a few large artifacts. They were crazy. Did they really think that the great beasts in their hands were vegetarians? The great beasts of the 39 Southern Isles Alliance were also prepared. Then, they all rushed forward. At the same time, they used all kinds of water spells to attack the people from the Sea Exploring Sect. These spells were all launched by the great beasts, so their attack power was very strong. However, the might of the 8 trigram Sword Chi formation was indeed very strong. It could both attack and defend. When the 8 trigram Sword Chi formation attacked, the 8 trigram Sword Chi formation was immediately dispersed by the Sword Chi. As for the green mist disk, it was also blocked by the shield. Originally, the green mist disk shield wasn't as strong as Sha's. But after Zhao Hai and the others modified it, the green mist disk shield became even stronger. The distance between the two sides was only 1 li. Now that both sides were rushing towards each other, this distance was covered in a blink of an eye. Even the green mist disk couldn't increase its speed as the 8 trigram Sword Chi formation rushed into the enemy's formation. It must be said that the 8 trigram Sword Chi formation was really powerful. At this moment, the 8 trigram Sword Chi formation was like a circular saw that was constantly rotating. The teeth of the saw were all made of Sword Chi. When it rushed into the formation of the 39 Southern Isles Alliance, it was like a circular saw rushing into a forest. All the trees in front of it were cut down. Even the trees on the side were cut down. Of course, these trees weren't real trees, they were all made of beasts. Then the green mist disk rushed into the formation of the 39 Southern Isles Alliance. The disciples of the green mist disk took out their talismans and threw them out. In just a moment, spells were flying all over the place. However, because their speed wasn't very fast, the people of the 39 Southern Isles Alliance made some preparations. Isn't your 8 trigram sword chi formation very strong? Alright, then I won't dodge your 8 trigram sword chi formation. Instead, I'll attack the green mist disk. Therefore, in the end, Highstone discovered that the great beasts in front of him had given way. He couldn't deal with the great beasts like he did in the beginning. If he wanted to deal with the great beasts, then it would be very difficult. As for using sword chi to attack, a single small sword chi was nothing to the great beasts. These great beasts had thick skin and flesh, their defensive capabilities were very high. A single small sword chi simply wouldn't have any effect. If the sword chi were to be combined to form a large sword chi, then although the attack power would increase, the frequency of the attack would decrease. This way, the sword chi wouldn't be able to hit many people. More importantly, Highstone had to pay attention to the green mist disk behind him. He had to cooperate with the green mist disk. He couldn't let the green mist disk get caught in the formation. Therefore, he couldn't increase his speed. However, there was a problem. Their speed wasn't fast enough. It wasn't easy for them to rush out of the formation. Now, the green mist disk was facing more and more attacks. If this continued, the green mist disk might be besieged to death. Upon seeing this, Taishar's expression changed. He knew that he had overestimated himself this time. He didn't put the alliance of the 39 Southern Isles Alliance in his eyes. However, it seems like he had gone too far this time. The alliance of the 39 Southern Isles Alliance wasn't weak, on the contrary, they were very strong. Although the 8 trigram sword chi formation killed a few beasts in the beginning, it didn't kill a lot of them. But now, they were trapped. The energy beams that they shot out with the green mist disk were all blocked by the beasts. Moreover, the beasts had begun to attack the green mist disk. Although the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect were desperately attacking, the beasts didn't care about ordinary attacks. They were now attacking the shield of the green mist disk. If this continues, then the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect would be in danger. We can't go on like this. Taishar knew that if this goes on, then they would be in danger. He immediately took out a formation and opened it. Then he loudly said, "Old Hai, stop. We can't go on like this. Our previous charge wasn't enough, we can't rush out. You stay there and don't move. We'll take you as the center and form a circle around you. We'll stay here and defend." Taishar nodded and said, "Old Hai, we can't continue like this." Highstone also felt that the situation wasn't going to be easy. Now that he heard Taishar, he immediately nodded and stopped the 8 trigram sword chi formation. When he stopped, Taishar immediately commanded the other green mist disks to gather around the 8 trigram sword chi formation. The 8 trigram sword chi formation didn't move while the other green mist disks revolved around the 8 trigram sword chi formation. With the 8 trigram sword chi formation in the center of the formation, the green mist disks would be able to attack their enemies. Using this feature of the formation, the green mist disks would be able to clash with the 8 trigram sword chi formation. This way, nobody would be able to stop them. Taishar's method was very good. With the 8 trigram sword chi formation in the center, it could continuously shoot sword chi in all directions. As long as Highstone controls it well, the green mist disks wouldn't be able to hurt the green mist disks. And with the 8 trigram sword chi formation as the center, the green mist disks could rotate and attack. Like this, they formed a stable circle. Although there were a lot of great beasts in the southern 39 islands, it wouldn't be easy for them to break through the circle. Moreover, the Sea Exploring sect cultivators on the green mist disk had also found a way to deal with the great beasts. If their attacks were scattered, then it wouldn't have much effect on the great beasts. Therefore, they thought of another way, which was to attack collectively. Although they couldn't integrate all their techniques together and form a true giant technique, these techniques could still play a great role when used together. Although their lethality towards the great beasts wasn't great, don't forget that there were still people on top of the great beasts. Their attacks were still very powerful against the people on top of the great beasts. In fact, if there were more cultivators from the Tidewatching sect, their attacks would be more powerful. They would definitely be able to injure the great demon beasts. Unfortunately, there weren't many cultivators from the Tidewatching gang this time. Most of them were cultivators from other sections. Some used flying swords while others were body cultivators. However, there were very few who could use magical arts. Moreover, they had not been trained for a long time to attack with their Dharma artifacts. If they released their counter-Dharma artifacts, they might release too many Dharma artifacts at once and accidentally injure their own Dharma artifacts. That would be troublesome. It was precisely because of this that they did not dare to use Dharma artifacts to attack. They could only use talismans. Fortunately, the Sea Exploring sect itself produced talisman paper. Among the talisman papers they produced, some of the higher grade ones were left for their own sect members to use. Only the rest would be sold. In any case, Taishan's plan succeeded. After the formation of the circular formation, their situation improved a lot. Although the great demon beast army of the 39 Southern Isles was still surrounding them, it wouldn't be easy for them to harm them. In this case, Taishan also took a peek at the situation on the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield wasn't very good. The 39 Southern Isles had a large number of troops, while the 33 Northern Isles had a smaller number. They could only defend and were powerless to attack. On the other hand, the Profound Sky Sect's situation wasn't much better than theirs. The Profound Sky Sect's troops didn't rush out to attack from the very beginning. They gathered their large artifacts together and used the energy launchers on their artifacts to attack the enemy. However, such an attack wasn't very effective against the 39 Southern Isles. It can be said that the Profound Sky Sect's actions weren't as effective as the Scouring the Sea. The Scouring the Sea had attracted a lot of the Southern Isles forces while the Profound Sky Sect simply didn't display their strength. The 39 Southern Isles only sent some beasts to entangle the Profound Sky Sect's troops, making it impossible for the Profound Sky Sect to divert their attention. Seeing this, Taishan couldn't help but sigh. They had underestimated the combat strength of the 39 Southern Isles. These guys from the 39 Southern Isles were definitely not easy to deal with. Due to their carelessness, they had made a mistake, which was that they didn't utilize the greatest advantage of their large artifacts. When facing the great demon beasts, the large Dharma artifacts had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that their impact force was strong enough. As long as they had enough distance to accelerate, no demon beasts could stop them. All the demon beasts in front of them would be knocked away and killed. The disadvantage was that they weren't as agile as the great demon beasts. If their speed wasn't fast enough, then the large Dharma artifacts wouldn't be able to do anything to the great demon beasts. They might even be defeated by the great demon beasts. But this time, they were too careless. They were too close to the enemy, and the enemy was charging towards them. When they were not charging, the speed of the large artifacts would not increase. Naturally, there would be no conflict. In this case, their advantage would be gone, and they could only protect. If Taishan and the others didn't change their moves quickly, then they would have been in danger. They might have ended up like the Profound Sky Sect and become useless. Fortunately, the Mystic Turtle Island had already experienced many battles. The people of the Northern Isles were able to deal with it easily. So although the situation seemed to be unfavorable for the Mystic Turtle Island, there wasn't much danger. This battle lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, the Southern Isles coalition retreated. This was because the great demon beasts would get tired if they continued to fight. They needed to rest. After the Southern Isles coalition retreated, the Mystic Turtle Island also returned to the island. Upon returning, Guisinyu immediately invited Taishan, Haishan, Wenwenhai, Xianxia, and the other representatives of the Profound Sky Sect Alliance to the Mystic Turtle Islands Hall. There were already food and wine prepared. After everyone was seated, Taishan cupped his fists towards Guisinyu and said, "Island Lord Gui, I'm really sorry, we were too careless, we weren't able to provide any help, please forgive us, next time we will definitely teach those guys a lesson, I hope Island Lord can rest assured." Guisinyu nodded her head and said. Guisinyu quickly said, "Elder Tai, your words are too much. Who would have thought that the people from the 39 Southern Isles would suddenly attack? We were also caught unprepared. How can I blame you? If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have retreated so quickly." Taishan shook his head and said, "No, Island Lord Gui, you don't need to comfort us. We, the Sea Exploring sect, always speak our mind. We've never been too polite. This time, we and the Profound Sky Sect's fellow Taoists weren't prepared enough. Plus, we were a little careless. We weren't able to display the true power of our large Dharma artifacts. But this time, we've learned our lesson. We won't do it again. Xianxia nodded and said, Elder Tai is right. This time, we were careless. But this is the only time. We won't do it again. Gue Xinyu looked at Tai Shi and Xianxia and felt touched. The alliance between the Sea Exploring Sect and the Profound Sky Sect was only invited by the two sections. But because of the unfavorable situation, Gue Xinyu didn't know what to say. It can be seen that the Sea Exploring Sect and the Profound Sky Sect really put an effort this time. Gue Xinyu raised his glass and said, Everyone, today's matter isn't your fault. I, Gue Xinyu, represent the 33 Northern Isles Alliance to give you a toast. Thank you for coming. Come, let's have a toast. Tai Shi and the others naturally raised their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. Then Gue Xinyu looked at everyone and said, Actually, the strength of the 33 Northern Isles Alliance isn't much weaker than the 39 Southern Isles Alliance. But because the other sects are coming to the South Sea, we need some time to adjust and prepare. As long as the negotiations with the Island Lord are over, I think we'll have more troops to deal with the 39 Southern Isles Alliance. Tai Shi nodded and said, When the negotiations are over, the sect master will be here. I believe that as long as the sect master makes a move, those guys from the 39 Southern Isles Alliance won't be a match for the sect master. When Tai Shi said this, his tone was absolutely resolute. This also showed his strong confidence in Zhao Hai. Tai Shi's performance made Gue Xinyu very curious. Although he was from the 33 Northern Isles Alliance, he didn't have any direct contact with Zhao Hai. He didn't understand Zhao Hai's strength. His understanding of Zhao Hai was limited to some rumors. To be honest, he didn't really believe these rumors. But now that he saw Tai Shi's confident appearance, he couldn't help but be curious about Zhao Hai. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the people from the Profound Sky Sect Alliance. He wanted to see how they would react. One must know that Zhao Hai and the people from the Profound Sky Sect Alliance were enemies. Both sides had fought before. He wanted to see if the people from the Profound Sky Sect Alliance would be dissatisfied with Tai Shi's words. But what surprised him was that Xianxia and the others didn't show any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they nodded as if they agreed with Tai Shi's words. This made Gue Xinyu even more curious. Gue Xinyu was very clear that although Xianxia was the representative of the Profound Sky Sect Alliance, he was also a member of the Profound Sword Sect. The enmity between the Profound Sword Sect and Zhao Hai wasn't a secret in the South Sea. When the Profound Sword Sect first attacked the Jianyu sect, tens of thousands of people were killed by the Jianyu sect. Even the famous green jade compass of the Profound Sword Sect fell into the hands of Zhao Hai. It can be said that this enmity wasn't small. Normally, even if these two groups formed an alliance, they wouldn't see eye to eye with each other. But now, Xianxia and the others seemed to be very confident in Zhao Hai. This made Gue Xinyu even more curious about Zhao Hai. He really wanted to know what kind of person Zhao Hai was and why his enemies were so confident in him. Gue Xinyu also understood that Zhao Hai must be extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do this. Now, he really wanted to see Zhao Hai as soon as possible. He wanted to see the demeanor of the patriarch of the Scouring the Sea sect. Zhao Hai, Jia Yiming, and the ferocious tiger Taoist priest were sitting in the Spirit Crab Islands Hall. Inside the hall were Grandmaster Hui Ning, Taoist priest Tian Xin, and the others. These people were the representatives of the various sects in the continent. Since Grandmaster Hui Ning was the abbot of the Myriad Buddha Temple, it was naturally impossible for him to appear here. Jia Yiming looked at Grandmaster Hui Ning and the others, then he said, This time, I've invited all of you here to talk about Sky City's ruins. I think all of you already know about what happened in the South Sea. We're willing to take out Sky City's ruins and share it with all of you. However, the 39 Southern Islands Alliance didn't agree and have already begun to attack us. Because of Sky City's ruins, the 72 islands of the South Sea have already been divided. Today, I've invited all of you here to discuss how to deal with Sky City's ruins. Grandmaster Hui Ning and the others didn't speak, they just looked at Jia Yiming. Jia Yiming continued, our 33 northern islands have already joined forces with the Sea Exploring Sect and the Profound Sky Sect. Therefore, today, we're here to represent the three of us to discuss Sky City's ruins. All of you are representatives of the various sects, we aren't commoners. There's no need for us to bargain here. We only have one topic, and that is our bottom line. Let's see if you can accept it. After saying that, Jia Yiming looked at Grandmaster Huining and the others, then he said, but if you can't accept it, then that's fine. Although we can't protect Sky City's ruins, we can still destroy it in the shortest time possible. Since everything started with Sky City's ruins, then destroying it would be the best outcome. As soon as Jia Yiming's words came out, the people from the various sects couldn't sit still. Sky City was a great power in ancient times. There were countless treasures inside. Now, Jia Yiming wanted to destroy it. Regardless of whether these words were true or not, the fact that he was able to say it out loud was enough to shock these people. A sect's representative looked at Jia Yiming and said in a deep voice, I really don't know how Island Lord is going to destroy the ruins of Sky City. Isn't it more difficult to destroy the ruins of Sky City than to excavate it? Jia Yiming shook his head and said, no, it's not difficult to destroy the ruins of Sky City. You may not know much about Sky City, but the 72 islands of the South Sea have a good understanding of it. Today, I'll tell you the truth. It's been 50 years since we discovered the ruins of Sky City. Do you know why we still haven't entered Sky City's main city? It wasn't just because the ruins of Sky City were underwater and difficult to excavate, nor was it because the mechanisms in the ruins were still operational. In 50 years, with the combined strength of the 72 islands in the Southern Sea, most of the mechanisms should have been broken, right? The reason why the people of the 39 southern islands are unwilling to share the ruins of Sky City with everyone is because we have spent too much time and energy on the ruins in the past 50 years. It is beyond your imagination, so they are unwilling to give up. The main reason why we are still circling around the ruins for 50 years is that there is a self-destructing array on the ruins. This self-destructing array is connected. If you make a mistake, then a large area will self-destruct. If you make too many mistakes, then the entire Sky City will self-destruct. The power of this self-destructing array is very great. In the past 50 years, more than 10,000 disciples of the 72 southern islands have died from the self-destructing array. It is precisely because of this that we are so careful and don't dare to make a single mistake, because Sky City may self-destruct. If you don't believe me, we can even let our disciples demonstrate it to you. That is to say, if we want to destroy Sky City, it is really very simple, very, very simple. When Master Huining and the others heard Jia Yiming, their expressions couldn't help but change. They didn't think that Sky City would self-destruct. This was something that they didn't think of before. Jia Yiming looked at Master Huining and the others and said, I don't know how much you know about Sky City, but based on our years of excavation experience, it's possible for Sky City to self-destruct. Moreover, it's very powerful. If the ruins of Sky City really self-destruct, then we estimate that it's powerful enough to trigger a huge tsunami. All the coastal areas will be greatly affected. Naturally, it wouldn't affect the sects too much, but everything in Sky City will be destroyed. If you don't believe me, then you can go to the ruins and take a look. We won't stop you. After hearing Jia Yiming's words, Master Huining and the others began to believe him. If they didn't believe him at first, then now that Jia Yiming said that they can go to the ruins and take a look, they believed him. Even if Jia Yiming was an idiot, he wouldn't use this kind of thing to scare them. The people of the great sects weren't idiots. Whether what Jia Yiming said was true or not, they would know once they go to the ruins. Master Huining looked at Jia Yiming and said, Island Lord Jia, let's talk about your request. Jia Yiming looked at everyone and said, our request is very simple. From now on, we won't participate in the excavation of the ruins. You should be aware of the current situation in the South Sea. We have to deal with the 39 southern islands. We don't have time to participate in the excavation. Therefore, we won't participate in this matter. Master Huining nodded and said, that's fine. Moreover, we can guarantee that we won't hide the things that we excavate. Jia Yiming said in a deep voice, Grandmaster, we naturally believe in your character. There's no need for you to say anything more. What I'm talking about is the matter of share. We were the ones who discovered Sky City's ruins, and we've paid a great price for it. Now, the 72 isles of the Southern Sea are divided because of it. Therefore, on behalf of the 33 Northern Isles, the Profound Heaven sect, and the Ocean Seeker sect, I request that we take 1/20th of the ruins production. Isn't this a little too unreasonable? After Jia Yiming said this, the people in the hall began to discuss. They didn't think that Jia Yiming would ask for 1/20th of the profits. Although this amount didn't seem like much, since Sky City's ruins were within the 72 southern islands, and they were the ones who discovered it and were excavating it, according to the rules of the Sword Spirit Realm, it belonged to the 72 southern islands. Now, they had snatched the ruins from the hands of the 72 southern islands. This was their fault. And according to the rules of the Sword Spirit Realm, whoever discovered the ruins, even if they were the ones who excavated it, they would still have to give 1/20th of the profits. Naturally, if you killed the person who discovered the ruins, then you wouldn't have to give any of the profits. Therefore, from this point of view, Jia Yiming asking for 1/20th of the profits wasn't much, it could even be considered very little. Moreover, he didn't only represent the 33 Northern Islands, he also represented the Profound Sky sect and the Sea Exploring sect. This was equivalent to representing the entire Southern Sea Alliance. He represented the entire Southern Sea Alliance and only asked for 1/20th of the profits. This was indeed not much. Grandmaster Huining and the others had already discussed this before. Naturally, it was impossible for them to give the Southern Sea Alliance 1/10 of the profits. But one thing was certain, 1/10 of the profits was too much. Their previous agreement was to give the Southern Sea Alliance 1/15th of the profits. This was also their bottom line. If the Southern Sea Alliance wanted 1/10 of the profits, then they wouldn't be able to negotiate. In the end, they could only make a move. However, they didn't expect the Southern Sea Alliance to ask for 5% less than their bottom line. 5% wasn't a small number, yet they actually gave it up. This was really surprising. Grandmaster Huining and the others discussed for a while. Then Grandmaster Huining looked at Jia Yiming and said, "Alright, we agree to Island Lord Jia's request. However, you represent the Southern Sea Alliance, not just the 33 Northern Islands." Jia Yiming replied, "Of course, I represent the Southern Sea Alliance, not the 33 Northern Islands." Grandmaster Huining can rest assured about this. If Grandmaster Huining agrees to the second condition, then I'll talk about the third condition. The third condition is that we're going to war with the 39 Southern Islands. During this time, the sects must not use any excuse to invade the Southern Sea Alliance. They must not use any excuse to intervene in the affairs of the Southern Sea Alliance. What do you think? As soon as they heard Jia Yiming, Grandmaster Huining and the others immediately understood what Jia Yiming meant. Jia Yiming was still worried about them, so he had such a condition. However, this condition wasn't a problem for the sects. Their main focus was on the ruins of Sky City. The internal strife of the Southern Sea Alliance had nothing to do with them. This was something that they had already discussed. Therefore, Grandmaster Huining didn't hesitate to nod and said, "Alright, we can agree to these three conditions." When Jia Yiming heard Grandmaster Huining's agreement, he immediately felt relieved. Then he said, "Alright, since Grandmaster Huining agreed, then I won't say anything else. We can immediately sign the agreement. Then you can go directly to the ruins and excavate. You should know about the current situation of the Southern Sea, so I won't be polite. Come, bring me a pen and paper." Immediately, people from the Spirit Crab Island brought over beast skins and pens. Jia Yiming stood up and cupped his fist to the crowd and said, "Everyone, I'll have to ask Taoist priest Tian Tian to write this agreement." Taoist priest Tian Tian's calligraphy is famous in the Sword Spirit Realm. Let's take this opportunity to appreciate Taoist priest Tian Tian's calligraphy. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't easy to appreciate Taoist priest Tian Tian's calligraphy. Taoist priest Tian Tian's calligraphy was very good, but he cultivated the Heavenly Tao's jade brush and golden book. Normally, he would use his calligraphy to kill people. Appreciating his calligraphy wasn't something that ordinary people could do. When Taoist priest Tian Tian heard Jia Yiming, he also laughed. Then he said, "Jia Yiming is too kind. Alright, this agreement will be written by this poor Taoist." After he finished speaking, he didn't hold back. He took the beast skin and pen and directly wrote the contents of the covenant on it. In fact, the content of the covenant was very simple. It was nothing more than writing down the 3 conditions. Then it was time for the people of each sect to sign. Each sect didn't just have to write their own names, they also had to draw the symbol of their sect. Only then could they be considered as representing their sect. This was something that became popular in the sword spirit realm recently. Moreover, it came from the South Sea. This was because Xianxia and the 72 islands of the South Sea had signed an agreement. However, the 72 islands of the South Sea didn't recognize it. In this case, Xianxia naturally had to think of a way. Not only did they have to write their name, they also had to draw their sect's symbol. This meant that the paper didn't only represent themselves, but also their sect's face. If people were to know that their sect didn't keep their word, then their sect's face would be lost. Later on, this method became popular in the free trade zone. Because of trade, everyone had to sign some agreements. Drawing the sect's symbol meant that they represented their sect. Ordinary people wouldn't easily break the agreement. Otherwise, their sect's reputation would be ruined. Because of this method became popular in the sword spirit realm in a short time. After everyone signed the agreement, Jia Yiming immediately had people serve food and wine. After everyone ate in the hall, Jia Yiming sent the people of the various sects away. However, Xiaohai and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger didn't leave. When the 3 returned to the hall, Jia Yiming looked at Xiaohai and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and said, "Since the agreement has been signed, we can rest assured. The next thing we need to do is to deal with the 39 Southern Isles. What do you think?" Xiaohai replied, "At this time, the great sects should be focusing on excavating Sky City's ruins. We also need to invest more troops to deal with the 39 Southern Isles. Our sea exploring sect is preparing to send 10,000 troops. I'll also personally go to the front lines. As for the supplies in the rear, we can also provide some." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger said, "Our profound sky sect can also send 10,000 troops. If necessary, we can also increase the number of troops. We can also provide some supplies in the rear." Jia Yiming cupped his fists towards the 2 and said, "This Jia thanks the 2 of you. I won't say any more polite words. As long as we can destroy the 39 Southern Isles, we will definitely fulfill our promise to the 2 of you. Please rest assured." Xiaohai nodded and said, "I'll return to the sect to reorganize the army and transfer the troops. When we're ready, we'll immediately send troops to the front line. Please rest assured, Island Lord Jia." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger also said, "This matter is no longer just a matter of the 72 Southern Isles. It's a matter of the entire Southern Sea Alliance. We'll definitely do our best. Please rest assured, Island Lord Jia." Jia Yiming nodded and cupped his fists towards the 2 of them. He didn't say anything else. Everything was understood without words. Taisher looked at the disciples of the sea exploring sect in front of him and couldn't help but have a trace of sadness on his face. This time, there were 5,000 disciples who came with them, but now, there were less than 4,000 left. In just a few days, more than 1,000 disciples had died. How could Taisher not be sad? At the same time, he blamed himself even more because these disciples were killed under his command. Hai Sherlan's expression wasn't very good. In the past few days, the people of the 39 Southern Islands had been attacking them like crazy. Moreover, they sent a large number of disciples to attack. They weren't like before where they only used sea beasts to attack. Because of this, they had to send out ordinary disciples to fight. Although their large artifacts were very powerful, they still needed to deal with the sea beasts. They couldn't use them to deal with the ordinary disciples. It was precisely because of this that they had such a large number of casualties. More than a fifth of the total number of casualties had been lost. This made Hai Sherlan's expression quite ugly. Wen Wenhai didn't have any expression on his face. This kind of casualty wasn't a big deal for him. In the lower realms, they had suffered more casualties than this time. Although these were all elite disciples, this was war. Casualties were inevitable. If they regretted and blamed themselves because of this kind of casualty, then they might have already gone crazy. When Wenhai looked at the 2 and said, "The sect master will come tomorrow. You 2 don't need to be like this. Although there are a lot of casualties, this isn't a mistake in your command. I think the sect master won't blame you. Taisher smiled bitterly and said, if the sect master was in command, then there wouldn't be so many casualties. I'm still incompetent. When Wenhai looked at Taisher and said, Elder Tai, you mustn't have such thoughts. If you do, then it will affect your judgment. This will make it easier for problems to arise. In the end, more disciples will die. Therefore, you mustn't have such thoughts. Taisher opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. After a while, he sighed. When Wenhai looked at him and said, there's a saying, the merciful can't lead an army. This saying means that a general cannot be too merciful. If you are too merciful, you will see how hard the soldiers are training. If you are too merciful, then you won't have the heart to train them. If that happens, then they won't be able to learn anything that can save their lives and will eventually die on the battlefield. Similarly, this saying can also be used when two armies are fighting. When two armies fight, their goal is to eliminate the enemy. In this case, they can use any means, even sacrificing some people when necessary. Being merciful on the battlefield is the least desirable thing, whether it's to the enemy or to your own people. Taisher looked at Wenhai and didn't say anything in the end. After all, he didn't come from the lower realms. He hadn't seen the bloody battlefield in the lower realms. Therefore, he didn't have a clear idea of what a general should be like. Because of this, it was difficult for him to understand Wenhai's words. Wenhai looked at Taisher and didn't say anything. Then he calmly said, the people of the 39 Southern Isles must have heard that the sect master's negotiations were successful. Therefore, they strengthened their attack. They really don't want to give up on the ruins of Sky City. They still want to deal with the other sections. But with their strength, how could they deal with the other sects? What a joke. Are these guys crazy? Hai Sherlan coldly snorted and said, they're not crazy, they're just too arrogant. After so many years, the people of the 39 Southern Isles didn't have much contact with the other sects in the Sword Spirit boundary. Moreover, from this battle, it can be seen that they've worked hard to develop their strength. The increase in strength also increased their confidence. They must think that their strength is enough to run amok in the Sword Spirit boundary. That's why they're acting like this. According to Island Master Gue, they've become more and more unruly in the past few years. They've become very overbearing, just like the Myriad Sword sect. What's so good about being like the Myriad Sword sect? They were as strong as the Myriad Sword sect, but they were still annihilated in the end. They're dreaming if they think they can run amok in the Sword Spirit boundary. Forget it. Who cares about them? No matter what they want to do, it's impossible now. As long as Sect Master and the others arrive, they'll definitely be annihilated. Sect Master really wants the 3 islands in the South Sea. These guys invited Sect Master here themselves. They deserve to be annihilated. If the people of the 39 Southern Isles were to hear their conversation, they would definitely be angered to death. Zhao Hai's people hadn't even arrived yet, but they were already convinced that Zhao Hai would annihilate them. This was simply not taking them seriously. On the other hand, Taisher and the others didn't feel that there was anything wrong with their words. One must know that their sect master was Zhao Hai, the one who annihilated the Jianyu sect and became the sect master. Then, he gave the Mystic Sword sect a blow, forced the Mystic Sky sect to negotiate for peace, cleaned up the 72 Island Alliance, and established the Scouring Sea sect. Because of this, they believed that Zhao Hai would definitely annihilate the 39 Southern Isles. This was because everyone who went against Zhao Hai didn't have a good ending. At this time, a cultivator came over and bowed to Taisher, Elder Tai, the island master requests your presence. Taisher nodded and led Hai Sherlan and Wenhai to the main hall of the mystical Turtle Island. When they arrived at the main hall, they noticed that there were already a lot of people gathered here. Aside from Guixin, the other island masters who came to participate in the war were also present. When Guixin saw Taisher and the others, he immediately said, Elder Tai, Elder Hai, Elder Wen, you're here. Please take a seat. After the 3 expressed their gratitude to Guixin, Guixin sat down. After the 3 sat down, Guixin turned to the people in the hall and said, I think everyone has received the news. Our northern 33 Isles, the Sea Exploring sect, and the Profound Sky sect have formed an alliance with the other great sects. The Great Sects have also agreed to our conditions. They won't interfere in the South Seas matters anymore. This way, we can deal with the 39 Southern Isles without any worries. Tomorrow, Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and sect master Xianxia will come with 20,000 troops. Island master Jia Yiming will also bring 100,000 troops from the other islands. When the time comes, we must teach those guys from the southern 39 Isles a lesson they will never forget. These days, they don't have any scruples and can go all out. On the other hand, because of the Great Sects, our hands and feet are tied. This made them think that we're afraid of them. This time, we must let them know that we're not afraid of them, we have the ability to deal with them. Everyone's complexion looked a lot better. To be honest, they were a bit aggrieved in this battle. Because they had to be wary of the major sects, they didn't dare to send out too many troops. They could only passively take a beating. Anyone would feel aggrieved if they were constantly being beaten. Now, they could finally go all out and do something big. Guixin turned to Taisher and said, "Elder Tai, this time, Sect Master Jianjiao came personally. We're very honored. I've admired Sect Master Jianjiao for a long time, but I haven't had the chance to meet him. Tomorrow, we can finally meet. When the time comes, I'll need the three of you to introduce us." Taisher smiled faintly and said, "Island Master Gui is too polite. Sect Master Jianjiao and Island Master Jia Yiming have a good relationship. I believe that Island Master Jia Yiming would be very happy to make friends with a hero like Island Master Gui. Ha ha ha, Elder Tai is too polite. This Gui doesn't dare." Everyone chatted and laughed. The atmosphere became a lot more relaxed. Since their reinforcements would arrive tomorrow, they could finally relax. Early the next morning, cultivators began to use the transmission formation to arrive at the Divine Turtle Island. The first to arrive were the cultivators from the 33 Northern Isles. Jia Yiming also followed. Just as Jia Yiming's reinforcements arrived, the attack from the 39 Southern Isles began. This time, the attack was very fierce. Therefore, as soon as Jia Yiming's reinforcements arrived, they immediately threw themselves into the battle and repelled the attack from the 39 Southern Isles. It wasn't until the afternoon that the battle came to an end. But in the evening, the reinforcements from the Profound Sky sect and the Sea Exploring sect arrived. This couldn't be helped. There were only so many transmission formations. Because of this, the reinforcements from the Profound Sky sect and the Profound Sky sect were placed at the back. When Zhao Hai and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger arrived at the Divine Turtle Island, it was already evening. As soon as the two arrived, they were immediately invited to the main hall of the island. Gui Xinyu, Jia Yiming, and several other island masters stood in front of the main hall to welcome them. Zhao Hai led Taisher's group of 3 and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger into the main hall. As soon as they arrived at the main hall, Gui Xinyu greeted them. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Divine Turtle Islands Gui Xinyu greets Sect Master Jianjiao and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger. On behalf of the 33 Northern Isles Alliance, Gui Xinyu would like to thank the two of you for your help. Please accept my bow." After she said that, Gui Xinyu gave a big bow to the two. The two quickly helped Gui Xinyu up. Zhao Hai said, "Island Master Gui is too polite. Our Exploring Sea sect and the Northern 33 Isles Alliance are only separated by a strip of water. We are allies. The people of the Southern 39 Isles have gone against the tide. They wanted to kill the 72 isles in the South Sea. And now, they are openly provoking a civil war. As allies of the Northern 33 Isles, how can we just stand by and watch? We really don't deserve such a big bow from Island Master Gui." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger also said, "That's right. What the 39 Southern Isles have done is no longer just an internal matter of the 72 Southern Isles Alliance. This is related to the safety of the entire Southern Isles. Naturally, we can't just ignore it." Gui Xianxia said in a deep voice, "In any case, I would like to thank the two of you. Please come in." Gui Xianxia has already prepared some wine to welcome the two of you. After everyone greeted each other, they entered the main hall. The main hall had already been set up with wine and dishes. Everyone took their seats. After everyone was seated, Gui Xinyu raised his cup and said, "The 39 Southern Isles are arrogant and want to kill the Southern Isles. We will never agree. Today, we will drink here." Tomorrow, we will wipe out the 39 Southern Isles. Wipe out the 39 Southern Isles. Everyone shouted in unison. Halfway through the banquet, everyone began to relax. Everyone no longer sat in their own seats. Some acquaintances sat together and chatted. Zhao Hai, fierce tiger Taoist priest, and Jia Yiming were gathered together. Next to them was Taisher and the others. Taisher and Xianxia were currently telling Zhao Hai about the situation of the past few days. Taisher looked at Zhao Hai with an ashamed expression. After he finished speaking, he cupped his fist and said, "Sect Master, I've disappointed you. This time, we lost more than 1,000 disciples. This is my mistake. I ask Sect Master to punish me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Sect Master, I've disappointed you." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Treasured swords are sharpened. You led 5,000 disciples to help, and although you lost more than 1,000, the remaining 3,000 are the elites of the elites. Seeing such a big scene is very good for their mental cultivation. In the future, these disciples' achievements will be much higher than the average disciple. Cultivators like us go against the heavens, fighting against the heavens. Life and death, don't worry too much about it. You didn't make any mistakes in your command, aside from the fact that you underestimated the enemy on the first day. There was nothing wrong with your command. Afterwards, your command was very steady, you didn't take the enemy lightly. You did very well in this aspect, you listened very well." Taisher cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Sect Master, for your generosity." When he heard Zhao Hai, Taisher quickly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Sect Master, for your generosity." Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned to Jia Yiming and said, "Island Master Jia, do you have a map of the South Sea? Can I borrow it?" Jia Yiming nodded and said, "Of course I have a map of the South Sea. I'll give it to Sect Master Jian." After he said that, Jia Yiming turned his head and ordered a disciple of the Spirit Crab Island to take the map. At this time, Gue Xinyu arrived at Zhao Hai's table. After the group greeted each other, Gue Xinyu sat down. She looked at everyone and said, "What are you talking about?" Zhao Hai said, "We're talking about the situation of the Spirit Turtle Island. I want to take a look at the map of the South Sea." Gue Xinyu quickly said, "I've already prepared the map. I'll send someone to get it." Jia Yiming waved his hand and said, "I've already sent a disciple to get it. Island Master Jia, please take a seat." As he said that, a disciple of the Spirit Crab Island brought the map over. This was a map made of animal skin. It can be seen that it was made a long time ago. Jia Yiming opened the map. This was a map of the South Sea. All 72 islands were on the map. Jia Yiming pointed to the Spirit Turtle Island on the map and said, "This is the Spirit Turtle Island, and this is the Sea Snake Island. Between these two islands, there's an area without any islands. If we fly, it would take at least 5 days to get there." The Sea Snake Islands people didn't declare war. They took advantage of the time when we weren't prepared and suddenly sent experts to take control of the Spirit Turtle Islands branch. Then they used the branch's transmission formation to transfer their army to the Spirit Turtle Island in the shortest time possible. Then they took control of the islands south of the island and used these islands as a base to attack the Spirit Turtle Island. Because of this, our current situation is quite passive. Zhao Hai looked at the map, then he nodded and said, "It seems like the 39 southern islands were premeditated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such thorough preparations. I want to know the distance between the islands south of the Spirit Turtle Island. How long would it take to travel underwater?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Jia Yiming couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to Gue Xinyu. Gue Xinyu didn't understand why Zhao Hai asked this, so he replied, "From the Divine Turtle Island's main island, the southernmost island of the Divine Turtle Island, it would take about 10 days to travel underwater." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Island Lord Gue Xinyu, to the south of the Spirit Turtle Island, how many islands are suitable for the army to station?" "It's not just one island, it's also possible that the army would be stationed there." "Which islands would it be most likely?" Gue Xinyu replied, "This is very simple. Only Eel Island, Turtle Guard Island, and Turtle Egg Island are suitable for the army to station. This is because these 3 islands have water sources, making it very convenient to get water. The other islands don't have water sources. If there are only a few people, then it would be good, they can use magic to get water. But if there are a lot of people, then it would be troublesome. Additionally, these 3 islands are the closest to the Spirit Turtle Island. Even if they fly, it would only take them less than 2 hours to reach the island. They are very suitable for launching an attack. Therefore, their army should be stationed on these 3 islands. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, then in the south of the Spirit Turtle Island, how many islands have transmission formations? That's a bit too many. There are more than 20 islands with transmission formations. These islands all have water sources and are guarded by the disciples of the Spirit Turtle Island. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stared at the map calmly. However, Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming had cooperated with Zhao Hai several times, so they understood Zhao Hai very well. They knew that Zhao Hai didn't ask these questions in vain. Perhaps he already had a plan in mind. The two looked at each other, then Jia Yiming directly said, Sect Master Jian, have you thought about how to deal with the people from the 3 southern 9 islands? Zhao Hai nodded, then Jia Yiming directly said, Sect Master Jian, have you thought about how to deal with the people from the southern 9 islands? Zhao Hai looked at Jia Yiming, then at Fierce Tiger. Seeing that the two were looking at him with a smile, he couldn't help but laugh and said, the two of you are very confident in me. Fierce Tiger smiled faintly and said, I've seen Sect Master Jian's methods, so I'm very confident in you. Sect Master Jian, there's no need to hide anything. Tell me in detail. Zhao Hai smiled and said, the plan is actually very simple. It's impossible for the 39 southern islands to send all their cultivators to attack us this time. I think you all have an idea of the number of troops they sent this time. What we need to do now is to cut off the connection between the army of the 39 southern islands and their islands. What do you think? Jia Yiming looked at the map and frowned, cut off the connection between them and their islands? This is easy to say, but I'm afraid it won't be so easy to do. What's Sect Master Jian's plan? Zhao Hai replied, it's very simple. Send a few teams to dive into the water. Have them wear formations on their bodies so that the transmission formations on the islands can't be used. The most important thing is to destroy the transmission formations on the 3 islands where the troops are stationed. It would be best to destroy the transmission formations on the other islands as well. This way, we can cut off their connection to the main island. When the time comes, our army will go all out and eat the troops that the southern 39 islands sent to the Divine Turtle Island. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's very simple. Zhao Hai nodded and said, we'll send a few teams to the Divine Turtle Island. Gue Xinyu looked at the island and frowned, I'm afraid this won't be easy. They must have placed a lot of troops at the bottom of the sea. It won't be easy to sneak in. Of course it won't be easy. But this is the Divine Turtle Island's territory. If we're talking about familiarity with the terrain, I think they can't compare to the Divine Turtle Island. The Divine Turtle Island will take the lead and send their elites, preferably experts, to infiltrate these islands. Then we'll act in unison and destroy all the transmission formations on the islands at the same time. After that, our army will launch a surprise attack. I don't believe that they can resist. Sect Master Jian, please explain in detail. Jia Yiming looked at Zhao Hai and said. Zhao Hai nodded, then he pointed at the sea map and said, every island has a water source, we'll send a small team. Each island will have at least 1 elder. The 3 islands where the army is stationed will be led by several elders. We'll hide in the sea during the day and come out at night. We'll be very careful. After we reach these islands, we'll wait for the others to arrive. Then we'll act in unison. At the same time, our army will move out at the same time and repel them in one fell swoop. The best time to act is at night. Gue Xinyu and the others listened to Zhao Hai's plan. This plan didn't seem to be anything special, but the requirements for the people involved were very high. Gue Xinyu was worried that their disciples wouldn't be able to do it well. Jia Yiming said, but even if we hide in the sea during the day and come out at night, if the other party's defense is very tight, then I'm afraid that they will discover us. It doesn't matter, as long as we bring a few illusion formations, we can use them as camouflage. Jia Yiming and Gue Xinyu looked at each other and saw a flash in each other's eyes. Finally, Gue Xinyu looked at the sea map, then she clenched her teeth and said, alright, let's do it. We'll do it now. Zhao Hai said, our sea exploring sect can provide illusion formations and barriers to make transmission formations ineffective. If there's a need for people, then our Sea Exploring Alliance can also provide them. However, the leader must be someone from the Divine Turtle Island. This is because they're the most familiar with the sea. As for the attack force, we'll choose from everyone. We must choose someone who can stay calm and not be impulsive. Alright, I'll go arrange it now. I'll ask Sect Master Jian to prepare the formations. Guisenyu stood up and said. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of the people in the hall. The island masters of the other islands also came over. Guisenyu explained Zhao Hai's plan to them, and the island masters all agreed. Then Guisenyu went out to select people while Zhao Hai immediately began to assemble the formations. Actually, Zhao Hai already had these formations, but he didn't take them out. Instead, he transferred them from the Sea Exploring sect. This way, it would appear that he didn't prepare them in advance. Soon, the candidates were selected. This time, they were divided into 28 teams. 3 of them were to attack the 3 islands where the army was stationed. These 3 teams were the strongest. Each team was led by 10 elder-level characters, and each team had about 100 people. As for the remaining teams, each team had 3 elder-level characters, and each team had about 20 to 50 people. Because the islands they were attacking weren't very strong, they didn't need that many people. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai gave each team 3 formations. The first formation was a barrier formation. After it was opened, all transmission formations within the barrier would be sealed, making them unable to be used. The second formation was an illusion formation. It was a type of camouflage formation. It can camouflage them on the seabed, making it impossible for others to discover them. The third formation was a communication formation. This formation would allow the teams to communicate with the main island. This was very important. After all the teams were prepared, they directly entered the sea and dived towards the designated location. Seeing the other teams entering the sea, Guisenyu couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then she said, I hope they succeed. Sect Master Jian, what do you think we should do tomorrow? Zhao Hai replied, get ready to fight. Don't let the other party get suspicious. Let them think that we're still in a deadlock with them. That's enough. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. Guisenyu nodded, then she looked around and said, we don't have much time left, let's go and rest. We still have to fight tomorrow. The people of the southern 39 Isles are very arrogant. Although they know that we have a large number of reinforcements today, they will still attack us with all their might. They want to show us who's boss. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they're not trying to show you who's boss, they're trying to show us who's boss. I want to know how strong the 39 Southern Isles are. Then Zhao Hai returned to his room. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early and looked at the other members of the Sea Exploring sect. They were all ready, especially those who participated in the battle. They all woke up early and looked very spirited. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but nod. These people were very good. After this battle, they could be considered to have grown up. At this time, Taisher and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's side. Hai Stone took out the 8 trigram sword chi formation and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Then he said, Sect Master, you should use the 8 trigram sword chi formation. I won't be able to display the same power as when you use it. Zhao Hai didn't refuse. He smiled faintly and took the 8 trigram sword chi formation. Then he said, you're not used to using it. Once you get used to it, you'll naturally know how to use it. When did the people from the 39 Southern Isles attack? Taisher looked at the time and said, it's almost time to attack. Although the southern 39 Isles have been attacking fiercely these days, I feel that they haven't gone all out. I don't know why. Taisher nodded. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed. Then he said, it's very simple. They want to wait for us to arrive. Once we arrive, they'll go all out and defeat us. This way, they'll be able to deal with us once and for all. The 33 Northern Isles will lose their ability to resist. Then they'll be able to control the 72 Southern Isles. Arrogant. Do they really think that they can defeat all of us with just the strength of the southern 39 Isles? They're too arrogant. We'll teach them a lesson today. At this time, the island's alarm bell rang. Everyone knew that the army of the southern 39 Isles had come to attack. The people of the Divine Turtle Island were already used to this kind of fighting style. Therefore, they immediately prepared themselves and prepared to go out in battle. On the other hand, the large artifacts of the Sea Exploring Sect and the Profound Sky Sect didn't fly out of the island. Instead, they prepared themselves on the island. There was still some distance between the island and the battlefield. They could use this distance to charge forward. As long as they increased their speed, these large artifacts would be able to display a huge impact. Zhao Hai had Taisher and the others control the large artifacts while he flew out of the island. The 8-trigram sword chi formation turned into a 2-meter-wide disc that he stepped on. The other disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect were also prepared. They followed behind Zhao Hai. Only a few people were left to control the Azure Mist disc. The rest of the disciples were ready for battle. Zhao Hai led the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect outside the island and got into formation. At this time, the army of the 33 Northern Isles also got into formation. The same was true for the Profound Sky Sect. Zhao Hai stood in front of the disciples of the Sea Exploring Sect, Daoist Fierce Tiger stood in front of the disciples of the Profound Sky Sect, Gui Sinyu, Jia Yiming, and the other island lords all stood in front of their own disciples. They calmly looked at the army of the 39 Southern Isles that was slowly flying over. Not long after, the army of the 39 Southern Isles arrived about 1 li in front of Zhao Hai's army. This time, the army of the 39 Southern Isles came in large numbers. Zhao Hai noticed that there were at least 300,000 of them while the army of the 33 Northern Isles had reached 250,000. The two armies faced each other and the atmosphere became tense. At this time, a huge sea serpent flew out from the army of the 33 Southern Isles. A cultivator stood on top of the sea serpent. This cultivator was Jiao Long, the island lord of Sea Serpent Island. Jiao Long stood on the sea serpent's head and looked at the army of the 33 Northern Isles. Finally, his gaze stopped on Zhao Hai. He sized up Zhao Hai with interest and said in a deep voice, "Blood Fox Sword, Saber 9, I didn't expect you to come in person. I've heard a lot about you these days and I've long wanted to experience your Blood Fox Sword. I didn't expect that I would have the chance today. Saber 9, do you dare to fight me?" Zhao Hai looked at Jiao Long and smiled faintly, "Why wouldn't I dare to fight you? However, aren't you afraid that after I kill you, the southern 39 Isles would lose their commander and suffer a crushing defeat?" "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be such a joker. Do you think you can defeat me? I heard that you only became a cultivator of the Void Refinement Realm after going into seclusion some time ago. I really don't understand why those fellas of the Sea Exploring Alliance made you the sect lord. Is there really no one else in the Sea Exploring Alliance? That's a good thing. It'll be much easier for us to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect in the future." As soon as Zhao Long said this, Hai Shirlan and the others were enraged. However, Zhao Hai's expression did not change. Instead, he smiled and said, "You want to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. However, let me tell you something. Anyone who wants to deal with the Sea Exploring Sect won't have a good ending. Are you ready? Is that so? I'd like to know what the consequences will be. Come on, Saber 9. Let me see how fast your sword is." Zhao Hai smiled. In a flash, he appeared in front of the two armies. Jiao Long looked at Zhao Hai and a cunning glint flashed across his eyes. He then waved his hand and the huge sea serpent swam toward Zhao Hai. The two of them stood about 20 meters apart. Zhao Hai could even smell the stench coming from the sea serpent's mouth. Then he turned to Jiao Long and said, "No wonder you're not afraid of being killed by me. It turns out that you're just a pawn. The one in command isn't you. Ha ha ha. Interesting. After so many days, you've been showing off your strength, but in the end, you're just an insignificant pawn. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous." Jiao Long's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He then looked at Zhao Hai fiercely and said, "Saber 9, I want you dead. I'll feed you to my sea serpent." Zhao Hai looked at the sea serpent under Jiao Long's feet and said, "You're talking about the sea serpent, aren't you? You fed it well. This sea serpent should be a variant since it can grow so big. However, I want this sea serpent. I heard that if you feed monsters meat like this, they'll grow faster. Our Sea Exploring Sect will have our own monsters soon. It just so happens that we don't have much monster meat to feed them. This sea serpent is a good choice. The sea serpent seemed to understand Zhao Hai's words. It kept spitting out its bloody tongue as if it was going to attack Zhao Hai at any time. Jiao Long's expression was grim. Although he was a scheming and ruthless person, he still had a lot of feelings for the sea serpent that he had fed since childhood. Now that Zhao Hai said that he would kill the sea serpent and feed it to other monsters, how could he not be angry? However, Jiao Long was a person with a deep heart. The angrier he was, the calmer he became. He just looked at Zhao Hai coldly and said, "All right, what's the use of talking so much? Let's see what you're capable of." Zhao Hai looked at Jiao Long, then he smiled faintly and said, "You'll know soon enough." Then Zhao Hai's hand moved as a sword appeared in his hand. Jiao Long looked at Zhao Hai and sneered. Then he moved his hand as a full set of artifacts appeared in his hand. His weapon was very special, it was a snake-shaped sword. The sword was shaped like a snake and had several curved edges. It could be considered a strange weapon. Zhao Hai looked at Jiao Long, then he smiled faintly and said, "Are you ready? If you're ready, how about I let you attack first?" Jiao Long coldly snorted and said, "Then I won't be polite." Then he moved his hand as the snake-shaped sword flew towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the serpent under his feet also moved as it rushed towards Zhao Hai. Jiao Long, on the other hand, didn't move. Instead, he stayed behind and commanded his snake-shaped flying sword to attack Zhao Hai. He even retreated a bit, retreating to a distance that he thought was safe. Seeing Jiao Long's performance, Guisinyu and the others secretly cursed him for being despicable. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Jiao Long's reputation in the 72 islands of the South China Sea wasn't very good. However, his strength wasn't weak. Even if you cursed him, it would be useless. Instead, it would only lower your status. Therefore, no one opened their mouth and just quietly watched the situation. Zhao Hai stood there with his sword in hand. He looked at Jiao Long's snake-shaped sword and the giant serpent and said, "Ever since I comprehended the sword Dao, I haven't fought with anyone. You'll be my test." Then Zhao Hai waved his sword forward and slashed out. When the sword slashed out, everyone's attention was drawn to it. It was as if this sword was the only thing left in the world. This sword didn't care about Jiao Long's flying sword, instead, it went straight towards the giant serpent. It completely ignored Jiao Long's flying sword. When Jiao Long saw Zhao Hai's action, he couldn't help but be happy. He was very clear about the defensive capabilities of his giant serpent. Ordinary attacks simply couldn't break through its defense. Therefore, he thought that the giant serpent would have no problem blocking Zhao Hai's sword. At the same time, he urged his snake-shaped sword to slash towards Zhao Hai. But before his snake-shaped sword could reach Zhao Hai, a puff sound was heard. Then a dang sound was heard. Everyone looked at the scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Jiao Long's giant serpent had its head chopped off by Zhao Hai's sword. The giant serpent's body was still twisting in the air, but it had already fallen into the sea. With its head chopped off, it naturally wouldn't survive. Then Zhao Hai used a sword to block Jiao Long's snake-shaped sword. Jiao Long's attack didn't cause any damage to Zhao Hai. On the contrary, Zhao Hai's sword was able to cut down the giant serpent. This was something that no one expected. Jiao Long was also stunned at this time. He even forgot to command his snake-shaped sword. He just stood there and looked at the giant serpent's corpse that fell into the sea. Bang! When the giant serpent's corpse fell into the sea, Jiao Long recovered. His eyes turned blood red as he looked at Zhao Hai and roared, "You dare to kill my Hai Long? I'll make you pay with your life." Then he moved his hand as the snake-shaped sword went straight towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, he moved his hand as several artifacts flew towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at Jiao Long's appearance. He shook his head and said, "What a pity, what a pity. I thought that you had a lot of skill, but I didn't think that you would only have this much skill. If you only have this much skill, then you can go die." After he said that, Zhao waved his sword once again. Everyone's eyes were attracted to Zhao's sword. In everyone's eyes, there was only the sword light. It was incomparably sharp, as if nothing could stop it. Zhao's sword light was like a sword that could not be blocked by anything. Zhao's sword light was so sharp that it seemed like nothing could block it. In the blink of an eye, the sword light disappeared. Everyone recovered from their shock. They still didn't understand what was going on, because besides the sword light, they didn't notice anything else. At this time, they saw Jiao Long, who was standing in the air, suddenly split in two and fell straight towards the sea. His whole body was actually split in half by Zhao Hai's sword. Everyone didn't even notice when Zhao Hai cut the sea snake. Looking at the sea snake's corpse falling down, everyone felt their hearts being torn apart. This attack was too strange, they really didn't understand how Zhao Hai did it. At this time, a sigh was heard. Then an old voice was heard. It turns out that sect master Jian has already comprehended sword intent. Moreover, he has almost reached the great success stage of sword intent. No wonder Jiao Long couldn't block your sword. From today onwards, the sword spirit world has one more sword expert. This old man admires you. Along with this voice, a person slowly came out from the aircraft of the southern 39 islands. This was an old man. He seemed to be more than 60 years old. His hair was somewhat white, but it was neatly combed. His complexion was ruddy and he had 3 strands of silver beard. His pair of phoenix eyes made his temperament seem like it had undergone an earth-shattering change. He looked like a high and mighty deity who was indifferently looking down on the world. Under his feet was a very special demon beast. This demon beast looked like a snake, but it had 2 horns on its head. These horns were actually antlers. At the same time, the scales on the snake's body were relatively large. It also had 2 carp-like whiskers, but it didn't spit out its tongue. This demon beast was very famous in the 72 islands of the Southern Sea. It was called the Green Flood Dragon. The Green Flood Dragon wasn't a real flood dragon. It was actually a special-looking sea snake. However, it was much stronger than a sea snake. There was only one island in the Southern Sea that used green flood dragons, and that was the Green Flood Dragon Island. This old man was the island master of Green Flood Dragon Island, Bao Tianlong. Green Flood Dragon Island was one of the more low-key islands in the Southern Sea's 72 islands. However, no matter how low-key it was, no one was willing to provoke it in the Southern Sea because of Bao Tianlong's existence on Green Flood Dragon Island. Bao Tianlong, nicknamed Green Flood Dragon, was the same as Green Flood Dragon Island. When he was young, he wandered in the sword spirit boundary. At that time, he was already very powerful. Later on, he returned to Green Flood Dragon Island and became the island master. Of course, this was not the real reason why people remembered him. They remembered him because of his other nickname, the #1 expert of the 72 islands in the Southern Sea. That's right, Bao Tianlong was the #1 expert of the Southern Sea's 72 islands. Among the island lords of the 72 islands in the Southern Sea, his strength had always been the highest. However, he was a very low-key person. After taking over as the island lord of the Green Dragon Island, he had been living in seclusion. He was active in the Green Dragon Island all year round and had almost no contact with the outside world. Therefore, there was very little information about him in the Southern Sea. Although he didn't go out much, there was no one in the 72 Southern Sea islands who didn't know the name of Green Flood Dragon Bao Tianlong. It was said that when Green Flood Dragon was wandering in the sword spirit world, he met many experts on the island, including an elder from the Myriad Sword sect. At that time, the elder from the Myriad Sword sect wasn't his opponent. Later, when he clashed with the Heavenly Demon sect, one of the devil sects in the sword spirit world, he personally killed an elder from the Heavenly Demon sect. This was the real reason why he became the #1 expert on the 72 Southern Sea islands. The Green Flood Dragon Island got its name because it produced a special kind of monster beast, the Green Flood Dragon. The first island lord of the Green Flood Dragon Island was also a capable person. He observed the transformations of the Green Flood Dragon Island and finally created the famous Green Flood Dragon 36 styles. This Green Flood Dragon 36 styles was not an ordinary cultivation technique, but a set of concept cultivation techniques. Bao Tianlong also learned the Green Flood Dragon 36 styles. Moreover, he was the person who developed it. Now, when people mentioned the Green Flood Dragon Island and the Green Flood Dragon 36 styles, everyone would think of Bao Tianlong. Green Flood Dragon Island was one of the 39 southern islands. However, Guisinyu and the others never thought that Bao Tianlong would appear here. Therefore, when they saw Bao Tianlong now, they were all shocked. Zhao Hai had some understanding of Bao Tianlong. He had long wanted to deal with the 72 islands in the South China Sea. Naturally, he would collect more information about the 72 islands in the South China Sea. Therefore, it was impossible for him not to know about the famous #1 expert in the South China Sea. Apart from hearing his name, Zhao Hai also knew that Green Dragon Island was the island with the most secret bases among the 72 islands in the Southern Sea. The entire Green Dragon Island had a total of 5 secret bases. In these 5 secret bases, there were a large number of Green Dragon Island disciples, as well as a large amount of resources. It could be said that the Green Dragon Island that didn't reveal its strength on the surface was the strongest among the 72 islands in the Southern Sea. Therefore, Zhao Hai also recognized Bao Tianlong. Zhao Hai looked at Bao Tianlong and smiled faintly. So it's Island Lord Bao. Hee. Among the 39 Southern Isles, although your Green Flood Dragon Island has been very low-key, it's still the strongest island. Moreover, Island Lord Bao should have been in the alliance of the 39 Southern Isles, right? It seems like the real commander of the alliance is you. You're the one who instigated this civil war. Bao Tianlong looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect Sect Master Jianzhou to know so much about the South China Sea. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know much about the 72 islands in the South China Sea, but I know these armies very well. The army of the 39 Southern Isles is here. Although there are armies from all the islands, the main force is the Green Dragon Islands army. Your Green Dragon Islands army is not only very uniform, but after standing there, whether it's the people or your Green Dragon Island, they didn't move. Obviously, you've been through training in this aspect. With such a force in your hands, and as the #1 expert in the South China Sea, how could you become someone else's subordinate? So the real commander of the army of the 39 Southern Isles these days should be you, right? Bao Tianlong nodded and said in a deep voice, everyone says that Sect Master Jianzhou of the Sea Exploring Sect, also known as Blood Fox Sword, is not only skilled in sword arts, but also extremely quick-witted. He's one of the smartest people in the sword spirit world. Seeing you today, you're indeed extraordinary. Jianzhou, if you're willing to submit to me and follow me to the sword spirit world, this old man will grant you a position second only to me. What do you think? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he heard Bao Tianlong's words. Submit to you? Sword spirit world? You really dare to say that? Do you really think the sects in the sword spirit world are made of paper? Bao Tianlong, how long has it been since you came into contact with the sects in the sword spirit world? How long has it been since you fought with the experts of the sects in the sword spirit world? What's the point of being a king behind closed doors? With the current strength of the 72 islands, you want to rule the sword spirit world? It's already good enough that you can protect the Southern Sea. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Haha, this old man has dominated the world for so many years. This is the first time someone has said that I don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Saber 9, your strength is not bad, but you haven't reached your strongest. Don't tell me you think you can dominate the Southern Sea with your strength. I've seen your swordsmanship. You've only comprehended a trace of metal sword essence, so your sword is extremely sharp. No one can block your attack. However, do you really think you can defeat me with that little bit of metal sword essence? You're really too naive. Zhao Hai's expression changed when he heard what Saber 9 said. Then, a solemn expression appeared on his face as he said in a deep voice, if you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then forget it. What do you want? Let's fight now. No, I won't fight you now. In a large-scale battle like this, individual strength is secondary. The most important thing is to see them. As long as they can defeat you, you'll naturally lose. Zhao Hai looked at Bao Tianlong and said in a deep voice, alright, then I'd like to see how they'll defeat us. Then, he slowly retreated back to his own formation. Bao Tianlong also returned to the formation of the 39 Southern Isles. As soon as he returned to the formation of the 39 Southern Isles, the formation immediately launched an attack. All kinds of big monsters rushed towards Zhao Hai's alliance. Zhao Hai's side was naturally prepared. They directly rushed towards the enemy. At the same time, the large artifacts on the Divine Turtle Island also immediately attacked. They directly rushed towards the formation of the 39 Southern Isles. However, the ordinary cultivators did not move. Now was not the time for them to make a move. It didn't take long for the ordinary cultivators from the 39 Southern Isles to arrive as well. The ordinary cultivators from the various sects went up to meet them. The two sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Blood rained down from the sky into the sea, dyeing the water red. Some of the less intelligent monsters in the sea also arrived and began to devour the corpses of the cultivators and monsters that died in the battle. Zhao Hai didn't move. However, the 8 trigram sword chi formation under his feet was shooting out sword chi to attack the enemy. At the same time, Zhao Hai's gaze was fixed on Bao Tianlong. He wanted to prevent Bao Tianlong from making a move. Zhao Hai already knew that Bao Tianlong was very strong. Although Bao Tianlong killed Jiao Long with a single sword strike, it was actually because Jiao Long underestimated him. Just like Bao Tianlong said, Jiao Long didn't notice Zhao Hai's metal sword intent. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to kill him. If Jiao Long had noticed this, he wouldn't have let Zhao Hai kill him so easily. However, Bao Tianlong noticed Zhao Hai's sword intent. He would certainly be prepared. It wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to deal with Bao Tianlong. Moreover, Bao Tianlong's strength was indeed much stronger than Jiao Long's. Bao Tianlong also noticed that Zhao Hai was looking at him. However, he didn't make a move. The two of them were separated by the battlefield, using their auras to secretly exchange blows. Neither of them fell into a disadvantageous position. However, at the same time, neither of them dared to relax. The battle lasted for more than 3 hours. In the end, both sides suffered heavy casualties. In the end, both sides retreated. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others gathered inside the Divine Turtle Island's Great Hall. After everyone was seated, Gui Xinyu looked at everyone and said, "I didn't expect Bao Tianlong to make a move. It seems like it won't be easy for us to clean up the 39 Southern Islands this time." Gui Xinyu nodded and said, "All right." Everyone nodded. They were all people of the Southern Sea. Naturally, they were very clear about Bao Tianlong's name. In the beginning, Bao Tianlong was known as the #1 expert of the Southern Sea's 72 islands. Later on, he became known as the #1 expert of the Southern Sea. This not only included the 72 islands, but also the Profound Sky sect and the Black Sword sect. A lot of people from the Profound Sky sect and the Black Sword sect died in Bao Tianlong's hands. Therefore, they were aware of Bao Tianlong's strength. Gui Xinyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, how do you feel about my exchange of auras with Bao Tianlong today?" Zhao Hai replied, "Very strong. Bao Tianlong's aura is very strong. It can be seen that his strength is also very formidable. If I were to face him, I wouldn't be confident." Gui Xinyu nodded. However, when Fierce Tiger, Jia Yiming, and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes flashed. This was especially true for the people from the Sea Exploring sect. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, the worry in their eyes completely disappeared. These people knew Zhao very well, and they were very clear about his character. If Zhao said that he didn't have confidence in defeating Bao Tianlong, then that meant that there was at least a 60 to 70% chance that he could defeat Bao Tianlong. If Zhao really didn't have confidence in defeating Bao Tianlong, then he would have directly said it, instead of just saying that he didn't have confidence in defeating Bao Tianlong. However, Gui Xinyu didn't know this. He thought that Zhao Hai really didn't have confidence in defeating Bao Tianlong. Therefore, he nodded with a dignified expression and said, "Although Bao Tianlong is terrifying, what he said today is very true. In a large-scale battle like this, individual combat strength is only a part of it. It doesn't matter. What really matters is the battle between ordinary cultivators. As long as our plan succeeds, then we can certainly defeat the 39 Southern Islands." Zhao Hai was sitting in his room with Taisher, Haisher, and Wen Wenhai sitting across from him. Wen Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, how confident are you in dealing with Bao Tianlong?" Zhao Hai looked at Wen Wenhai and said, 10%. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Taisher and Haisher couldn't help but be surprised. Then, their faces lit up with joy. Haisher asked, "Sect Master, are you really confident in dealing with Bao Tianlong?" He's the #1 expert of the South Sea. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said that Bao Tianlong thinks that I've only comprehended the metal sword Dao. What a joke. He'll never know my trump card. The metal sword Dao is only a part of what I've comprehended. If he thinks that he understands me, then he's dead. The reason why I didn't make a move against Bao Tianlong today is because if I really did kill him, then the War of the 72 Islands would come to an end. If the 39 islands surrender, then what benefits would we get? Who would I ask for the 3 islands of our sect? Taisher and Haisher immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. The two couldn't help but smile. They didn't think that Zhao Hai wouldn't deal with Bao Tianlong because of this reason. However, just as Zhao Hai said, if he defeats Bao Tianlong, then it would be a huge blow to the morale of the 39 Southern Isles. When that time comes, it would be hard to say how much resistance the 39 Southern Isles would have. If the 39 Southern Isles were to surrender, then what benefits would the sea exploring sect have? Zhao Hai didn't say anything. There wouldn't be any benefits at all. However, if they could use this opportunity to destroy the 39 islands, then they would be able to obtain the territories of the 3 islands. This was a real benefit that could be grasped in their hands. Zhao Hai naturally knew what to do. At this time, Taishi's voice came from outside. Young master, Taoist Fierce Tiger and Island Lord Jia Yiming have come to visit. Please, invite him in. Zhao Hai stood up and walked towards the entrance. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Taoist Master Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming walking towards him. Zhao Hai kept his fists at the two of them and said, "Why are you two here? Please come in." After saying that, he invited the two people into the room. After the two entered the room, Zhao Hai invited them to sit down. Then he looked at the two in confusion and said, "Why did the two of you come today? Is something the matter?" Taoist Master Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, we are old friends. Today, I hope that you can tell us the truth. If you were to face Bao Tianlong, what are your chances of winning?" These words stunned Zhao Hai. He didn't expect the two of them to ask him this. Zhao Hai looked at Taoist Master Fierce Tiger and said, "Taoist Master, do you want to hear the truth?" Hee 60%. I only have a 60% chance. Zhao Hai smiled. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Taoist Master Fierce Tiger breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, 60% is already very high. Bao Tianlong is known as the #1 expert in the South China Sea. You don't need to defeat him. You just need to hold him back. When the time comes, we will attack together. I'm afraid that we won't be able to take him down. Jia Yiming nodded and said, "That's right. As long as we have a 60% chance, we can attack him together. Bao Tianlong's strength is obvious in the South China Sea. As long as we can defeat him, the 39 Southern Islands will be finished." Taisher and Haisher were sitting quietly on the side listening. Their faces didn't show any expression, but in their hearts, they admired Zhao Hai's ability to lie without blinking an eye. It was really admirable. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "What? Are you going to join forces to kill Bao Tianlong? I'm afraid that won't be easy. The 39 Southern Islands have a lot of experts. If we really count them, I'm afraid that they have more experts than us. In this case, it's impossible for us to kill Bao Tianlong." Taoist Master Fierce Tiger said in a deep voice, "This is indeed not easy, but it's not impossible. However, I think that Island Lord Gui is right. As long as our plan succeeds, we can defeat the army of the southern 39 Isles. Even if they have an expert like Bao Tianlong, they won't be able to reverse the situation." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I also think so. The 39 Southern Isles aren't easy to deal with. This time, we still need to see if our plan succeeds. If it does, then that would be for the best. If it fails, then we wouldn't lose anything. However, it would be impossible for us to use this method against them in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Taoist Master Fierce Tiger nodded, then he said, "Let's wait for a few more days. We'll know if our plan succeeds or not. If it does, then it'll be great." Zhao Hai replied, "I'm afraid that the 39 Southern Isles would send more reinforcements in the next few days. If that happens, then it would have a huge impact on our plan." Zhao Hai nodded. Jia Yiming replied, "That's possible. How about this, we'll discuss with the island masters tomorrow. This time, we'll have everyone send some reinforcements. Everyone should take out their capital. If we don't take out some capital, then I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to win. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, it's time to send more reinforcements. How about this, our sea exploring sect will send another 5,000 troops. I'll immediately send people back. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger nodded and said, our Profound Sky Alliance will also send another 5,000 troops. Jia Yiming nodded and said, thank you both. Then I won't stay any longer. I'll discuss with the island lords about the reinforcements. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger didn't leave. He turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master Jian, in the 72 southern islands, both of us are outsiders. We should cooperate. Am I right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course. What does Taoist Master Fierce Tiger have to say? Taoist Master Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and said, what do you plan to do this time, Sect Master Jian? I mean, how far do you plan to go in the 72 southern islands? Zhao Hai looked at Taoist Master Fierce Tiger, then smiled and said, what about you, Taoist Master? Of course, the more benefits we get, the better. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger didn't say how far he wanted to go in the 72 southern islands. Instead, he said that he wanted to get as much benefits as possible. This was also an answer. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't want to take some compensation. I'll just go back to the sea exploring sect. If I can get 3 islands, that would be the best. When Taoist Master Fierce Tiger heard Zhao Hai's words, he and Zhao Hai looked at each other. Then, the two laughed and cupped their fists to each other. Taoist Master Fierce Tiger then turned around and left. After Taoist Master Fierce Tiger left, Hai Stone said, I didn't expect Taoist Master Fierce Tiger and the others to think the same. But this is good. It's good for us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, there's no need to rush. We're not very strong right now, so we can only take it one step at a time. Let's wait patiently. The others nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and they left. However, just as Zhao Hai said, he transferred 5,000 people from the Sea Exploring Sect. Now, the Sea Exploring Sect's forces in the 72 islands had reached 20,000 people. At the same time, the Black Sky Sect's forces had reached 25,000 people. Both sides had invested 45,000 people in total. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. However, the northern 33 oceanic islands also transferred more than 100,000 people, bringing their total military strength to more than 300,000 people. However, these 300,000 people were from more than 30 islands. Each island was equivalent to about 10,000 people. If one were to really calculate, the number of people sent by the northern 33 oceanic islands was less than the number of people sent by the Sea Exploring Sect and the Profound Heaven Sect. Zhao Hai understood the thoughts of the 33 northern islands. It wasn't that the 33 northern islands didn't care about the attack of the 39 southern islands. The reason why they sent so few troops was because they couldn't afford to send too many people. If they send too many people, then the defensive strength of their islands would decrease. At the same time, the 39 southern islands were also part of the 72 southern islands. They would certainly know the coordinates of the 33 northern islands. If the 39 southern islands send experts to the periphery of the 33 northern islands using transmission formations, then the 33 northern islands would suffer losses if they didn't send enough people. Because of this, they didn't dare to send too many people. The second reason was that they wanted to use this war to consume the strength of the Sea Exploring Sect and the Black Sky Sect. The people of the 33 northern islands were also very clear that no matter who won, the strength of the 72 southern islands would decrease a lot. Although the Sea Exploring Sect and the Black Sky Sect were their allies, who knows when these two allies would bite them. Because of this, it was best to find an opportunity to waste their strength. Because of this, the northern islands sent fewer troops in order to consume the strength of the Sea Exploring Sect and the Black Sky Sect. Zhao Hai already understood this point, but he still sent troops. First, he wanted to use this war to temper the people of the Sea Exploring Sect. Second, he wanted to invest more troops in this war. This way, his authority in the South Sea would be heavier. This would be more advantageous for his plan. Zhao Hai had already seen through this point. In the next few days, the teams outside received news from time to time. The 39 southern islands had indeed sent more troops here. However, the 39 southern islands didn't send all of their troops into the attack. Their attack was still the same as before. It seems like they wanted to launch a surprise attack on the 33 northern islands. Zhao Hai and the others didn't participate in the battle these days. Only the ordinary disciples were fighting. Of course, great beasts and large artifacts were also involved in the battle. Both sides suffered casualties, but the casualties weren't very high. Both sides seemed to be accumulating strength, waiting for the moment to erupt. In the past few days, more and more teams had arrived at the designated location. They were lying in ambush around the island that they were going to attack. They were quietly waiting for an opportunity to attack. At this time, only the teams that went to the farthest islands had yet to arrive at the designated location. As long as they arrived at the designated location, they would be able to act immediately. At that time, they would know whether their plan would succeed or not. Only Zhao Hai knew that their plan had already succeeded by more than half. This was because the 39 southern islands planned to attack later than them. They would certainly succeed. War was never a small matter. Even in the cultivation realm, where there were countless conveniences, there were still a lot of things that needed to be prepared. In a war between mortals, there were countless conditions to mobilize troops. First of all, there was the problem of material transportation. War depended on logistics and money. If you didn't have any materials, how could you fight? Therefore, in a war between mortals, logistics, transportation, and supplies had always been a big problem. In many wars, the losing side lost because their logistics couldn't keep up with the supply. That was why they lost the war. However, this problem didn't exist in the cultivation realm. This was because the cultivation realm had its own space. Every cultivator could store things they needed in their own space equipment. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about logistics. In fact, it was the mobilization of troops. In a mortal war, whether it was cavalry, carriages, or ships, the time taken to mobilize troops was very long and inconvenient. In the cultivation world, there were teleportation arrays, and even cultivators could fly. Therefore, it was much more convenient to mobilize troops than mortals. But even so, there were a lot of things to prepare for every war. It was impossible to pull out troops and start fighting as soon as the two sides started fighting. That was obviously impossible. At this point, Zhao Hai was already aware of the 39 Southern Isles plan. The 39 Southern Isles had already sent a portion of their forces to occupy half of the Divine Turtle Island. This made the Northern Isles have no choice but to join forces against them. Now that the 33 Northern Isles were in a disadvantageous position, they had no choice but to send more troops to the front lines. They even dragged the Profound Sky sect and the Sea Exploring sect into the water. The 39 Southern Isles had already thought of this. They already knew that the Profound Sky sect and the Sea Exploring sect would participate in the war. However, they still only sent 300,000 troops to confront the Northern 33 Isles. Moreover, they maintained their advantage in numbers. This forced the Northern 33 Isles to send more troops. By the time the 33 Northern Isles forces arrived at the Divine Turtle Islands frontline, the 39 Southern Isles suddenly mobilized their forces and attacked. The 33 Northern Isles would certainly leave some forces in their sects. This was something that the 39 Southern Isles had already expected. However, they immediately mobilized more than half of their forces and prepared to use their superior numbers to wipe out the 33 Northern Isles forces in one fell swoop. If the 39 Southern Isles could really do this, then the military strength of the 33 Northern Isles would be halved. At that time, the 39 Southern Isles would be able to take over the 33 Northern Isles with their superior military strength. However, this plan also needed time to prepare. At the same time, they also needed to put pressure on the Northern 33 Isles, forcing them to send all of their troops. Only then would the plan succeed. The 39 Southern Isles plan was very successful. The Northern 33 Isles continued to send more troops to the Divine Turtle Island. At this time, the Divine Turtle Island's troops, including the Profound Sky sect and the Sea Exploring sect, already reached 400,000. At the same time, the 39 Southern Isles were also mobilizing their troops. Their troops had reached 400,000 and were still increasing. As long as they were given a few more days, their troops would reach 500,000 or even more. The reason why the 39 Southern Isles had to wait for the Northern 33 Isles troops to arrive was because although they occupied half of the Divine Turtle Island, these islands weren't very big. It was impossible for them to station hundreds of thousands of troops. If they mobilized all of their troops, then they wouldn't have a place to stay. If it was for a short period of time, then it would be fine. But if it was for a long time, then it would be very troublesome. Because of this, they could only wait for the Northern 33 Isles troops to arrive. Then they would be able to take down the Divine Turtle Island in one fell swoop. Only then would they have a place to station their troops. Because of this, they also needed some time. They needed to wait for the entire army to arrive before they can move. Because of this, they were in a deadlock with the Northern 33 Isles army. They didn't want the Northern 33 Isles army to discover their movements. However, what they didn't expect was that the Northern 33 Isles were also thinking of ways to deal with them. Moreover, they started to move earlier than them. At this time, the teams that the Northern 33 Isles sent out were already in position. They just needed to confirm the time of their operation. The teams that Zhao Hai sent out had arrived at the designated location earlier than expected. This was also Zhao Hai's request. Although the teams weren't able to arrive at the designated location, they were able to pass on some information to the others. This was especially true for the changes in the 39 Southern Isles army. The teams had already discovered that the 39 Southern Isles were sending troops over. Because of this, Xianxia and Zhao Hai decided to have the teams speed up their movements. Because of this, these teams arrived 3 days earlier than expected. When the news of the last team arriving reached the Spirit Turtle Island, Xianxia immediately called everyone to the main hall. After everyone arrived at the main hall, Xianxia looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, now that all the teams have arrived at the designated location, we can finally move out. Everyone, when do you think is a suitable time to move out?" Everyone unconsciously turned to Zhao Hai. Since this plan was proposed by Zhao Hai, he naturally had the right to speak. Therefore, everyone looked at him. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The sooner the better. Those disciples are always staying in the sea. Therefore, we should act a day sooner. Since the sky is already bright, have the disciples stay in the sea for a day. Then we'll make our move at night. Inform the army to get ready. After dark, we'll head towards Eel Island and the other 3 islands. When we reach the periphery of the islands, have the disciples open up all the formations. Then we'll immediately attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I don't care." Everyone nodded, then Xianxia said, "All right, we'll do as Sect Master Jian said. Let's go back and tell our disciples to get ready. We'll take action tonight. Right, don't forget to leave some disciples behind to block the attack of the 39 Southern Isles during the day. We don't want them to see any flaws in our plan. Now that we're about to carry out our plan, if the 39 Southern Isles were to see any flaws in our plan, then we'll be in big trouble." Everyone nodded, then they returned to prepare. When the sky was bright, the army of the 39 Southern Isles attacked again. It was still about 300,000 troops. Although the attack looked fierce, it lasted for less than 2 hours before they retreated. This had been the case for the past few days. Zhao Hai knew about the plans of the 39 Southern Isles. They were waiting for their troops to arrive. Secondly, they wanted to use this method to deceive the Northern Isles. They wanted the Northern Isles to think that they would attack like this all the time. Then they would suddenly attack and capture the Divine Turtle Island in one fell swoop. However, it was clear that they didn't expect that they had already been schemed against. Therefore, their early retreat was a good thing for Zhao Hai and the others. They can now rest and prepare for the operation at night. The sky slowly darkened. Tonight's weather wasn't very good. The moon was blocked by dark clouds, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai and the others. They still took advantage of the night to set out. Their targets were the Kuan Island, Turtle Guard Island, and Turtle Egg Island. The 3 islands formed an inverted triangle. Eel Island and Turtle Guard Island were closer to the Divine Turtle Island while Turtle Egg Island was further away. Zhao Hai's goal this time was to deal with Eel Island first, then Turtle Guard Island, and finally Turtle Egg Island. They would move in the middle of the night. This was because at that time, the people on the 3 islands wouldn't move. They wouldn't be able to use their transmission formations. Even if their transmission formations were sealed, they wouldn't be able to discover it. This way, they would be able to prevent the other 2 islands from knowing about it. Because the sky was dark, Zhao Hai and the others didn't move very fast. It wasn't until around 10 o'clock that they arrived at Eel Island. Eel Island was named after the shape of an eel. The island was long and looked like a mountain range. The army of the 39 Southern Isles was stationed on Eel Island, close to the Divine Turtle Island. Zhao Hai and the others were now 20 li away from Eel Island. If they were to move forward, they might enter the defensive perimeter of the army of the 39 Southern Isles. Because of this, they stopped. Zhao Hai invited Guisenyu and the others to his 8 trigram sword chi formation. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This position is just right, we can let the teams move. Once the formation is installed, we'll immediately move and take Eel Island. Remember, now is not the time to hold back. We must eliminate everyone on Eel Island in the shortest time possible." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "Island Lord, give the order. Let the teams move." Guisenyu nodded, then she took out a small transmission formation and gave the order. After the order was given, they quietly stood on top of the 8 trigram sword or formation and waited. Not long after, Guisenyu received the news that the teams were already in formation. They had already installed the formation on the island. Now, the teleportation formation on the island was no longer usable. Guisenyu looked at the transmission formation and then immediately said, "Move out." Along with his order, the entire army immediately moved. The army rushed towards Eel Island. For a moment, the battle cries shook the sky. The cultivators of the 39 Southern Isles on Eel Island were startled. However, the island was still in chaos. This was because they were suddenly attacked while resting. At this time, it was inevitable for people to panic. This was the same for both cultivators and ordinary people. Moreover, Zhao Hai's army had the advantage in numbers. On the other hand, although the people from the 39 Southern Isles were stationed on the island, they didn't set up strong formations. This was because they didn't have the time to do so. At the same time, they didn't think that the people from the 33 Northern Isles would attack them. After all, they were the ones who were on the offensive. However, because of this carelessness, they paid a huge price. The cultivators of the 39 Southern Isles were quickly defeated. They couldn't find their own sex and couldn't find their commander. Because of this, the cultivators on the island couldn't help but think of running away. They directly flew away from the island and scattered in all directions. Some flew in all directions while some flew towards Turtle Guard Island and Turtle Egg Island. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's army didn't stop. After defeating the garrison of Eel Island, they immediately headed towards Turtle Guard Island. The 2 islands weren't far from each other. Therefore, it didn't take long for Zhao Hai's army to arrive at Turtle Guard Island. At this time, Turtle Guard Island had made some preparations. Because the 2 islands weren't far, they were able to see the situation on Eel Island. Additionally, some cultivators who fled from Eel Island also ran to Turtle Guard Island. Because of this, the people of Turtle Guard Island also knew that Eel Island was under attack. They wanted to inform the people of Turtle Egg Island because Bao Tianlong was there. However, they quickly discovered that they couldn't use the transmission formation to send themselves to their deaths. Turtle Guard Island immediately decided to send people to Turtle Egg Island while they prepared for battle. However, even if they made some preparations, they still couldn't compare to the army of the 33 Northern Isles. Moreover, Zhao Hai's army went all out. It didn't take long before the army of Turtle Guard Island was scattered. Zhao Hai's army didn't pursue the enemy. Instead, they reorganized their troops and went straight towards Turtle Egg Island. They knew that Turtle Egg Island should have received the news. Attacking Turtle Egg Island would be a tough battle. At 3 o'clock in the morning, they finally arrived at Turtle Egg Island. Turtle Egg Island was already prepared. The army of the 39 Northern Isles was already in formation and was waiting for their arrival. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the moon. The army of the 33 Southern Isles also lit up their formation. Bao Tianlong stood there with an ugly expression as he quietly looked at the army of the 33 Northern Isles. The army of the 33 Northern Isles stopped about 1 li away from Bao Tianlong's army. Naturally, the large artifacts stopped about 5 li away from the battlefield, ready to charge at any time. Bao Tianlong looked at the army of the 33 Northern Isles, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Good. I didn't think that you would actually use this move against me. But do you think that you've won? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. You will be the one to lose in the end. But no matter what, I have to admit that this move of yours is beautiful." Zhao Hai looked at Bao Tianlong and didn't say anything. Instead, Xianxia said, "Bao Tianlong, you've lost. All of the transmission formations on the Divine Turtle Island can no longer be used. Your army has become a lone army. It's impossible for you to defeat us. You're doomed to lose." "Defeated? Ha ha ha. I want to see who will be the one to lose in the end." Bao Tianlong looked at Xianxia and laughed. He looked a little crazy, completely different from the shrewd and far-sighted appearance he had when he was talking to Zhao Hai. It seems like he was greatly stimulated. Zhao Hai looked at Bao Tianlong's appearance and felt that something was wrong. He whispered to Xianxia, "Island Lord, Bao Tianlong's situation seems to be a bit strange. He might have lost his mind due to anger. We must be careful, people like him are capable of doing anything." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, Bao Tianlong shouted, "Kill them all." Just as his voice fell, the army of the 39 Northern Isles rushed towards Zhao Hai's group. Upon seeing their actions, Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the other party would attack at this time. Wasn't this just courting death? One must know that they have an army of 300,000 while the other side only had 100,000. In this case, the other party actually took the initiative to attack. Wasn't this just courting death? At this time, Zhao Hai noticed that Bao Tianlong had made his move. Bao Tianlong personally commanded his Azure Flood Dragon to rush towards the army of the 33 Northern Isles. Upon seeing Bao Tianlong's appearance, Zhao Hai immediately knew what Bao Tianlong wanted to do. Bao Tianlong wanted to personally make a move. He wanted to use his strength to create a gap in the formation of the 33 Northern Isles. Then in this battle, he would be able to defeat the 33 Northern Isles. Zhao Hai said, "Bao Tianlong is going all out. Everyone, I'll go hold him back. You deal with the others as soon as possible and then come help me. We'll kill him together." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and rushed towards Bao Tianlong. Zhao Hai didn't bring the 8 trigram sword chi formation this time. To be honest, although the 8 trigram sword chi formation was powerful, it wasn't very useful against an expert like Bao Tianlong. This was because the 8 trigram sword chi formation couldn't trap Bao Tianlong. As soon as Zhao Hai left, Hai Stone immediately took over the command of the 8 trigram sword chi formation. This was also something that Zhao Hai had instructed. The 8 trigram sword chi formation was very useful in battles. The sword chi that it released was definitely a great killing weapon against ordinary cultivators. Zhao Hai's figure flickered twice before he appeared in front of Bao Tianlong. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand and a sword intent directly locked onto Bao Tianlong. Bao Tianlong, who had been charging forward, could not help but narrow his eyes. He immediately stopped and looked at Zhao Hai, saying in a low voice, "Saber 9, it's you. Do you really think you're a match for me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "Whether I'm your opponent or not, I'll only know after we fight." Bao Tianlong's eyes flashed coldly as he sneered. "You want to entangle me? You're smart. But even if you know, what can you do? Can you stop me? In the past, I would still be in the mood to play with you. Unfortunately, I'm not in the mood now. After I kill you and break the great formation of the 33 Northern Isles, the 39 Southern Isles will still have a great victory. Then you can try. There are many people who want to kill me. I'm living quite well now. You don't know what's good for you. Die." After saying that, Bao Tianlong moved and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Just as he rushed towards Zhao Hai, a green serpent appeared around him and rushed towards Zhao Hai. It was as if Bao Tianlong was a demon. Although demons could transform into human form, their strongest attack was in their original form. Now, Bao Tianlong seemed to have transformed into a green serpent and rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the green serpent under Bao Tianlong's feet also rushed towards Zhao Hai. Concept manifestation? Good skill. When Zhao Hai saw Bao Tianlong make a move, he couldn't help but praise. Concept manifestation referred to the highest realm of concept cultivation methods. As long as one comprehended the concept of a concept cultivation method, they would be able to form a concept phantasm around their body. The concept phantasm of this cultivation method was very powerful. It could produce a force field that could affect the enemy's attack. This force field could be used to attack and defend. It was very powerful. When a concept cultivation method was practiced to a high degree, one could reach the concept manifestation realm. The concept manifestation realm meant that the chi field released by the concept cultivation method had completely materialized. Although one's body was still in the concept aura, in the eyes of others, one had already transformed into the concept aura. You were the concept aura, and the concept aura was you. At this realm, there were very few opponents in the sword spirit world who could be a match for them. They were only one step away from comprehending the power of law. However, this step was not something that everyone could cross. Countless experts in the sword spirit world were stuck at this step. However, Bao Tianlong was already worthy of his title as the #1 expert in the South Sea to be able to reach the state of manifestation of intent. With his strength, there weren't many people in the entire sword spirit world who could be his opponent, let alone the South Sea. Aside from those old monsters, there weren't many people who could be his opponent. Zhao Hai really didn't expect that Bao Tianlong's strength had reached this level. However, he wasn't afraid. He moved his hand and slashed out with his sword. When the sword slashed out, a burst of golden light appeared around his body. Then, the golden light turned into a golden sword chi that went straight towards the two green dragons. However, the two green dragons weren't easy to deal with. The real green dragon let out a long roar. Then, its body turned and coiled up. Then, a layer of water curtain formed around its body. After this layer of water curtain was formed, it completely blocked the green dragon. However, the green dragon didn't care about the sword chi at all. It directly rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai's sword slashed on the green dragon's head. Boom! With a loud sound, Zhao Hai's figure flew back. His face was flushed, but he didn't seem to be injured. After retreating for dozens of meters, he finally stood still. The green dragon was also stopped by Zhao Hai's sword. Then, it rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai moved his sword and stabbed out again. This time, he stabbed very slowly. It was as if there was a mountain pressing on his sword. His movements seemed to have been slowed down countless times. However, when Zhao Hai slowed down, the speed of the real green dragon and the illusory green dragon also seemed to have slowed down. Especially the illusory green dragon, it seemed to be colliding with Zhao Hai's sword. Boom! Bang! 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 First, there was a loud sound, followed by a burst of banging sounds. Zhao Hai's figure was retreating. This time, he retreated about 100 meters, but his sword was still on his body. However, his sword was constantly trembling, and the tip of the sword emitted a burst of banging sounds. It was as if the air was constantly exploding at the tip of his sword. Finally, Zhao Hai stopped. The long sword in his hand first bent into a huge arc. Then, it suddenly straightened. The illusory green dragon also stopped there. Although he didn't retreat, there was a burst of banging sounds in front of the green dragon. As for the real green dragon, when the banging sounds came, its movements became faster. Now, it had already rushed in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's sword that had just straightened suddenly turned and slashed towards the green dragon. Although the green dragon was huge, it was quite flexible. It turned its body and avoided Zhao Hai's sword attack. Then, it swept its huge tail towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the illusory green dragon also rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's expression was dignified. He turned the sword in his hand. The trajectory of the sword suddenly changed. His sword seemed to be following a very soft, flowing path. At the same time, a blue light appeared around Zhao Hai's body, surrounding him. At this time, the green dragon's tail also hit Zhao Hai's body. However, the tail just passed by Xiao Hai's body. It didn't hurt Xiao Hai at all. It was like a person. You clearly see a fish in the water, but when you reach out to catch it, you will find that the fish isn't where you see it. At this time, the illusory green dragon also hit Xiao Hai's sword. The blue light around Xiao Hai disappeared. Xiao Hai's expression changed slightly, but he didn't suffer any other injuries. It seems like the blue light had absorbed all the power of the illusory green dragon. After the blue light disappeared, Xiao Hai's sword power was naturally exhausted. Then Xiao Hai moved his hand and threw out a few first-class crystals. These crystals immediately turned into huge fireballs and went straight towards the illusory green dragon and the real green dragon. When the real green dragon saw the fireballs, it couldn't help but open its mouth and shoot water arrows towards the fireballs. However, the illusory green dragon didn't care about the fireballs and went straight towards Xiao Hai. Boom! 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 Several loud sounds were heard as the water arrows shot by the green dragon hit the fireballs. However, the fireballs only made a loud sound. Then the fireballs became smaller, but the water arrows completely disappeared. The fireballs were still flying towards the two green dragons. The real green Jiao dragon didn't expect such a scene. It couldn't help but stare. It didn't have time to dodge the fireballs. The fireballs hit its body, and then it exploded. The green Jiao dragon couldn't help but cry out in pain. The scales on the green Jiao dragon's body were blown up, and the green Jiao dragon was in a very sorry state. At the same time, the fireballs also hit the illusory green dragon. Several explosions were heard. It seemed like each fireball wasn't just one fireball, but several smaller ones. Because of this, there was a series of explosions instead of just one. With the explosion of the fireball, the illusory green flood dragon's body shook. It seemed like it was about to dissipate. Even the green flood dragon became a little illusory. Bao Tianlong could even be faintly seen inside the green flood dragon. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then the illusory green dragon condensed and rushed towards Xiao Hai. However, Xiao Hai's figure moved and retreated. At the same time, the sword in his hand slashed out. Sword chi appeared around his body and went straight towards the two green dragons. The real flood dragon looked up to the sky and let out a long hiss. A layer of blue light appeared around its body, surrounding it in the middle. The injuries on its body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The phantom flood dragon still didn't care about the sword chi and rushed straight towards Xiao. Although Xiao Hai and Bao Tianlong only fought for a few rounds, the process wasn't as calm as it looked on the surface. When Xiao Hai and Bao Tianlong fought for the first time, Bao Tianlong used the 36 forms of the green flood dragon. Moreover, it had reached the realm of concept manifestation, making it very powerful. At this time, Xiao Hai used the metal sword Dao and slashed out. Because his sword was based on the metal sword Dao, not only was it very sharp, it also carried a sword chi attack. This sword chi attack was aimed at the real green flood dragon. He wanted to stop the green flood dragon from attacking him along with Bao Tianlong. His plan was very successful. The sword chi stopped the green flood dragon. However, he didn't think that Bao Tianlong's attack would be so powerful. It actually pushed him back. Although he didn't use a body cultivation method, Bao Tianlong was still able to push him back. Moreover, Bao Tianlong's blood chi started to churn. This already explained Bao Tianlong's strength. While Xiao Hai was retreating, he also slowly calmed down the churning blood chi from his first exchange with Bao Tianlong. After he stopped, he was about to receive Bao Tianlong's second attack. This time, Xiao Hai used the earth sword intent. This sword looked very slow because it contained the concept of earth. It was incomparably heavy. At the same time, Xiao Hai's sword carried dozens of different kinds of qi. This time, he was facing Bao Tianlong's concept manifestation head-on. The reason why Xiao Hai used the concept of earth and used so many different kinds of qi was because he discovered that the 36 forms of the green flood dragon contained a lot of qi. Because of this, he had no choice but to do so. Facts proved that what he did was correct. His sword intent affected the real green flood dragon, slowing it down and making it unable to attack. At the same time, Xiao Hai's qi continued to clash with Bao Tianlong's qi. This was also the reason why there were so many banging sounds after the first explosion. Every banging sound was a collision between the two's qi. Finally, Zhao Hai retreated and avoided Bao Tianlong's attack. In other words, he fell into a disadvantage once again. At this time, the green flood dragon escaped from Zhao Hai's sword qi and attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai first slashed at the green flood dragon, but the green flood dragon dodged it. Then the green flood dragon used its tail to attack Zhao Hai. At the same time, Bao Tianlong also attacked. Zhao Hai knew that ordinary moves would be useless in this situation, so he used the water sword intent. Because of this, a blue light appeared around his body. This light caused the real green flood dragon to misjudge, causing it to be unable to attack Zhao Hai. At the same time, the blue light turned into a protective layer. Bao Tianlong's attack was directly absorbed by this protective layer, causing no harm to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai's water sword intent blocked the attacks of Bao Tianlong and the green flood dragon, he immediately released his medium technique. This was the first time that he used his medium technique against an opponent of Bao Tianlong's level. In fact, it was the first time that he used his medium technique in public. Each of the fireballs had several layers of qi. Because of this, the green flood dragon's water arrow couldn't extinguish the fireballs. The fireballs only became a little smaller. It was also because of this that the green flood dragon was able to enter the green flood dragon, causing Bao Tianlong's concept manifestation to become unstable. However, Bao Tianlong had been immersed in the 36 forms of the green flood dragon for many years. His control over the 36 forms of the green flood dragon had reached a terrifying degree. Because of this, he was able to immediately restore his concept manifestation. Because of this, he attacked Zhao Hai again. But this time, Zhao Hai was still using the metal sword intent. Zhao Hai originally thought that he could use other sword intents. He even had countless ways to break Bao Tianlong's concept manifestation. However, he didn't do so. This was because he was very clear that Bao Tianlong couldn't die right now. Bao Tianlong's reputation in the South Sea was very high. He was known as the #1 expert in the South Sea. His reputation in the 39 southern islands wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. As long as he didn't die, as long as he could return to the 39 southern islands, the people of the southern islands wouldn't give up on fighting. On the contrary, they would continue to fight. This way, Bao Tianlong would have the opportunity to destroy the entire 39 southern islands. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai used the metal sword intent. Moreover, he didn't add too much energy into the metal sword intent. This was to entangle Bao Tianlong and not really kill him. The battle between the two became even more intense. Zhao Hai seemed to be at a disadvantage, but he was still firmly entangled with Bao Tianlong. At this time, the armies of the 33 northern islands, the Sea Exploring Sect, and the Profound Sky Sect had completely gained the upper hand. The remaining troops of the 39 southern islands were completely suppressed by the allied forces of the 33 northern islands because they didn't have Bao Tianlong's help. At this time, Xianxia and the others also came to help. Several people dealt with Bao Tianlong together. It must be said that Bao Tianlong's strength was very strong. He was able to deal with so many people with ease. He was able to attack and defend. The green Jiao dragon that was formed from the intent realm was unstoppable as it rampaged through the encirclement of several people. However, Bao Tianlong also knew that they wouldn't be able to win today. Therefore, after exchanging more than 20 moves with Xianxia and the others, his body suddenly flashed and transformed into the green Jiao dragon and rushed out of the encirclement. The real green Jiao dragon had already passed by. After rushing out of the encirclement, Bao Tianlong landed on the green Jiao dragon's head and fled into the distance while shouting, 33 northern islands, Saber 9, I will remember you. This old man will get his revenge sooner or later. Disciples of the 39 southern islands, listen up. Gather at the rendezvous point. Following his voice, the disciples of the 39 southern islands suddenly dispersed and fled in all directions. Their speed was so fast that they disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the direction where Bao Tianlong left and said, I'm afraid that we won't be able to catch up. However, they must be in the Mystic Turtle Island. There's a secret rendezvous point there. We must find them. Xianxia and the others nodded. They also realized that Bao Tianlong's last sentence about the rendezvous point was definitely not in the 39 Southern Islands territory. The rendezvous point must be somewhere in the Mystic Turtle Island. It's just that they haven't found it yet. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, his face turned pale. Then he coughed twice. At this time, Hai Stone and the others had also arrived by Zhao Hai's side. Upon seeing this situation, Hai Stone and the others immediately surrounded Zhao Hai and asked, "Sect Master, are you all right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm fine, just some minor injuries. I'll be fine after 2 days of rest. You don't need to worry." Hai Stone and the others looked at Zhao Hai nervously. Guisinyu and the others also said with concern, "Sect Master Jian, you should go to the large artifact and rest. Leave the rest to us. In any case, the 39 Southern Islands defeat is already decided." At this time, the sun had just risen. In just a moment, they had defeated the army of the 39 Southern Isles. However, it was only a defeat. Not many were killed, but this was still a great victory. Once the army of the 39 Southern Isles was defeated, it would be difficult for them to recover. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave the rest to you." After he said that, he cupped his fist towards everyone before flying towards the 8 trigram sword chi formation. Then Hai Stone controlled the 8 trigram sword chi formation to fly towards the Divine Turtle Island. At the same time, the other disciples of the Sea Exploring sect slowly converged towards Zhao Hai. It seems like they wouldn't be participating in this operation. Jia Yiming and Fierce Tiger stood together and looked at Zhao Hai's departing figure. Jia Yiming suddenly said, "Sect Master Jian's injuries aren't light this time. Otherwise, with his character, he wouldn't have given up on chasing Bao Tianlong." Daoist Master Ferocious Tiger nodded and said in a deep voice, "To be able to hold back Bao Tianlong for so long, Sect Master Jian's strength has already exceeded my expectations. He can be considered a top figure in the entire sword spirit world." Jia Yiming nodded. Guisinyu also heard this. He looked at the two in confusion and said, "How do you know that Sect Master Jian's injuries aren't light?" "I don't think he's heavily injured." Jia Yiming replied, "Sect Master Jian won't let his enemies off so easily, especially someone as dangerous as Bao Tianlong. If he wasn't heavily injured, he would have definitely chased after Bao Tianlong. Once a strong enemy like Bao Tianlong escapes, it'll be even harder to deal with him in the future. Most importantly, if Bao Tianlong returns to the southern 39 islands, then it'll be even more difficult for us to deal with them in the future." Jia Yiming replied. Fierce Tiger nodded and said, "When Sect Master Jian fights, he definitely won't hold back. If he can kill his opponent, he'll definitely do so. Even if he can't, he'll try his best to make his opponent lose the ability to resist. At the very least, they won't be a threat to him." But he didn't do so this time. "It seems like his injuries aren't light." Jia Yiming nodded as well before he continued, "Moreover, the people from the Sea Watch sect have all left as well. This is definitely abnormal. There's still quite a few people from the Sea Watch sect who can command the battle. There's no need for all of them to leave. It must be because Sect Master Jian's injuries are heavy and they're afraid that someone would harm him. That's why they all left to protect him." Guisinyu said, "The people from the 39 Southern Islands have already been repelled. What's there to worry about? Do they still need to protect Sect Master Jian?" Jia Yiming and Fierce Tiger looked at each other, then they looked at Guisinyu and didn't say anything. Guisinyu looked at the two and immediately reacted. Zhao Hai wasn't guarding against the 39 Oceanic Islands, but them. Although they were allies of the Sea Exploring sect, if something were to happen to Zhao Hai, then the Sea Exploring sect wouldn't be able to keep the situation under control. At that time, the Sea Exploring sect that had been united with great difficulty would be divided into different sects. If things go wrong, then the Sea Exploring Alliance might cease to exist. It can be said that Zhao Hai was the stabilizing force of the Sea Exploring sect. If something were to happen to him, then the Sea Exploring sect would be in danger. The news of the alliance of the 39 Southern Isles being defeated by the alliance of the 33 Northern Isles spread throughout the Sword Spirit boundary in a very short time. The people from the big sects were very surprised by this news. They didn't think that the people from the 33 Northern Isles would be so strong that they could defeat the alliance of the 39 Southern Isles in such a short period of time. This really surprised them. All the major sects wanted to know how the people of the northern 33 Isles did it. Then, a piece of news spread. The ninth saber of the blood fox sword had entangled the number one expert of the southern sea, Bao Tianlong. This allowed the people of the northern 33 Isles to defeat the people of the southern 39 Isles. This news shocked the people of the sword spirit world. Bao Tianlong's title as the number one expert of the South Sea wasn't given by himself. It was recognized by the people of the sword spirit boundary. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would be strong enough to entangle Bao Tianlong. One must know that Bao Tianlong's strength was very famous in the sword spirit boundary. For Zhao Hai to be able to entangle Bao Tianlong meant that Zhao Hai's strength could be ranked among the top in the sword spirit boundary. It was also at this time that the people of the sword spirit boundary began to take Zhao Hai's strength seriously. What they didn't know was that the people from the 33 northern islands weren't in the mood to pay attention to these things. They were currently in the waters of the Divine Turtle Island, looking for the remnants of Bao Tianlong's alliance. Although they were called remnants, the remaining forces of the 39 southern islands weren't small. Therefore, they must find the alliance of the 39 southern islands as soon as possible. If they can't find the alliance of the 39 southern islands, then it would be very troublesome. Zhao Hai returned to the Divine Turtle Island under the escort of Hai Stone and the others. Then he went directly to his room and began to close up. However, Hai Stone and the others didn't leave. They all stood guard outside Zhao Hai's room, not allowing anyone to get close. 5 days later, the door to Zhao Hai's room was opened. Hai Stone and the others entered Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai was sitting in the living room drinking tea. When he saw them come in, he smiled faintly and said, "Have a seat." Hai Shi and the others sat down as they looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. Then he turned to Wen Hai and said, "What's the situation outside?" Wen Hai said in a deep voice, "We haven't found the army of the southern 39 Isles yet, but it should be soon. If there are only a few islands left to search, then there should be news soon." All the major sects also know about this matter, and they are also inquiring about it. "But boss, your reputation has spread, they all call you the second strongest expert in the South Sea." When Zhao Hai heard Wen Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he repeated the words he used to deceive Wen Hai, "The second strongest expert in the South Sea." Wen Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, they call you the second strongest expert in the South Sea. Boss, the next time you want to put on an act, can you tell old Hai and the others first? Look at how worried they are these days, they've been sitting outside. You didn't say anything, right? If you're being kind, why didn't you tell them? I'm afraid that others would see through it. If old Hai and the others aren't outside, how would others know that you're injured? They might even see that you're faking it. Wouldn't that be bad? I'm the same. Old Hai, you don't have to worry about it. Actually, when I fought Bao Tianlong, I didn't use my full strength and wasn't injured. But I didn't want the northern 33 Isles to know about my situation, so I faked it. This way, the northern 33 Isles wouldn't know about my true strength." When Hai Stone and the others heard Wen Hai and Zhao Hai talking, they felt strange. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, they felt even more strange. Hai Stone looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master, are you really not injured?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I already said that I'm confident in dealing with Bao Tianlong. But why would I kill him? If I did, then it would be a huge blow to the southern 39 Isles. If the southern 39 Isles surrendered, then what would we do? Wouldn't our previous plan go down the drain? Because of this, I can't kill Bao Tianlong. At this time, Bao Tianlong should have already returned to the southern 39 Isles. The southern 39 Isles would certainly organize themselves and prepare for our attack. At the same time, the northern 33 Isles would also attack. For them, this is a rare opportunity that they wouldn't let go of. And this is our goal. The southern 39 Isles are very unconvinced of their defeat. They would think that we didn't rely on strength to defeat them, so they would continue to fight. Only then would we be able to destroy the southern 39 Isles and obtain the 3 islands that belong to us. In this case, why would I kill Bao Tianlong? Wouldn't that be making things difficult for myself? Faking my injury would be good. Outsiders wouldn't know my true strength, but they would think that I'm very strong and wouldn't be easy to provoke. This would be good for me and the sea exploring sect. Hai Stone and the others quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be acting from beginning to end. This made them very surprised. To be honest, Hai Stone and the others were now doubting Zhao Hai's words. If Zhao Hai were to say that he could defeat Bao Tianlong, then they would still believe it. But to make the opponent think that he was inferior to Bao Tianlong and not be discovered, this wasn't easy. It might even be more difficult than defeating the opponent, especially when the opponent was an expert like Bao Tianlong. Zhao Hai looked at Hai Stone and the others and didn't say anything. He just turned his head to Wen Hai and said, "All right, after we go out, tell them that I just recovered from my injury. Don't talk about anything else." "All right, you can all leave." Hai Stone and the others nodded before they turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Iron Snake and said, "Iron Snake, how is your harvest this time? Bao Tianlong's Qingyun 36 forms is very beneficial for your snake fist. You have to comprehend it well." Iron Snake nodded and said, "Yes, young master. I've gained a lot this time. I want to go into seclusion for a few more days." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go back to the sect and go into seclusion first. Get Tainyo here." Iron Snake nodded and cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai. Then, he directly took the Divine Turtle Island's teleportation array and left. After the news of Zhao Hai's recovery spread out, Gui Xinyu and the others immediately invited Zhao Hai to the Great Hall. At this time, Gui Xinyu and the others had returned to the Divine Turtle Island. Naturally, the island masters didn't need to personally go looking for Bao Tianlong, they could just send some elders. As long as Bao Tianlong's group was found, then everything would be fine. When Zhao Hai arrived at the main hall, he saw that Gui Xinyu and the other island representatives were all present. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fists towards everyone and said, "Jianzhou greets everyone. I've made everyone wait for a long time." Gui Xinyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, have you fully recovered from your injuries? My Spirit Turtle Island has a few medicinal pills that are very beneficial for the recovery of injuries. I'll have someone bring them over." Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "There's no need. Thank you for your concern, Island Master Gui. My injuries have completely recovered. To be honest, I didn't expect that Bao Tianlong's strength would be so strong. His intent cultivation technique has already reached the intent manifestation realm. Therefore, I suffered some losses. I've made everyone laugh at me. Sect Master Jian must be joking. If we were to laugh at you, then we would really be idiots. You were able to entangle Bao Tianlong for such a long time. That's already very impressive. So many of us attacked together, but we still couldn't make him stay. Bao Tianlong's title as the #1 expert of the South Sea isn't just for show." Jia Yiming looked at Zhao Hai and said. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It wasn't that long. I only exchanged about 30 moves with Bao Tianlong. I was already injured after 30 moves. This is already very shameful." Gui Xinyu looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, "If you say that, then we'll lose even more face. I'm afraid that none of us can last more than 30 moves against Bao Tianlong. You were able to block more than 30 moves and only suffered minor injuries. This is already very impressive. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. We still haven't found Bao Tianlong's whereabouts, this makes me a little worried." While they were talking, a disciple suddenly ran in and shouted, "Island Master, there's news, there's news." Gui Xinyu looked and saw that this disciple was a core disciple of the Divine Turtle Island. He quickly said, "Have you found Bao Tianlong? Where are they?" The disciple immediately replied, "Island Master, we just received news that the army of the 39 Southern Isles was found on Stony Island. They are using a transmission formation to leave. Maybe because the transmission formation is too small, they haven't completely left yet. Moreover, Bao Tianlong is also there." Stony Island? They actually built a transmission formation on Stony Island? This transmission formation can't be built in a day or two. It seems like they have been planning to attack us for a long time. Hateful, truly hateful. Gui Xinyu said fiercely. Jia Yiming opened his mouth and said, "Island Master, I seem to have heard about this Stony Island. It's an inconspicuous island, isn't it? Moreover, it doesn't seem to be too far from the Divine Turtle Island. It's not far, only about 5 days away. However, ordinary people wouldn't go there. This is because for some unknown reason, there are a lot of demon beasts there. Moreover, there's nothing on the island. Just from the name, you can tell that there's nothing but stones on Stony Island. I didn't think that they would actually go to Stony Island and build a transmission formation. If they directly came to help the Divine Turtle Island from the transmission formation, then it would be too dangerous. But why didn't they do so before? Could it be that they built the transmission formation after occupying the southern part of the Divine Turtle Island? This is very likely. They have occupied the southern waters of the mystical Turtle Island, so they built a teleportation formation there as a backup plan. This kind of scheme is really surprising. Bao Tianlong is really a powerful character. Sect Lord Jian's words are reasonable. Bao Tianlong is indeed very strong. However, the defeat this time has indeed caused the 39 Southern Isles to suffer a lot. I think we should pursue them and kill our way into the 39 Southern Isles Sea region. Even if we can't destroy the 39 Southern Isles, we should at least hurt them. Otherwise, when the 39 Southern Isles gather their army, they will certainly attack us. Instead of waiting for them to attack us, it's better for us to attack them. When they attack us, all the broken bottles and jars will belong to us. If we attack them, all the broken things will belong to them, and we won't feel any heartache. Yes, we should attack them. If we miss this opportunity, we won't be able to find another one. Let's take advantage of the fact that those great sects are focusing on the ruins of Sky City and solve this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, we might give those great sects an opportunity to deal with the 39 Southern Isles in the future. Don't think that an alliance agreement can make those great sects behave and not attack us. That's impossible. If there's an opportunity in the future, they will never let it go. Island Master Jian's words are reasonable. Now, those great sects are still focusing on the ruins of Sky City. If we can't deal with the 39 Southern Isles after they've finished excavating the ruins of Sky City, then we'll be in danger. Sect Master Jian, Taoist Master, what do you two think? But if we attack the 39 Southern Isles, will Scouring Sea Sect and Profound Heaven Sect help us according to the agreement? Of course. We've already signed the alliance agreement, so we'll naturally help. Please rest assured. Gue Xianxia nodded, then he looked at the other sect leaders and said, "Alright, since sect leader Jian and Taoist priest agree, then we have nothing else to say. The people of the 39 Southern Isles didn't declare war on us and directly attacked us. If we don't fight back, then it would be unreasonable. However, there's also a problem with our alliance. When we were fighting against the 39 Southern Isles, we were like scattered sand, we didn't have a good cooperation, and we didn't have a unified command. I don't think this will work. I think that if we want to attack the 39 Southern Isles, we need a unified command. What do you all think?" Everyone nodded. They also felt that there should be a unified commander. Without a unified commander, they would be at a disadvantage when fighting the 39 Southern Isles. This time, if they didn't use Zhao Hai's method, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat the 39 Southern Isles alliance. Moreover, the 39 Southern Isles alliance was preparing to deal with them. It was just that they had made their move earlier. Therefore, it was necessary to have a unified commander during the battle. But now, there was a problem, and that was the issue of the commander. There was no problem with a unified commander, but who would be the commander was a big problem. The 33 Northern Isles weren't monolithic and had great conflicts with each other. They didn't feel at ease with who would be the commander. Therefore, they didn't mention the issue of a unified commander before. Gue Xinyu looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I have a suggestion. I would like to appoint Sect Master Jianjiu as the commander. Sect Master Jianjiu is very powerful and I'm sure everyone is aware of his ability to command. There's nothing better than letting Sect Master Jianjiu be the commander. What do you think?" Gue Xinyu's proposal made everyone stare. They didn't think that he would propose Zhao Hai to be the commander. Not only were they surprised, even Zhao Hai was surprised. Although the Sea Exploring Sect and the Profound Sky Sect were allies of the 33 Northern Isles, the number of troops dispatched by these two sects was far less than the number of troops dispatched by the 33 Northern Isles. They could only be regarded as helpers. The real decision-maker was still the 33 Northern Isles. The reason why Zhao Hai had so much authority before was because of his good relationship with Jia Yiming and the others. In addition, the 33 Northern Isles didn't point out a leader at that time. Therefore, his right to speak seemed to be very important. But now, the 33 Northern Isles were truly united. The commander of this army had a lot of authority. In this case, it was only right for someone from the 33 Northern Isles to be in charge of this army. But now, Gui Xinyu wanted Zhao Hai to be in charge of the army. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. However, no one spoke as they quietly pondered. Zhao Hai and Taoist Master Fierce Tiger didn't speak. Zhao Hai wanted to say a few words of modesty to show that he wouldn't be the commander. But when he saw that everyone was frowning, he didn't speak. Naturally, Taoist Master Fierce Tiger didn't speak. In fact, he hoped that Zhao Hai would be the sect master. This was because the strength of the 33 Northern Isles was much stronger than theirs. Now that he had a good relationship with Zhao Hai, he naturally hoped that Zhao Hai would be the sect master and not someone else. However, he didn't have the right to speak. After all, this was a matter of the 33 Northern Isles. If he rashly interfered, then it would be a loss of face for the 33 Northern Isles. Therefore, although Taoist Master Fierce Tiger hoped that Zhao Hai would be the commander, he didn't speak. He just sat there quietly and watched. Gui Xinyu didn't move, he just calmly looked at the crowd. He was very clear that his proposal would shock many people, but he still did it because he was very clear that this proposal was made after careful consideration, it wasn't a whim. The Northern 33 Isles needed an alliance, but there were some conflicts between the Northern 33 Isles. No matter who was chosen as the commander, there would be people who would jump out to oppose it. Therefore, it was better to choose an outsider. Zhao Hai was the sect master of the sea exploring sect. Moreover, he had shown them enough goodwill and helped them a lot. As for Zhao Hai's commanding ability, there was no need to talk about it. Everyone knew how strong Zhao Hai's commanding ability was. The profound sky sect had suffered losses in his hands, the 72 southern islands had suffered losses in his hands, and now the 39 southern islands had suffered losses as well. This time, the plan to attack the 39 southern islands was proposed by him. How could such a person's commanding ability be bad? There was absolutely no problem with him being the commander. Although Zhao Hai might take care of his own people if he was the sect master, it didn't matter. He wouldn't be biased towards any island, he wouldn't send any island's cultivators to their deaths. He wouldn't do this just to weaken the strength of any island. This was enough, wasn't this what they wanted? Slowly, the other island masters understood Gui Xinyu's intention. They looked at each other and saw a hint of approval in each other's eyes. Moreover, they also understood that although Zhao Hai was the commander, the armies of the islands were still under their control. Moreover, Zhao Hai was only the commander of this expedition. It was impossible for him to stay in the South Sea forever. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with letting him be the commander. Zhao Hai was the commander of this expedition. Finally, Jia Yiming laughed and said, "Island Master Gui, your proposal is very good. I agree with it very much. What do you think?" The others looked at each other and all of them shook their heads. Obviously, they didn't have any objections. Gui Xinyu saw that everyone had agreed and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, I know that we agreed on this matter without your consent, which is somewhat disrespectful to you. However, please believe that we sincerely hope that you can command our army to attack the 39 southern islands. This battle will have a great impact on the 33 northern islands, the Scouring Sea Sect, the Black Heaven Sect Alliance, and the entire Southern Sea. I think you know better than me how great the impact this battle will have on the 33 northern islands, the Scouring Sea Sect, the Black Heaven Sect Alliance, and the entire Southern Sea. Therefore, this time, we'll leave it to you. Please agree." After saying that, Gui Xinyu stood up and cupped her fist towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai hurriedly stood up and returned the greeting. "You're too kind, Island Master. It's my honor that you think so highly of me, Saber 9. To be honest, I've never commanded so many people in battle before. If I've done anything inappropriate, please don't take offense. Please remind me as well." "So, Sect Master Jian agrees to be the commander?" "Of course. Since everyone thinks so highly of me, wouldn't it be too disrespectful if I don't agree? I agree. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone laughed. Jia Yiming said in a deep voice, letting Bao Tianlong escape this time is definitely not a good thing for us. Therefore, we still have to attack the 39 southern islands as soon as possible. We can't give them too much time to prepare. Zhao Hai nodded and said, we can't give them too much time to prepare. However, I think that the 39 southern isles should be ready by now. They should have deployed a large number of troops at the border to prevent us from attacking. Therefore, we need to think of another way. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Everyone looked at him and waited for him to continue. Zhao Hai said, if our army attacks the 39 southern islands directly from the sea, then we will certainly face their resistance. Therefore, we must find a way to avoid them. Everyone is more familiar with the situation in the South Sea than I am. What I mean is that we should give them a taste of their own medicine. We'll also choose an inconspicuous island in the South Sea and build a teleportation formation there. We'll directly teleport our army there. Although this might take some time, it will have an unexpected effect. Since you're familiar with the terrain, then you'll have to choose one of the islands. Gui Xinyu and the others nodded. Then they took out a map and carefully studied it. Then they set their sights on an island. This island wasn't very big and was very remote. The reason why they chose this island was because although it was somewhat remote, it was in the middle of the 39 southern islands. In other words, this island was located in the middle of the 39 southern islands. If their army appears there, then they would be able to penetrate the heart of the 39 southern islands. This was much better than attacking from the sea. After they finished choosing the island, Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, since you've chosen the island, then we need to prepare for the next step. First, we need to send some people who are fast and good at concealment. Moreover, they need to have a good foundation in formations and can arrange large teleportation formations. Do you have such people in mind? Gui Xinyu replied, Sect Master Jian doesn't need to worry about this. Just leave it to us. We'll immediately prepare. After selecting the people, we'll immediately send them out. Once they're done with the teleportation formations, we'll inform you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, that's for the best. However, we can't be idle. What I mean is, we'll gather the disciples of the various islands and have them train for a period of time. This will allow everyone to become more familiar with each other. This way, we'll be able to display a stronger fighting strength. Gui Xinyu and the others naturally didn't have any objections. After the discussion, the entire northern 33 islands began to move. The disciples of the various islands began to participate in the training. At the same time, Gui Xinyu and the others also selected their people. A small group of experts from the northern 33 islands set out in the evening. This time, they didn't go underwater. Instead, they flew in the sky. Moreover, they also took a detour. After Zhao Hai became the commander, it seems like nothing has changed. Everything was the same as before. Although the disciples of the various islands were training together, he didn't need to command them too much. After all, these were all elite disciples. 5 days later, Gui Xinyu and the others sent back news that their people had arrived at the island and were beginning to build the teleportation formation. Because the person who went this time was an expert in teleportation formations, it was estimated that the teleportation formation would be finished in 3 days. This was already the fastest speed. Moreover, this teleportation formation wasn't for 1,000 people, it was for 500 people. Although a transmission formation for 500 people was a bit small, there was no other way. Zhao Hai and the others could wait for the army to arrive and then build a bigger transmission formation, where they could directly occupy the 39 southern islands. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. Therefore, a small transmission formation would be enough for them to use. Zhao Hai and the others had no choice but to wait for the army to arrive. The reason why the people from the northern 33 isles were able to arrive at the island so quickly was because there was an elder from the Divine Turtle Island among them. He went to the sea near the island and practiced there. Moreover, he also remembered the coordinates of the sea. Later on, they directly used the teleportation formation to go there. However, after arriving there, they had to spend a lot of time looking for the island. It took them 5 days to reach the island. After 3 days, the teleportation formation on the island was completed. After some tests, it was completely usable. The army immediately sat on the teleportation formation and headed towards the island. Zhao Hai was the first batch to arrive. After arriving, he immediately arranged a formation and an illusion formation on the island. After that, he began to arrange a large transmission formation. This was to allow the army to arrive at the southern 39 islands as soon as possible. It took 10 days for the army to arrive at the 39 southern islands. This time, they had more than 400,000 troops. At the same time, they began to gather the rest of the army in the northern 33 islands. They were ready to be reinforcements at any time. After the army arrived, Zhao Hai allowed them to take a short rest. Then they set their target. This time, Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with the branch in the 39 southern islands. Instead, they wanted to deal with the main island of the Four Beast Island. This island was also the closest island to their stronghold. Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with them. The Four Beasts Island was one of the 39 southern islands. Among the 39 southern islands, it was clearly in the middle. The reason why it was called the Four Beasts Island wasn't because of the 4 types of beasts on the island. Instead, it was because of the 4 huge rocks surrounding the island. These 4 rocks looked like 4 beasts, hence the name Four Beasts Island. The island that Zhao Hai and the others appeared on wasn't very far from the Four Beasts Island. If they were to fly, then it would only take them 4 hours to reach the main island of the Four Beasts Island. However, after Zhao Hai's army arrived on the island, they didn't immediately attack it. Zhao Hai first sent a small team to the vicinity of the Four Beasts Island to conduct a reconnaissance. The main purpose of the reconnaissance was to see the defensive situation of the Four Beasts Island. At the same time, they also wanted to see how many people were on the island. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the result. The defense of the Four Beasts Island wasn't very tight, and there weren't many people on the island. It can be seen that the main force of the island has already been transferred away. For Zhao Hai and the others, this was good news. This would make their attack much smoother. After receiving the results of the reconnaissance, Zhao Hai gathered everyone together. This time, Gui Xinyu didn't come along, but Jia Yiming did. This was because Gui Xinyu wanted to take care of the Divine Turtle Island. They were worried that the people from the 39 southern islands would attack the northern islands. The Divine Turtle Island would bear the brunt of the attack. In the temporary command post on the island, everyone was gathered by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone already knows about the results of the reconnaissance. The defenses of the Four Beasts Island aren't very strong, and there aren't many people on the island. This is our opportunity. Therefore, I want to take the island in one fell swoop. It's best if we do it quietly." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai, wanting to hear what he had to say next. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "For Beast Island is about 4 hours away from here. Our army speed might be slower, so it would take about 5 hours. Therefore, we should set out before dark and arrive at Four Beast Island. However, we shouldn't attack immediately. Let everyone rest for 1 or 2 hours before we attack. First, I'll use the Jade Compass to break the island's defensive formation. Then I'll use the barrier formation to seal the island so that the people on the island wouldn't be able to send messages to the outside. After that, we'll attack Four Beast Island with all our strength. As long as we can capture Four Beast Island, we can use the island's transmission formation to capture the entire island in the shortest time possible. After that, we can use the island's transmission formation to attack the other islands. As long as we succeed, we can capture several islands in one fell swoop. At that time, we won't have a firm foothold in the 39 Southern Isles. Even if the army of the 39 Southern Isles arrives, we wouldn't need to worry, we can just lead them by the nose." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "For Beast Island is about 4 hours away from here. Our army speed might be a bit slower, so it should take about 5 hours before we arrive. So what I mean is, we should set out before dark and arrive at Four Beast Island." Jia Yiming asked, "How are we going to lead them by the nose?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is very simple. As long as we take the Four Beast Island, we can know the coordinates of the other islands in the south. When the time comes, we can attack wherever we want. We can even use illusion formations to create illusions, making it easier for us to deal with those guys. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Jia Yiming and the others still didn't understand Zhao Hai's plan, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai said, "The army has rested for 2 days, it's about time. Let's set out this afternoon and have the army get ready." Everyone immediately complied and went to prepare. This was their first battle against the 39 southern islands. They wanted to do a good job, so they prepared very seriously. Before long, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Under Zhao Hai's command, the army began to move towards the Four Beasts Island. While the army was moving forward, Zhao Hai had the army send out a lot of scouts. These scouts were responsible for cleaning up the people around the army. They were very far away from the army. Moreover, they were fast and strong. As long as they saw someone, no matter who it was, they would immediately kill them. This way, no one would be able to send a message to the Four Beasts Island. After 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived 200 li away from the Four Beasts Island. It was impossible for the people of the Four Beasts Island to discover them here. And since the sky was still dark, they could rest here for 2 hours before attacking the island. After 2 hours, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the people of the Four Beasts Island were already resting. This was the best time for them to attack. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the army silently rushed towards the Four Beasts Island. When they were 50 li away from the island, Zhao Hai suddenly sped up. At the same time, he also took out the azure compass. When he was close to the island, he sped up and activated the azure compass. When he was close to the island, he directly rushed into the defensive formation of the Four Beasts Island. Just as the defensive formation of the Four Beasts Island was about to flash, it suddenly disappeared. Then the island was immediately covered by another formation. At this time, the army of the 33 northern islands arrived. They directly rushed into the Four Beasts Island and began to attack the people on the island. Zhao Hai only took a few minutes to break the formation and activate the formation. Before the people on the island could understand what was going on, Zhao Hai had already broken the defensive formation of the Four Beasts Island. At the same time, the formation was set up. When the people on the Four Beasts Island reacted, the alarm sounded. The army of the 33 northern islands had already arrived. The people on the Four Beasts Island couldn't even organize an effective resistance before they were directly destroyed by Zhao Hai and the others. The island lord and several elders of the Four Beasts Island tried to resist, but they were quickly killed by Zhao Hai and the other island lords. The entire battle didn't seem like a battle at all, it was more like a drill. Zhao Hai and the others only used 3 hours to capture the Four Beasts Island. After capturing the Four Beasts Island, Zhao Hai and the others immediately used the island's transmission formation to capture all of the Four Beasts Island's branch halls. At the same time, many of the Four Beasts Island's branch halls had already returned to the island. This made things easier for Zhao Hai and the others. It only took them a little more than 4 hours to capture all of the Four Beasts Island's branch halls. After capturing the Four Beasts Island, it was already past midnight. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and then looked at the others. They didn't seem to be tired. This was because the attack was too smooth, it was beyond their imagination. Although some disciples of the Four Beasts Island managed to escape, most of them were killed or captured. Because of this, they weren't tired at all. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he immediately decided to continue the attack. This time, they would attack the closest island to the Four Beasts Island, the 8-foot Island. 8-foot Island was like its name. The most commonly used sea beasts on this island were octopuses. These giant octopuses were very powerful. 8-foot Island was one of the more famous islands in the southern 39 islands. Its strength was a lot stronger than Four Beast Island. Moreover, Zhao Hai hadn't investigated 8-foot Island, so attacking it directly would be risky. However, Zhao Hai believed that this risk was worth it. This was because this was a good opportunity to capture 8-foot Island in one fell swoop. Taking 8-foot Island in one fell swoop before the news of Four Beast Island's capture spread. This would be good for them. After discussing with the others, Zhao Hai decided to attack 8-foot Island. After making this decision, Zhao Hai immediately assigned tasks. The first to go to 8-foot Island was Zhao Hai. First, he would use the transmission formation to enter the island. Then he would activate the formation so that the people on the island wouldn't be able to escape. After that, the army would attack 8-Foot Island. However, this time, the first group to enter with Zhao Hai had to be strong enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to resist the 8-Foot Island's counterattack. After making this decision, Zhao Hai and the other experts prepared themselves. Then 1,000 people entered the transmission formation of the Four Beasts Island. With a flash of white light, they disappeared from the transmission formation. In the next moment, they appeared on the transmission formation of the 8-Foot Island. As soon as they appeared, Zhao Hai immediately activated the formation. Not only would this formation cause the formations on the island to malfunction, it would also trap the people on the island, making it impossible for them to escape. Just as Zhao Hai activated the formation, they were discovered by the people on the island. In fact, on islands like the 8-Foot Island, the large transmission formations would be turned off at night, leaving only small transmission formations open. Because of the recent war, the large transmission formations were open so that they could be used at any time. This gave Zhao Hai and the others an opportunity. Zhao Hai and the others directly used the transmission formation to enter the island. The reaction of the people on the island could be considered fast. Just as Zhao Hai activated the formation, the alarm on the island rang. Then, people immediately rushed over. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't panic at all. He immediately released the 8 trigram sword chi formation and covered the transmission formation. At the same time, he used the formation to resist the enemy's attack. Then the army of the northern 33 Isles went through the transmission formation and killed their way to the island. Although the island resisted with all its might, it was still defeated in the end. As the army of the northern 33 Isles continued to arrive, the people on the island slowly lost hope. In the end, when they discovered that the entire island was isolated and couldn't run, they directly surrendered. Among these people who surrendered was the island lord of the 8-Foot Island. In one night, they conquered 2 islands. This was a result that no one expected. In the past, no one would believe it. But now, they really did it. Is what you're saying true? Did they really capture the Four Beast Island and the 8-Foot Island in one night? Xianxia looked at the person in front of him with a look of disbelief. If this person wasn't from their Spirit Turtle Island, then he would have thought that the other party was joking. Taking over the territories of 2 islands in one night, this was too fake. No matter how he heard it, it didn't sound real. The person nodded and said, "Yes, Island Lord. All the branches of the 8-Foot Island have been captured. The Four Beast Island has already been captured. I took the transmission formation from the 8-Foot Island and directly returned to the island." Xianxia excitedly said, "How did you do it? Quickly tell me." The man smiled faintly and told Xianxia about the whole process of the attack. Xianxia's eyes lit up as she listened, and when the man finished, Xianxia laughed and said, "Good, well done, very well done. I was the first to suggest that Sect Master Xianxia be the commander. It seems that my suggestion was correct." The person had a look of admiration as he said, "Island Lord is right. Sect Master Xianxia is really strong. If it weren't for him, then we wouldn't have been able to capture 2 islands in one night. Now that we have enough territory in the 39 southern islands, even if the army of the southern islands comes back, it wouldn't be easy to drive us out." Xianxia nodded and said, "What's next? What are you planning to do? What does Sect Master Xianxia intend to do?" The person replied, "Sect Master Xianxia said that we will attack the other islands as well. This way, the allied army of the southern islands won't be able to do anything to us. We will lead them by the nose. However, he didn't say what exactly we will do." Xianxia said, "Then why did you come back this time? Is it just to send me a letter?" "No, Island Lord, Sect Master Jian has asked you to tell the people on the other islands that we need to prepare more troops and enter the southern 39 islands at any time. After all, we can't leave our territory unguarded." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, I understand. I'll make the preparations. Sect Master Xianxia can rest assured." The person nodded and said, "All right, Island Lord, then I'll head back first. Today, we'll rest and reorganize on the 2 islands. After that, we'll attack other places." Xianxia nodded and said, "Go." If the front line is tight, then send me a letter immediately. The northern 33 islands can still spare a lot of people. The person nodded, then turned around and left. After the man left, Xianxia immediately began to move. She began to discuss with the people of the various islands about how they could transfer some of their people to support Zhao Hai without affecting the island's defenses. At the same time, the news of Zhao Hai and the others conquering 2 islands in one night was immediately made known to the army of the southern islands. When the people of the southern islands heard this news, they didn't believe it. In their opinion, it was impossible for the people of the northern 33 islands to take over 2 islands in one night. However, this news was quickly confirmed. Zhao Hai and the others were able to capture 2 islands in just one night. This really surprised them. They had been in a standoff with the Divine Turtle Island for a long time, but they were still unable to capture it. In the end, they only managed to capture half of the island. But now, Zhao Hai and the others actually managed to capture 2 islands in just one night. How did they do it? After confirming this news, the people of the southern 39 Isles started to panic. They gathered their army on the Sea Snake Island and prepared to meet the army of the northern 33 Isles. However, they didn't expect that the northern 33 Isles would suddenly run into their hinterland and take over 2 islands in one night. This caused them to be at a loss as to how to deal with the situation. However, Bao Tianlong had a few tricks up his sleeve. He immediately ordered the people of the other islands to fully defend themselves. At the same time, he adjusted the coordinates of all the islands' transmission formations. Only small transmission formations could be opened, no large ones could be opened. At the same time, the army urgently retreated to the nearest island, Arowana Island. However, while they were mobilizing the army, Zhao Hai and the Northern 33 Islands Alliance didn't move at all. It seems like after taking over 2 islands, they began to entrench themselves and didn't want to attack. Bao Tianlong knew that this situation would never happen. The Northern 33 Islands would certainly attack. It's just that he didn't know where they were going to attack. What gave Bao Tianlong the most headache was that even if they attacked the 8-Foot Island and the 4-Beast Island, they wouldn't necessarily be able to stop the Northern 33 Isles army. This was because they weren't in the Northern 33 Isles. If they were in the Northern 33 Isles territory, then they wouldn't give up and would defend it to the death. At the same time, they would ask for reinforcements from the other islands. However, this wasn't the case here. The Northern 33 Isles could give up on the 8-Foot Island and the 4-Beast Island and then attack the other islands. While Bao Tianlong was having a headache, someone suddenly reported that the Northern 33 Islands army had been discovered around Killer Whale Island. It seems like they were heading towards Killer Whale Island, ready to attack at any time. When Bao Tianlong received this news, he couldn't help but stare. He couldn't understand how the Northern 33 Islands army managed to reach Killer Whale Island without using a transmission formation. He immediately had someone confirm this news. Before long, this news was confirmed. The Northern 33 Islands army had indeed appeared on Killer Whale Island. Bao Tianlong and the others immediately mobilized their army towards Killer Whale Island. However, just as their army left, the Northern 33 Islands army suddenly appeared near Dragonfish Island and directly attacked it. Although Dragonfish Island resisted, it couldn't stop the Northern 33 Islands army. Although Bao Tianlong wanted to send reinforcements to Dragonfish Island through the transmission formation, it was too late. In the end, Dragonfish Island was captured. What made Bao Tianlong angry was that they didn't see the Northern 33 Islands army in Killer Whale Island. The Northern 33 Islands army seemed to have suddenly jumped from Killer Whale Island to Dragonfish Island. Bao Tianlong was puzzled. He really couldn't understand how Zhao Hai and the others did this. At this point, they really didn't know what to do with the Northern 33 Islands army. At this time, another piece of news came. The army of the 33 Northern Isles was only resting in Dragonfish Island. Then they would immediately attack Ghostfish Island. When this news came out, Bao Tianlong immediately sent troops to Ghostfish Island. But this time, he didn't send a lot of troops, only about half of the total army of the 39 Southern Isles. However, just as Bao Tianlong sent his troops, another news came. The Northern 33 Islands army had also been discovered in Seahawk Island. Seahawk Island's people were also fighting with the Northern 33 Islands army. This made Bao Tianlong and the others even more at a loss. How many armies did the northern 33 islands have that they could be divided into so many places? However, they had no choice but to send reinforcements. Just as Bao Tianlong and the others were about to send reinforcements, news came from Sea Snake Island. The northern 33 islands army had appeared in Sea Snake Island's territory and was attacking it. Bao Tianlong felt that he was going crazy. Why were the northern 33 islands armies everywhere? What the hell was going on? Where did the northern 33 islands army come from? At this point, Bao Tianlong had no way to send reinforcements to Sea Snake Island. This was because he had already sent all of his troops. At this time, more news came. The northern 33 islands army had indeed appeared in Sea Snake Island's territory and was attacking it. After resisting for 4 hours, Sea Snake Island was finally captured. In this way, the northern 33 islands army had captured 4 islands, including 3 neighboring islands. At the same time, Sea Snake Island, which was considered the largest island of the southern 39 islands, was also captured by the northern 33 islands. It can be said that the northern 33 islands army had fallen into a disadvantageous position in this war. At the same time, the southern 39 islands army finally retreated in panic. They didn't care about anything else. The first thing they thought of was to return to their own islands. They didn't want to be captured by the northern 39 islands. Bao Tianlong personally persuaded them to form an alliance. This was because once the alliance was separated, they would have no way to resist the northern 33 islands. However, because of this series of mistakes, the other islands no longer trusted Bao Tianlong. The island lords no longer listened to Bao Tianlong's words. Some of them directly led their troops to retreat. In this case, Bao Tianlong had no other choice. In the end, he led his troops back to Green Flood Dragon Island. At the same time, he made preparations to welcome the northern 33 islands attack. Bao Tianlong knew that the northern 33 islands wouldn't let go of this opportunity. They would certainly swallow the southern 39 islands in one fell swoop. It was impossible for them to let go of the southern 39 islands. After tasting the sweetness of victory, how could they let go of the southern 39 islands? Even if the southern 39 islands wanted to negotiate, it would be impossible. This was because the northern 33 islands had the upper hand. They would happily accept the surrender of the southern 39 islands. However, Bao Tianlong didn't think that they would lose just like that. He felt that there was still a chance. The last chance was to wait for the northern 33 islands army to capture half of the southern 39 islands. At that time, the southern 39 islands would know that if they didn't unite, they wouldn't be able to resist the northern 33 islands. At that time, they would unite and resist the northern 33 islands. This would also be their last chance. As long as they resist the northern 33 islands attack, then they would have a chance to make a comeback. If they couldn't resist the northern 33 islands attack at that time, then they would be finished. Bao Tianlong didn't think about asking for help from the Great Sects. He knew that the Great Sects were now focusing on the ruins of Sky City. Moreover, the reason why they fought with the northern 33 islands was because they didn't want to share the ruins of Sky City with everyone. They had already offended the Great Sects. Now that they asked for help from the northern 33 islands, the Great Sects wouldn't agree. They might even hit them while they were down. At this time, Bao Tianlong was no longer as high-spirited as before. He thought that with the southern 39 islands' strength, they would be able to destroy the northern 33 islands very quickly. After that, they would be able to destroy the Sea Exploring Sect and the Profound Sky Sect. At that time, he would be able to negotiate with the Great Sects. He thought that with the southern 39 islands' strength, they could become a great sect in the Sword Spirit boundary. Even great sects like the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Tiani Dao sect would have to give them some face. But now, Bao Tianlong knew that he was wrong. They couldn't even deal with the northern 33 islands army, let alone the great sects. Now, Bao Tianlong knew how short-sighted he was. However, it was too late to say anything now. Since they had already come this far, they could only move forward. This was because there was no way back for them. Their path of retreat had been blocked by the people of the northern 33 islands. If they couldn't defeat the people of the northern 33 islands, then they would disappear forever. Just as Bao Tianlong thought, the northern 33 Islands army, under the command of Zhao Hai, started from the Dragonfish Island and went straight north. Along the way, they subdued the northern 33 islands and connected with the Sea Serpent Island. In this way, they had a huge base of 7 islands. Once this base was established, more cultivators from the 33 northern isles immediately arrived and took over the territories of these islands. This entire process took less than a month. In other words, in just 1 month, Zhao Hai and the others managed to take over 1/6 of the southern islands. Such an attack was enough to make the world stare at them in awe. All the sects in the Sword Spirit boundary were watching the battle in the South Sea. Although they had already begun to excavate the ruins of the Sky City, they still paid attention to the situation in the South Sea. This was because once the northern 33 islands were defeated, then they would be attacked by the southern 39 islands. This made them pay attention to the changes in the situation in the South Sea. Although the major sects of the Sword Spirit boundary were paying attention to the situation in the South Sea, the changes in the situation still left them dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why the situation in the South Sea would turn out like this. In just 2 months, the 33 Northern Isles not only defeated the army of the 39 Southern Isles, but also counterattacked the 39 Southern Isles and took over such a large territory. This change in the situation was something he had never expected. However, regardless of whether they wanted it or not, the army of the Northern 33 Isles didn't stop. Their morale was high as they attacked the 39 Southern Isles. Although the 39 Southern Isles resisted, they still had Zhao Hai's green jade compass to break their defensive formation. Moreover, they also had the large artifacts of the Sky Sect and the Sea Exploring Sect. The 39 Southern Isles were unable to resist. In the following 2 months, the army of the Northern 33 Isles managed to capture 18 of the 39 Southern Isles islands. Because these islands had their branches taken back to their main islands, the army of the Northern 33 Isles was able to capture 18 of the islands in one fell swoop. The 39 Southern Isles lost half of their territory. This was something they didn't expect. Now that the Northern Isles were in high spirits, the most infuriating thing was that some of the cultivators from the Southern Isles had surrendered to the Northern Isles. At this point, the Northern Isles had completely outnumbered the Southern Isles. The remaining Southern Isles looked like they were waiting for death. They didn't know what to do because they simply couldn't stop the Northern Isles' attack. At this time, Bao Tianlong appeared once again. He directly contacted the remaining island masters of the 39 Southern Isles, hoping that they could unite once again to deal with the 33 Northern Isles. The remaining island masters of the 39 Southern Isles knew that it was impossible to stop the 33 Northern Isles with their own strength. Therefore, they agreed to Bao Tianlong's suggestion and joined forces to fight the 33 Northern Isles. After receiving this news, Zhao Hai gathered everyone. At this point, no one had any objections to his command. They even admired Zhao Hai. Under Zhao Hai's command, they defeated one enemy after another, bringing them victory after victory. Therefore, they no longer had any objections to Zhao Hai's command. After Zhao Hai gathered everyone, he looked at them and said, "The remaining people of the 39 Southern Isles have joined forces. I think everyone already knows about this. How do you think we should fight in the future?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Jia Yiming didn't even think about it before he said, "There's nothing to think about. We'll use the illusion formation to make the enemy think that we're attacking them from the front. Then we'll send our army to their rear and give them a good beating." The others all nodded. In the previous battle, it had proven that this method was very effective. In their opinion, there was no need to change such an effective method. They would just use this method. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "No, I don't agree with this method. This method was very useful before, but it's not the same anymore. The remaining people of the 39 Southern Isles have no way to retreat, they will certainly go all out against us. If we use this method to attack them, then they would certainly attack the territories that we have occupied. Moreover, there are already a lot of our people in those territories. Although we have few people, we have a lot of captives. If they really attack the territories that we have occupied, then they can restore the freedom of the captives. When the time comes, they would have more people, making it harder for us to fight." Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "I don't agree with this method. This method was very useful in the past, but it's not the same anymore. When they heard Zhao Hai, Jia Yiming and the others stared. Then they frowned. Jia Yiming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai replied, "We used this method in the past because we didn't have as many troops as the other side. But now that we have more troops, we don't need to use this method anymore. We'll just have to face them head-on." The remaining people of the 39 Southern Isles are the last resistance of the Southern Isles. As long as we can eliminate this force, then the 39 Southern Isles wouldn't be able to resist us. At the same time, by eliminating this force, we can thoroughly destroy the confidence of the 39 Southern Isles. We need to deal with the remaining forces of the 39 Southern Isles in one fell swoop, especially Bao Tianlong. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at the others and said, "Bao Tianlong is the South Sea's #1 expert, he's also the spiritual pillar of the 39 Southern Isles. As long as Bao Tianlong doesn't die or surrender, then the other people of the 39 Southern Isles would think that they still have a chance to win against us. If we can kill Bao Tianlong and eliminate the last resistance of the 39 Southern Isles, then we would be able to deal with the 39 Southern Isles once and for all. What do you think? What do you think?" Jia Yiming and the others felt their blood boil after hearing Zhao Hai's words. Defeating the enemy in one fell swoop. Naturally, they had thought about this before. This way, the War of the Southern Isles would be over. Therefore, Jia Yiming and the others nodded. Jia Yiming then said, "I have no objections. This time, we can clean up the remaining Southern Isles. Even if we have to pay a price, it's still worth it. This way, there won't be any civil wars in the Southern Isles. At the same time, we won't give the great sects any chance to intervene. This is the best way." The others nodded as well. Just as Zhao Hai said, the people gathered by the Southern Isles were the strongest resistance that the Southern Isles could muster. As long as they can eliminate the last remaining force of the Southern Isles, then the Southern Isles would be theirs. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, "If everyone agrees, then we'll do it this way. Inform the people in the rear to prepare their defenses. This is to prevent the Southern 39 Isles from attacking our rear." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai then said, "Everyone, go back and reorganize the army. 3 days later, we'll officially fight the Southern Isles." Everyone responded in unison and immediately left. This battle was very important to the South Sea because this battle would determine the ultimate fate of the South Sea. 3 days passed by quickly. At this point, the 39 Southern Isles were in a defensive state. Therefore, they didn't attack, they just defended. On the other hand, Zhao Hai allowed the army to rest for 3 days before they prepared to attack the 39 Southern Isles army. Now, all the cultivators who participated in the war had undergone great changes. Their temperament had changed, becoming more like soldiers. Their cooperation with each other had improved. But now, a different group of people appeared in Zhao Hai's army. This group didn't have the same temperament and looked a little scattered. Their formation was also arranged at the front of the army. These people were the surrendered cultivators of the Southern Isles. They also wanted to participate in this attack. They all had a mark on their bodies. If they had any thoughts of rebelling, they would immediately be killed by the mark. The surrendered cultivators from the Southern 39 Isles knew that they had no other choice. They had seen how ruthless the Northern 33 Isles were when it came to killing them. After the army was assembled, Zhao Hai went to the front of the army. He looked at the surrendered cultivators of the Southern Isles and said, "Everyone, listen up. This is the final battle of the South Sea. The reason why we restrained you before was because we didn't trust you. You are also people of the South Sea, and we don't want you to die. After all, you are a part of the South Sea. If you die, the South Sea's strength will weaken, which won't be good for us. I can give you a guarantee that after this, you will regain your freedom. You can become a member of the Northern Isles, the Sea Exploring Sect, or the Profound Sky Sect." The surrendered cultivators of the Southern Isles became excited when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Although they surrendered to the Northern Isles, they weren't treated as one of their own. It would be great if they could be treated as one of their own after this battle. Sometimes, people are strange. The reason why they fell into this situation was all because of the Northern 33 Islands. They should have hated the Northern 33 Islands, but now, they were grateful for the Northern 33 Islands' kindness. This feeling was very strange. After mobilizing the troops, Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Attack." Following his order, the army went straight to the last line of defense of the Southern Isles. The people of the Southern Isles also noticed Zhao Hai's actions. This time, they didn't set up a formation outside the island. Instead, they defended on the island. They knew that this battle was their last chance. If they couldn't stop the Northern Isles, then they would be finished. Bao Tianlong stood there quietly as he looked at the army of the Northern Isles. His heart was very heavy. When he joined forces with the Southern Isles to deal with the Northern Isles, he didn't think that things would turn out like this. But now, everything was in front of him. If they couldn't stop the Northern Isles army, then they would be finished. Bao Tianlong made up his mind. Even if he were to die here today, he wouldn't retreat a single step. If he retreated, then he would never have the chance to fight against the Northern Isles. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to stop the Northern Isles army. Bao Tianlong didn't have much hope for the island's defensive formations. He knew that the strength of the 33 Northern Isles was formidable. But what was even more formidable was Zhao Hai's ability to break formations. It can be said that without Zhao Hai's ability to break formations, it would be impossible for the Northern Isles to attack so smoothly. Each of the 39 Southern Isles had its own defensive formations. And if these formations weren't easily broken, then it would be impossible for the Northern Isles to conquer half of the islands in just a few months. Even if they managed to conquer a few islands, the losses they would suffer would be huge. It wouldn't be easy for them to do so. However, all of this was changed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's ability to break formations was too strong. Any formation in front of him was like a child's toy. It was broken in the blink of an eye. The island's defensive formation didn't play any role at all. It didn't bring much trouble to the Northern Isles. Most importantly, with the destruction of the island's defensive formation, the morale of the Isles would plummet. They would become very flustered, making it even more impossible for them to resist the attack of the Northern Isles naturally. They would fail. This was their last chance. But they couldn't count on these formations. However, these formations were bait to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the periphery of the island and looked at the situation. They can see that the people on the island were already prepared for battle. Moreover, the island's guardian formation was already prepared. The people on the island were ready to fight. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Just like before, I'll break the formation first. As long as I break it, you can attack immediately." Jia Yiming and the others nodded. Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he flew towards the island. The people on the island looked at Zhao Hai and didn't pay attention to him. Zhao Hai rushed towards the island's guardian formation. In the blink of an eye, the island's guardian formation was broken. Just as everyone was about to attack, another guardian formation suddenly appeared. At the same time, Bao Tianlong and the others flew towards Zhao Hai. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Zhao Hai. Moreover, they didn't hesitate to attack Zhao Hai. Upon seeing this, Jia Yiming and the others stared. Then they immediately understood Bao Tianlong's plan. Bao Tianlong wanted to have Zhao Hai break the formation. After Zhao Hai broke the first guardian formation, they immediately activated the second one. While Zhao Hai was distracted by the second guardian formation, they immediately attacked Zhao Hai. First, they wanted to make sure that Zhao Hai couldn't break the formation. Second, they wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai wasn't a person from the 72 islands, his recent battles made him very famous. At this time, a lot of people in the 72 islands knew about Zhao Hai. They knew about Zhao Hai's strength and how strong he was. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhao Hai was the spiritual leader of the Northern Islands. If they kill Zhao Hai's people, then it would be a huge blow to the Northern Islands. Because of this, Bao Tianlong went all out to deal with Zhao Hai. Upon seeing this, Jia Yiming and the others became anxious. They immediately moved and went straight towards the island, preparing to storm it. At this moment, Bao Tianlong and the others heard Zhao Hai's laughter. Then a green light flashed in Zhao Hai's hand. In the next moment, Zhao Hai's area was covered in a layer of white mist. Bao Tianlong and the others entered the white mist. Then Zhao Hai came out of the mist and flew towards the distance. At the same time, the second layer of the island's guardian formation was broken. At this time, the white mist that surrounded Bao Tianlong and the others disappeared. Bao Tianlong and the others could now see their surroundings. However, it was already too late. At this time, Jia Yiming and the others were already attacking the island, and it was clear that the island didn't have the third layer of the island's guardian formation. Bao Tianlong's expression was very ugly. He looked deeply at Zhao Hai, who was about to return to his camp. He knew that they had lost their last chance. Next time, even if they had the same arrangement, Zhao Hai wouldn't be fooled. Of course, they wouldn't have the same arrangement. At this time, thinking about other things was useless. Bao Tianlong commanded his army to meet Zhao Hai's army head-on. The two armies collided with each other. However, the people from the 39 Southern Isles didn't expect that their first encounter would be the surrendered troops of the 39 Southern Isles. The surrendered troops knew that as long as they can defeat the enemy in front of them, then they can become disciples of the 33 Northern Isles. They wouldn't have to be the vanguard anymore. Because of this, their attacks were very crazy. Each and every one of them had blood-red eyes. On the other hand, the army from the 39 Southern Isles knew that if they couldn't defend, then the 39 Southern Isles would be finished. Because of this, the people from the 39 Southern Isles attacked very fiercely. Time passed by little by little. Zhao Hai and the others also joined the attack. This time, Zhao Hai and the others blocked Bao Tianlong's path. Everyone used all their skills to attack Bao Tianlong. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength. If he did, then the battle would have already ended. Zhao Hai didn't want others to know his true strength, so he didn't go all out. Bao Tianlong also crazily attacked the crowd. He knew that their defeat was certain, but he was unwilling. He was unwilling to accept that his many years of planning had failed just like that. He was unwilling to become a loser, so he attacked with all his might. Unfortunately, there were too many people attacking him, so he didn't have a chance. After fighting for more than 2 hours, Bao Tianlong's mount, the Green Jiao Dragon, was killed. Bao Tianlong also had injuries on his body. He was at the end of his rope. Zhao Hai looked at Bao Tianlong's appearance and immediately jumped out of the circle. He said to Bao Tianlong, "Island Lord Bao, surrender. It's a pity that an expert like you died." When the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at Bao Tianlong quietly. Bao Tianlong looked at them and suddenly burst into laughter. He then looked at Zhao Hai and said in a low voice, "Saber 9, I've underestimated you in the end. I didn't take you seriously at first, but now it seems that I've really underestimated you. You're very strong, very strong. You're amazing, very amazing. Forget it, you're right. We've lost, but only Bao Tianlong who died in battle, not Bao Tianlong who surrendered." Bao Tianlong turned his hand and slapped his head. As soon as the palm hit him, blood immediately flowed out of his 7 orifices and he died. Seeing Bao Tianlong's body falling down, Zhao Hai moved and directly appeared beside Bao Tianlong. He caught Bao Tianlong's body and turned to the others, "Attack." After this, hand over Bao Tianlong's body to the Green Jiao Island and let them give him a proper burial. He was once the strongest expert in the South Sea, he should be given the appropriate respect. Everyone responded and immediately attacked the army of the 39 Southern Isles. The army of the 39 Southern Isles also noticed Bao Tianlong's situation. As soon as they saw Bao Tianlong committing suicide, their confidence disappeared. Then, people began to flee and surrender. Although there were still many people who fought to the death, they weren't able to change the situation of the battlefield. In the end, they were defeated. By the time all the resistance on the island disappeared, the sky had already turned completely dark. Their battle had actually lasted for an entire day. This battle was also the most famous battle in the South Sea. In this battle, the 39 Southern Isles had sent out 300,000 people, while the 33 Northern Isles had sent out more than 500,000 people. After this battle, more than 150,000 people from the 39 Southern Isles had died. Most of the remaining people had surrendered, while a small number had escaped. In this battle, more than 130,000 people from the 33 Northern Isles died. The land on the island was dyed red, and the sea was also dyed red. It took a few days for this to slowly disappear. This battle also officially established the prelude to the unification of the Southern Sea's 72 islands. This was because the last resistance of the Southern Sea's 39 islands had been wiped out in this battle. When the army of the Northern Sea's 33 islands took 10 days to reorganize, the remaining island lords of the Southern Sea's 39 islands who hadn't died in battle had already taken the initiative to contact the Northern Sea's 33 islands, preparing to surrender. Of course, there were also those who didn't want to surrender, but unfortunately, they simply couldn't resist the attack of the army. What surprised people was that the people of the Green Dragon Island also surrendered. This was really unexpected. What was even more surprising was that the people of the Green Dragon Island didn't surrender to the 33 Northern Isles, but to Zhao Hai and the Sea Exploring Sect. However, Jia Yiming and the others didn't say anything. They dealt with those who refused to surrender and discussed the future of their island with those who surrendered. Those who surrendered can no longer be island lords. Moreover, their islands will be incorporated into the 33 Northern Isles in the future. In other words, they have unconditionally surrendered. It was impossible for them to maintain their independence. 2 months after the final battle between the 39 Southern Isles and the 33 Northern Isles, the South Sea finally calmed down. The 39 Southern Isles declared that they no longer exist, and all the other islands have unconditionally surrendered. After the South Sea's 72 islands were pacified, the only thing left to do was to divide the benefits. The Sea Exploring Sect and the Profound Sky Sect each received 3 islands as their territory. Jia Yiming and the others were very generous this time. They gave Green Dragon Island, Silver Shark Island, and Swordfish Island to Zhao Hai. This was because the Green Dragon Island surrendered to Zhao Hai. Moreover, the people of the Green Dragon Island said that they would only surrender to Zhao Hai. If someone else came to accept their surrender, they would certainly die in battle. Because of this, Jia Yiming and the others were very generous. They directly gave Green Dragon Island, Silver Shark Island, and Swordfish Island to Zhao Hai, making them the Sea Exploring Sect's territory. This would solve the problem. Moreover, the Green Dragon Island, Silver Shark Island, and Swordfish Island weren't very good among the 72 islands in the South Sea. They were located on the periphery of the 39 Southern Isles. The 3 islands were distributed in a half-moon shape and were relatively close to the open sea. Among the 72 islands in the South Sea, their geographical location was relatively poor. On the other hand, the Mysterious Sky Sect's 3 islands were better than the Sea Exploring Sect's islands. However, they weren't the best. However, Zhao Hai and the people from the Mysterious Sky Sect didn't say anything about it. To be honest, they were already very happy to receive these 3 islands. Why would they care about where these islands were? After the South Sea's 72 islands were divided, everyone relaxed. At the same time, the South Sea was completely calm. Although the major sects didn't make any moves, they still set their sights on the 72 Southern Isles. However, they found that they didn't have any good opportunities. Although the 72 islands of the South China Sea suffered a lot in this battle, it was not a problem for the entire South China Sea alliance to come up with hundreds of thousands of troops. The most important thing was that these hundreds of thousands of troops were elites who had gone through great battles. In other words, any one of these troops could fight against 10 people. Even if they were to fight against the disciples of the major sects, they would not be at a disadvantage. It was better not to provoke such an enemy. It must be said that the combined strength of the major sects was definitely stronger than the 72 Southern Sea Islands. However, it wasn't easy for them to join forces to deal with the 72 Southern Sea Islands. Especially with the addition of the Profound Sky Sect and the Scouring Sea Sect, it was even more impossible for the major sects to deal with the 72 Southern Sea Islands. The people of the major sects were very clear that they could deal with the 72 Southern Sea Islands. As long as they joined forces, there was no force that they couldn't deal with. However, they were very afraid of the 72 Southern Sea Islands, or the Southern Sea Alliance. They were afraid of the strength of the Southern Sea Alliance, and one person, and that person was Zhao Hai. The people of the various sects were somewhat afraid of Zhao Hai. What they were most afraid of wasn't Zhao Hai's strength, nor was it Zhao Hai's commanding ability, but Zhao Hai's formation-breaking technique. Although Zhao Hai's strength wasn't weak, in their opinion, it wasn't very strong. Therefore, they weren't worried about Zhao Hai's strength. Although Zhao Hai's commanding ability was good, it wasn't too amazing. Therefore, they didn't put him in their eyes. However, they were very clear about Zhao Hai's formation-breaking technique. First, the myriad sword sect's mountain protecting formation was broken. At that time, people thought that Zhao Hai's formation-breaking technique was just ordinary because the myriad sword sect's mountain protecting formation was too simple. But this time, Zhao Hai's performance in the Southern Sea was enough to change a lot. When Zhao Hai attacked the islands in the Southern Sea, he was always responsible for breaking the mountain protecting formation of each island. In front of Zhao Hai, the formations of the islands were like paper in front of him. It can be said that the reason why the 33 northern islands could directly pacify the 72 southern sea islands in such a short time was Zhao Hai's contribution. Zhao Hai's formation-breaking technique was too powerful. The people of the various sects didn't think that their mountain-protecting formation could block Zhao Hai for a long time. Think about it, if they really attacked the Southern Sea and Zhao Hai suddenly led a small team outside their sect and broke their mountain-protecting formation, then they would enter their sect and attack the sect for a while. In this case, their sect would certainly suffer a huge loss. And such a loss was something that no sect was willing to face. Therefore, the sects were very afraid of Zhao Hai. Some of the quick-witted sects were already prepared to befriend Zhao Hai and ask him to help them improve their mountain-protecting formation. But they were only thinking about it, because if they really asked Zhao Hai to improve their mountain-protecting formation, then it would be the same as pointing out the weaknesses of their strongest armor to Zhao Hai. When the time comes, it would be much easier for Zhao Hai to break their mountain-protecting formation. After a few months of excavation and the efforts of the various sects, they finally made a lot of progress. Now, they were about to enter Sky City's main city wall. This was definitely good news for them. At the same time, the various sects also informed the South China Sea Alliance about the results of their excavation. It can be said that their results were great. At the same time, they also carried out a distribution. Zhao Hai and the others were assigned some replicas of cultivation methods, some artifacts, and some materials. As for the artifacts, some of them could no longer be used. However, the materials could still be used. It was strange to say that if an artifact was placed there for a long time, it would disappear and become completely useless. However, the materials that were placed there could still be used after a long time. But in general, Zhao Hai and the others' harvest was still very good. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't have time to care about Sky City's situation. It was better to leave it to the various sects to excavate. In any case, they had already agreed that they wouldn't intervene in the excavation, they just needed to divide the loot. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others' attention was now on the 3 newly acquired islands. Naturally, they didn't have time to care about other things. After the 3 islands were distributed to Zhao Hai and the others, they became the property of Zhao Hai and the others. Moreover, because of the 3 islands, they were now a member of the 72 islands of the South China Sea. They were even a relatively strong member. This was because not only did the 3 islands belong to Zhao Hai and the others, even the people on the islands belonged to Zhao Hai and the others. There were a lot of cultivators on the 3 islands. Although a lot of them died in battle, there were even more left. With the people from the 3 islands joining the Exploration Sea sect, the strength of the sect had greatly increased in a short time. Originally, the strength of the Exploration Sea sect could only be regarded as below average in the sword spirit boundary. The reason why they were valued was because the place they were located in was very important. It was a place that all the sects wanted. The second reason was because they were part of the South China Sea Alliance. Although the Exploration Sea sect wasn't strong, the Profound Sky Sect Alliance and the 72 islands of the South China Sea were very strong. Therefore, they were naturally valued. As for the third reason, it was very simple. It was because of Zhao Hai. Now, almost everyone in the continent knew that Grandmaster Hui De of the Myriad Buddha Temple valued Zhao Hai and had a very good relationship with Zhao Hai. With such a relationship, the Exploration Sea sect naturally attracted more attention. However, things were different now. Now that the Sea Exploring sect had swallowed 3 large islands in the South Sea, the number of cultivators on the islands had greatly increased the strength of the Sea Exploring sect. Although the current strength of the Sea Exploring sect was still considered average in the sword spirit plane, it was no longer a weak existence in the middle of the average. In terms of the number of disciples, the sea exploring sect could be compared to some of the upper middle level forces. It was even comparable to the number of disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. However, in terms of quality, the sea exploring sect's disciples couldn't compare to the strength of the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples. Although this was the case, nobody dared to look at the sea exploration sect anymore. This was because the sea exploration sect was indeed strong. And with the strength that Zhao Hai displayed in the war in the South Sea, it made people dread him even more. However, no matter what outsiders guessed, Zhao Hai's group had already begun to digest the three large islands. It could be said that they were like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. However, among the three islands, the people of Green Flood Dragon Island were very accepting of Zhao Hai. This was because even though Zhao Hai was their enemy and the main figure who killed Bao Tianlong, Zhao Hai respected Bao Tianlong enough. Even after Bao Tianlong committed suicide, Zhao Hai preserved Bao Tianlong's corpse and sent it back to Green Flood Dragon Island so that they could give Bao Tianlong a proper burial. It was precisely because of Zhao Hai's actions that the people of Green Flood Dragon Island respected Zhao Hai very much. This was because no matter how outsiders looked at Bao Tianlong was still the sect master in the hearts of the people of Green Flood Dragon Island. It was precisely because of Bao Tianlong that Green Flood Dragon Island became truly powerful. It even played the role of the leader of the 39 islands in the South China Sea War. Zhao Hai's respect for Bao Tianlong inadvertently won the respect of the people of Green Flood Dragon Island. Therefore, the people of Green Flood Dragon Island would rather surrender to Zhao Hai than to the 33 northern islands. Green Flood Dragon Island contributed a lot in the South China Sea War. This also meant that they suffered a great loss because they were the defeated party. Moreover, the people of Green Flood Dragon Island were very unyielding and dauntless. It was precisely because of this that Green Flood Dragon Island suffered a great loss this time. It wasn't only Green Flood Dragon Island, Silver Shark Island, and Swordfish Island also suffered great losses. This was because the people of these three islands were famous for their bravery in the South China Sea. The reason why the people of these three islands were like this was also related to their location. They were located in the periphery of the 39 southern islands and were relatively close to the open sea. A portion of the islands under their rule were actually in the open sea. The reason why the three islands set up branches on these islands wasn't because of the resources on these islands, nor was it because they could conduct trade on these islands. The main reason why they kept these three islands was because they were used to monitor the sea beasts in the outer seas. The open sea wasn't a safe place. It was even a forbidden zone for cultivators in the Sword Spirit boundary. This was because there were a lot of sea beasts there and they were very fierce. As long as cultivators of the Sword Spirit boundary went outside, they would definitely be attacked. Even experts like Zhao Hai couldn't guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed. The sea beasts in the outer sea didn't just attack cultivators who entered the outer sea. Even cultivators who didn't enter the outer sea would be attacked by sea beasts from time to time. They would run to the inner sea and the 72 islands of the South Sea to attack cultivators. They would even form groups and attack the main islands of the major islands. Because of the ferocity of these sea beasts, some of the outer islands of the 72 islands had a very important task, which was to monitor these sea beasts. If a large number of sea beasts were to enter the area of the 72 islands, then they would immediately send a message to the other islands and have them prepare their defenses. They would even send troops to eliminate these sea beasts. This was the reason why the three islands had set up a branch in the outer islands. It can be said that islands like the Green Flood Dragon Island, the Silver Shark Island, and the Swordfish Island were equivalent to the first line of defense of the 72 islands in the Southern Sea against the sea beasts. Many of their disciples had been fighting the sea beasts all year round. It was precisely because of this that the disciples of the three islands were very brave. It was precisely because of this character that they suffered a lot in this war. Because of this, many of their disciples would rather die than surrender. Naturally, the losses would be huge. However, it was precisely because of this character that they quickly integrated into the Exploration Sea sect and became a part of it after surrendering to the Exploration Sea sect. After Zhao Hai took over the three islands, he first understood the situation of the islands. After knowing that these three islands were the first line of defense for the 72 islands against the sea beasts, he immediately set about restoring the branches in the open sea. At the same time, he sent disciples to these branches. This time, not only were there disciples from the 3 islands, there were also disciples from the sea exploring sect. At the same time, some disciples from the 3 islands were transferred to the sea exploring sect, while some disciples from the sea exploring sect were transferred to the 3 islands. Then he reorganized the management of the disciples so that they could become members of the sea exploring sect in the shortest time possible. In fact, it wasn't only the sea exploring sect that was doing this. The Profound Sky Sect Alliance, as well as all the islands in the northern 33 islands, were doing this. Each of the northern 33 islands got a new island. Moreover, the size of the new island wasn't smaller than their original island. It can be said that this doubled their territory, and even their strength increased by 50%. Naturally, they were very happy. Therefore, they decided to properly digest their harvest this time. Of course, the most important thing was that they had to be very careful. They had to be careful of the great sects who would seize the opportunity to extend their hands to the South Sea. For this reason, the South Sea Alliance was unprecedentedly united, leaving the great sects with no chance of success. However, it must be said that Zhao Hai's sea exploring sect was the most thorough in digesting their new territory. Green Dragon Island voluntarily surrendered to Zhao Hai, so naturally, they quickly regarded themselves as part of the sea exploring sect. The situation of the other 2 islands was similar. They also quickly regarded themselves as part of the sea exploring sect. Naturally, they told Zhao Hai and the others about the secret bases of Green Dragon Island. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to smoothly receive these secret bases. In fact, Zhao Hai already knew about these secret bases. However, he couldn't show it before. This was because if he showed that he was very familiar with Green Dragon Island, then it would arouse suspicion. Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to explain why he was so familiar with Green Dragon Island. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't show it. However, he didn't expect the people of Green Dragon Island to directly tell them about the secret bases. This was a pleasant surprise for him. Afterward, the cultivators of Silver Shark Island and Swordfish Island also told Zhao Hai about their secret bases. This also showed that Zhao Hai's group had thoroughly won the hearts of the people of Silver Shark Island and Swordfish Island. Compared to the Exploring Sea Sect, the Profound Sky Sect Alliance's performance wasn't that good. After all, the Profound Sky Sect Alliance was an alliance. Their alliance was actually composed of the Profound Sky Sect and the Mystic Sword Sect, as well as a dozen other smaller sections. This alliance was actually quite loose. However, the Profound Sky Sect and the Mystic Sword Sect were the leaders because they were the 2 strongest sections. This time, they had obtained 3 islands, one for the Profound Sky Sect, one for the Mystic Sword Sect, and the other for the Mystic Sword Sect. In the end, they could only give the island to the Profound Sky Sect. However, the Profound Sky Sect and the Mystic Sword Sect wanted to exchange for the island with no one, and the island branch was given to the Mystic Sword Sect. This made the Profound Sky Sect and the Mystic Sword Sect a little unhappy, and some friction even appeared between them. It was also because of this that they didn't obtain the hearts of the people on the 3 islands. In the end, they only obtained the 3 islands, and they didn't know anything about the secret bases on the 3 islands. Jing Hai stood outside Na Yun's courtyard with Shui Ji by his side. This time, Na Yun called Jing Hai over. Jing Hai already understood what was going on. It was certainly about establishing a sect. Previously, the Iron Buddha Temple said that they wanted Jing Hai to establish his own sect. However, they didn't act because the time wasn't right. The Iron Buddha Temple also participated in the excavation of Sky City, but they weren't the main force. This wasn't the reason why they didn't send Jing Hai out to establish a sect. There was only one reason why they didn't send Jing Hai out to establish a sect, and that was the war in the South Sea. Although the war in the South Sea had nothing to do with the Iron Buddha Temple, it still affected everyone's hearts. If the 33 Northern Isles were defeated, then the 39 Southern Isles would come to snatch Sky City's ruins. At that time, Jing Hai was famous in the Iron Buddha Temple for being good at commanding. If a war were to break out, then the Iron Buddha Temple would need Jing Hai. Therefore, they didn't send him out to establish a sect. Logically speaking, the Iron Buddha Temple shouldn't be worried about this war. This was because they were in cahoots with the great sects. The 39 Southern Isles shouldn't dare to challenge the great sects. However, what the 39 Southern Isles did in the past made the Iron Buddha Temple worried. The 39 Southern Isles didn't want to give Sky City's ruins to the Great Sex. They even clamored to fight the Great Sex. If the 39 Southern Isles defeated the 33 Northern Isles, then the 39 Southern Isles would certainly attack them. Moreover, the Iron Buddha Temple also understood that even if the 39 Southern Isles didn't attack them, they would still attack them. This was because the Northern Isles and not the 39 Southern Isles had signed an agreement with them. If the 33 Northern Isles won, then they wouldn't need to worry about the agreement. However, if the 39 Southern Isles won, then the Great Sex wouldn't abide by the agreement. Maybe they would really gather and fight the 39 Southern Isles. Even if they couldn't destroy the 39 Southern Isles, they would still be able to seize a part of the South Sea. In the end, they would force the 39 Southern Isles to share Sky City with everyone. Because of these considerations, the Iron Buddha Temple didn't allow Xianxia to go out and establish a sect. They were waiting for the matter of the South Sea to be settled. Then it wouldn't be too late to let Xianxia go out. In any case, establishing a sect wouldn't take a month or two. The reason why they didn't immediately send the calm ocean out after defeating the 39 Southern Isles was because they were worried that the situation in the South Sea would change. They were worried that the people of the 33 Northern Isles wouldn't be willing to share the islands they had obtained with the Sea Exploring Sect and the Black Heaven Sect. If that was the case, then the situation in the South Sea would change. At that time, they might intervene. However, things went beyond their expectations. The people of the northern 33 islands actually gave the Sea Exploring Sect and the Black Sky Sect some benefits. Moreover, the benefits weren't small. Each sect was given 3 islands. Such benefits were really not small. In fact, the people of the Iron Buddha Temple didn't know that Jia Yiming and the others didn't want to give Zhao Hai any benefits. But in the end, they still did. This was because they discovered that Zhao Hai's status in the South Sea was very high. If they didn't give Zhao Hai any benefits, then it might cause dissatisfaction among their disciples. This was one of the reasons. The other reason was that they were very afraid of Zhao Hai. To be honest, the 72 islands weren't very afraid of the Black Sky Sect. They had been fighting with the Black Sky Sect for a long time, and they had never suffered a loss. The reason why they didn't attack the Black Sky Sect was because they didn't want to offend the Sword Spirit boundary. This might cause dissatisfaction among the sects in the Sword Spirit boundary. Therefore, they weren't afraid of the Black Sky Sect, but they were very afraid of Zhao Hai. They weren't afraid of Zhao Hai's formation-breaking technique. Although they were afraid of Zhao Hai's formation-breaking technique, they were more afraid of Zhao Hai's friendship with the Myriad Buddha Temple. In the past, when they were enemies with Zhao Hai said that if they were forced into a corner, then they could directly reach an agreement with the sections. This would allow the sects to use the buffer zone as a springboard to attack the 72 islands. If they didn't give the Sea Exploring Sect any benefits and even attacked them, then wouldn't Zhao Hai directly give up the benefits and lead the sects to attack them? If Zhao Hai really did this, then the 72 islands would be finished. Because of these considerations, Jia Yiming and the others gave Zhao Hai the benefits that they deserved. But just like the Green Mist sect, they were even more afraid of Zhao Hai and were even more on guard against him. Naturally, the Iron Buddha Temple didn't know about this. They saw that the situation in the South Sea had calmed down. The islands were desperately digesting their gains. It seems like there wouldn't be any battles in a short period of time. Therefore, they had to carry out their own plans. In fact, there was another reason why the Iron Buddha Temple didn't let Xianxia go out and establish a sect. They were waiting for news from the Myriad Buddha Temple. Abbot Wu had already told Grandmaster Huida about the changes in the demon realm. Grandmaster Huida said that he wanted to discuss this matter with the other sects. However, he supported the Iron Buddha Temple to learn from the demon sect and let their disciples go out to establish their own sects. However, he didn't give any information to the Iron Buddha Temple. Although the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't afraid of offending the great sects, there was no need to offend them for this matter. Therefore, they had to wait for the Myriad Buddha Temple's news before letting Xianxia take action. Previously, the Myriad Buddha Temple had focused their energy on the ruins of Sky City and the war in the South Sea. Therefore, they didn't care about this matter. Now that the South Sea had calmed down and the excavation of Sky City's ruins was very smooth, they naturally focused their attention on this matter. A few days ago, Abbot Wuyu sent a letter to Grandmaster Huida. Grandmaster Huida fully supported the Iron Buddha Temple's approach. Moreover, he also told Abbot Wuyu that they were prepared to do the same. They were even prepared to send people to take over some small sections. After receiving this news, Abbot Wuyu knew that they needed to act immediately. Otherwise, they might not even be able to drink the soup. It was precisely because of this that Jing Hai was called to Na Yun's place today. Although he didn't enter the door, Jing Hai already guessed that Na Yun must have informed him that they could proceed with their plan. Jing Hai went forward and knocked on the door. Na Yun's voice was heard, "Come in." Jing Hai pushed the door and went inside. Na Yun was sitting in the courtyard. When he saw Jing Hai come in, he smiled faintly and stood up. "Junior brother Jing Hai, you're here. Take a seat." Jing Hai gave Na Yun a salute and said, "I've seen senior brother Na Yun." "Why did senior brother call me this time?" "Jing Hai, a few months ago, the temple decided to send you out to establish a small sect. But because of the South Sea, this plan hasn't been carried out. Now, the temple has decided to carry out this plan and prepare to send you out to establish a small sect. What preparations do you have for this matter?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Jing Hai, you're the most important person in the world. The temple has decided to send you out to establish a small sect. What preparations do you have for this matter?" Jing Hai nodded and said, "I've already made some preparations. I've set my target on the 13 Mongshan cities. The 13 Mongshan cities are very chaotic. There are a lot of rogue cultivators and a lot of small sects operating outside the city. These small sects aren't very strong, but the 13 Mongshan cities allow them to exist. It's not far from the 13 Mongshan cities, it's convenient for transportation and rogue cultivators to recruit disciples. Moreover, it's almost like an ownerless land, so it's the most suitable choice to establish a sect there. During this period of time, I've also collected some information about the 13 Mongshan cities. The 13 Mongshan cities are very chaotic. Because of this, the people there don't care who enters the city, but they absolutely don't allow anyone to mess around inside the city. But outside the city, they don't care. Therefore, there are a lot of small forces in the hills outside the 13 Mongshan cities. Some of these small forces can't even be considered as sects, they can only be considered as small gangs. We can completely swallow them. Therefore, I've decided to go to the 13 Mongshan cities and establish a small sect there." Na Yun nodded and said, "All right. You've done missions in the 13 Mongshan cities before, so you should have a better understanding of the situation there. If you want to establish a sect in the 13 Mongshan cities, then I won't oppose it. As long as you feel that it's suitable, you can go there. If you need any materials, just tell me and I'll give them to you." Jing Hai nodded, then he said, "All right. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother, if this matter is settled, then I'll set off in 3 days and go to the 13 Mongshan cities." Na Yun nodded and said, "Go. Remember, if you need anything, just tell me. Also, when you go out to establish a sect, it's best not to use the identity of the Iron Buddha Temple. That might attract attention, especially from the 13 Mongshan cities. Although the 13 Mongshan cities aren't as sensitive as the Sea Exploring sect, they are still very hostile towards outsiders. If the 13 Mongshan cities find out that we've extended our hands to them, it would be very troublesome." Na Yun nodded and said, "All right. Senior brother, rest assured. I know what to do. Then I'll take my leave first." After he said that, Jing Hai stood up and gave Na Yun a salute before turning around to leave. Jing Hai wasn't wrong. He did collect a lot of information about the 13 Mongshan cities. The place was indeed very chaotic. It can be said that it was a chaotic place in the Sword Spirit realm. The people of the 13 Mongshan cities only controlled the inside of the cities. They had always adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards matters outside. In other words, they didn't care about what happened outside. As long as you don't cause trouble in the cities, even if you were to cause chaos outside, they wouldn't care. Therefore, establishing a sect in the Mongshan Mountains was the best choice. Additionally, Jing Hai had been to the 13 Mongshan cities before, so he had a better understanding of the situation there. Therefore, he naturally targeted the 13 Mongshan cities. This was something that he had planned long ago. Moreover, he had already chosen his target. Zhao Hai was sitting in his study, looking at a jade slip in front of him. This jade slip recorded the situation of the surrendered disciples of the Green Flood Dragon Island and the other 2 islands. What they did every day, how they cultivated, everything was recorded. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to select some of these disciples and have them enter the 2 secret realms to cultivate. The 2 secret realms, Zhao Hai and the others, had their own characteristics. The first secret realm had a very rich spiritual qi. Naturally, this was all because of Zhao Hai's formations and the plants there. It can be said that the transformation of the first secret realm had already yielded results. The spiritual qi there was even stronger compared to the sword tomb. Cultivating there would be twice the result with half the effort. Because of this, the sea exploring sect attached great importance to this place. As for the second secret realm, which was the 10,000 Sword sect's secret realm, its natural environment was relatively better. Although the spiritual qi there was very high, it still couldn't compare to the first secret realm. This was because the second secret realm had day and night, unlike the first secret realm which only had day and night. It can be said that the first secret realm had an inexhaustible source of energy. Zhao Hai was using the light energy in the sky to create an inexhaustible source of energy. However, the second secret realm also had its own advantages. Its environment was very good, making it more suitable for breeding beasts. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to bring some of the beasts they had to the second secret realm and breed them. In the past, the sea exploring sect didn't have any beasts. Later on, they exchanged some eggs from the labyrinth. However, before the eggs hatched, the war in the South Sea broke out. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others didn't have time to take care of the eggs. But in the end, the eggs were still hatched and were raised very well. However, the sea exploring sect didn't only have that one type of demonic beast. They also had 3 types of demonic beasts, namely the green flood dragon, silver shark, and swordfish. These 3 types of demonic beasts were inherited from the 3 islands. They had a complete set of demonic beast breeding methods that they could directly breed. However, there was also a problem. These 3 types of beasts were all marine beasts. Although they could leave the water for a short time, they couldn't leave the water for a long time. Because of this, although the 72 islands of the South Sea had many large beasts, they still weren't as strong as the great sects. This was because their beasts had too many restrictions. They were far less powerful than the large artifacts of the great sects. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to bring all the large beasts of the Green Flood Dragon Island to the second secret realm. He wanted to see if he could successfully breed beasts there. However, in order to let these disciples enter the secret realm, they must be absolutely trustworthy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to enter the secret realm. Therefore, Zhao Hai ordered the sea exploring sect to monitor these disciples. Zhao Hai quickly finished reading the information of these disciples. Then he selected some of them for further inspection. If these disciples passed the inspection, then they would be able to enter the secret realm. Zhao Hai put down the jade slip and let out a long breath. During this time, the sea exploring sect had developed very well. The takeover of the 3 islands was also very smooth. Zhao Hai had now sent Wenwenhai, Hai Sherlan, and another elder to the 3 islands. The 3 islands were under their command and they would report to Zhao Hai regularly. Now that the 3 islands were under their command, there wasn't any trouble. Everything was very normal. It could be said that the 3 islands had been completely digested by the sea exploring sect. Now, Zhao Hai had shifted his attention to Jinghai. Jinghai's clone was also very important to Zhao Hai because he was going to leave the Iron Buddha Temple and establish a sect. In fact, Zhao Hai had always attached great importance to this matter. This was because Zhao Hai was very clear that this was another opportunity for them to expand. Zhao Hai was very clear about the current situation of the sea exploring sect. On the surface, the relationship between the sea exploring sect and the 33 northern islands was very close. After all, they had fought together. However, this wasn't the case. The 33 northern islands had now begun to be wary of them. The people of the northern 33 isles were not only on guard against the Scouring Sea sect, they were also on guard against the Black Sky sect. This was because the Black Sky sect was a little stronger than the Scouring Sea sect. The Black Sky sect was an alliance. In the opinion of the people of the 33 northern islands, aside from Zhao Hai, there was nothing else to be wary of in the sea exploring sect. However, the mysterious Sky sect was different. There were too many people in the mysterious Sky sect alliance that they had to be wary of. Therefore, they were very wary of the people of the sea exploring sect and the mysterious Sky sect. Zhao Hai was very clear that if the sea exploring sect were to expand in the South Sea at this time, the people of the 33 northern islands would definitely take action. They would never allow the sea exploring sect to expand, even if they were allies. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't expand in the South Sea right now. He had to think of other ways. Jinghai was an opportunity. Jinghai was one of his avatars. Naturally, he would fully support Jinghai. However, his support couldn't be too obvious. Otherwise, it might attract the attention of the Iron Buddha Temple. That would be troublesome. After dealing with the matters of the sea exploring sect, Zhao Hai directly told the people of the sea exploring sect that he was going into seclusion. Although he directly entered his room and didn't meet with outsiders, his true body had already entered Jinghai's body. What remained in the sea exploring sect was his avatar. 3 days passed by quickly. On this day, Zhao Hai met with Na Yun and Abbot Wu Yu. Then he directly left the Iron Buddha Temple. However, he didn't go to the 13 Mongshan cities. Instead, he went to Sealed Sword City. This was also part of Zhao Hai's plan. Sealed Sword City had a force that belonged to him, the Gathering Monks. His relationship with the monks had always been very good. But because he had a lot of things to do, he could only send some things to the monks and take care of them. He couldn't meet them often. However, his relationship with the monks was very close. The monks also knew that they had Zhao Hai as their backer. Because of Zhao Hai, the Sealing Sword sect favored the monks. Because of this, the monks were very grateful to Zhao Hai. The reason why Zhao Hai came to Sealed Sword City this time was because he wanted to recruit some people from the city. There were a lot of rogue cultivators in Sealed Sword City. The reason why these rogue cultivators came to Sealed Sword City was because they were taken care of by Sealed Sword City. If they could join a sect, then they would be more than happy to do so. After Zhao Hai arrived at Sealed Sword City, he first went to the Sealing Sword sect to give his greetings. The people of the sect were very polite to Zhao Hai. Their relationship with the Iron Buddha Temple was very good. Naturally, they were very clear about Zhao Hai's status in the Iron Buddha Temple. They even knew about Zhao Hai's mission this time. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai had been abandoned by the Iron Buddha Temple. In fact, they felt that this was the beginning of the Iron Buddha Temple's decision to use Zhao Hai. The 10 core disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple were unshakable. These 10 core disciples had their own factions. Because of this, the 10 core disciples couldn't be moved. This didn't mean that you can replace one of them if you defeat them. This was because there were too many things involved. Even if a core disciple wanted to challenge one of the 10 core disciples, it would be impossible for them to do so. Because of this, the position of the 10 core disciples couldn't be moved. However, Zhao Hai had made too many contributions in the Iron Buddha Temple. The people of the Iron Buddha Temple didn't know how to reward him. Additionally, his cultivation wasn't low in the Iron Buddha Temple. His lotus body had reached the 8th stage. He could be considered a minor expert in the Iron Buddha Temple. If they didn't give him a corresponding position, then it wouldn't be right. But now that he was a core disciple, how high could he go? Could it be that he was on the same level as the 10 core disciples? This would certainly cause a commotion among the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. Because of this, the Iron Buddha Temple was having a headache about how to reward Zhao Hai. This was because they couldn't come up with any good rewards. At this time, the Iron Buddha Temple suddenly came up with a plan. They pushed the boat along with the current and allowed Zhao Hai to establish a sect outside. This was equal to giving Zhao Hai an opportunity to be independent. At the same time, the Iron Buddha Temple would also support him. This was equal to giving Zhao Hai the same authority as a core disciple. If his sect develops well in the future, then his position in the Iron Buddha Temple might even be higher than the 10 core disciples. Facing such a person, how could the people of the Sealed Sword School neglect him? However, Zhao Hai only rested in the Sealed Sword School for a while. He met the people of the Sealed Sword School out of politeness. He didn't really stay in the sealed sword school. Instead, he went to the courtyard where the monks were gathered. At this time, the number of monks didn't exceed 500. However, the strength of these people had increased. Moreover, the monks in Sealed Sword City also had a certain amount of influence. This was because there were a lot of monks in Sealed Sword City who followed the lead of the monks. Although there were only 500 monks in the city, they could actually gather several thousand people at any time and use them for their own purposes. At this time, the leader of the monks was still Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing's strength had reached the 12th level of the Qi transformation realm. However, he still couldn't enter the Qi transformation realm. This was a pity. However, he was living a good life right now. His stature was even fatter, making him look even wider. He brought people to the front of the Sealed Sword City early in the morning to welcome Zhao Hai's arrival. There were also a lot of monks gathered in front of the gate. These monks were all rogue cultivators. They came to see Zhao Hai, a legend among rogue cultivators. Zhao Hai's matter had already spread throughout the city. It can be said that Zhao Hai was now a legend among the rogue cultivators of the Sealed Sword City. He joined the Iron Buddha Temple as a rogue cultivator and became a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. If such an experience couldn't be considered as an inheritance, then there was nothing in the world that could be considered as a legend. This was especially true for rogue cultivators. When Zhao Hai arrived at the courtyard where the monks were gathered, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand why there were so many monks gathered in this place. At this time, Yuan Jing also saw Zhao Hai. He immediately went forward and gave Zhao Hai a big bow. Yuan Jing has seen Grandmaster Jing Hai. The other monks also gave a bow to Zhao Hai and loudly said, "We have seen Grandmaster Jing Hai." When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly said, "Everyone is too polite. Jing Hai can't accept it." Yuan Jing and the others straightened up. Yuan Jing smiled faintly at Zhao Hai and said, "Of course Grandmaster deserves it. You've been taking care of us for a long time. It's only right for us to give you a salute. Grandmaster, please come with me, we'll talk inside." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course Grandmaster deserves it." Zhao Hai didn't oppose, he just nodded and followed Yuan Jing into the room. At this time, the other monks that were gathered outside the courtyard were looking at Zhao Hai with fiery eyes. This kind of appearance was really surprising. Zhao Hai nodded and followed Yuan Jing into the room. At this time, the other monks that were gathered outside the courtyard looked at Zhao Hai with fiery eyes. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He followed Yuan Jing and the others into the courtyard and then sat down in the living room. Yuan Jing and the other higher-ups of the monks were also present. Zhao Hai looked at the other monks and said, "Today, I came to Sealed Sword City because I have something that I need your help with. This matter is related to the Iron Buddha Temple as well as me. I hope that you can help me." When Yuan Jing heard Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "Grandmaster Jing Hai, please tell us. As long as we can do it, we won't have any objections." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Yuan Jing and the others and said, "This time, I'm following the orders of my master to establish a small sect outside the sect. I will be the sect master. However, this small sect won't be established under the name of the Iron Buddha Temple. However, it will be able to inherit some of the Iron Buddha Temple's cultivation methods. In order to establish a sect, I need disciples. Therefore, I would like to ask the monks in Sealed Sword City to see if anyone is willing to join my sect. If you're willing to join my sect, then you can immediately become an inner disciple of the sect. I can even recommend you to the Iron Buddha Temple." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan Jing and the others stared. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be talking about this matter. Who wouldn't want to join a sect? Although Zhao Hai said that he was the one who established the sect, one shouldn't forget that he had the support of the Iron Buddha Temple. If one's cultivation is good, then they can directly enter the Iron Buddha Temple. Such an opportunity was very rare. Yuan Jing and the others were stunned. They didn't respond for a while. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan Jing and the others and said, "Naturally, I know that this will be difficult. After all, this sect was established by me. Moreover, I've only decided on the location of the sect, I haven't even decided on the location. Therefore, it would be difficult to recruit people. However, I still hope that you can help me." "No, Grandmaster." You just said that you can establish a sect and also have the opportunity to recommend disciples to the Iron Buddha Temple. Is this true? Grandmaster, do you really want to establish a sect? When Zhao Hai heard Yuan Jing, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, of course it's true. I want to establish a sect. Although I'll be in charge of the sect, I'll also have the support of the Iron Buddha Temple. At the same time, as long as the disciples are strong or talented, I can recommend them to the Iron Buddha Temple. You don't need to worry about this matter. Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course it's true. Yuan Jing immediately said excitedly, Master, then can you take a look at us monks and see if we can join your sect? I hope that Grandmaster can give us this opportunity. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned as he looked at Yuan Jing and said, Yuan Jing, aren't you living a good life in the Sealing Sword sect? You can exchange cultivation methods and other cultivation materials from the Sealed Sword sect. This isn't much different from other sections. Why do you want to join my sect? Grandmaster, although our relationship with the Sealed Sword sect is good, it's also because the Sealed Sword sect gave you face. We can exchange cultivation methods from the Sealed Sword sect, but those cultivation methods are all low level. How can they compare to the inheritances of other sects? Grandmaster, we monks are very respectful towards you. We can guarantee that we are absolutely loyal to you. We hope that Grandmaster can give us a chance to join your sect. Upon hearing Yuan Jing, Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn silent. He hasn't been in contact with rogue cultivators for a long time. He had already forgotten how much these rogue cultivators wanted to join a sect. Although he said that he wanted to establish a sect, it didn't sound very reliable. However, he forgot about his status. He was a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. What kind of status was a core disciple of a sect? A core disciple of a sect who received orders from his master to establish his own sect. How could such a sect not be reliable? Unless Yuan Jing and the others were idiots, they wouldn't refuse to join this sect. It seems like Zhao Hai underestimated his influence and the attractiveness of his sect. As long as he establishes his sect, then countless people would immediately join. There was no need to worry about the disciples. While Zhao Hai was thinking about his own matters, he didn't speak. This made Yuan Jing and the others anxious. They really wanted to join Zhao Hai's sect. Therefore, they were anxiously waiting for Zhao Hai's reply. Now that they saw that Zhao Hai didn't speak, their hearts couldn't help but sink. They thought that Zhao Hai didn't want to agree to their request. After some time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and recovered. He looked at Yuan Jing and the others and saw that they were looking at him with despair. After thinking about it, he immediately understood what Yuan Jing and the others were thinking. He couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, all right, the assembled monks will be the first batch of disciples of my sect. In any case, my sect hasn't been named yet. Let's call it the Assembled Monks Sect. What do you think? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Yuan Jing and the others were stunned at first. Then, they stood up excitedly. Yuan Jing even said to Zhao Hai, thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, there's no need to be so polite. Next, let's talk about your mission. Right now, there are still 500 monks gathered here. I plan to take the four-faced man with me and head to Mount Mang. My sect will be established there. The rest of you will remain in the Sealed Sword sect. Those who remain here will be recruiting disciples based on merit, regardless of whether they are loose Buddhist cultivators or not. However, I want a guarantee that no matter how strong they are, they will not betray us. Also, when recruiting disciples, they must not have any relationship with the Assembled Monks sect or the Iron Buddha Temple. Just say that the monks gathered here want to establish a sect. Outsiders must not know that the Assembled Monks sect is related to the Iron Buddha Temple. Yuan Jing and the others immediately said, yes, Master. We understand. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, from today onwards, don't call me Grandmaster, just call me Sect Master. Alright, go and prepare. Leave 100 people behind while the rest prepare to leave with me. I know that you want to recruit people when I just arrived. Others would certainly know that this matter is related to me. But you can say that you have my support in establishing a sect. You can't say that this matter is related to the Iron Buddha Temple. I think you should understand this point, right? Do you understand? Yuan Jing said, Sect Master, don't worry. We understand. Actually, it's not uncommon for a disciple of a large sect to support a small sect. No one will care. Moreover, our monks have always been supported by you. This isn't a secret in Fengjian sect, so no one will doubt it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, that's good. You can go and prepare, we'll set out tomorrow. Remember, when choosing people, they must have a clear background. I don't need them to be strong, nor do I need them to be talented. What I want is a clear background, they can't be spies from other sections. Zhao Hai nodded. Yuan Jing said, yes, Sect Master. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as he took out a spatial bag and gave it to Yuan Jing. Then he said, here are some pills and artifacts. Give them to the disciples to ensure that they have enough strength to fight. Yuan Jing nodded and received the spatial bag. Zhao Hai stood up and said, I still need to return to the Fengjian sect to rest. Otherwise, I wouldn't be giving face to the Fengjian sect. I'll leave the matters here to you. Yuan Jing nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned around and left. Yuan Jing and the others sent Zhao Hai out of the door. Then they immediately called the monks into the courtyard and told them about Zhao Hai's plans to establish a sect. This caused the monks to cheer. Although they were Buddhist cultivators, they were rogue cultivators. They couldn't even be considered true Buddhist disciples. Naturally, they wouldn't restrain themselves like Buddhist disciples. Because of this, they were more like rogue cultivators. Therefore, when they heard this news, they were very happy. At the same time, Yuan Jing began to assign tasks to the monks. He also distributed magic artifacts and pills. There were 500 sets of pills and magic artifacts. The pills were divided into different types, healing pills, cultivation pills, and so on. As for the magic artifacts, they were all produced by the Iron Buddha Temple. Although they were low-level magic artifacts, they were still much stronger than the magic artifacts outside. One must know that the Iron Buddha Temple was a very famous blacksmith sect in the Sword Spirit realm. Because the people of the Iron Buddha Temple cultivated the Iron Buddha lotus body, they were very familiar with all kinds of metal materials. Because of this, the people of the Iron Buddha Temple were the best in the Sword Spirit realm when it came to metal artifacts. Naturally, the Sword Spirit realm didn't only have metal artifacts. There were also artifacts made from other materials. However, the Iron Buddha Temple focused on metal artifacts. Because of this, the Iron Buddha Temple's metal artifacts were the best in the Sword Spirit realm. Other sects, even blacksmithing sects, couldn't compare to the Iron Buddha Temple. This time, Zhao Hai prepared some low-level artifacts for the monks. These artifacts were only suitable for qi-transforming cultivators. But for the monks, these artifacts were still very good. Zhao Hai and the other monks all had their own treasures. In fact, the monks didn't lack artifacts. This was because they could exchange for artifacts from the Sealed Sword sect. However, how could those artifacts be compared to the artifacts of the Iron Buddha Temple? Because of this, although the monks had a lot of artifacts, they were all low-grade. Compared to the artifacts of the Iron Buddha Temple, they were just trash. After distributing the materials, Yuan Jing also sent out missions. He selected more than 100 clever people to stay in the Sealed Sword sect and told them about the recruitment of disciples. Moreover, he also told them about Zhao Hai's request. He told them that the disciples he wanted to recruit weren't those with unknown origins, only those with clean backgrounds. In fact, rogue cultivators would rarely leave the Sword Spirit realm. This was because if they stayed in one place, the people in that place would know them and know that they weren't from other sections. This way, if a sect wanted to recruit disciples, people like them with clean backgrounds would be more likely to be recruited. Therefore, they wouldn't easily go to other places. This was because if they went to other places, they would become people of unknown origins. This way, even if they had the opportunity to join a sect, their unknown origins would make them lose the opportunity. After selecting 100 clever people, the rest of the people left with Zhao Hai. However, none of them were reluctant. They were cultivators, there was nothing to be reluctant about. They just wanted to go higher, and this was their chance to do so. They wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The next morning, Zhao Hai arrived at the monastery early in the morning. Yuan Jing and the others were already waiting for Zhao Hai. They didn't get up early, they didn't sleep all night. Everyone was the same, they couldn't sleep. For them, this was a rare opportunity, so they weren't in the mood to sleep. When Zhao Hai arrived at the monk's courtyard, he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to Yuan Jing and said, "Those who stayed behind to recruit disciples, don't move. Everyone else, come with me. We'll be using the transmission formation to head towards Manghorn City. This time, our target is Manghorn City. But if we go with so many people, we would certainly attract attention. Therefore, we need to go in batches and disguise ourselves. Don't dress up like monks. Divide into 9 batches, each batch shouldn't have too many people, but also shouldn't have too few people. Make sure that you don't dress up too messily so that people wouldn't be suspicious. Don't make yourselves suspicious." Zhao Hai's words sounded a bit messy. However, Yuan Jing and the other rogue cultivators who often traveled outside understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Zhao Hai's meaning was very simple. He wanted them to form their own teams. The number of people shouldn't be too evenly distributed so as to avoid being discovered. Moreover, the first team should be dressed up like a merchant caravan or a small gang. Yuan Jing and the others were experienced people, so they naturally knew what to do. Plus, there were many people coming and going in the 13 Mongshan cities every day. Therefore, when they sneaked into the 13 Mongshan cities, no one noticed them at all. Zhao Hai also changed his appearance and sneaked into Mangjiao City. Mangjiao City was one of the 13 cities that young Master Zhao visited before. It was one of the cities that he was more familiar with. After arriving at Mangjiao City, Zhao Hai and the others were assigned to a lot of hotels. Then Zhao Hai let Yuan Jing and the others rest in the city for 2 days before leaving. Their target this time was Kuming Mountain, which was more than 700 li away from the city. Kuming Mountain was named after a bird called canary. This bird's cry was very pleasant to the ears. Moreover, it could learn a lot of movements. Because of its beauty, it was very famous. There used to be a sect on Kuming Mountain. It wasn't a big sect, but it was called the Longhu sect. The reason for this name was that the sect master of this sect had obtained a body cultivation technique called the Longhu Golden Body, which was why he had established this sect. This small sect was really small. The entire sect, including the sect master, elders, and disciples, had less than 2,000 people. They were very weak. The people of the Longhu sect mainly collected herbs for a living. They sold the herbs they collected and then bought some materials for cultivation. Naturally, they also grew herbs themselves, some very common herbs. On Kuming Mountain, there were a few medicinal fields that they had, which were the largest output of the Longhu sect. The Longhu sect was the most inconspicuous sect around the 13 cities of Limang Mountain. It wasn't the closest sect to the 13 cities of Limang Mountain, but it wasn't the furthest sect either. Their sect only had one Qi refinement realm cultivator. The strength of the entire sect was very weak, but it wasn't the weakest or the strongest sect around. In short, it was a sect that didn't have any special characteristics. This time, Zhao Hai's target was the Dragon Tiger sect. Zhao Hai wanted to take down the Dragon Tiger sect and occupy their territory. When the time came, they would naturally be able to use the Dragon Tiger sect's territory to develop their own forces. The reason Zhao Hai had chosen the Longhu sect was because it wasn't eye-catching and didn't have much contact with the other sects in the area. Even if the owner of this place changed, no one would notice, let alone the 13 Mongshan cities. Therefore, Zhao Hai had chosen this place. 2 days later, Zhao Hai and the others left the city and went directly to Sparrow Mountain. 700 li wasn't that far for people like them. Zhao Hai and the others only walked for 5 hours before they arrived at their destination. When they reached the foot of Sparrow Mountain, they realized that there was a sign at the foot of Sparrow Mountain. The sign read, Longhu Sect Entrance. Visitors, halt. Seeing this, Zhao Hai just smiled. He turned to Yuan Jing and said, follow me up the mountain. Then he started walking up the mountain. There were many trees on Kuming Mountain, but there was only one path up the mountain. It was a stone path that only allowed 2 people to walk side by side. It could be seen that this path was not built long ago. The marks on the stone path were very new and there were no signs of wear and tear. Zhao Hai and the others walked up the mountain. After a few dozen steps, a group of cultivators came up to them. There were about 50 of them. The leader was a Qi realm 10th stage cultivator. This cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and the others with an ugly expression and said, "Which sect are you from? Why did you come to our Longhu sect?" Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and smiled. With a wave of his hand, a cyan light enveloped the cultivators. After that, Zhao Hai walked forward. As he was walking, he said to Yuan Jing and the others, "They can't move now. Move them to the side. Don't delay us." After saying that, he ignored the Dragon Tiger sect cultivators and continued walking up the mountain. Yuan Jing and the others were prepared to fight. But they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would just wave his hand and immobilize them. This made Yuan Jing and the others very surprised. But after thinking about it, they felt that this was normal. After all, this was Zhao Hai, a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Yuan Jing moved the people who were immobilized by Zhao Hai to the side and then followed Zhao Hai up the mountain. Queming Mountain wasn't very high and the Longhu sect's defense wasn't very strong. Besides the group of people that Zhao Hai and the others encountered, they didn't encounter anyone else. They smoothly reached the top of the mountain. At the top of Queming Mountain was a large open space. At the front of the mountain was a huge boulder with 3 words written on it, Longhu sect. After passing the boulder, there was a large flat ground. However, it can be seen that this wasn't a natural flat ground, it was a flat ground that had been cleaned up. From the mountain path, one can see some buildings, but there weren't many of them. Instead, there was a large training field. At this time, there were many disciples practicing martial arts in the training field. The disciples who were practicing also saw Zhao Hai and the others. When they saw Zhao Hai, they were stunned. Then their expressions changed. Then they immediately gathered and greeted Zhao Hai and the others. At the same time, several disciples ran towards the buildings behind them. Zhao Hai also stopped and looked at the disciples of the Longhu sect. The disciples of the Longhu sect quickly arrived in front of Zhao Hai and the others. The leader of the group was a disciple in his 30s. He looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance and said, "Who are you? Why did you come to my Longhu sect?" Zhao Hai looked at the Longhu sect's disciple and didn't say anything. He can see that the Longhu sect's disciple was originally a rogue cultivator. This was because the Longhu sect was famous for their body cultivators. However, this disciple wasn't a body cultivator, so he must be a rogue cultivator who joined the Longhu sect later on. At this time, several silhouettes rushed out from the building behind the Dragon Tiger sect. In a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Zhao Hai. The leader of these people looked to be about 40 years old. He had a very strong body, one could see that he was a body cultivator. Among the other people, 2 of them were also body cultivators. As for the rest, they weren't body cultivators, they were just ordinary cultivators. The leader was nearly 2 meters tall and had a big beard. He looked very powerful. He looked at Zhao Hai and the others with an unfriendly gaze and said, "Who are you?" Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled, "You must be the sect master of the Longhu sect, Long Ding Tian?" The leader looked at Zhao Hai and said coldly, "Yes, I am." "Who are you? Tell me your name." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "My name isn't important. What's important is that I have my eyes on the Longhu sect. Now, I'll give you 3 choices. 1. You leave on your own and give this place to me. 2. You surrender to me and become a part of our new sect. 3. I'll kill all of you and this place will belong to me. I don't know what you'll choose." When Long Ding Tian heard Zhao Hai's words, the veins on his head throbbed. He looked at Zhao Hai and snorted, "You want to snatch the foundation of my Longhu sect? Let's see if you have the ability." Zhao Hai looked at Long Ding Tian and smiled, "Whether I have the ability or not, I'll let Sect Master Long experience it for himself." After speaking, Zhao Hai's aura changed drastically. When Zhao Hai stood there, he didn't have any special aura. He looked like an ordinary cultivator with a low cultivation. However, when Zhao Hai released his aura, Long Ding Tian and the others were stunned. They could clearly feel the pressure coming from Zhao Hai's body. It made them feel breathless. This was definitely not a feeling that a Qi refinement realm cultivator could give him. Long Dingtian's expression changed. He stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please tell us your name. Why did you come to our Longhu sect?" Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian and said, "I've already told you that my name isn't important. What's important is that I have my eyes on the Longhu sect's territory. I've already given you 3 choices. Why are you still asking me? Tell me, I'll give you 3 choices. What's your choice?" Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really want us to leave?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. I really want you to leave. However, if I were you, I wouldn't leave. Where would you go after leaving Kunming Mountain? Would you go to other places and snatch other people's territory? That would be a great loss for you. Why don't you join us? I have my eyes on the Longhu sect because of its location. You should feel lucky that I have my eyes on Kunming Mountain. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the opportunity to join us. How about it?" Long Dingtian stared at Zhao Hai. After a while, he said, "All talk and no action. Let me see what you're capable of." Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian and smiled. "All right, how about this? I'll stand here and let you hit me 3 times. If you can make me move, I'll admit defeat and leave the Longhu sect immediately. If you lose, the Longhu sect will join us. What do you think?" When Long Dingtian heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll see what you're capable of." After speaking, he clenched his fist. Zhao Hai smiled and took a step forward. He stood there quietly and said, "Make your move." Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion on his face. He then looked at Yuan Jing and the others and realized that Yuan Jing and the others were looking at him as if they were watching a good show. This made him even more puzzled. However, he still snorted coldly. Then, he clenched his fist and snorted. His figure leaped forward like a ferocious tiger jumping into a stream. He jumped straight towards Zhao Hai. After leaping in front of Zhao Hai, he threw a punch at Zhao Hai. Bang! Long Dingtian's punch landed on Zhao Hai's chest. He used 80% of his strength in this punch. The reason why he held back 20% was because he wanted to prevent Zhao Hai from changing his move to deal with him. If Zhao Hai really changed his move to deal with him, he could still hold back 20% of his strength. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai really stood there without moving and allowed him to punch him. When his punch landed on Zhao Hai's body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Zhao Hai didn't react at all. It was as if he had just patted him lightly. This made Long Dingtian shocked. Although Long Dingtian's strength was only in the Qi refinement realm, he was still a physique cultivator. His strength was incomparably powerful. The Dragon Tiger Golden Body art that he cultivated was a very good physique cultivation technique. Even if it couldn't be compared to the Herculean King Divine art and the Iron Buddha Lotus Body, it was still considered a high-level physique cultivation technique. Not only would it increase the user's strength and defense, but it would also allow the user to release a dragon's roar and tiger's roar to intimidate the enemy. If it was cultivated to a high level, as long as the user released his aura, there would be a dragon and tiger by his side, and he would be able to enter the enemy without even moving. Of course, Long Dingtian hadn't cultivated this cultivation technique to the extreme, but he had cultivated it for dozens of years. Although he only used 80% of his strength in that punch, Long Dingtian was confident that any Qi refinement realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take his punch head-on. But now, Zhao Hai stood there and took his punch head-on without any reaction. Even his clothes didn't move. It was as if he was patting Zhao Hai's dust instead of punching Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai glanced at Long Dingtian and said, "2 more punches. Come on." Long Dingtian leaped and retreated. Then, he stared at Zhao Hai. After a while, he said, "Good. I didn't expect you to be a physique cultivator. Be careful." After speaking, Long Dingtian clenched his fists and shook his body. Along with this shake, he let out a dragon's roar and tiger's roar. Then, he leaped forward and turned in the air like a giant dragon swimming in the air. He pounced towards Zhao Hai. When he arrived in front of Zhao Hai, he extended his right fist and punched Zhao Hai. Bang! Zhao Hai stood there motionlessly and took the punch head-on. Long Dingtian stood there with an ugly expression. Although his punch landed on Zhao Hai's body, it felt like he had hit a rock. In fact, even if his punch landed on a rock, the rock would be shattered. If it landed on Zhao Hai's body, Zhao Hai didn't have any reaction. He just stood there quietly and looked at Long Dingtian. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai. He wanted to see a trace of pain from Zhao Hai's face or eyes. However, he was disappointed. There was no reaction from Zhao Hai's face, let alone any expression of pain. This made Long Dingtian feel a trace of despair. This was because he had used all of his strength in that punch. Although it wasn't his strongest punch, it wasn't far from it. Under such circumstances, he still couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. This made him feel very depressed. Long Dingtian withdrew his fist and took 2 steps back. He carefully looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at Long Dingtian and said, "You still have 1 more punch." Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head, "No, there's no need for that. There's no need to fight anymore. I, Long Dingtian, admit defeat. From today onwards, the Longhu sect is no more. We will join you." Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian and smiled, "Good. Sect Master Long, you really know how to adapt to circumstances. If the Longhu sect is willing to join us, then I will welcome you with open arms." Yuan Jing, help Sect Master Long deal with the matters of the Longhu sect. Yuan Jing nodded, then he walked in front of Long Dingtian and looked at him. However, Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I don't know if I can ask, what cultivation method do you practice?" Looking at Long Dingtian's appearance, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he turned his body and turned himself into a monk. At the same time, his skin turned black. When Long Dingtian saw the changes on Zhao Hai's body, he couldn't help but stare blankly. When he saw Zhao Hai's skin color, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you, no, Master, so you are." Zhao Hai waved his hand and stopped Long Dingtian from speaking. Then, his body immediately changed. He turned into a 30-years-old man who looked very ordinary. However, Long Dingtian immediately understood that this was all Zhao Hai's disguise. He already knew Zhao Hai's true identity, but other than him, no one else could see it. This was because Long Dingtian's tall stature had completely blocked Zhao Hai. The people behind Long Dingtian couldn't see Zhao Hai's identity. However, Long Dingtian was still very excited. This was because he knew Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai's monk attire and Zhao Hai's skin color allowed him to understand that Zhao Hai was from the most famous body cultivation sect in the Sword Spirit world, the Iron Buddha Temple. Although the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't considered a top-notch sect in the Sword Spirit world, it was the most famous body cultivation sect in the Sword Spirit world. This was because the Iron Buddha Temple was the strongest among the pure body cultivation sects in the Sword Spirit world. Although body cultivators were rather difficult to deal with in the Sword Spirit world, there weren't many pure body cultivation sections. This was because even though body cultivators were difficult to deal with, their fighting style had a lot of flaws. Moreover, the higher the level of a pure body cultivator's cultivation, the harder it would be to cultivate. It was precisely because of this that even though body cultivators were difficult to deal with, there weren't many true experts. However, the Iron Buddha Temple was different. The Iron Buddha lotus body of the Iron Buddha Temple had been passed down for 10,000 years. It was very powerful. Moreover, the cultivators of the Iron Buddha Temple were all very powerful. Moreover, the sect had never stopped passing down its inheritance. The temple had countless experts. It was precisely because of this that the Iron Buddha Temple became the banner of body cultivation in the Sword Spirit world. Originally, Long Dingtian was still brooding about the matter of surrendering. But now that he knew about Zhao Hai's identity, he couldn't help but rejoice. He felt that this was the wisest decision he had ever made. Long Dingtian was also a rogue cultivator. He had inadvertently obtained the inheritance of the Golden Dragon body, which allowed him to become a Qi Refinement Spirit Realm cultivator. However, if a body cultivator wanted to grow, they couldn't do without all kinds of cultivation resources. This was especially true for some body-nourishing pills. Otherwise, it would cause permanent damage to their body and they wouldn't be able to cultivate to a higher realm. It was precisely because of this reason that he established the Longhu sect. He wanted to use the Longhu sect as his tool to collect all kinds of cultivation resources for him. Of course, he had the temperament of a rogue cultivator. He was very sensible. Zhao Hai allowed him to throw 3 punches. After 2 punches, he realized that he was too far away from Zhao Hai. It was impossible for him to injure Zhao Hai. Therefore, he decisively admitted defeat. Now that he knew about Zhao Hai's identity, he was even more delighted. This was because he realized that the heavens didn't abandon him. On the contrary, they gave him a path to the heavens. Iron Buddha Temple, that was the Iron Buddha Temple. The Sword Spirit World Saint of Body Cultivation was the Iron Buddha Temple. Now, he had actually become a subordinate of a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. This was truly great, truly great. Long Ding Tian immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Grandmaster, rest assured. I'll immediately merge the Longhu sect with your sect. May I know what Grandmaster's name is?" Zhao Hai understood Long Ding Tian's intention. He said, "Let's call it the monk sect. Go and prepare. If you're willing to join my monk sect, then you'll be a disciple of the sect. If you're unwilling, then you can let them go. But tell them that if they're disloyal after joining the sect, then I won't spare them." Long Ding Tian immediately patted his chest and said, "Grandmaster, rest assured. Even if they have the guts, they wouldn't dare to disobey Grandmaster's orders." Then he left with Yuan Jin. Zhao Hai looked at Long Ding Tian's appearance and smiled faintly. He felt that Long Ding Tian was very interesting. His body cultivation talent was very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a Qi refinement deity realm cultivator. If Zhao Hai could bring him to the Iron Buddha Temple, then maybe he would have some accomplishments in the future. Because of Long Ding Tian's cooperation, the takeover went very smoothly. In just a few days, Zhao Hai and the others took over the Longhu sect and changed it to the monk sect. After taking over, Zhao Hai also built a transmission formation in the Dragon Tiger sect. This transmission formation wasn't very big, it can only transport 100 people. However, this was enough to make the monks happy. One must know that the Dragon Tiger sect didn't have an inheritance sect, they were just a sect established by rogue cultivators. Being able to receive some benefits every month was already good enough. One must know that building a transmission formation required a lot of crystal stones. With the completion of the transmission formation, the people of the monks became more united. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. At the same time, he had a more intuitive understanding of the living environment of rogue cultivators. He now understood why there were transmission formations everywhere in the Sword Spirit realm. It was because transmission formations weren't found everywhere. Zhao Hai didn't think that the monks would be able to defend themselves. After the transmission formation was completed, Zhao Hai immediately had Yuan Jing and the others return to Sealed Sword City. Then all of the people that they had recruited in the past few days were brought to the monk sect. Because of this, the number of people gathered in the monk sect increased. With more people, the living space would be smaller. Zhao Hai immediately had everyone build houses. However, he left behind the spirit fields of the Longhu sect. The herbs planted there were the main income of the Longhu sect in the past. They were all cultivators, so naturally, they were able to build their houses very quickly. But while they were building their houses, Zhao Hai had some requirements. He wanted them to set up a defensive formation in certain places. As soon as the news came out, the people of the monk sect became even more excited. It was the Mountain Protection Grand Array, which only those big sects had. How could they not be excited when they also had the Mountain Protection Grand Array? In the past, whether it was Yuan Jing's group or the Longhu sect, they didn't have a Mountain Guardian formation. Yuan Jing and the others had been living in the Sealed Sword City. After all, the Sealed Sword City had a Mountain Guardian formation. However, the people of the Longhu sect felt completely different. In the past, the Longhu sect didn't even have a transmission formation. How could they have a Mountain Guardian formation? To be honest, the Longhu sect was more like a gang than a sect. They couldn't even be considered the smallest sect because they didn't have a transmission formation, a Mountain Guardian formation, or a very systematic inheritance. Therefore, they couldn't be considered as a sect at all. They could only be considered as a gang. Now, they had the teleportation array and the protective mountain array. They already had the appearance of a sect. There was also hope. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in the main hall of the monk sect. He was still dressed like a monk, but his skin wasn't as dark as before. In the main hall, Yuan Jing and some other elders were present. Long Ding Tian and some other elders of the Longhu sect were present as well. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, now that the monk sect is on the right track, we have the transmission formation, the defensive formation, and the residences of the disciples have been built. The next thing I need to do is to transform the spiritual field. The spiritual field is the foundation of the monk sect. After transforming it, it can produce more herbs. This is the main source of income for the monk sect. Therefore, the spiritual field must be transformed. Everyone nodded and didn't say anything. They now knew about Zhao Hai's identity, but they didn't say anything. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai's identity couldn't be made public. Therefore, nobody mentioned Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, but before that, I'm going to send someone to the Iron Buddha temple to cultivate. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel excited. However, their gazes were focused on Long Ding Tian. This was because they knew that if Zhao Hai were to send someone to the Iron Buddha temple, then it would be Long Ding Tian and no one else. Long Ding Tian looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly, you guessed it right, the person I want to send is Long Ding Tian. Long Ding Tian's strength is good, and he also cultivates a body cultivation method. Sending him to the temple to cultivate would be very beneficial for him. Ding Tian, what do you think? Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Long Ding Tian. Long Ding Tian stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai, many thanks to the sect master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, sit down. I saw that your strength is good, and your talent is also good. Therefore, I want to help you. You don't need to think too much about it. Once you're in the temple, cultivate well. Don't be discouraged. Although the Iron Buddha Temple is a body cultivation sect, it has collected a lot of cultivation methods over the years. In the future, I will give you cultivation methods based on your progress. As long as you cultivate well, your treatment wouldn't be any worse than the ordinary disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they all stood up and saluted Zhao Hai, many thanks to the sect master. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, don't tell anyone about my identity, and don't mention anything about the Iron Buddha Temple. Just tell everyone that we are from the assembled monk sect. If anyone were to tell anyone about my identity, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, the transformation of the spirit field will be carried out after I return. But before that, you shouldn't be idle. You need to investigate the situation of the surrounding sections. Therefore, investigate the sects that are close to us. See how many people they have in their sects and how strong their strongest person is. Understood? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone responded in unison. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, you can all leave. Ding Tian, you stay behind. Everyone responded and turned to leave. But before they left, they all looked at Long Ding Tian with envy. Long Ding Tian stood there excitedly and waited for Zhao Hai's instructions. Looking at Long Ding Tian, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, come here, let's go. Long Ding Tian responded and walked to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's body flashed with white light and appeared in a city within the Iron Buddha Temple's territory. Zhao Hai directly went to the Iron Buddha Temple's branch and used the teleportation array to enter the Iron Buddha Temple. When Zhao Hai and Long Ding Tian appeared in the Iron Buddha Temple's teleportation array, a disciple immediately welcomed them and saluted Zhao Hai, senior brother Jing Hai, you're back. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm back. I'm going to make a trip to senior brother Nayan's place. Bring him to settle down first. Ding Tian, go and settle down with this junior brother. After I report to the sect, you can officially join the sect. Long Ding Tian responded and left with the Iron Buddha Temple's disciple. Zhao Hai directly flew towards Nayan's courtyard. It didn't take long for them to arrive outside. This time, Shueiji didn't follow. Shueiji stayed at the monks' gathering sect because he was the strongest in the monks' gathering sect aside from Zhao Hai. He had to stay behind to oversee the sect. When Zhao Hai arrived outside Nayan's courtyard, he heard Nayan's voice, Jing Hai, you're back. Come in quickly. Zhao Hai responded and pushed open the door. When he arrived at the courtyard, he saw an incense burner and a small table. Na Yun was sitting on a praying mat and holding a wooden hammer in his hand. He was gently knocking on a wooden fish. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Na Yun put down the wooden hammer and waved his hand towards Zhao Hai. "Jing Hai, you're here. Have a seat." Zhao Hai bowed to Na Yun and said, "Greetings, senior brother. I'm sorry to disturb your homework." Na Yun smiled and said, "There's no need to disturb. I can do my homework in my heart. Come, have a seat." Zhao Hai wasn't polite and immediately sat down. Na Yun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How is it? What's the situation?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The sect is called the Gathering Monks Sect. It has already been built, as well as the transmission formation and the defensive formation. Currently, the sect has more than 5,000 members. This is because I didn't want to take in too many people. This time, I came back to report the situation of the sect to senior brother. The second reason was to bring someone back. This person was originally the sect master of the Dragon Tiger sect. I took a fancy to the location of their sect, so I snatched it from them. But this person was very sensible and didn't resist. Moreover, his body cultivation talent is also very good, so I brought him back. Now that he's at the Qi refining realm, he should be able to become an outer court disciple. As long as he is properly trained, his cultivation shouldn't be weak." Na Yun smiled and said, "I believe in your vision. I'll have people arrange things for him and take care of him. Do you need anything?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't need anything right now. The Dragon Tiger sect has some spiritual fields. I can transform them so that they can produce more herbs. Along with other sources of income, it shouldn't be a problem for the sect to break even. We went out to establish a sect in order to expand the strength of the Iron Buddha Temple. If we establish a sect outside, we would need to take things from the sect. Therefore, senior brother can rest assured that there won't be any problems. I've already had the monks gathering sect collect information about the surrounding small sections. When necessary, we can't expand." Na Yun nodded and said, "Your idea is good. If the sect wants to expand, then it can't just recruit people. That's not expansion at all. It should be like what you're doing. Not only do we need to expand, we also need to be self-sufficient." "This is good, very good. Do you want to come with me to report this to the abbot?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I won't be going. Senior brother, you can go. I need to return to the monk sect. After transforming the spirit fields, I need to hold a competition to select some talented disciples. Then I'll send them back to the temple and have them become outer disciples." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior brother, you can go." Na Yun nodded and said, "All right, then I won't keep you. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll take care of it for you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, thank you, senior brother." Na Yun smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. I'm doing this for the sake of the temple." "Right, your place is very close to the 13 cities of Mount Mang. You need to be careful. Don't attract the attention of the 13 cities of Mount Mang. Although the 13 cities of Mount Mang have been separated, they're still very united. If the 13 cities of Mount Mang attack you, then the temple wouldn't be able to handle it. Those fellows are a group of lunatics. They don't care about your sect." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother can rest assured. Even if I want to subdue those sects, I'll do it secretly. I won't be discovered by the 13 cities of Mount Mang. Senior brother doesn't need to worry." Na Yun nodded and said, "I'm very confident in what you're doing. Remember, make sure you're safe. The temple wants you to go out and expand your influence, not drive you out. If something happens to you outside, the loss would be more painful than losing a small sect." Na Yun nodded and said, "All right, all right. All right. All right." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Although the people from the 13 Mang mountain cities aren't weak, it's still impossible for them to take my life. Senior brother should know about my strength. Even if it's an ethereal stage expert, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to me. You don't need to worry, I'll be fine." Na Yun looked at Zhao Hai and then laughed, "All right, I'm relieved to hear you say that. I know you very well. If you say that you'll be fine, then you'll be fine. Remember, you're a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. What does a core disciple represent? It represents the Iron Buddha Temple. If the 13 cities of Mount Main dare to make a move against you, then the Iron Buddha Temple will have to see who's better. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he stood up and gave Nayan a salute. Senior brother can rest assured. Then I'll be heading back first. Nayan nodded, then Zhao Hai turned around and left. When he arrived at the residence of the Iron Buddha Temple's outer disciples, he found a disciple and had the disciple lead him to Longding Tian. Zhao Hai's status in the Iron Buddha Temple was very high. The outer disciples were very respectful to him. They immediately led him to Longding Tian. Longding Tian was arranged to stay in a room. This room wasn't very big, but it was still very good. At this moment, Longding Tian was sitting there restlessly. This was the Iron Buddha Temple. Moreover, looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, it seems like he didn't tell the Iron Buddha Temple that he was coming. This made Longding Tian even more worried. He was afraid that the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't let him join. At this moment, the door to his room was pushed open as Zhao Hai walked in. Upon seeing Longding Tian, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Ding Tian, everything has been arranged. In a moment, someone will send you the outer disciple robes of the Iron Buddha Temple. Although you are an outer disciple, your strength isn't weak. As long as you cultivate in the Iron Buddha Temple for a period of time and pass the inner disciple trial, you will become an inner disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Remember, I'm one of the 10 core disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple, under Senior Brother Nayan's faction. In the future, Senior Brother Nayan will send someone to contact you. You can also be considered as part of Senior Brother Nayan's faction. You must properly cultivate in the temple and listen to Senior Brother Nayan's arrangements." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the last trace of unease in Longding Tian's heart disappeared. He immediately stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai, "Many thanks to the sect master. This Ding Tian will never forget the sect master's kindness." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Cultivate well. Naturally, I'm also a rogue cultivator. It was the Iron Buddha Temple that gave me this opportunity. Now, I'll give you another one. Whether you can grasp this opportunity or not, it's up to you. I'll be returning to the monk sect. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll come back and take a look." Then Zhao Hai turned around and walked out. Longding Tian sent Zhao Hai to the outside. After seeing Zhao Hai enter the transmission formation, he returned to his room. Just as he returned to his room, a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple arrived. This disciple looked to be around 20 years old, much younger than Longding Tian. This disciple looked very ordinary, but he had a gentle smile on his face. His skin was also very dark. He looked at Longding Tian and said, "Are you junior brother Longding Tian? I'm called Na Liang. Come with me to report your identity token." Longding Tian quickly replied, "Many thanks, senior brother." Na Liang smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite. You were sent to the sect by senior brother Jing Hai." Senior brother Jing Hai had just met senior brother Nayun. Senior brother Nayun said that he would take good care of you. In the future, you'll be a member of my Nayun sect. However, your luck is really good. You actually met senior brother Jing Hai. In the future, I'm afraid that the inner disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple would give you some face. Longding Tian quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare. How could I dare to take care of senior brother? I'll have to ask senior brother to take care of me in the future." Na Liang shook his head and sighed, "I'm not being polite with you, nor am I joking with you. I want you to take care of me not because you're a Qi Refinement Realm cultivator, nor is it because you're a member of my Nayun sect. Instead, it's because you were introduced to the sect by senior brother Jing Hai. You've just entered the sect and don't know senior brother Jing Hai's prestige in the temple. Although senior brother Jing Hai isn't one of the top 10 core disciples, he has saved countless people in the sect. Moreover, he has a good relationship with many senior brothers in the sect. In the future, they will definitely give face to senior brother Jing Hai and take care of you. Moreover, the elders in the sect are very optimistic about senior brother Jing Hai and will also take care of you. I only hope that you won't embarrass senior brother Jing Hai. Remember, you were introduced to the sect by senior brother Jing Hai. If you dare to embarrass him, someone will definitely take your life." When Longding Tian heard Na Liang's words, his heart couldn't help but shiver. He finally understood senior brother Jinghai's status in the Iron Buddha Temple. This made him both surprised and happy. He was surprised because if he were to embarrass Zhao Hai in the future, someone might really take his life. But he was happy because as long as he diligently cultivated, no one would make things difficult for him and would even take care of him. This was equivalent to paving the way for his future cultivation. How could he not be happy? At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the monk sect. The people of the sect didn't expect Zhao Hai to come back so soon. However, Zhao Hai didn't ask them to do anything. What he wanted them to do was already arranged beforehand. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to improve the spirit fields. The technique to improve spirit fields was no longer a secret in the sword spirit boundary. Many large sects had improved their own spirit fields. After the improvement, the output increased. Most importantly, spirit rice and spirit vegetables increased. Now, even the outer disciples and odd job disciples of the large sects could eat spirit rice. Moreover, there was more spirit wine and the price of spirit herbs had also decreased. Everyone wanted to enjoy themselves. It didn't matter if you were a cultivator or not. In the eyes of other cultivators, if they could eat good food and drink good wine while also helping them cultivate, then why wouldn't they eat good food and drink good wine? If they had to eat those unpalatable fasting pills, then wouldn't they just be looking for trouble? It was precisely because of this that all the major sects were improving their spiritual fields. However, just like before, the major sects were improving their spiritual fields. This didn't mean that the smaller sects were doing the same. In fact, many of the smaller sects didn't know about the improvement of their spiritual fields. This was because the major sects had sealed off this information. For example, a small sect like the Longhu sect wouldn't have known about this matter. Moreover, the prices of spirit rice, spirit vegetables, and ordinary pills on the market didn't drop by much. Rogue cultivators still couldn't eat spirit rice. The great sects would give the spirit rice to their own people and give the ordinary pills to their own disciples. They wouldn't lower the price, because if the price dropped, they would lose a lot of crystal stones. This was something they didn't want to see. A small sect like the Longhu sect was considered the lowest level of existence in the sword spirit boundary. How could they obtain anything good? Therefore, the cultivators of the Longhu sect could only make a living. Of course, each sect's improvement of their spirit fields was different. For example, the large sects improved their spirit fields very well. Naturally, the output of their spirit fields was very high. Some spirit fields could mature once a month. Of course, the maturity here referred to the spirit rice. However, even if the spirit fields of the sects were improved, they weren't very mature. They could only shorten the time of the spirit rice to half a year or 3 to 4 months. Zhao Hai and the others didn't use the best method to improve the spirit fields of the Longhu sect this time because that would attract attention. Zhao Hai's improvement of the spirit fields was to let the spirit fields in Longhu Mountain mature 3 to 4 times a year. This was already very good. On the other hand, the Longhu sect only grew the most common herbs. These herbs were similar to the spirit rice and could ripen once a year. After improvement, it would greatly increase the ripening time of the herbs. Naturally, the income of the Longhu sect would also increase. The improvement of the spirit fields couldn't be completed overnight. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. While improving the spirit fields, he inquired about the situation of the surrounding sections. At the same time, he was also preparing for the sect grand competition. Zhao Hai had already spread the news that after the improvement of the spirit fields was completed, there would be a sect grand competition. This time, those who performed well would receive a lot of rewards. Although the disciples of the monk sect didn't know what the rewards would be, they were still very serious about their preparations. They knew that the rewards wouldn't be bad. On the other hand, while Zhao Hai was concentrating on the monk sect, he was also concentrating on the sea exploring sect. The sea exploring sect was actually managed by Laura and the others. Zhao Hai discovered that although Laura and the others couldn't go to Sword Spirit City, they could still go to the sea exploring sect, the Sword Tomb, the first and second secret realms, Green Flood Dragon Island, Silver Shark Island, and Swordfish Island. They could go to any of these places. Because of this, they were very happy every day. This was because they had more things to do. In fact, now that Zhao Hai had more than 60 biological brains, he could do all of these things himself. But he didn't do so. This was because he liked to see Laura and the others in their current state. At this moment, Laura and the others seemed to be more lively than before. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, but he didn't do it. This was because he liked to see Laura and the others' current state. Laura and the others used to be strong women. But after following Zhao Hai, they slowly restrained themselves and became more and more like little women. They always stood behind him. Although Zhao Hai liked their current appearance, he also liked them to be themselves. Because of this, Zhao Hai would find things for Laura and the others to do. Only in this way could Laura and the others become themselves and not the little women who always stood behind him. At this time, Zhao Hai would still meet with Laura and the others inside the space. As long as they have time, they would chat and live a normal life. They all liked this kind of life. But at the same time, Zhao Hai also wanted Laura and the others to live their own lives. This was because Zhao Hai knew that Laura and the others should live their own lives. Because of this, Zhao Hai had Laura and the others manage the Sea Exploring sect. Laura and the others' management skills and leadership skills weren't any worse than his own. Although he had more biological brains, he still felt that he should let Laura and the others do what they like. The improvement of the spirit fields in Sparrow Cry Mountain went very smoothly. It only took 2 months for the improvement of the spirit fields to be completed. In these 2 months, there were also some things that happened in the Sword Spirit realm. But in general, they were all trivial matters. The excavation of Sky City had finally reached the main city, which was the area inside the city walls. The harvest of the various sects was very big. The Sea Exploring sect also received a lot of things. For them, this was very good news. The situation of Green Flood Dragon Island and the other 2 islands was also very good. They were already on the right track. At the same time, Zhao Hai also received a lot of ascenders into his sect. Some of them directly entered the Sea Exploring sect while the others entered Green Flood Dragon Island, Silver Shark Island, and Swordfish Island. What outsiders didn't know was that all of the ascenders that entered the Sea Exploring sect were people from the Lost Soul Empire. These people had just ascended not long ago, but there were more than 100 of them. Naturally, Zhao Hai had them enter the Sea Exploring sect so that they could cultivate in peace. Moreover, these people who ascended from the Lost Soul Empire were the most loyal people to Zhao Hai. After they cultivate, they would become the core strength of the Sea Exploring sect. Besides the Sea Exploring sect and the 3 islands, the Sword Tomb was very calm. The forces around the Sword Tomb occasionally had some friction, but nobody came to the Sword Tomb. This was because they knew about the Sea Exploring sect's actions in the South Sea. To be honest, the Sea Exploring sect's actions were very surprising. At the same time, they also knew about the strength of the Sea Exploring sect. Now that the Sea Exploring sect was stronger than before, nobody dared to provoke them. The first and second secret realms were developing very well. The first secret realm produced a lot of crystals and herbs, which were very important for the development of the Sea Exploring sect. On the other hand, the second secret realm had completely turned into a breeding base for beasts. At this point, not only were there beasts from the labyrinth that Zhao Hai and the others called mist beasts, there were even beasts from the South Sea that were successfully bred in the second base. Besides these beasts, Zhao Hai and the others were also breeding other beasts. Some of these beasts were for the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect to eat. Others were for the disciples of the Sea Exploring sect to be tamed as battle beasts. Naturally, these weren't the main research of the Sea Exploring sect. The most important research of the Sea Exploring sect was the sword ship. This sword ship was actually a traditional large-scale artifact of the Jianyu school. However, the method of refining it had been lost. This sword ship was very different from other large-scale artifacts. It could also be called the 10,000 sword ship. This ship was made up of countless flying swords. These flying swords could be divided and combined to form a huge ship. When divided, they could turn into a rain of swords to attack the enemy. This was a large-scale artifact used by the Jianyu school in ancient times. However, because the inheritance of the sword-controlling sect had been damaged several times, the refining method for the myriad sword ship was lost. However, Zhao Hai discovered this artifact in the ancient records of the sword-controlling sect. Since then, he had been researching it. Even now, Zhao Hai still had a part of his biological brain that was paying attention to this matter. Naturally, if Zhao Hai used the space to calculate, then the myriad sword ship would have already been refined. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. The myriad sword ship was the signature artifact of the sword-controlling sect. Zhao Hai wanted to use ordinary methods to refine it. This way, the sea-exploring sect would have their own signature artifact. In the future, the sea-exploring sect would be able to become a great sect. Even if Zhao Hai were to leave this layer, he would still be able to rest assured. As a leader, sometimes you need to learn how to let go. You need to be assured in handing things over to your subordinates. This way, not only would you be able to relax, you would also be able to cultivate a lot of capable subordinates. Doing everything yourself wasn't a good choice. This was because doing so would only exhaust yourself to death. However, the research on the myriad sword ship wasn't very smooth. The concept of the myriad sword ship was very good. However, large artifacts weren't only used to transport people, they were also used to deal with enemies. What was the most powerful attack of a large artifact? It wasn't anything else. In fact, it was the impact produced by the artifact itself. This impact was the most powerful part of a large artifact. However, the myriad sword ship was composed of countless flying swords. It can be used to transport people, and it can also be used to attack enemies. However, if it was used to attack, then the impact would be insufficient. This was the biggest headache for the sea-exploring sect. How to solve this problem became their top priority. In short, the difference in strength between the two forces under Zhao Hai's control was very big. One was the sea-exploring sect. The sea-exploring sect's strength could be considered mid-tier in the sword spirit field. The other was the monks gathering sect. They had just been established, so their strength could be said to be at the bottom of the sword spirit field. The development of these two forces was completely different. The sea-exploring sect needed to lay low and not do anything out of line. While the other sects were focused on the ruins of Sky City, the sea-exploring sect could develop in peace for a period of time. It would be best if they could complete the myriad sword ship. On the other hand, the monks gathering sect needed to develop. Not only did they need to develop, but they also needed to speed up their development. The development of the monks gathering sect was actually very simple. They just needed to annex the smaller sects around them. As long as they could annex these smaller sects, the monks gathering sect would naturally develop. However, Zhao Hai still had other things to do. Since the improvement of the spirit field has been completed, he needed to do something else, the monks gathering sects competition. The monks gathering sects competition was set by Zhao Hai long ago. It was to select disciples with potential and then send them to the Iron Buddha Temple to cultivate. They would become outer disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple and increase the strength of the Iron Buddha Temple. Zhao Hai had already told this news to the monks gathering sect. Because of this, the monks gathering sect were looking forward to it. However, they only knew that they would be rewarded with good results. They didn't know what the rewards were, but this made them look forward to it even more. 10 days after the improvement of the spirit field was completed, the monks gathering sect's competition officially began. The current composition of the monks gathering sect was very complicated. A small portion of them were disciples of the Longhu sect while the majority were rogue cultivators from the Sealed Sword sect. They knew about Zhao Hai's background and also knew where Zhao Hai would send them if they got good results. Because of this, they were looking forward to it even more. When the great competition began, Zhao Hai also announced his identity to everyone. At the same time, he also told them that those who do well in the great competition would be able to join the Iron Buddha Temple. This news caused a stir among the disciples of the Dragon Tiger sect. Now that they knew about Zhao Hai's identity, they couldn't help but be excited. Zhao Hai's great competition was the Iron Buddha Temple. Then the great competition of the monk sect began. The disciples who knew about the rewards were very excited. They went all out in the competition, but there weren't any casualties. Zhao Hai told them not to have any casualties during the competition. Otherwise, they would be considered to have lost. Zhao Hai told them not to have any injuries during the competition. Even so, their battles were very intense. In the end, Zhao Hai selected 100 disciples. These 100 disciples would be sent to the Iron Buddha Temple to become outer disciples. However, they wouldn't cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body technique. They would only cultivate some other techniques, but this was enough. Among the 100 people, there were only about 30 of them who were originally from the Longhu sect. The rest were all rogue Buddhist cultivators from the Fengjian sect. From this point alone, one could tell how powerful the Longhu sect was. After these people were sent to the Iron Buddha temple, they saw Longding Tian. Now, Longding Tian was one of the more famous outer disciples of the Iron Buddha temple. His strength was considered good among the outer disciples of the Iron Buddha temple. Moreover, he was cultivating the Iron Buddha lotus body. Along with the other techniques of the Iron Buddha temple, his strength was even stronger. Now, the Iron Buddha temple was arranging for him to participate in the inner trial. As long as he passes the inner trial, he would directly become an inner disciple of the Iron Buddha temple. Zhao Hai also returned to the Iron Buddha temple and personally met Longding Tian. He also went to see Na Yun and the others. He reported to Na Yun about the current development of the monk sect as well as their next move. Zhao Hai was preparing to expand the monk sect. Naturally, he had to inform Na Yun and the others in advance. Otherwise, Na Yun and the others wouldn't be able to help in time if something really happened. The meeting with Zhao Hai was very relaxed. Longding Tian had been cultivating in the Iron Buddha temple for the past few months and finally knew about Zhao Hai's influence in the Iron Buddha temple. He also knew that Zhao Hai was an existence that could be compared to the 10 core disciples. Although he was still under Na Yun's faction, it was only because Zhao Hai was willing to do so. Even if he wanted to leave the faction now, no one would say anything. Whether it was the elders or Na Yun, they wouldn't object because he had enough strength and influence. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problem if he wanted to leave the faction. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. He had always considered himself as a member of Na Yun's faction. But it was undeniable that he was now the number 2 figure in Na Yun's faction. In addition, Zhao Hai also had a huge reputation among the disciples of the Iron Buddha temple. All the disciples of the Iron Buddha temple who were doing missions with Zhao Hai had been saved by him. Therefore, many of the disciples of the Iron Buddha temple were very grateful to Zhao Hai. Having such a guide was definitely Longding Tian's greatest fortune. His cultivation in the Iron Buddha temple could be said to be smooth sailing. Even the missions that he did were missions with high returns and low risks. This made Longding Tian even more grateful to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai met Longding Tian, he asked Longding Tian to take care of the new disciples of the Iron Buddha temple. Apart from those who were especially talented, the others would be sent back to the monks' gathering sect. They would be sent to the Iron Buddha temple for a period of training. But even so, they still needed someone to take care of them. After meeting Longding Tian, Zhao Hai returned to the monks' gathering sect. They were preparing to expand and naturally couldn't do without him. Currently, the monks' gathering sect only had one expert, Shui Ji. But this was enough. After all, there weren't any powerful sects around them. After Zhao Hai returned to the monks' gathering sect, he immediately gathered the higher-ups of the monks' gathering sect. Yuan Jing and the others were also present. Because they were the higher-ups of the monks' gathering sect, they couldn't participate in the competition. Naturally, they couldn't go to the Iron Buddha temple and could only stay in the monks' gathering sect. However, Zhao Hai didn't treat them unfairly. Zhao Hai directly took some outer disciple quotas from the Iron Buddha temple and gave them to Yuan Jing and the others. Now, Yuan Jing and the others were genuine outer disciples of the Iron Buddha temple. Moreover, Zhao Hai also took some suitable cultivation methods, artifacts, pills, and crystal stones from the Iron Buddha temple. Because of this, Yuan Jing and the others were able to feel at ease in the monk sect. Because of this, Yuan Jing and the others were able to stay in the monk sect with ease. After Zhao Hai gathered Yuan Jing and the others, he looked at everyone and said, "After a few months of hard work, our monks gathering sect is finally on the right track. Moreover, we have sent some talents to the temple. However, although we have sent talents to the temple, we still have to develop ourselves. We now have more than 5,000 disciples. In the vicinity, we can already be considered a strong force. However, we still need to expand. We can't just guard our own territory. Sparrow Cry Mountain is still too small." Everyone nodded. They weren't fools. When Zhao Hai asked them to investigate the situation of the nearby sects, they already guessed what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Therefore, when Zhao Hai said this, they weren't surprised at all. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Now that we have understood the situation of the surrounding small sects, we need to carry out our plan." Just as Zhao Hai said this, the sound of an alarm could be heard outside the door. This made Zhao Hai stare. This was because the sect's alarm had never sounded before. Now that it suddenly sounded, Zhao Hai wasn't used to it. He knew very well what this alarm meant. It meant that someone was forcing their way into the mountain. Zhao Hai suddenly stood up. Then he turned to everyone and said, "Someone is forcing their way into the mountain. Everyone, come with me." Everyone nodded and followed Zhao Hai outside. When they arrived outside, Zhao Hai stared. Then he couldn't help but frown. This was because the outside was in a mess. Many disciples of the monks' gathering sect were running around like headless flies. This made Zhao Hai's expression turn ugly. Zhao Hai flew up to the sky. Then he looked at the disciples of the monks' gathering sect who were still running around. Then he coldly snorted and said, "All of you, stop. What are you running around for? Have you forgotten the sect rules? Did you forget what you were supposed to do when the alarm sounded? What are the managing disciples doing? When this is over, the managing disciples will go to the punishment hall to receive their punishment. Now, all of you, gather at the training field." Following Zhao Hai's shout, the entire monks' gathering sect quieted down. The disciples who were at a loss just now all quieted down. The managing disciples also walked over with a guilty expression. They organized their disciples to gather at the training field. Just as everyone rushed to the training field, they saw a few disciples of the monks' gathering sect running up the mountain covered in blood. These disciples were the disciples who were guarding the mountain path at the foot of the mountain. They were all injured. However, when Zhao Hai saw their wounds, he narrowed his eyes. This was because he could see that the wounds on these disciples were deliberately inflicted by someone. In other words, the other party could have killed them with a sword, but he didn't. Instead, he left these wounds on their bodies. This made Zhao Hai's expression turn ugly. The other party was clearly toying with these disciples. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he stood there calmly. He glanced at the disciples and said in a deep voice, "Go to the back and treat your wounds." When the disciples saw Zhao Hai, they calmed down and immediately ran to the back. There would naturally be disciples who would help them to treat their wounds. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Then, a figure slowly walked up the mountain. He was alone, wearing a white gown. On his back, there were 8 long swords. Each of these 8 long swords were different. It looked a little strange to have them on his back. However, when Zhao Hai saw these 8 long swords, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. This was because he remembered a sect that had a grudge against him. The 8-sword sect. Only the 8-sword sect could use 8 long swords at the same time. Moreover, Zhao Hai had a grudge against the disciples of the 8-sword sect. When he came to the 13 cities of Mang Mountain, he chased and killed the inner disciple of the 8-sword sect, Renlong. Although he didn't reveal his identity at that time, the 8-sword sect still knew about him. Later on, they tried to take revenge on him but failed. He didn't expect them to come again. Back then, when he killed Renlong of the 8-sword sect, it was a secret operation. Nobody should have known about it. But later on, the 8-sword sect retaliated. From this, it can be seen that this secret operation wasn't a secret at all. And this time, the establishment of the sect was also a secret operation. But now, it seems like it wasn't a secret at all. Didn't the other party come knocking on his door? Zhao Hai calmly stood there and looked at the cultivator of the 8-sword sect. This cultivator looked to be around 30 years old and was very handsome. Although he had 8 swords on his back, he didn't look ugly at all. It was as if he was born this way. Most importantly, although this person's strength seemed to be in the spirit refining realm, Zhao Hai could feel a very strong sword intent coming from him. This person was definitely a sword cultivator. Such a person wouldn't be easy to deal with. Shueiji was standing next to Zhao Hai. He was also quietly looking at the cultivator. However, his eyes narrowed. It was clear that he knew that this person wouldn't be easy to deal with. The cultivator stood in front of the monks gathering sect's boulder. He looked at the boulder and said, "Monks gathering sect, Grandmaster Xianxia really knows how to save trouble." When he was in the sealed sword sect, he supported the monks gathering sect. Now, he directly used the name of the monks gathering sect. Xianxia knew that this person wanted to suppress him. However, this method was useless against him. He looked at the cultivator and faintly smiled. "It's just a name, it's just a code name. Whatever it is, it's the same." The monks gathering sect was originally a place of welfare for the rogue cultivators of the sealed sword sect. Now, it's the same here. There's nothing wrong with using this name. The cultivator turned his head to look at Xianxia, then he smiled faintly and said, "Grandmaster didn't cultivate in the Iron Buddha temple but instead came to this remote place and established a small sect. I wonder why. It's just cultivation. Cultivators can cultivate anywhere and in any way. This place is the same. I left the Iron Buddha temple to cultivate. I also established a sect to cultivate. Master's Dharma is really profound. I wonder what Master's views on karma are. The Buddhists talk about karma, and I naturally believe in karma as well. However, Buddhism also talks about the salvation of all living beings. The disciples of the Buddhists have the responsibility of eradicating evil and destroying evil. They have the responsibility of entering hell to purify evil spirits. I naturally have to do the same. To purify all living beings and be tainted with karma is also a form of cultivation. What a great senior monk. Everything you did was for the sake of cultivation, yet you killed the disciples of my eight-sword sect. Could it be that you also killed the disciples of my eight-sword sect for the sake of cultivation? If the disciple of the eight-sword sect was truly an upright gentleman, why would this poor monk kill him? Not only will I not kill him, I will even befriend him and make him my best friend. But if he does evil, I will naturally transform into Vajra and eliminate evil for all living beings. Ha 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 ha. What an accomplished monk who wants to rid the world of evil for all living beings. The sword spirit world is filled with demonic sects and impostors, but you didn't get rid of them. Instead, you killed a disciple of my eight-sword sect. How laughable. This poor monk can only do as much as he can. When things have reached a point where he can't do anything, if he wants to forcefully take the initiative, that would be reckless. This poor monk's current strength is limited, so I naturally have to do what I can do. Cut the crap. In the end, isn't it because you think my eight-sword sect is easy to bully? Xianxia, I've been looking for you for a long time. Today, I finally found you. Prepare to die. Ba. Benefactor, why do you have to be like this? Given what Benefactor Renlong has done, killing him isn't too much. Benefactor coming to seek revenge will only make the hatred grow. If you don't provoke me, I'll stand here and receive 3 sword strikes from Benefactor. After 3 sword strikes, the matter of Benefactor Renlong will be considered over. What do you think? The disciple of the eight-sword sect was stunned when he heard Xianxia's words. Then, his expression changed. He looked at Xianxia and sneered, "Xianxia, are you looking down on me? I have 8 sword strikes, Ren Xiao. Do you think I can't kill you with 3 sword strikes? Xianxia, I'll give you a chance to have a fair fight with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for spreading the news that you've established a sect here." Benefactor, why bother? If you know that I've established a sect here, how could others not know? However, since Benefactor wants to have a fair fight with me, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Benefactor, please. Ren Xiao looked at Xianxia and sneered, "What's wrong? Monk, are you saying this because you don't have the confidence to receive 3 sword strikes from me? What a hypocrite." Xianxia looked at Ren Xiao and said, "Benefactor, whatever you say. If you agree, I'll receive 3 sword strikes from you and you can leave. The matter of Renlong will be written off. This poor monk will receive 3 sword strikes from Benefactor. If Benefactor Cha insists on fighting, then this poor monk will fight Benefactor." How arrogant. Monk, do you really think you can receive 3 sword strikes from me? Ba. Monks don't lie. I don't have the confidence to receive 3 sword strikes from Benefactor. However, as long as this poor monk agrees, all grievances will be written off. So what if this poor monk receives 3 sword strikes from Benefactor? Good. What an enlightened monk. However, I won't let you have your way if you want to settle your grudge with 3 sword strikes. If you don't fight with me today, I will leave. However, from today onwards, I will attack the disciples of the monk-gathering sect. I will kill every one of them I see. Bah. Since Benefactor has said so, it means that you want to spar with this poor monk. This poor monk has no reason to refuse. However, with Benefactor's strength, it is still not enough to spar with this poor monk. Xueji, go and spar with this Benefactor. Xueji nodded, then he moved forward and stood in front of the 8-sword sect's disciple. When the 8-sword sect's disciple saw Zhao Hai sending Xueji out, his expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He coldly said, Jing Hai, what's the meaning of this? Zhao Hai said, this poor monk has said it very clearly. With Benefactor's strength, it's still not enough to fight with this poor monk. As long as you can defeat him, this poor monk will naturally take action. Humph, you want to take turns to fight? However, it doesn't matter. I will kill him first and then kill you. After saying that, Ren Xiao willed the 8 swords on his back to fly out. He pointed them at Xueji and the 8 swords slashed towards Xueji. Xueji stood there and calmly looked at the 8 swords flying towards him. He didn't move at all. It was as if the 8 swords weren't flying towards him, but air. At this moment, the 8 long swords arrived in front of Xueji. Then, the 8 long swords slashed towards Xueji at the same time. 8 long swords, 8 different moves. It was as if there were 8 sword masters attacking Xueji at the same time. At this time, Xueji moved. His body seemed to have no bones as he twisted a few times, dodging the attacks of the 8 swords. Then he jumped and rushed towards Ren Xiao. Ren Xiao was stunned by Xueji's attack. However, he didn't let it go. Instead, he waved his hand and the 8 swords flew back to his body. They formed a sword net in front of him and blocked Xueji. Xueji's figure stopped in midair. Then he reached out with both hands and hit the 2 swords. The 2 swords were directly sent flying. Then Xueji went straight towards Ren Xiao. When Ren Xiao saw Xueji's actions, his complexion couldn't help but change. He didn't think highly of Xueji at first, but now that they were fighting, he discovered that Xueji was very powerful. It seems like Xueji was using a very special body cultivation method. His attack power was very strong. Ren Xiao didn't know that Xueji was from the demon race. He didn't use any body cultivation method. Instead, he was using the demon race's fighting instinct. However, Ren Xiao wasn't afraid. He straightened his body and a soaring sword intent was emitted from his body. This made him seem like a sword. At the same time, the 8 swords flew back to his body and rotated around him. Xueji didn't care so much and continued to attack Ren Xiao with his fists. But at this time, Ren Xiao waved her hand and a long sword chopped towards Xueji. This sword was completely different from the previous attacks. This sword chopped out with an earth-shattering might, as if this sword could cut the space apart. This was the application of sword intent. Sword intent was a kind of blessing to the sword. Even the most common sword technique and the most common long sword, with the blessing of sword intent, could become a divine weapon, a weapon that could break all laws. Sword intent was the strongest attack of a sword cultivator. The blessing of sword intent was the pursuit of a sword cultivator. For a sword cultivator, only by comprehending sword intent could he be considered a true sword cultivator. Otherwise, he couldn't be considered a true sword cultivator. When Xueji saw the opponent's attack, he didn't dare to take it head-on. His body moved and bounced a dozen meters away, avoiding the attack. Then he stopped in midair. Above his body, a huge leech shadow appeared. Then he looked at Ren Xiao coldly and rushed towards Ren Xiao. When Ren Xiao saw the shadow above Xueji, his face became dignified. He snorted and waved his hand. The 2 swords slashed towards Xueji with sword intent. Xueji also punched with both his fists. With a bang, the 2 fists collided with Ren Xiao's sword. The sword was sent flying, but Xueji's fists also had 2 sword scars. These 2 sword scars were more than 10 centimeters long and deep. It seemed like his hands had been split apart. But strangely, there was no blood flowing out of his hands. Xueji looked at his hands, but he didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he turned his attention to Ren Xiao. Ren Xiao looked at Shuaiji's appearance and smiled coldly. How do you feel? Shuaiji looked at Ren Xiao and didn't say anything. He just raised his hands. At this time, the wounds on his hands had already healed. It seems like he wasn't injured at all. This made Ren Xiao stare. Then his expression changed as he said loudly, "That's impossible." Those two swords were infused with sword intent. It's impossible for your wounds to heal so quickly. Shuaiji looked at Ren Xiao's appearance and said with a cold smile, "Ignorant. Just the likes of you also dare to come and find Master to take revenge? You really don't know life from death." After saying that, Shuaiji's figure moved and rushed forward. At the same time, he punched out with both his fists. The leech's shadow opened its big mouth and pounced towards Ren Xiao. Ren Xiao's expression changed, his expression became more dignified. Then he waved his hand and the 8 swords flying around him instantly formed a long sword. This long sword was more than 10 meters long and looked very heavy. Then Ren Xiao waved his hand and the long sword slashed towards Shuaiji. This was the strongest sword that Ren Xiao could send out. Ren Xiao had completely stopped underestimating Shuaiji. This was because he clearly understood Shuaiji's strength. He was very clear that if he didn't go all out, then he wouldn't be Shuaiji's opponent. Therefore, he used all of his strength in this attack. Shuaiji looked at the long sword. He wasn't afraid at all. Countless spikes grew out of his hands. They looked like fangs as he attacked the long sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Queming Mountain seemed to shake slightly. Shuaiji's figure retreated nearly 100 meters before he stopped. However, Ren Xiao's giant sword was also shattered. It turned back into 8 swords and flew back to Shuaiji's side. His face was also pale. He was no longer as calm as before. He took a deep breath, and his complexion recovered. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, I didn't think that you would have such an expert by your side. Today, I'll let you go, but don't be alone." "As long as you're alone, I won't let you go." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Ren Xiao as if he was an idiot. He said, "Bah. If Benefactor says so, then this poor monk can't let you go." Could it be that Benefactor thinks that this poor monk isn't strong enough, so he asked an expert to protect me? If Benefactor really thinks so, then this poor monk has nothing to say. "Benefactor, this poor monk will give you a chance. You can recover your strength and then fight with this poor monk. This poor monk will definitely not let Shuaiji help. What do you think?" "Humph, stop pretending. You think I don't know what you're planning? You just want to join forces with him to attack me. I won't be fooled. Jing Hai, I'm going to spread the news that you've built a sect here. When the time comes, there will naturally be countless people coming to deal with you. Just you wait, I won't let you go." After saying that, he hurriedly retreated, mainly to leave Queming Mountain. Sigh. Zhao Hai sighed softly and said, "Benefactor, why are you doing this? This poor monk didn't say that you can leave. You can't leave. Why are you struggling like this?" After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. A huge palm suddenly appeared beside Ren Xiao and grabbed him. Ren Xiao didn't even have time to react before he was caught by the huge hand. He was shocked and tried to struggle. However, he couldn't move at all. He looked at the huge hand that was grabbing him. It turned out to be a huge metal hand. This made him even more surprised. He really didn't understand how a metal hand could be so flexible. Could it be a powerful instrument used by the other party? However, he didn't have time to think about it. After the huge hand grabbed him, it directly pulled him back to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai looked at Ren Xiao who was wrapped in metal and said, "Benefactor, you should stay in my sect for a while. I won't let you leave." "You can't leave." Ren Xiao, who was wrapped in an iron ball, looked at Zhao in surprise. Although Zhao had only made a move once, he had already shown that his strength was far greater than his own. Before he could react, he had already been caught. This kind of strength was far beyond his imagination. Zhao Hai looked at Ren Xiao and smiled faintly, "Benefactor Ren, you should stay in the monk sect for a while. When you leave will depend on your performance." Ren Xiao looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but coldly snort, "Aren't you very proud?" Jinghai, you think that you'll be fine just because you caught me? Let me tell you, don't be so proud. Soon, the news of you establishing a sect here will spread throughout the sword spirit world. At that time, I'll see how your Iron Buddha temple will explain. Zhao Hai looked at Ren Xiao and smiled. I forgot to tell Benefactor Ren that I'm establishing a sect. The people of the Iron Buddha temple and the Myriad Buddha temple know about it. I think that it won't be long before the disciples of the various sects come out to establish their own sections. I'm afraid that those small sects will disappear. As for whether your Eight-Sword sect will receive this news, I don't know. When Ren Xiao heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to him about this matter, and there was no need for him to do so. This meant that Zhao Hai's information was very useful. Seeing Ren Zhao's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Benefactor Ren, you can rest assured in the monk sect. There won't be any problems. Ren Xiao sneered, you don't need to be proud. Do you think that my Eight-Sword sect only sent one person this time? This time, my Eight-Sword sect is here to kill you and avenge Ren Long. They are led by the elders of my Eight-Sword sect. I'm just the fastest to get information. They will arrive soon. Jinghai, I want to see if you can block their attacks. When Zhao Hai heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Ren Xiao and said, Is your Eight-Sword sect going to fight me over an inner disciple? Ren Xiao sneered, Ren Long isn't an ordinary inner disciple. He's the grandson of an elder of my Eight-Sword sect. Jinghai, let me tell you, you killed the wrong person this time. Just wait for my Eight-Sword sect to hunt you down. Zhao Hai looked at Ren Xiao and sneered, Do you really think that I'm afraid of your Eight-Sword sect? Ren Long deserved to be killed. He killed the younger sister of an inner disciple of the Sealed Sword sect. It's impossible for the Sealed Sword sect to not take revenge. However, the relationship between the Sealed Sword sect and the 13 cities of Mount Mang wasn't very good. Our Iron Buddha temple and the Sealed Sword sect have a good relationship. That's why they sent me to kill Ren Long. I don't know where you found out that I killed Ren Long, but this isn't important. At that time, I was helping the Sealed Sword sect kill Ren Long. This matter isn't related to the Iron Buddha temple. However, if you want to take revenge, then the Iron Buddha temple won't just sit idly by. The Sealed Sword sect knows why you want to take revenge, so they won't just sit idly by. Although your Eight-Sword sect is a sword sect, can you really block the attacks of the Sealed Sword sect and the Iron Buddha temple? It's fine if you don't take revenge, since the Sealed Sword sect killed Ren Long, then they won't do anything to you. Our Iron Buddha temple was just helping someone, so naturally, we won't do anything to you. However, if you don't take revenge, then your Eight-Sword sect will be destroyed. When Ren Xiao heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, Don't try to scare me. I'll tell you the truth. The news of you killing Ren Long came from the Sealed Sword sect. If your relationship was so good, then why would the Sealed Sword sect tell us about this? Do you really think that our Eight-Sword sect is afraid of your Iron Buddha temple? Zhao Hai shook his head, then he sighed and said, It must be said that you sword cultivators think too highly of yourselves. That sect doesn't have many traitors. What's so great about the Eight-Sword sect placing 2 people in the Sealed Sword sect? You think that if someone killed your disciple, then you'll go all out to take revenge. But you forgot that even great sects like the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Heavenly Tao sect have countless disciples killed every year. If they took revenge one by one, then the sword spirit world would be in chaos. But you don't understand the situation. You think that as long as you take revenge, then you'll be able to intimidate others. The Myriad Sword sect also thought the same, but in the end, they were annihilated. Now that they have been annihilated, I think your Eight-Sword sect is not far from being annihilated. Also, you are taking your Eight-Sword sect too seriously. Do you really think your Eight-Sword sect is that strong? Do you really think that you can dominate the world just because you comprehended sword intent? If that's the case, then wouldn't the sword spirit world be ruled by sword cultivators? You're really naive. It's fine if your Eight-Sword sect doesn't come, but if they do, then I can guarantee that they won't be able to return. When Ren Xiao heard Zhao Hai, he wasn't angry anymore. He just coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, You're right. This place is called the Sword Spirit World. Therefore, it should be ruled by sword cultivators. What Buddhist sects, Taoist sects, you should all submit to sword cultivators. Just wait, sooner or later, you will all become sword cultivators' subjects. Zhao Hai looked at Ren Xiao and didn't know what to say. He just shook his head and didn't say anything. Then he waved his hand and had Xu Weizhi take Ren Xiao away. However, after Ren Xiao was taken away, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He felt that something was wrong with Ren Xiao's words. When Ren Xiao said that sword cultivators would rule the sword spirit world, his tone didn't sound like a person's imagination at all. It was as if he was very certain about this matter. This was strange. Why would he be so certain about this matter? Could it be that the sword cultivators have made a move recently? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's brows couldn't help but tighten. He immediately informed Laura and the others about this so that they could be on guard. At the same time, he took out a jade slip and wrote down everything that happened in the monk sect. Then he sent it back to the Iron Buddha Temple and had someone deliver it to Nguyen. Nguyen nodded. Nguyen nodded. After doing this, Zhao Hai gathered Yuan Jing and the others. Then he looked at them and said, I think everyone already knows about Ren Zhao's matter. It seems like the Eight Sword sect will certainly attack us. Have everyone prepare yourselves. Open the defensive formation and prepare to meet them head-on. Yuan Jing and the others nodded and then immediately went to prepare. Zhao Hai also opened the defensive formation. This defensive formation was actually a very simple barrier. But even so, it wasn't something that small sects could afford. One must know that this barrier consumed a lot of resources. Most small sects wouldn't be able to afford it. Just as Zhao Hai and the others were preparing to meet the Eight Sword sect, Nguyen brought some inner disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple to the monk sect. When Zhao Hai heard that Nguyen had arrived, he immediately went forward and welcomed him to the great hall of the monk sect. After looking around the great hall, Nguyen couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Junior brother, this place is really good. It's much more comfortable than the temple. No wonder Junior brother likes to stay here. Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's alright. There aren't as many rules here as the temple, so it's natural to make things more comfortable. Senior brother, you can live here. From now on, you'll be the sect master of the monk sect. Nguyen smiled bitterly and said, It's not that easy. I have too many things to do every day. If I stay here, I wouldn't be able to do anything. This place is very comfortable, but it doesn't suit me. Right, senior brother, where's the person you caught from the Eight Sword sect? Zhao Hai smiled and said, He's in the back. Xu Weizhi, bring him over. Xu Weizhi nodded and then brought Ren Xiao over. Ren Xiao was still trapped inside the iron ball. When he saw Nguyen, he couldn't help but be surprised. However, his expression didn't change. Nguyen looked at Ren Xiao and smiled faintly, Eight Sword Ren Xiao, I've heard of you before. I heard that you're a genius of this generation of the Eight Sword sect. You're from the Eight Sword sect, yet you're given the nickname Eight Sword. It seems like you're quite a character. Ren Xiao looked at Nguyen and asked, Who are you? Nguyen looked at Ren Xiao and smiled faintly, Ba, this poor monk has been rude. I'm Nguyen from the Iron Buddha Temple. I think Benefactor doesn't know who I am. Nguyen? The second-ranked core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple? Ha ha ha, I'm quite honored to be able to disturb one of the core disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. I really didn't expect that. Nguyen looked at Ren Xiao and smiled, Ren Xiao, I think you should know why I came looking for you. Tell me, why did you say that sword cultivators would rule the sword spirit realm? If you tell me now, I can spare your life and even take you to the Iron Buddha Temple as a disciple. With your talent, becoming a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple isn't a problem. The treatment of the Iron Buddha Temple is much better than the Eight Sword sect. As long as you agree, you'll be a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple in the future. If you don't agree, then I can only use my own methods. It's not like my Buddhist sect doesn't know how to search souls. When Ren Xiao heard this, he stared. Then his expression changed as he coldly looked at Zhao Hai and Nguyen. In the end, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't expect you to remember what I said. You're amazing. Jing Hai, you're really amazing. Unfortunately, I can't say anything. Ren Zhao's expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai. Nguyen's eyes flashed and he said, You can't say it, not that you don't know. It seems like your sword sect is really going to take action, right? Ren Xiao looked at him and didn't say anything. In the end, she simply closed her eyes. Seeing this, Guan Yin couldn't help but smile and say, "It's fine if you don't say it now. Once I take you back to the temple, I'll naturally have a way to find out what I want to know." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Jing Hai, this matter is of great importance. I'll take him back to the temple and carefully interrogate him. I'll leave this place to you. The junior brothers I brought are here to help you deal with the Eight-Sword Sect. Remember, if the Eight-Sword Sect comes, don't be polite with them. If you don't beat them up, they won't let you go easily. Those fellows from the Eight-Sword Sect are known for their craziness." Zhao Hai nodded. Just as he was speaking, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! 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 3 pitch-black sword lights attacked Zhao Hai, Na Yun, and Ren Xiao. Zhao Hai and Na Yun sensed the sword light the moment it appeared. However, this sword light was very powerful. It was silent, but it carried a very strong murderous intent. This murderous intent made Zhao Hai and Na Yun have to deal with it with all their strength. Zhao Hai formed a seal with his hand and punched. Na Yun turned around and punched back. Boom! Boom! The sword lights attacking the two were directly scattered by the two. But at the same time, the third sword light hit Ren Zhao's head. Ren Zhao's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. After Zhao Hai and Na Yun scattered the sword lights, they kept looking around. However, the surroundings were silent. They didn't know where the sword light came from. At this moment, Zhao Hai heard a boom. His expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to Na Yun and said, "The defensive formation is broken." The sword light came from outside the sect. As he said that, his figure moved and rushed out of the hall. Na Yun also rushed out of the hall. The faces of the two men were very ugly. They were very confident in their own strength, but just now, Ren Xiao was killed in front of their eyes. This showed that the person who killed Ren Xiao was stronger than them. The two of them went out of the hall. Sure enough, the defensive formation of the monks gathering sect had disappeared. Of course, the person who attacked them had also disappeared. Zhao Hai's expression was ashen. He said to Na Yun, "Senior brother, go back to the hall first. I'll go open the formation. I'll be right back." Na Yun nodded. His expression was also ugly. Zhao Hai quickly restored the defensive formation and then returned to the hall. When he arrived at the hall, he saw Na Yun looking at Ren Zhao's corpse. Zhao Hai immediately walked over and said to Na Yun, "Senior brother, how is it? Is it possible to use a soul-searching technique?" Na Yun let out a long breath as he shook his head and said, "It's useless. His divine soul has completely disappeared because of that sword. However, I seem to have heard of that sword before. It should be the Sword of Slaughter." When Zhao Wudi heard Na Yun say this, he couldn't help but be taken aback as he said, "Sword of Slaughter? I seem to have heard of this name before, but I can't quite remember it." Na Yun said solemnly, "Demon Sword Sect, Sword of Slaughter." Upon hearing Na Yun mention the Demon Sword Sect, Zhao Hai immediately remembered where he had heard of the Killing Sword. Yes, it was the Demon Sword Sect. The Killing Sword of the Demon Sword Sect was of very famous existence. The Demon Sword Sect was a sect that belonged to the Devil Sect, but it was the most mysterious sect in the Devil Sect. Until now, no one knew where their sect was, and no one knew how many people there were in the Demon Sword Sect. They only knew that every 20 years or so, there would be a group of disciples from the Demon Sword Sect that would come to the Sword Spirit world. Each group of disciples from the Demon Sword Sect would have 10 people, never more, never less. These 10 disciples of the Demon Sword Sect wouldn't act together. They would always act separately. And after they appeared, what they were going to do was very interesting. They were going to challenge the various major sections. Whether it was the Tiani sect or the Myriad Buddha Temple, all of them would go and challenge them. Even the various sword cultivator sects would all go and challenge them. The disciples of the Demon Sword Sect were very powerful. The weakest disciples of the Demon Sword Sect who came to the Sword Spirit boundary were at the peak of the Spirit Refinement Realm. The strongest ones were at the Void Refinement Realm. All the disciples of the Demon Sword Sect had comprehended sword intent. Their sword intent was focused on killing. Their sword intent would contain dense killing intent. It was precisely because of this that the name of the demon sword sect was remembered by the various sects of the sword spirit boundary. This was because every time a disciple of the demon sword sect appeared in the sword spirit boundary, it would cause turmoil in the sword spirit boundary. Each sect would lose several core disciples. Although it was impossible for the disciples of the demon sword sect to escape unscathed, it was already very good if 4 out of 10 could survive. However, each time they appeared, they would always bring a huge disaster to the sword spirit boundary. Calculating the time, it was almost time for the disciples of the demon sword sect to appear. No, it could be said that they had already appeared. It's just that nobody had discovered them yet. Na Yun said in a deep voice, the demon sword sect's appearance is no small matter. Why did he kill Ren Xiao after appearing? Is it because he was afraid that we would learn some secrets from Ren Xiao? Is it because the demon sword sect is plotting something? All of this needs to be reported to the temple. Jinghai, I can't stay here any longer. I have to return to the temple and report this matter. This matter is of great importance, I'll leave it to you. I'll leave this matter to you. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right, senior brother, hurry back to the temple. Leave this place to me. The demon sword sect has a great reputation. If I have the chance, I want to meet this person from the demon sword sect. Na Yan's expression sank as he said, it's not just you, I also want to meet him. Alright, I'll go back now. I'll take Ren Zhao's corpse with me. As for the other junior brothers, they'll be under your command. Jiao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and collected the iron sphere from Ren Zhao's body. Na Yan also waved his hand and collected Ren Zhao's corpse. Then he directly used the transmission formation to return to the Iron Buddha temple. After Na Yan left, Jiao Hai immediately called the inner disciples of the Iron Buddha temple together. He told them about the appearance of the demon sword sect and told them to be careful. The inner disciples of the Iron Buddha temple also knew about the demon sword sect. They knew that the first appearance of a cultivator from the demon sword sect would cause a massacre. Because of this, they agreed with a dignified expression. 2 days after Na Yan left the monk sect, a disciple guarding the foot of the mountain reported that a group of cultivators from the Eight Sword sect was flying towards the mountain. Their speed was very fast. Not long after the disciple reported, these people arrived above the monk sect. Although they were blocked by the barrier, they could still be clearly seen. Jiao Hai stood there and counted. There were a total of 30 people. The leader was a cultivator in his 50s. He wore a long robe and carried 8 swords on his back. His hair was short like needles and his eyes were shining. He had a square face with a long beard. His entire person looked extraordinary. At this moment, he was standing above the monk sect. His eyes were looking down at the sect with a trace of anger. Then he shouted, Jinghai, come out for me. Jiao Hai has been watching the people from the Eight Sword sect for a long time. Next to him were 50 inner disciples of the Iron Buddha temple. After hearing the shout, Jiao Hai didn't fly up. He just took a step forward and looked at the elder of the Eight Sword sect and said, this monk is Jinghai. Greetings, fellow Taoists of the Eight Sword sect. May I know what business you have with me? Jinghai, don't play dumb with me. You first killed my Eight Sword sect's disciple Renlong. Now, you killed my core disciple Ren Xiao. How do you want to settle this debt? Jiao Hai looked at the Eight Sword sect's elder and said, Renlong was indeed killed by me, I admit this. However, Ren Zhao's death wasn't my doing. Not yours? Then who was it? Ren Xiao was the first person to come in contact with you. Now that his soul jade has been broken, you say that you didn't kill him? Then who killed him? Jiao Hai looked at the elder of the Eight Sword sect and said, Demon Sword sect, killing sword. When Jiao Hai said this, he was paying attention to the elder's reaction. When the elder heard Jiao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Looking at the elder's reaction, Jiao Hai immediately understood that this elder also knew about the Demon Sword sect Zongzi. He also knew what the disciples of the Demon Sword sect wanted to do. Thinking of this, Jiao Hai was happy because they now had a clue. Not to mention anything else, at least the people of the Eight Sword sect knew about this matter. Then they would have a target to pursue in the future. Ridiculous. Jinghai, you actually said that the disciples of the Demon Sword sect killed Ren Xiao? With Ren Zhao's strength, how could the disciples of the Demon Sword sect look at him? Even if you want to deceive people, you should find a better reason. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, I'm telling the truth. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Do you really think that your 8-sword sect can run amok in the sword spirit realm? Do you really need the Iron Buddha temple to deceive you? Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, I'm telling the truth. When the elder heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, Jing Hai, don't be complacent. Your Iron Buddha temple's name doesn't scare my 8-sword sect. 2 disciples of my 8-sword sect died because of you. Today, you must pay with your life. Otherwise, where will my 8-sword sect's face go? Zhao Hai looked at the elder and sneered, how laughable. Do you really think that I'm afraid of your 8-sword sect? When I killed Ren Long, it was because he deserved death. I've never regretted killing him. This time, Ren Zhao's death wasn't my doing. The reason why I'm telling you so much is to tell you that your 8-sword sect is looking for the wrong person. But now, it seems like you don't care whether I'm telling the truth or not. You just want to kill me. Haha, the 8-sword sect is really confident. Do you really think that you're the #1 sect in the sword spirit world? Whoever offends you will die. Even the people of the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Solitary Tranquility Tao sect wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. I really don't know if I should call you arrogant or idiotic. Shut up. Jing Hai, you dare to insult my 8-sword sect? Today, I'll tear you to shreds. The long sword from the 8-sword sect shouted. At the same time, he moved his hand. 8 long swords appeared around him and attacked the enchantment of the monk sect. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. His figure moved as he led the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple to fly outside the barrier. He looked at the people of the 8-sword sect and sneered, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Insulting your 8-sword sect? It's your 8-sword sect's fault. Moreover, the disciples of the Demon Sword sect have appeared in this world. Moreover, they seem to have reached an agreement with your 8-sword sect. You seem to be plotting something. Although I don't know what you're plotting right now, I'll know sooner or later. When the time comes, do you think that your 8-sword sect will only face my Kamsi sect? You will face the entire sword spirit world. At that time, it will be difficult for your 8-sword sect to exist. Jing Hai, you don't need to scare me. I'm not scared. Let's fight. No matter what happens to our 8-sword sect in the future, you're dead today. The elder of the 8-sword sect looked at Zhao Hai and said in a cold voice. Zhao Hai looked at the 8-sword sect's elder and smiled faintly. Then he said, I want to see if you can really kill me. But seeing how confident you are right now, I believe that your 8-sword sect must be colluding with the Demon Sword sect. In the future, the great sects will surely deal with you. Zhao Hai looked at the 8-sword sect and smiled faintly. Deal with us? Jing Hai, you're thinking too simply. Do you know why the disciples of the Demon Sword sect have been able to walk in the sword spirit world for so many years? There are obviously many experts in the sword spirit world, but they haven't made a move against the disciples of the Demon Sword sect. The disciples of the Demon Sword sect still appear once every 20 years and challenge the disciples of the other sections. Do you know why this is? Zhao Hai looked at the elder of the 8-sword sect and didn't say anything. He also felt that it was strange. The disciples of the 8-sword sect have appeared so many times in the sword spirit world. Moreover, every time they challenge the disciples of the other sects, they would even kill them. This caused the other sects to suffer a lot of losses. It's reasonable to say that the experts of the other sects should eliminate the disciples of the Demon Sword sect when they appear. But why didn't they do so? Is it because they have some scruples? Ha ha ha, it seems like you don't know. Then let me tell you. Because the disciples of the various sects were afraid of the Demon Sword sect, when the disciples of the Demon Sword sect went to challenge the disciples of the other sects, the experts of the various sects also killed several disciples of the Demon Sword sect. But after they killed the disciples of the Demon Sword sect, the experts of the Demon Sword sect also went to their sects and killed the people who attacked them. After that, a war broke out between the Demon Sword sect and the various sections. The various sects suffered countless casualties. Finally, the Demon Sword sect and the various sects reached an agreement that the disciples of the Demon Sword sect can walk in the sword spirit world and challenge the disciples of the various sects of the same level. The various sects can't obstruct them and can't allow their experts to kill the disciples of the Demon Sword sect. However, if the disciples of the Demon Sword sect are killed by the disciples of the various sects, the Demon Sword sect can't intervene. It's because of this agreement that the disciples of the Demon Sword sect can walk in the sword spirit world for so many years and challenge the disciples of the various sections. If the Demon Sword sect is really backing us, do you think that the other sects would dare to touch us? Zhao Hai looked at the elder of the Eight Sword sect. He knew that what the elder said was true. It seems like the Demon Sword sect was stronger than he imagined. However, this time was different. In the past, it was the disciples of the Demon Sword sect who challenged the disciples of the other sections. But this time, the Demon Sword sect wanted to rule the sword spirit world. The other sects would never agree. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just looked at the elder of the Eight Sword sect and said, "All right, I don't want to talk nonsense. I'm afraid that you only know these things. This is good, I already know what I want to know. Now, let's see who can kill the other. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you. There's no point in talking nonsense." When the Eight Sword sect elder heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood why Zhao Hai said so much. This made the elder's expression turn ugly. He looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Don't worry, Jing Hai, you won't live past today." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Zhao Hai looked at the Eight Sword sect's elder, then he suddenly sneered and said, "The Demon Sword sect's people have already made a move against me. Although they weren't aiming at me, I'm not afraid of them. As for you, you aren't my opponent." Zhao Hai looked at the Eight Sword sect's elder and sneered. "Arrogant brat, prepare to die." After he said that, the elder of the Eight Sword sect waved his hand. 8 swords slashed towards Zhao Hai. 8 swords, 8 moves, 8 moves. The elder's strength was indeed stronger than Ren Xiao. Moreover, the swords were infused with sword intent. Such an attack would be very difficult for an average person to deal with. Zhao Hai looked at the Eight Sword sect's elder and smiled. Then he moved his hand and sent a punch. His punch didn't have any fancy moves, it didn't have any changes as it flew towards the Eight Sword sect's elder. Then a huge iron fist suddenly appeared beside Zhao Hai and went straight towards the Eight Sword sect's elder. When the elder of the Eight Sword sect saw the iron fist coming towards him, his complexion turned solemn. He could clearly feel the power of this iron fist. He was very sure that if he was hit by this iron fist, then even if he didn't die, he would still be seriously injured. Strength, Zhao Hai was now using his strength to bully the Eight Sword sect's elder. No matter how exquisite your moves are, no matter how different your moves are, Zhao Hai's fist will also hit your body. My defense is stronger than yours. If your sword hits my body, I won't necessarily be injured. But if my fist hits your body, you won't be able to withstand it. Zhao Hai's fist will hit your body and you won't be able to withstand it. Zhao Hai's fist will also hit your body. The elder of the Eight Sword sect didn't dare to receive Zhao Hai's punch. When Zhao Hai's fist arrived, the elder's figure moved and dodged Zhao Hai's punch. However, the elder still underestimated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength in this punch. This punch looked like it was coming and going, but in fact, it sealed all the escape routes. The elder of the Eight Sword sect didn't see this point. He thought that Zhao Hai's punch was coming and going, so he wanted to dodge Zhao Hai's punch. However, he didn't expect that just as he moved, Zhao Hai's fist would immediately chase after him. The elder of the Eight Sword sect changed several movement techniques, but he still couldn't avoid Zhao Hai's punch. Moreover, the fist was getting closer and closer to him. The elder of the Eight Sword sect felt a trace of killing intent. His mind moved as 4 of the 8 flying swords flew back and protected him. The remaining 4 swords continued to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the elder and couldn't help but sneer. His body didn't move as he waved his other hand. A huge iron fist appeared and directly hit the 4 swords. The 4 swords were swept away. At the same time, Zhao Hai's iron fist also hit the 4 flying swords protecting the elder. With a bang, the 4 flying swords were sent flying. The elder of the Eight Sword sect's 8 flying swords were all sent flying. The elder was also shaken as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. He couldn't even receive a single blow from Zhao Hai before he was injured. The other people of the Eight Sword sect were also looking at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that their elder would spit out blood in one move. This was too inconceivable. However, no matter what they thought, the facts were in front of them. After the elder of the Eight Sword sect was repelled by Zhao Hai looked at the people of the Eight Sword sect and coldly snorted, "With such strength, you dare to challenge my Iron Buddha temple? You're really courting death. Kill, don't leave a single one alive." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a huge iron fist went straight towards the elder of the Eight Sword sect. The elder of the Eight Sword sect looked at the iron fist that was flying towards him with a shocked expression. He still hasn't recovered from his previous defeat. Now that Zhao Hai's attack arrived, how could he not be startled? The elder of the Eight Sword sect continuously changed his hand seals before he finally shouted, "Eight swords combine, chop." Along with his voice, the 8 swords combined and turned into a 10-meter-long giant sword. Then this giant sword went straight towards Zhao Hai's iron fist. Zhao Hai looked at the elder of the 8 sword sect and sneered. His iron fist didn't change, but it expanded a lot and turned into a 20-meter-long giant iron fist. Then the iron fist grabbed the giant sword and crushed it. The elder of the 8 sword sect spurted out blood. At the same time, his eyes, ears, and nostrils were also spurting out blood. He was already unconscious. The 8 swords used by the 8 sword sect were their life source artifacts. Once their artifacts are damaged, their souls would also be shaken. Now that Zhao Hai had destroyed all 8 of his swords, the 8 sword sect's elder's soul was damaged. Even if he didn't die, he would surely turn into an idiot. Zhao Hai didn't show any mercy this time. The people of the 8 sword sect were too annoying. They knew why he killed Ren Long, but they didn't dare to take revenge on the people of the sealed sword sect. Instead, they kept bothering him, as if he was easy to talk to. To be honest, Zhao Hai was still somewhat afraid of the demon sword sect's killing swords. This was especially true for the disciples of the demon sword sect who attacked him with the killing swords. The disciples of the demon sword sect were able to pierce through the barrier of the assembled monk sect. Moreover, the sword light was able to attack Zhao Hai and Na Yun. Although the attack power of the sword light was very strong at that time, the killing sword intent in the sword light made Zhao Hai and Na Yun not dare to underestimate it. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't save Ren Xiao and allowed her to be killed in front of him. This made Zhao Hai lose face. It was precisely because of this that the people of the 8 sword sect attacked him. This aroused the anger in Zhao Hai's heart. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Recently, Zhao Hai rarely killed people. At least, compared to before, he rarely killed people. However, this didn't mean that he wouldn't kill. It can be said that Zhao Hai was cultivating his body and mind. If his killing intent was aroused, then the entire sword spirit boundary would suffer. This time, Zhao Hai didn't hold back against the 8 sword sect. After crippling the 8 sword sect's elder, Zhao Hai attacked several more disciples of the 8 sword sect. Because of this, all of the people he attacked had their artifacts destroyed. However, he didn't kill them. In the end, several disciples of the 8 sword sect wanted to escape, but Zhao Hai directly captured them. After dealing with the people of the 8 sword sect, Zhao Hai called the people of the Iron Buddha temple to the main hall and said, "Fellow brothers, this matter isn't only related to our monk sect. You all heard the conversation between me and the 8 sword sect's elder. Now, send all the people of the 8 sword sect back to the temple and see if you can get any information from them. See if the demon sword sect is plotting something. Tell senior brother Na Yun that you don't need to be polite to the 8 sword sect's elder. Just use the soul-searching technique on him. His soul has been damaged, so even if he recovers, he would still turn into an idiot. Therefore, there's no need to keep him here." The disciples of the Iron Buddha temple also knew that this matter was of great importance. Therefore, they complied and prepared to leave with the people from the 8 sword sect. At this moment, in the distant sky, a sword light suddenly flew over. This sword technique was completely black, and its speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above Sparrow Cry Mountain and was about to stab the barrier of the monk sect. "I've been waiting for you." Zhao Hai looked at the sword light and coldly snorted. Then Zhao Hai punched. An iron fist flew out from his hand and met the sword light. the iron fist and the sword light collided. With a loud bang, the sword light disappeared and the iron fist stopped. Jiao Hai looked at the distant sky and coldly said, "Demon sword sect sort of slaughter. This poor monk has long wanted to experience it. I don't know if benefactor can fulfill my wish today?" "Ha ha ha, monk, don't worry. The day of my demon sword sect suppressing the 10,000 sects won't be far away. Do you think you can get anything from those trash? Stop dreaming, just wait for your death." This voice didn't seem to come from the sky, but there was clearly nothing in the sky. This was really strange. Jiao Hai didn't care. Instead, he sneered and said, "You want to deceive me with a little trick? People say that the people of the demon sword sect are amazing. Today, I see that it's just SOSO." After he said that, Jiao Hai waved his hand and sent out a punch. He didn't use his iron fist, but this punch still couldn't be underestimated. Wherever the punch passed, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. It was clear that the strength of this punch was very huge. Jiao Hai didn't dare to underestimate the strength of this punch. He didn't dare to underestimate the strength of this punch. Ha ha ha, not bad. You can actually find it. However, it's useless. Do you really think that this is an ordinary trick? Today, I have something to do, so I won't lower myself to your level. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely teach you a lesson. You are called Jing Hai, right? Wash your neck and wait. Your little life is mine. This poor monk will be waiting for you to come and take it. As long as you can take it, you can come and take it. But at that time, I'm afraid that your little life will also be left behind." Jiao Hai said to the sky. His punch didn't hit anything. However, Jiao Hai knew that he didn't hit the wrong place. It was just that the other party avoided his punch. A cold snort came from the sky, then there was no more sound. Jiao Hai also retracted his gaze. He could feel that the other party had gone far away. He turned his head to the other people of the Iron Buddha Temple and said, "Immediately send the people of the Eight Sword sect back to the temple. Remind senior brother Na Yun that the people of the Demon Sword sect may attack our Iron Buddha Temple. Tell them to be careful." The several disciples said with a dignified face, "Yes, senior brother." Then, they pushed the people of the Eight Sword sect to the transmission formation and left the monks gathering sect. Because of the sudden appearance of the Demon Sword sect, Jiao Hai felt that he didn't have enough time to deal with the surrounding small sections. The matter of dealing with the surrounding small sects was once again put on the agenda, even more urgent. However, at this time, Jiao Hai turned his attention back to the sea exploring sect. What he left behind in the monk sect was only a clone. But even if it was just a clone, it would still be enough. Naturally, this clone wouldn't have the same strength as the main body. If the clone were to fight against the Demon Sword sect, then it would be impossible for it to win. However, dealing with ordinary people wouldn't be a problem. Dealing with the small sects around the monk sect wouldn't be a problem. Jiao Hai returned to the sea exploring sect. Recently, the matters of the sea exploring sect had been handled by Laura and the others. Although Jiao Hai's identity was able to handle some matters, it wasn't a lot. However, the people of the sea exploring sect were already used to this. They had already recognized Laura and the others' abilities. Because of this, they weren't disgusted. On the contrary, they were very happy with this arrangement. After Jiao Hai returned to the sea exploring sect, he immediately called everyone to the sea exploring sect. All the higher-ups of the sea exploring sect returned to the Sword Imperial sect's Great Hall. After entering the Great Hall, Jiao Hai immediately activated a restriction on the Great Hall. Nobody was able to enter the Great Hall, and nobody was able to leave. Naturally, nobody would be able to hear what was going on inside. When everyone saw Zhao's actions, they couldn't help but stare. Everyone's face turned serious. They knew that Zhao would never do something like this for no reason. He must have a reason for doing so. It seems like today's matter was very important. Zhao's eyes were filled with disdain. Jiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I've called everyone back today because I have something to tell you. This matter is very important. It's related to our sea exploring sect, it might even be related to the entire sword spirit realm." Jiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I've called everyone back today." Everyone looked at Jiao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, I've received news that the disciples of the Demon Sword sect have appeared. As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, everyone in the hall stared before an uproar broke out. But soon, everyone calmed down. They all knew about the Demon Sword sect, even Wen Hai. After all, the Imperial Sword sect also had records about the Demon Sword sect. However, for them, the appearance of the Demon Sword sect's disciples didn't have much to do with them. This was because the disciples of the Demon Sword sect generally challenged the disciples of the great sects. For small sects like them, the disciples of the Demon Sword sect were disdainful. Therefore, the appearance of the Demon Sword sect's disciples was a disaster for the great sects. But for them, it didn't matter at all. They didn't understand why Zhao Hai was so serious about this matter. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, the appearance of the Demon Sword sect's disciples has nothing to do with us. But this time, the disciples of the Demon Sword sect are different from the past. In the past, the disciples of the Demon Sword sect would challenge the disciples of the great sects. But this time, the disciples of the Demon Sword sect didn't challenge the great sects. Instead, they were entangled with the people of the Eight Sword sect. The people of the Eight Sword sect also unintentionally said that sword cultivators would rule the entire sword spirit world. This is absolutely not a coincidence. The people of the Eight Sword sect must be plotting something with the Demon Sword sect. Even in the sword spirit world, there are a lot of sword cultivator sects involved. Because our sea exploring sect isn't a pure sword cultivator sect, they didn't come to us. However, we still have to be vigilant. As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Their complexions slowly turned serious as they looked at Zhao Hai and listened to him. Zhao Hai replied, this matter hasn't spread to the sword spirit world yet, but it should slowly spread out. What we need to do now is to prepare in advance. Everyone needs to prepare. Activate the defensive formations of the 3 islands. Disciples cannot go out as they please. As for the branch disciples, prepare to withdraw to the main island at any time. As for the main hall, activate the defensive formations and prepare to withdraw to the main hall. As for the sword tomb, activate the defensive formations as well. Aside from the sect's disciples, nobody is allowed to enter. As long as they enter the range of the sword tomb, they will fight first. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Everyone nodded. They knew that this matter was very important. If all the sword cultivator sects unite and want to rule the sword spirit world, then a war would be unavoidable. If that happens, then the entire sword spirit world would be in chaos. There were a lot of sword cultivator sects in the sword spirit world. Zhao Hai had just finished making arrangements when he suddenly felt something. He knew that something had happened, and this matter was related to him. He immediately said, you can go down first. When everyone saw Zhao Hai's expression, they knew that something had happened to Zhao Hai. They immediately went down. At the same time, more guards were placed outside the Great Hall. Iron Snake and Ding Chunming were personally standing guard outside the Great Hall. At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the space to check what was happening. Therefore, all the places that were related to him were in the space's map. Therefore, no matter what happened, he would definitely know. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately noticed that the incident was happening in the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Temple was being attacked. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. The Iron Buddha Temple was actually being attacked. Moreover, the attackers were very powerful. It was clear that the other party's attack was very sudden. The Iron Buddha Temple was caught off guard, and its guardian formation was already broken. At this time, countless black-robed people were attacking the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Temple's large artifact, the Iron Lotus, was actually not released. However, all the Buddha statues in the Iron Buddha Temple were moving and attacking the enemy. As for the black-clothed men who attacked the Iron Buddha Temple, they all used long swords. Some used the 8 swords of the 8 sword sect, while some used other long swords. As for the strongest black-cloaked men, their long swords could emit sword light, and that sword light was the same as the killing sword light released by the demon sword sect before. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately knew that the people from the demon sword sect were attacking the Iron Buddha Temple. There weren't a lot of people attacking the Iron Buddha Temple, only about 1,000 people in total. However, all of these people were experts. The weakest among them were at the peak of the spirit refining realm while the strongest were at the void refinement realm. There were even two who were at the Tao fusion realm. And with the addition of the fact that they were sword cultivators, their strength was quite formidable. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but hesitate. However, he immediately made his move. He knew that no matter what, the Iron Buddha Temple had done him a great favor. He couldn't just watch as the Iron Buddha Temple was in trouble. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed out of his room. Then he immediately looked at Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, Iron Snake, you two come with me. Laura, you two come with me. Wenhai, Sherlan, Taisher, you three take charge of the sect. Activate the mountain protecting formation to prevent any movements. Something has happened in the Iron Buddha Temple, we need to help." At this time, Sherlan, Taisher, and Wenhai were still in their rooms. But when they heard Zhao Hai's voice, they immediately ran out. At this time, Zhao Hai, Ding Chunming, Taisher, and Laura had already disappeared from the Great Hall. Zhao Hai had already returned to the space along with Jing Hai's clone and Shui Ji. When Jing Hai's clone entered the space, it immediately merged with Zhao Hai's main body. Zhao Hai immediately returned to his peak state. Iron Snake, Shui Ji, and the others also knew where they were. Zhao Hai didn't bring too many people with him. This was because he knew that the others weren't qualified to participate in this battle. Because of this, he only brought Ding Chunming, Iron Snake, and the others. As for Laura and the others, they were very strong. Laura and the others hadn't fought for a long time, so they were quite happy. Zhao Hai was also afraid that something bad would happen to Laura and the others. Naturally, he gave them some good things from the space. This was the same for Iron Snake and Shui Ji, they also received a lot of good things from the space. The entire preparation process only took a few minutes. Zhao Hai was very clear that rescuing soldiers was like putting out a fire. Therefore, he used the shortest time possible to prepare everything. Then he led the group to the Iron Buddha Temple. At this time, the Iron Buddha Temple was in chaos. The outer court disciples were in a mess, they didn't know what to do. The inner court disciples wanted to participate in the battle, but their opponents were too strong. They simply weren't a match for them, so they couldn't participate in the battle. The core disciples participated in the battle, but they had already suffered a lot of casualties. When Zhao Hai appeared in the Iron Buddha Temple, he immediately noticed the situation. He immediately shouted, "Disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple, listen up. Get into formation and protect yourselves. Don't approach the battlefield." After he said that, Zhao Hai immediately waved his sword and went straight towards the Great Strength Hall of the Iron Buddha Temple. The fiercest place in the Iron Buddha Temple was the Great Strength Hall. The people fighting there were the abbot of the Iron Buddha Temple, Grandmaster Wu Yu, as well as several old monks that Zhao Hai had never seen before. Naturally, these people should be the high elders of the Iron Buddha Temple. They were very powerful, all of them had reached the Tao fusion stage. However, there were only about 20 people fighting there. The rest were the great elders and the core disciples. Their opponents were all void refinement experts. However, the opponents were very strong. The Iron Buddha Temple's disciples were constantly getting injured. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things as he loudly said, "Sect Master of the Sea Exploring Sect, Sword 9, bring your people to support us." Then he immediately attacked the black-robed people. Ding Chunming and the others also made their move. Laura and the others also made their move. Laura and the others' attacks were completely different from the ones in the sword spirit world. Laura wore gorgeous armor while riding a beast. She had a knight's spear in her hand as she charged through the air. Julie's long hair fluttered in the wind as her hand turned into a bone blade. Kyr's body was surrounded by countless vines that attacked the surrounding enemies. Their attacks were something that the people of the sword spirit world had never seen before. At the same time, Ding Chunming, Iron Snake, and Shui Ji also made their moves. Ding Chunming used his strength, Iron Snake used his fist technique, and Shui Ji turned into his original form as he attacked the enemy. The sudden addition of Zhao Hai's group didn't only surprise the people from the Demon Sword sect, even the people from the Iron Buddha Temple were surprised. However, the people from the Iron Buddha Temple didn't say anything. This was because they were in a very dangerous situation. Having an ally was already very good. Who would care about where this ally came from? The reason why the Iron Buddha Temple didn't have any other allies was because all of their teleportation formations had been destroyed. Adding on the fact that these experts were fighting here, the energy fluctuations had disrupted the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Because of this, the people of the Iron Buddha Temple couldn't ask for outside help. Naturally, there wouldn't be any reinforcements coming. The place where the Iron Buddha Temple was located was very large. If they fought here, it would be impossible for outsiders to discover them, let alone the other sections. Because of this, if the Iron Buddha Temple didn't use their transmission formations, then it would be impossible for the other sects to discover them. Zhao Hai was now facing a person from the Demon Sword sect. This person was using a pitch-black long sword. Every time he swung his sword, there was a strong killing intent. This killing intent could affect a person's mind, but at the same time, it could also increase their attack power. Ordinary people would unconsciously feel fear when facing him. It was already good to be able to use 8 out of 10 layers of power. Plus, this person was very strong, so most people would be at a disadvantage if they were to face him. However, this person was facing Zhao Hai. It was impossible for him to be Zhao Hai's opponent. Zhao Hai's longsword used several types of sword intents. In the end, he relied on the Iron Buddha Lotus body to receive a sword strike from the person. Then with a backhand strike, he killed the person. Although he killed a person, Zhao Hai didn't feel happy at all. He discovered that there were still black-robed people rushing over. Although these black-robed people weren't from the Demon Sword sect, they were still sword cultivators. Moreover, their cultivation wasn't weak. It seems like the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. At this time, a voice was heard, Ba. Along with this Buddhist chant, the puppet-like Buddhas in the Iron Buddha Temple gathered together and turned into a huge Buddha statue. This huge Iron Buddha statue immediately began to attack the black-robed people. However, these black-robed people were very strong and flexible. They were able to deal with this Buddha statue. At this time, a cultivator from the Demon Sword sect coldly snorted and said, "Wu Yu, is this the trump card of your Iron Buddha Temple? It's really disappointing. If you only have this much ability, then your Iron Buddha Temple's orthodoxy will be broken today." Following his words, he flew up into the sky. This time, he flew even higher. Then, he shouted, "Kill!" Along with his shout, an incomparably huge sword light slashed down from the sky. This sword light slashed the huge Iron Buddha. This sword light slashed through the middle of the Great Iron Buddha. The Great Iron Buddha immediately stopped moving and exploded with a bang. This Great Iron Buddha was actually slashed apart by the person from the Demon Sword sect. Killing Sword Dao. Abbot Wu Yu's voice was heard. "I didn't expect you to actually cultivate the Killing Sword Dao." Ha ha ha. "I'm not the only one who cultivated the Killing Sword Dao. None of you from the Iron Buddha Temple can escape today. Prepare to die." Along with his voice, the other Demon Sword sect cultivators all flew up and shouted, "Slaughter." Along with their voices, several sword lights slashed towards the people from the Iron Buddha Temple. These people from the Demon Sword sect were targeting the Supreme Elders of the Iron Buddha Temple. They were also the strongest group of people in the Iron Buddha Temple. Naturally, Abbot Wu Yu was also their target. When he saw this situation, he immediately operated the Iron Buddha Lotus body with all his strength. His body seemed to be cast from iron. At the same time, a black iron lotus appeared around his body and protected him. However, the black sword light seemed to be invincible. When it slashed the iron lotus disappeared. Then, the sword light slashed at Abbot Wu Yu's body. Abbot Wu Yu dodged at the last moment. One of his arms and one of his legs were chopped off by the sword light. As for the other Grand Elders of the Iron Buddha Temple, they weren't able to dodge the sword light. They were all struck by the sword light and died on the spot. This change stunned everyone from the Iron Buddha Temple. At this time, the black-robed men ruthlessly killed the elders of the Iron Buddha Temple. When Zhao Hai saw the black-robed people make their move, he was also stunned. This was because he knew that no matter what the sword lights used by the black-robed people were called in the sword spirit world, he had a name for it. It was the power of laws. Zhao Hai had come into contact with the power of laws before. He even knew how to use it. However, after coming to the sword spirit world, he couldn't use the power of laws. He had already discovered that the people in the sword spirit world could use the power of laws. However, he didn't think that he would see people using the power of laws in battle so quickly. Moreover, the losing side was the Iron Buddha Temple. The supreme elders of the Iron Buddha Temple were killed, Abbot Wuyu was seriously injured, and the Iron Buddha puppet was destroyed. All of this meant that the Iron Buddha Temple was finished. At this moment, Zhao Hai saw Na Yun and the others. Na Yun and the other core disciples were fighting against the people of the Demon Sword sect. Their situation wasn't very good. Just as Zhao Hai was about to help, he suddenly noticed that a cultivator who had just used his law power was staring at him. Zhao Hai was very clear about why this cultivator was staring at him. This was because he had used his sword intent and the Iron Buddha lotus body to kill several cultivators from the Demon Sword sect. It can be said that among everyone present, he had killed the most cultivators from the Demon Sword sect. Therefore, it was only natural for the Demon Sword sect's expert to target him. Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but tighten. He still couldn't use the power of laws. However, he was very clear about the power of laws. Now that he was being targeted by the other party, he was afraid that he would be in danger. At this time, Abbot Wuyu's situation changed. He was seriously injured, but at this time, he closed his eyes. The wounds on his arms and legs also closed, and the blood stopped flowing. Abbot Wuyu also slowly closed his eyes. However, a very powerful aura erupted from his body. This aura was so powerful that it made people gasp for breath. At this moment, a huge Buddha phantom appeared outside Abbot Wuyu's body, enveloping him. Then, the Buddha phantom slowly opened its eyes. With a wave of its hand, a huge horse's palm struck towards the people of the Demon Sword sect. When the people of the Demon Sword sect who comprehended the power of laws saw this, their complexions couldn't help but change. They immediately flew up and shouted, "Slaughter!" Along with his roar, the killing sword light continued to slash at the huge Buddha figure. However, the Buddha figure seemed to be very powerful. When the sword light hit its huge palm, the palm only shook twice before disappearing. The palm was still heading towards him. The complexions of the Demon Sword sect's cultivators couldn't help but change. They retreated, but the Buddha phantom was still attacking. With a bang, the huge palm slapped the cultivators of the Demon Sword sect, sending them flying. While the cultivators were sent flying, blood spurted out from their mouths. It was clear that they suffered heavy injuries. At this time, the Buddha phantom slowly disappeared, revealing Abbot Wuyu's figure. Suddenly, several wretched cries rang out. Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the cries and saw that it was Na Yun and the others. They had all been killed. However, the cultivators who killed them didn't fare any better. They were also wounded. Zhao Hai felt anger rushing to his head. He looked at the people of the Demon Sword sect with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Demon Sword sect, you deserve to die." Then his hand moved as he swung his sword. Along with the swing of his sword, a huge sword chi was sent towards a Demon Sword sect cultivator. The Demon Sword sect cultivator immediately sent out a sword light in order to block Zhao Hai's sword chi. However, Zhao Hai's sword chi dispersed the sword light before cutting the cultivator in half. Then Zhao Hai turned to another person and swung his sword. This time, a huge sword chi appeared and killed another person from the Demon Sword sect. At this time, Laura and the others gathered by Zhao Hai's side as they went to kill the Demon Sword sect cultivators. At the same time, the Iron Buddha Temple's inner court disciples also joined the fray. The Iron Buddha Temple's inner court disciples were somewhat flustered. But after hearing Zhao Hai's shout, they slowly calmed down. Then they joined the fray. But in this process, Abbot Wuyu and the others were defeated. Na Yun and the others were killed. Even Elder Wuyu and the others were killed. It can be said that the higher-ups of the Iron Buddha Temple were wiped out in one fell swoop. At this time, the sword cultivators who attacked the Iron Buddha Temple slowly retreated. In their minds, as long as they killed the higher-ups of the Iron Buddha Temple, then their mission would be complete. After all, the Iron Buddha Temple had a lot of disciples. It would be impossible for them to eliminate the entire Iron Buddha Temple. However, the Iron Buddha Temple didn't only lose their core disciples, elders, and supreme elders. Even the outer court disciples and core disciples were killed. It can be said that the Iron Buddha Temple's strength was greatly damaged, even their foundation was damaged. Even if these people retreated, the Iron Buddha Temple would still be finished. After seeing the sword cultivators retreat, Zhao Hai slowly calmed down. At this time, a voice was heard, Ba. Sect Master Jian, can I invite Isu over? The voice was calm, it was Abbot Wuyu's voice. Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and arrived at Abbot Wuyu's side. Abbot Wuyu was currently sitting on the ground. One of his arms and one of his legs were missing. However, his expression was calm, he didn't seem to be in pain. However, when Zhao Hai looked at Abbot Wuyu's appearance, his heart couldn't help but sink. This was because he knew that Abbot Wuyu's current state didn't mean that he was fine. In fact, this meant that Abbot Wuyu's lifespan was nearing its end. Abbot Wuyu looked at Zhao Hai and noticed the change in Zhao Hai's expression. He smiled faintly and said, Sect Master Jianjiu, can you sit down? This old monk is like a lamp without oil, I can't get up to greet you. Zhao Hai quickly sat down. Looking at Abbot Wuyu, he sighed and said, Abbot, if you have any questions, please ask. Abbot Wuyu looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes seemed to be filled with endless wisdom as he said, I don't know why, but at this moment, I'm certain of your identity. You are Jing Hai, right? Zhao Hai looked at the abbot and nodded, Yes, Abbot, I am Jing Hai. I ascended from a lower realm. After ascending to the Sword Spirit realm, I joined a small gang. Later on, I wanted to join a big sect and learn an inheritance. Because of this, I directly went to the Sealed Sword sect and wandered there as a monk, hoping to join a big sect. But I didn't expect that by chance, I would join the Iron Buddha Temple. The temple's cultivation method was very suitable for me, but there was a gang behind me. So I joined the gang and took down the Sword Defense sect, becoming its sect master. At the same time, I also obtained the sect's inheritance. However, I've always been a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. This doesn't mean that I have to obtain all of the Iron Buddha Temple's inheritance. In fact, it's enough for me to obtain the Iron Buddha Lotus Avatar. I can say without shame that I have never let down the Iron Buddha Temple. I know this, but I didn't expect your experience to be so bizarre. Jing Hai, you are now the only remaining core disciple of our Iron Buddha Temple. This is a great calamity for our Iron Buddha Temple. Not only did all the Supreme Elders die in battle, countless elders died as well. All the core disciples died, and more than half of the inner disciples died. The foundation of our Iron Buddha Temple has been destroyed. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on me and allowed you to live. Zhao Hai looked at Abbot Wuyu and said, Rest assured, Abbot. As long as I am a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, I will be a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple for the rest of my life. The inheritance of the Iron Buddha Temple will certainly be passed down. Abbot Wuyu nodded and said, I'm relieved to hear that. Disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple, gather here. Abbot Wugu's voice was very loud. Therefore, all the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple heard him. All of them immediately rushed towards Abbot Wugu. Especially the inner disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. They all flew to Abbot Wuyu's side with a sad expression on their faces. Ding Chunming and the others also arrived behind Zhao Hai. Abbot Wuyu looked at the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple and said, Disciples, listen up. This is the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect, Ninth Sword. However, he has another identity. He is the core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, Jing Hai. The Sea Exploring sect and the Iron Buddha Temple are actually one entity. I ordered him to become the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect. Jing Hai, reveal your identity. When Zhao Hai heard Abbot Wuyu, he immediately understood what he meant. Abbot Wuyu said that Zhao Hai was a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple and that Zhao Hai received his orders to enter the Sea Exploring sect and become the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect. This made it easier for the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple to accept Zhao Hai. Because of this, nobody would object to Abbot Wuyu passing the sect master's position to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded. Then his figure moved and turned into a Buddha. The disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple were very familiar with this Buddha, it was Jing Hai. Although it was at this time, the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple were very surprised to see Zhao Hai's transformation. They didn't think that Jing Hai would have such an identity. No wonder the Iron Buddha Temple and the Sea Exploring sect had a lot of cooperation. It turned out that the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect was actually a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Abbot Wuyu said, Jinghai is now the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect. This time, the Iron Buddha Temple has met with a disaster. Our foundation of 10,000 years has been destroyed. The Iron Buddha Temple will no longer exist. From today onwards, the Iron Buddha Temple will be disbanded. All disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple will be integrated into the Sea Exploring sect. Do you have any objections? When everyone heard Abbot Wuyu, they couldn't help but stare. However, they didn't say anything. They were very clear about the current situation of the Iron Buddha Temple. Just as Abbot Wuyu said, the Iron Buddha Temple's foundation of 10,000 years had been destroyed. And as the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect, Zhao Hai couldn't just focus on the Iron Buddha Temple. Therefore, this decision was acceptable to them. Actually, the reason why they could accept this result so easily was also related to Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai's identity as Jinghai was very popular in the Iron Buddha Temple. It wasn't only because he had helped a lot of people, but also because of his legendary experience and strength. Because of this, the people of the Iron Buddha Temple easily accepted Abbot Wuyu's arrangement. Abbot Wuyu looked at the Iron Buddha Temple's disciples and nodded. Then he said, Jinghai, I'll leave the Iron Buddha Temple's inheritance to you. If you can defend the Iron Buddha Temple, then do so. If you can't, then give up. The Iron Buddha Temple's inheritance is the most important. Zhao Hai replied, Yes, Abbot. I understand. Abbot Wuyu nodded. Then he took a string of prayer beads from his hand and placed it on Zhao Hai's hand. Then he said, This string of prayer beads is my Iron Buddha Temple's abbot token. Take it. From today onwards, you are the abbot of the Iron Buddha Temple. Naturally, the Iron Buddha Temple no longer exists. Then he closed his eyes and softly chanted the name of Buddha. Then he sat there motionless. Zhao Hai looked at Abbot Wuyu's appearance and knew that he had passed away. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel sad. He knelt in front of Abbot Wuyu and kowed out 3 times. Then he said, Abbot, rest assured. I will destroy the Demon Sword sect and take revenge for the Iron Buddha Temple. The other inner disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple also knelt down. Some outer disciples also knelt down. At this time, Zhao Hai also stood up. He looked at the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple and said, Get up. Now isn't the time to be sad. We have too many things to do. The first step is to restore the mountain protecting formation. The second step is to restore the transmission formation. At the same time, clean up the entire sect and place the bodies of those who died in battle. Cremate them on the next day. Recall all the branch disciples. Everyone nodded and then immediately went to work. At this time, the person with the highest status in the Iron Buddha Temple was Zhao Hai. Naturally, the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple would listen to Zhao Hai's orders. Zhao Hai also called Laura and the others to his side and said, Laura, immediately return to the Sea Exploring sect and open the mountain protecting formation. Also, take out the green jade compass from the space. The people of the Demon Sword sect already know about my identity. I'm afraid that they would make a move against the Sea Exploring sect. After you return, immediately go to the Sword Tomb, the 3 islands, and the main hall. Command the mountain protecting formation and protect those places. At the same time, send a letter to the 10,000 Buddha's temple and tell them about what happened in the Iron Buddha Temple. Tell them about my identity as well, so there's no need to worry about being exposed. In any case, they will know about it soon. Laura nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, you have to be careful. If you really can't do it, then you can transfer the people of the Iron Buddha Temple to the Sea Exploring sect. In any case, the place is big enough. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, No, if we leave, then the Iron Buddha Temple would be abandoned. Therefore, we can't leave right now. We need to take root here and control this place. Then later on, this place would belong to us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry. Laura nodded and said, All right, then you stay here. We'll return immediately. Zhao Hai nodded, then Laura and the others disappeared. At this point, only Zhao Hai, Ding Chunming, Iron Snake, and Shui Ji were left in the Iron Buddha Temple. They immediately began to restore the temple's defensive formation. Zhao Hai and the others nodded, then Ding Chunming and the others left. The people of the Iron Buddha Temple didn't expect that they would be attacked this quickly. Moreover, the attack was very fierce. Because of this, the mountain protecting formation wasn't in its best state. The people of the Demon Sword sect were able to destroy it with their power of law. If the mountain protecting formation were to be fully activated, then even with their power of law, it wouldn't be easy to destroy it. When the time comes, the situation would be completely different. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. Now that things have turned out this way, they can only look forward and restore the Iron Buddha Temple as soon as possible. Because the mountain protecting formation wasn't seriously damaged, it was able to restore it very quickly. Zhao Hai and the others only took 3 hours to restore the mountain protecting formation. After the mountain protecting formation was restored, the people of the Iron Buddha Temple relaxed. No matter what, the mountain protecting formation gave them a sense of security. Now that all of the experts of the Iron Buddha Temple had died, the people of the Iron Buddha Temple could finally relax. After the mountain protecting formation was reactivated, Zhao Hai immediately began to restore the transmission formation. When the people of the Demon Sword sect attacked the Iron Buddha Temple, they knew that the Iron Buddha Temple would send people to ask for help. Therefore, after they entered the Iron Buddha Temple, they destroyed the transmission formation. Moreover, during the battle, the energy overflowed, causing the spiritual energy in the Iron Buddha Temple to become unstable. This way, the people of the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't be able to use the transmission formation to ask for help. The Demon Sword sect's actions proved to be very successful. The Iron Buddha Temple had suffered heavy losses this time. At this time, Zhao Hai needed to restore the transmission formation as soon as possible so that the Iron Buddha Temple could communicate with the outside world. At the same time, it would allow the cultivators of the Sea Exploring sect to enter the Iron Buddha Temple and help it recover. The restoration of the transmission formation was more troublesome. However, after a few hours, more than half of the transmission formation in the Iron Buddha Temple's transmission formation had been restored. 2 of the transmission formations used by the Five-Faced Man were also restored. The remaining ones were small transmission formations used by 100 people. As for the large transmission formations used by 1,000 people, they weren't restored. At this time, the corpses of the warriors of the Iron Buddha Temple were also collected. The disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple were also called back. The Iron Buddha Temple's branches only had internal debate disciples, there were no elders. Therefore, after these disciples returned to the sect, it was impossible for them to have any complaints about Zhao Hai. After the transmission formation was restored, the Sea Exploring sect's reinforcements immediately arrived. These reinforcements were mainly people. The Iron Buddha Temple didn't lack things. Although the attack this time killed the higher-ups of the Iron Buddha Temple, they didn't come here to steal things. Therefore, the Iron Buddha Temple had a lot of supplies. When the people from the Sea Exploring sect arrived, they immediately went to help. At this moment, the Iron Buddha Temple's teleportation formation flashed with white light and a group of monks appeared. The leader of this group of monks was Master Huining. Zhao Hai was still restoring the transmission formation. Naturally, he saw Master Huining and immediately went forward to greet him. He cupped his fist and said, "Greetings, Master Huining. I didn't expect you to come personally." Master Huining looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but put his palms together and said, "Ba. Sect Master Jian, what's going on?" Zhao Hai replied, "Master, please come inside." Then he led Master Huining and the others to an intact side hall of the Iron Buddha Temple. After they sat down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Master, you might not know, but besides being the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect, I'm also a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. I've already told Abbot Wu Yu about this. Abbot Wu Yu also passed the position of abbot to me in front of all the disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. At the same time, he also said that the Iron Buddha Temple will be integrated into the Sea Exploring sect. Because of this, I immediately knew about the attack and rushed over." When Master Huining heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but mutter a Buddhist chant and said, Ba. No wonder the Sea Exploring sect and the Iron Buddha Temple cooperated. So it's because Sect Master Jian is from the Iron Buddha Temple. No wonder. Huining and the others have been suspecting that the Iron Buddha Temple and the Sea Exploring sect had something to do with each other. Otherwise, why would the Iron Buddha Temple and the Sea Exploring sect know about the maze in the secret realm? Moreover, the Iron Buddha Temple was the first to open a shop in the free trade zone. All of this showed that the Iron Buddha Temple and the Sea Exploring sect had something to do with each other. However, no one knew what this relationship was. Now, Master Huining finally knew that Zhao Hai was a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. However, just as I established a small sect, the Eight Sword sect came looking for me. I killed an inner disciple of the Eight Sword sect. At first, I thought that the Eight Sword sect came looking for me for revenge. But after I defeated the core disciple of the Eight Sword sect, that person said that sword cultivators must rule the sword spirit world. I immediately reported this matter to the temple. In the end, the temple sent someone to retrieve the core disciple of the Eight Sword sect. However, the core disciple of the Eight Sword sect was killed by the Demon Sword sect's sword light. This matter caught our attention and we immediately reported it to the temple. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but after that, the Eight Sword sect's core disciple was killed by the Demon Sword sect's sword light. This matter caught our attention and we immediately reported it to the temple. But I didn't expect the people from the Eight Sword sect and the Demon Sword sect to chase after me. I repelled the Eight Sword sect's people and even captured a few of them. At this time, the people from the Demon Sword sect attacked me. I immediately had the temple send people to help me bring the captured Eight Sword sect members back to the temple and interrogate them. As long as we can get some information, we would know what the people from the Eight Sword sect and the Demon Sword sect wanted to do. Then I returned to the Sea Exploring sect and had them take precautions to avoid being attacked. But not long after I arrived at the Sea Exploring sect, I knew that the temple was under attack. I immediately led people back to the temple, but it was already too late. The people who attacked the temple weren't just the people from the Eight Sword sect and the Demon Sword sect, there were also other sword cultivators. They were all wearing black clothes and the leaders of the Eight Sword sect had comprehended the killing sword Dao. Abbot Wuyu was heavily injured by their killing sword Dao. The same went for the other great elders. When they wanted to use the killing sword Dao to deal with me, Abbot Wuyu used a secret technique to repel them. However, he also passed away. After saying this, Zhao Hai stopped. He clenched his teeth and said, in this battle, the higher-ups of the Iron Buddha Temple were all killed. Among the core disciples, I'm the only one who survived. If I don't take revenge, then I won't be a man. In the future, I will definitely destroy the Demon Sword sect to take revenge. Grandmaster Huining looked at Zhao Hai and said, did the people from the Demon Sword sect really comprehend the killing sword Dao? Zhao Hai replied, there's no mistake. Abbot Wuyu said that they used the killing sword Dao. Moreover, the people from the Eight Sword sect that I sent back to the temple have already disappeared. It seems like they were rescued. They must be plotting something. Otherwise, they wouldn't suddenly attack the Iron Buddha Temple. Their losses this time weren't small. Grandmaster Huining nodded and said, all right, I understand. What are you going to do next? I mean, what arrangements do you have for the Iron Buddha Temple? Zhao Hai said solemnly, I am a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, and now I am the abbot of the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Temple's inheritance will not be broken. Sooner or later, the Iron Buddha Temple will regain its former glory. Huining knit his brows and said, Jing Hai, your Iron Buddha Temple's current situation isn't very good. You've lost more than half of your experts. I'm afraid that you won't be able to defend the Iron Buddha Temple just by relying on the Sea Exploring sect's strength. What plans do you have? Zhao Hai understood what Grandmaster Huining meant. Grandmaster Huining called him Jing Hai instead of Saber 9. This meant that he was talking to Jing Hai, a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Moreover, what he said was very reasonable. Although the Iron Buddha Temple wasn't a top sect in the sword spirit boundary, it was still a powerful sect. The territory it occupied wasn't small. But now, the Iron Buddha Temple had lost a lot of experts. Even with the support of the Sea Exploring sect, they wouldn't be able to defend such a large territory. If he didn't handle this matter well, then the Iron Buddha Temple would face a calamity. Although the Myriad Buddha's temple could help the Iron Buddha Temple, they couldn't help for free. In the sword spirit boundary, there was no such thing as helping for free. After all, the Myriad Buddha's temple also needed to develop. Zhao Hai replied, we don't need the territory, but we need the Iron Buddha Temple's territory. Moreover, we need to keep some of the areas near the sect. If they still don't let us go, then we can only fight. There are people in the Iron Buddha Temple who are afraid of death. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right. Huining nodded and said, all right, it's good to hear you say that. If you can really give up a portion of your territory, then our myriad Buddha Temple can come forward and mediate. Your sect and most of your territory can still be preserved. Jiao Hai cupped his fist towards Huining and said, then I thank Grandmaster Huining. Grandmaster, regarding the matter of the Eight Sword Sect and the Demon Sword Sect, I'll have to ask the Myriad Buddha's Temple to come forward and inform the other sections. If they don't believe us, then we can't do anything about it. In any case, the Iron Buddha Temple has already paid a huge price. Huining replied, this matter still needs to be investigated. After all, this matter is of great importance. But rest assured, if this matter is verified, then I'll certainly inform you. I'll certainly take revenge for the Iron Buddha Temple. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, all right, the Iron Buddha Temple is in chaos right now. There are too many things to do, so I won't keep Grandmaster here. Grandmaster, please. Grandmaster Huining also stood up and said, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me. The Myriad Buddha's Temple and the Iron Buddha Temple have always been friends. If we can help, then we'll certainly help. Jiao Hai cupped his fist towards Grandmaster Huining and said, many thanks, Grandmaster Huining. After Grandmaster Huining bowed, he turned around and left. Jiao Hai sent Grandmaster Huining to the transmission formation before he went back to work on the Iron Buddha Temple. The news of the Iron Buddha Temple's incident and the fact that Jiao Hai was a member of the Iron Buddha Temple spread like wildfire throughout the Sword Spirit world. After hearing this news, the people in the Sword Spirit world were shocked. They didn't think that the Blood Fox Sword 9 who had stirred up a storm in the Sword Spirit world would actually be the Calm Sea Sect's Iron Buddha Temple. A person with two identities. Moreover, both of them weren't weak. Such a person had never appeared in the Sword Spirit world before. Afterward, everyone knew that the Iron Buddha Temple had officially merged with the Sea Exploring Sect and became the Iron Buddha Temple branch of the Sea Exploring Sect. However, everyone was still unwilling to accept this. But after a while, the people of the Myriad Buddha's Temple came forward to mediate the situation. Jiao Hai decided to give up more than half of the Iron Buddha Temple's forces. Only the Iron Buddha Temple's territory and the surrounding cities would be retained. This news made everyone in the Sword Spirit world speechless. Everyone knew what Jiao Hai meant. He had taken the initiative to bow his head and admit defeat. If anyone dared to criticize him, then he would go all out. Although the experts of the Iron Buddha Temple were all killed, the Sea Exploring Sect didn't suffer any harm. The name Blood Fox Sword wasn't given casually. He was a ruthless person. If he was forced into a corner, then who knows what he would do. Most importantly, Jiao Hai was a member of the South Sea Alliance. Moreover, he had a great reputation in the alliance. Dealing with him was tantamount to going against the South Sea Alliance. The consequences would be unimaginable. It was precisely because of this that this matter calmed down in the shortest time possible. This was because the major sects immediately noticed another matter, and that was the matter of the Eight Sword Sect. At this time, Jiao Hai had already returned to the Sea Exploring Sect. At the same time, he sent a letter to the Profound Sky Sect and the 33 islands of the South Sea, inviting them to come to the Sea Exploring Sect. Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming received the letter and immediately arrived at the Sea Exploring Sect. Jiao Hai had already arrived at the transmission formation to greet them. Both sides quickly arrived at the main hall of the Sea Exploring Sect. In the main hall of the Sea Exploring Sect, all the high-level elders of the Sea Exploring Sect were present. Among them, there were also several inner disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple. These inner disciples, regardless of which faction they belonged to, now had the highest cultivation in the Iron Buddha Temple. Therefore, they also became elders of the Sea Exploring Sect and were now in charge of the Iron Buddha Temple. The representatives of the Profound Sky Sect and the 33 islands of the South Sea weren't just limited to Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming. There were also representatives of other sections. Jiao Hai invited Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming to sit down in the main hall. Then he looked at everyone in the hall and said, "The reason why I called everyone here today is to tell everyone about the recent events. I believe everyone has a lot of questions about me. Why did I, the Sea Exploring sect master, become a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple? I think it's not just the people of the Sea Exploring sect who are curious. Friends of the Profound Sky sect and the 33 islands of the South Sea are also curious, right?" Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming looked at each other. Just as Zhao Hai said, they were also very curious about Zhao Hai's identity. They didn't know how he did it. Zhao Hai looked at Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming, then he said, "Actually, it's very simple. I was originally a member of the Imperial Sword sect. But after I left the sect, I lost the inheritance of the sect. I wanted to improve my strength, so I joined the Iron Buddha Temple and became their disciple. Later on, I had an opportunity to counterattack the Imperial Sword sect and became its sect master. However, I didn't give up my identity as a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. This was because the Iron Buddha Temple had done me a great favor, so I couldn't give up on this identity. There are also people from the Iron Buddha Temple present here. They also know about my actions in the Iron Buddha Temple. I can honestly say that I haven't done anything wrong to the Iron Buddha Temple." The inner disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple all stood up, including Na Jin. They bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Ba, we can prove that senior brother Jing Hai didn't do anything wrong to the Iron Buddha Temple." Zhao Hai waved his hand and asked them to sit down. Then he said, "I originally wanted to reveal my identity in the future and then leave the Iron Buddha Temple. But now, it seems that I won't have the chance. Abbot Wu Yu asked me to pass down the inheritance of the Iron Buddha Temple. As a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, I can't shirk my responsibility. I hope that the Profound Sky sect and the 33 islands can understand." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So, Sect Master Jianjiao, you're really Jing Hai? Did you really cultivate the Iron Buddha lotus body?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I didn't want to talk about this matter in the Iron Buddha Temple. I wanted to use this opportunity to fake my death and leave the Iron Buddha Temple. As long as the inner disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple were here and I secretly supported them, then my identity wouldn't be known. Naturally, no one in the Iron Buddha Temple would know. But I don't know why Abbot Wu Yu called out my identity as soon as he saw me. To be honest, I was very surprised at that time. In the end, I had no choice but to take Jing Hai's appearance." As Zhao Hai spoke, he turned around and a Buddha appeared in the room. This Buddha was tall and had black skin. His eyes were full of spirit, and he looked extraordinarily powerful. It was Jing Hai. After transforming, Zhao Hai clasped his hands together and said, "Kamsi greets everyone." After he said that, he sat down. This time, he didn't change back to his original appearance. Instead, he looked like he was in the calm sea. He sat there and said to everyone, "I've cultivated a technique that allows me to change my appearance. That's why I've become like this. After changing into this appearance, I can still cultivate normally. It won't affect me." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "My identity as Kamsi allowed me to know a lot. At the same time, it also made me feel grateful towards the Iron Buddha Temple. Therefore, after I learned about the Eight Sword Sect's plot, I immediately notified the temple. After the Eight Sword Sect's people were taken away, I returned to the Sea Exploring sect to make some arrangements. However, I didn't expect that the Demon Sword sect would suddenly attack the Iron Buddha Temple. By the time I returned to the temple, it was already too late." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Ferocious Tiger and Jia Yiming were immediately attracted by Zhao Hai's words. Jia Yiming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, I want to ask if the rumors about the Eight Sword sect are true." Zhao Hai looked at Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming, then he nodded and said, "It's true. You don't know about the Kamsi Peak, but the Iron Buddha Temple is very clear about my identity. Before I became a core disciple, I did a mission that the Sealed Sword sect asked for help from the Iron Buddha Temple. The Sealed Sword sect and the Iron Buddha Temple have always been on good terms. Because of this, the two sects would sometimes help each other in some matters. That time, the Sealed Sword sect issued a mission to the Iron Buddha Temple. The target was Runlong of the Eight Sword sect. This Runlong's strength was good, but he was greedy and lustful. He committed a serious crime in the Sealed Sword sect, which was to rape and kill the younger sister of a sealed sword sect's inner disciple. Then he fled to the 13 cities of Mount Mang. The relationship between the sealed sword sect and the 13 cities of Mount Mang has always been tense. If the sealed sword sect sent a disciple to the 13 cities of Mount Mang, then the sealed sword sect would retaliate. Because of this, the sealed sword sect asked the Iron Buddha Temple for help. In the end, the sealed sword sect handed over Renli to me. I chased him to the 13 cities of Mount Mang and killed him. But I didn't think that this matter would be known by the Eight Sword sect and they would retaliate against me. Zhao Hai paused for a moment before continuing, because I didn't want to have any friction with the Eight Sword sect. I stayed in the temple for a period of time and didn't come out. After that, there was no news from the Eight Sword sect. We also thought that this matter was over. After all, this kind of thing has happened too many times in the sword spirit world. But this time, I received an order from my master to establish a small sect outside. But I didn't expect that as soon as this small sect was established, a core disciple of the Eight Sword sect would come looking for me for revenge. Naturally, I didn't care about a disciple of the Eight Sword sect. But after being captured, he said that sword cultivators would unify the sword spirit world sooner or later. I felt that something wasn't right and immediately sent a letter to the temple. The temple sent one of the 10 core disciples, senior brother Na Yun, to pick him up. But I didn't expect that just as senior brother Na Yun was about to take him away, the person was suddenly attacked by a sword light. That sword light was the demon sword sect's killing sword. Senior brother Na Yun immediately returned to the temple to report, but less than 2 days later, some people from the Eight Sword sect came looking for me. This time an elder was leading the team. After a fight, I captured that elder. Sure enough, the people from the Demon Sword sect attacked me 3 times. I blocked their attacks and immediately had the junior brothers of the Iron Buddha Temple bring the person back to the temple for interrogation. After the junior brothers of the Iron Buddha Temple took the person away, I returned to the Sea Exploring sect and had them be on alert. But before I could finish explaining the matter here, the Iron Buddha Temple was attacked. In other words, the people from the Demon Sword sect must be afraid that the people from the Eight Sword sect would leak some secret. Therefore, they immediately attacked the Iron Buddha Temple. Therefore, the Eight Sword sect and the Demon Sword sect must be planning something big. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so nervous and take such a risk to attack the Iron Buddha Temple. Taoist Master Ferocious Tiger and Jia Yiming listened to Zhao Hai's words with solemn expressions. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. The Iron Buddha Temple was attacked and almost destroyed because of this. Taoist Master Ferocious Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, what do you think of this matter? What are the people of the Demon Sword sect planning?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "I don't know what they are planning, but I know that they have contacted many sword cultivator sections." This is true because there were nearly 2,000 people who attacked the Iron Buddha Temple. Among these 2,000 people, only a few hundred were at the peak of the Qi Refinement Realm. The rest were all at the Void Refinement Realm, and there were even a few Void Refinement Realm and Dao Integration Realm cultivators. These people are definitely powerful. Otherwise, the higher-ups of our Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't have been wiped out. Jia Yiming said in a deep voice, "Do the major sects know about this? What kind of reaction do they have?" The reason why Jia Yiming asked Zhao Hai this question was because he knew that Zhao Hai had a good relationship with the higher-ups of the major sections. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "The higher-ups of the major sects know about this matter, but they just found out not long ago. The reason why this news was released now is because of those major sections. As for their reaction, I don't know yet, but I think they might attack the Eight Sword sect. But as for the result, I don't think there will be any result. After the Eight Sword sect attacked our Iron Buddha Temple, they will definitely be prepared. I think leaving is their best choice." Jia Yiming and Taoist Tiger nodded. If it was them, they would also run. This was because the attack on the Iron Buddha Temple was clearly done by the Eight Sword School. If they didn't run after attacking the Iron Buddha Temple, then they would be too stupid. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "We still don't know what the Demon Sword sect is planning, but I want to remind the two of you to be careful. After returning, it's best to pay more attention and don't get attacked. Those guys from the Demon Sword sect are vicious and merciless." Taoist Tiger and Jia Yiming both nodded. Zhao Hai glanced at the hall and said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone, go and rest. Let me, Daoist Tiger, and Island Master Jia catch up." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they all nodded and left. Even the people who came with Jia Yiming and Daoist Tiger all left. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhao Hai turned to Daoist Tiger and said, "Daoist, now that everyone has left, I will speak frankly. You have to pay attention to the people from the Black Sword sect." This time, when the Demon Sword sect attacked the Iron Buddha temple, there were a lot of sword cultivators involved. I found out that someone seemed to be using the Black Sword sect's cultivation technique, so you must pay attention to it. If the people from the Black Sword sect really colluded with the Demon Sword sect, then your mysterious Sky sect will definitely be their target. When Daoist Tiger heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his expression changed and he said, "Sect Master Jian, are you serious? Are there really people from the Black Sword sect who participated in the attack on the Iron Buddha temple?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true. Why would I lie to you about such a thing? When you go back, pay more attention to yourselves." Daoist Tiger nodded and said in a deep voice, "I will report this matter when I return." "Thank you, Sect Master Jian." Zhao Hai shook his head and said in a deep voice, "The Iron Buddha temple is in such a crisis because of the Demon Sword sect. I will definitely not let the Demon Sword sect off. This is not just to help you, but to deal with the Demon Sword sect." Daoist Tiger didn't say anything. He only said in a deep voice, "This matter is of great importance. I will return to the sect now. It seems that the sword spirit world won't be peaceful for a while." Just as he said that, the alarm of the Sea Exploring sect sounded. When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Then he said, "I didn't expect them to come so soon. Hee hee. Interesting. Are they retaliating against me?" Then he stood up and walked out of the hall. Daoist Tiger and Jia Yiming also stood up and walked out. When the three left the hall, Haisher and the others immediately greeted them. Zhao Hai nodded to them and said, "Have Laura control the defensive formation. I'll go and meet those guys." Haisher nodded and then had a disciple send a letter to Laura. Then they followed Zhao Hai outside. When they arrived outside, everyone boarded the green mist disc. Zhao Hai also stood on the 8 trigram sword chi formation with Haisher at his side. Besides Haisher, Ding Chunming, Iron Snake, Daoist Tiger, and Jia Yiming were also on the 8 trigram sword chi formation. After everyone was on the formation, they immediately flew outside. Before long, they arrived outside the main hall. When they arrived outside, they discovered that a group of black-cloaked people were flying towards the mountain. However, they were all blocked by the Sea Exploring sect's illusory formation. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Sneak attacking once and tasting the sweetness. They actually want to do it again. They really don't know life from death." Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the black-cloaked people who entered the illusory formation. He knew that they wouldn't be able to survive. Instead, he paid attention to the people outside the sect. There were some people standing outside the sect. These people were all wearing black, even their faces were covered. However, each of them had a black sword on their back. They looked very strange. Zhao Hai's 8 trigram sword chi formation flew outside the sect and coldly looked at them. Then he said, "Everyone from the Demon Sword sect, I didn't expect you to find me this quickly. Hee hee, I've been waiting for you for a long time." One of the black-cloaked people looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Saber 9, Si, I didn't think that you would have so many identities. But even if you have many identities, it's useless. Today, you must die. Therefore, everyone who obstructs our plan must die. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Now that the sects of the sword spirit world know of your existence, you won't be able to jump around for long. So what if the major sects know about it? Are they sure that they can catch us? Stop dreaming, Jianjiao. You're the last core disciple of Iron Buddha Temple. Moreover, you're the one who leaked our plan. Let me tell you, you must die today. I've heard this more than once. Why are you all like this? Telling people that they must die as soon as they arrive. It's as if I'm waiting for you to kill me. I really don't know if you're naive or just an idiot. Forget it, let's not care about it. Do you want to fight now? Saber 9, I heard that you're a sword cultivator as well. What a pity, what a pity. It would be great if you could discuss important matters with us. It's a pity that you won't have the chance now. Since you're a sword cultivator, draw your sword and I'll give you a fair chance to fight. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You've obviously seen how powerful the great defensive formation of my sea exploring sect is and want to delay for some time so that you can break the formation. Yet, you insist on making it sound so nice. What a joke. But it doesn't matter, I'm confident in the great defensive formation of my sea exploring sect. So, I'll give you this opportunity. Come, let me see how strong you are and whether you've also comprehended the killing sword Tao. I'll show you. You're not the group that attacked Iron Buddha Temple. It seems like your demon sword sect has made ample preparations these years. You already have so many experts. However, do you really think that you're invincible just because you've comprehended the killing sword Tao? Today, I'll let you know that the killing sword Tao isn't everything. You must think that the cultivation technique of Iron Buddha Temple is only SOSO. Today, I'll use the cultivation technique of Iron Buddha Temple to deal with you. After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and transformed into a monk. Then, he waved his hand and directly left the 8 Seals Sword Chi formation. He stood 50 meters away from the black-robed men. Then, he put his palms together and said, Ba. Kamsi will ask for advice from all of you. Everyone, please. The black-robed man looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, your Iron Buddha Temple's cultivation technique isn't that good. It's just the stupidest cultivation method. How can it be compared to our demon sword sect's killing sword technique? You're stupid enough to use the Iron Buddha Temple's cultivation technique. It seems like you're courting death. Then, I won't be polite. Prepare to die. Then the black-robed man took out his sword and waved it forward. A sword light shot towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood there motionless. The sword light struck Zhao Hai's body in the blink of an eye. However, the sword light quickly dissipated. It didn't even leave a scratch on Zhao Hai's skin. Zhao Hai looked at the black-robed man and sneered, how can you understand my Iron Buddha Temple's cultivation technique? You're weak. If you didn't launch a sneak attack, then how could you break my Iron Buddha Temple? If you didn't use the killing sword Tao, then you wouldn't have been able to kill Abbot Wu Yu. You must be dreaming. I can see that your strength is far inferior compared to those who attacked the Iron Buddha Temple. Today, I'll kill you first and collect some interest. Then I'll kill you first. Then Zhao Hai's body emitted a black light. Then the black light turned into a black shadow. This black shadow slowly turned into a large Buddha that was sitting between the heaven and earth. The black Buddha's body seemed to be made of black iron. He sat in a lotus position on a huge black iron lotus. Below the iron lotus was a tall mountain. A huge snake was coiled on his left hand. The snake was also black. It lowered its head and spat out its tongue like a living creature. In his right hand was a long sword. The long sword was huge and seemed incomparably heavy. He was wearing a pure black kasaya, which looked very strange. The muscles on his body bulged as if they were made of steel. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was looking down on all living beings, but also as if he was in a deep sleep. As soon as this Buddha appeared, the heaven and earth turned dark. He seemed to be an iron Buddha that had existed since ancient times. He had always existed between the heaven and earth and had always been sleeping. But now, he was about to wake up. At this time, Zhao Hai's figure had completely disappeared. He seemed to have integrated with this Buddha. He was this Buddha and this Buddha was him. At this moment, this Buddha slowly opened his eyes. It was as if he had just woken up from an eternal sleep. His eyes flashed with star-like light. He calmly looked at the people of the demon sword sect. Then, he stretched out his left hand. The black snake coiled around his left hand directly rushed towards a disciple of the demon sword sect. This whole movement seemed to be slow, but in fact, it wasn't slow at all. From the appearance of the Buddha to the attack of the black snake, it only took a blink of an eye. It was obviously very fast, but every change of the Buddha could be seen clearly. It was as if it was being replayed in slow motion. It was deeply engraved in one's mind. When the black snake rushed out, it also seemed to be very slow. But when the people of the demon sword sect wanted to make a move, they found that their movements seemed to have been slowed down. Moreover, the slowed speed was countless times slower than the black snake. The black snake was clearly slowly rushing towards him. But when he wanted to release his sword to cut the black snake, he found that his movements were even slower. Just as he raised his sword, the black snake had already arrived in front of him. Then, it wrapped around his body and bit his neck. The cultivator of the demon sword sect felt pain in his neck. Then, his vision turned black and he lost all senses. But this wasn't over. After the black snake killed a cultivator of the demon sword sect, it immediately rushed towards another cultivator of the demon sword sect. The same was true for the cultivator of the demon sword sect. He wanted to use his sword to deal with the black snake, but before he could raise his sword, the black snake had already killed him. In just a blink of an eye, the black snake had already bitten 2 people of the demon sword sect to death. The other people of the demon sword sect panicked. They had never seen such an attack before. But when they wanted to move, they found that they couldn't. At this moment, in the distant sky, a voice was heard, "Slaughter." Along with this voice, a sword light came from the distance. This sword light was very fast. It was black with a red color. Moreover, the sword struck the body of the black snake. The black snake hissed in pain as it was cut in 2. But it quickly recovered and returned to the left hand of the Buddha. It raised its head and looked at the distant sky. The Buddha also looked at the distant sky. "But you're not the one who attacked the Iron Buddha temple that day. Moreover, I admire your demon sword sect's stealth ability. Even I can only find some traces of you. There's no way to know where you are. But you still underestimate Buddhist techniques. Today, I'll let you see how powerful Buddhist techniques are." Formation, array, front. After these 3 words were spoken, Zhao Hai's left hand quickly formed a seal. Along with these 3 words, a huge swastika flew out from his body and directly covered the space in front of him. And in the area covered by the swastika, the space distorted. Then a person's figure appeared in the area. A painful expression could be seen on his face as he looked at the Buddha in shock. The Buddha looked at him coldly and then said, "The way of the sword isn't about killing. But you're cultivating the way of the sword. You're even using stealth to kill. You've really fallen to the bottom. The sword is the king of all weapons." This king refers to the king, as well as the gentleman. The way of the sword is also about being neutral and peaceful. The way of the sword is also about being neutral and peaceful. Your way of the sword is just a small path. Today, I'll let you see the true way of the sword. After the Buddha said that, he waved his right hand and slashed out with his huge sword. This sword slash was upright and upright. Every movement of the sword could be seen clearly. However, one couldn't avoid it. This was because when the sword slashed down, one would feel as if the space around them had been sealed. They couldn't move at all. Even if they didn't want to move, they just wanted to kneel down. They didn't have any thoughts of escaping or resisting. The same was true for the person from the demon sword sect. However, just as he had this feeling, a sword energy was immediately released from his body and counteracted this feeling. His mind returned to normal. However, it was already too late. The huge sword had already reached his head. The giant sword didn't fly out of the great Buddha's hand. The great Buddha had been holding it in his hand all this time. However, when the sword slashed out, a sword intent flew towards the person from the demon sword sect. When the person from the demon sword sect was stunned, the sword intent had already reached his head. He wanted to raise his sword to meet it, but it was already too late. The sword intent had already reached his head. This time only sword intent was released. There was no sword energy nor sword light. It was invisible and traceless. However, for some reason, everyone knew that the person from the demon sword sect was struck by the sword. The demon sword sect's cultivator stood there in a daze. He didn't have any injuries on his body. However, he stood there like a fool. Then his aura slowly disappeared. He actually died just like that. His corpse fell straight down. An expert who cultivated the killing sword Dao actually died silently. This was too shocking. At this time, the Buddha slowly faded and finally disappeared. Zhao Hai also appeared inside the Buddha. However, his face was pale and he looked very weak. Before the others could react, Hai Stone and the others had already arrived at Zhao Hai's side. They used the 8 Seal Sword Chi to protect Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood on the 8 Seal Sword Chi formation and said to Ding Chunming, "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." Ding Chunming nodded. Then he lifted his hammers and flew towards the remaining disciples of the Demon Sword sect. As soon as the remaining disciples saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they immediately knew that Zhao Hai was using some special technique. He consumed too much energy and didn't have time to fight. Therefore, he let Ding Chunming take action. This discovery made them a little annoyed. This was because they clearly had the opportunity to kill Zhao Hai. However, they didn't grasp it. Instead, they let Hai Stone and the others protect Zhao Hai. They missed the opportunity to kill Zhao Hai. However, they didn't want to let Ding Chunming go. Several people raised their swords and rushed towards Ding Chunming. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and faintly smiled. It would be difficult for the Demon Sword sect to kill Ding Chunming. Although Ding Chunming didn't cultivate the Iron Buddha Lotus body, his body's defensive power was very strong. His strength was the best defensive power. The sword lights released by the Demon Sword sect's disciples were useless against Ding Chunming. They were courting death if they wanted to kill Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming looked at the appearance of the Demon Sword sect's disciples. He didn't look angry at all. He just calmly looked at them. Then his figure moved and rushed towards the Demon Sword sect's disciples. The Demon Sword sect's disciples released their sword lights and prepared to attack Ding Chunming. But at this time, Ding Chunming had already arrived beside them. He ignored the sword lights that they released. The sword lights released by the Demon Sword sect's disciples directly hit Ding Chunming's armor. However, the sword lights only left a scratch on the armor. They couldn't even break the armor. At this time, Ding Chunming had already arrived beside them with his twin hammers. The twin hammers danced, creating a strong wind that carried yellow sand along with it. This time, Ding Chunming didn't hold back and attacked with all his strength. This was because Ding Chunming already understood Zhao Hai's intention. Zhao Hai had been hiding his strength before because he had too many secrets on his body. He was a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple as well as the sect master of the Sea Exploring sect. Therefore, it wasn't only Zhao Hai who was hiding his strength, even Ding Chunming and the others were hiding their strength. But now it was different. Now that his identity had been made public, there were a lot of people who wanted to obtain the Iron Buddha Temple's territory. This was something that Zhao Hai absolutely couldn't agree to. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to show his strength. He wanted to let the other sects know that even if the Iron Buddha Temple's experts died, he still had enough strength to protect the Iron Buddha Temple's territory. Although he gave up his territory, it didn't mean that he would give up everything. If someone dared to have ideas about him, then he wouldn't be polite. Ding Chunming had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. He understood Zhao Hai's thoughts very well. Therefore, now wasn't the time to hide his strength. It was precisely because of this that Ding Chunming didn't hold back. In the blink of an eye, the gale disappeared, and the sandstorm dissipated. Ding Chunming stood there with 2 hammers in his hand. There were a few sword marks on his armor, but he was not injured. As for the disciples of the Demon Sword sect, they were all dead. Ding Chunming looked around before he flew back to Zhao Hai's side. He cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I killed them all." Zhao Hai nodded. At this point, his complexion was much better, but it was still pale. Then he turned his head to look at the black-robed people inside the defensive formation. At this point, most of the black-robed people were either dead or injured. The Sea Exploring sect's defensive formation wasn't finished. The killing formation's destructive power was too strong. It didn't give the black-robed people any chance to react before they were almost wiped out. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Instead, he led the group back to the Great Hall of the Sea Exploring sect. This was because he knew that the black-robed people were already dead. Monthly Cultivation Progress Award, Top 10, Quarterly Cultivation Progress Award, Top 10, Annual Cultivation Progress Award, Top 10, Mission Completion Award, Top 10, Best Invention Award, Top 10, and so on. There were rewards for all of these awards. Some were crystal stones, some were contribution points, some were artifacts, some were cultivation methods, some were opportunities to be personally taught by a teacher, and some were even opportunities to be personally taught by Xiao Hai. The moment these rewards were taken out, the entire sect went into an uproar. The people of the sect didn't expect such a reward. This caused the passion of the disciples to soar. The rewards were given out for another year. It has been 2 years since the attack on the Iron Buddha Temple, and Xiao Hai began to reform the sect. In these 2 years, the sect had completely changed. In the past, the sect was no different from the other sects in the Sword Spirit boundary. If they followed the original path of development, the sect would never catch up to those large sections. At most, they would be a mid-tier sect. But now, the sect had become a mixture of a modern academy and factory. It could even be said that it was an army and a country. 2 years was enough for some disciples to see through themselves. They knew that they had no talent for cultivation, nor did they have any talent in other aspects. Therefore, some of them stayed in the sea exploration sect and began to do odd jobs in exchange for crystals and establish their own families. Some of them left the sect master and went to various cities under the sect's control to help the sect manage some businesses and establish their own families. They hoped that their descendants could enter the sea exploration sect and become a member of the sect. In these 2 years, a large number of experts had emerged from the sea exploring sect. Some of these people had directly advanced from the qi refining realm to the qi refining realm. Some of them had directly advanced from the qi refining realm to the spirit refining realm. The most obvious example was Long Ding Tian. Long Ding Tian originally had the dragon tiger golden body. He had also learned some other physique cultivation methods. Now, he had become a spirit refining realm expert. This was unimaginable in the past. In the past 2 years, the sea exploring sect had deliberately kept a low profile. Therefore, nobody knew that the sea exploring sect had so many experts. Moreover, these experts weren't flowers in a greenhouse. They had all gone through actual combat. Some went to other sects for training, while some went to the South Sea to deal with wild sea beasts. In short, everyone had to go through actual combat. In addition to their own cultivation, Xiao Hai also trained them in teamwork. There were all kinds of training, such as formation training, cooperation training, how to fight on large artifacts, and how to escape on large artifacts. All of these were done without anyone knowing. The reason why nobody knew about this was because this large-scale training was carried out in the open sea. This way, not only would they not be discovered, they would also be able to fight with the sea beasts in the wild. They would even be able to participate in actual combat. The disciples of the sea exploration sect were now used to this. For them, the current cultivation environment was much better than before. As long as they completed a certain number of missions every month, they would be able to obtain sufficient cultivation resources. If they didn't use up all of the resources that were given to them by the sect, they would be investigated to see why they hadn't used up all of the resources. If they felt that the resources weren't enough, they could apply to the sect. After the sect evaluated them, as long as they determined that they needed the resources, they would be able to directly obtain them. If the sect determined that they shouldn't have the resources, they wouldn't be discovered. But as long as they completed the missions, they would be able to obtain contribution points and exchange for the resources themselves. But now, almost no one was doing this because they felt that doing so was too stupid. In the beginning, there were still disciples who did this. They thought that the resources given to them by the sect weren't enough for their cultivation, so they wanted to exchange for more resources. Therefore, they would do some missions in order to exchange for more resources. However, after a few times, no one did this anymore. This was because they discovered that, aside from a few individuals, the others' cultivation progress didn't improve even after receiving more resources. On the contrary, because they did too many missions, it would affect their own cultivation. If they didn't meet the sect's requirements, they would be punished. Therefore, no one did this anymore. In the opinion of the disciples of the sea exploring sect, instead of going out to do missions, they might as well study their own cultivation methods. If they could come up with 1 or 2 inventions, then the sect's rewards wouldn't be small. The atmosphere of the sea exploring sect was slowly changing. Some disciples preferred to improve their strength, so they would participate in battles to improve their combat strength. However, there were some disciples who didn't. They preferred to go all out and make things. Just like Na Fu in the Iron Buddha Temple, he didn't like fighting, he didn't even like cultivation. The purpose of his cultivation was to make himself live longer and make more talismans. But in the Iron Buddha Temple, all disciples had to participate in battles and do missions. It was impossible for him to study talismans and nothing else. However, he could do so in the Sea Exploring sect. As long as he reported that he liked to study talismans and didn't want to do anything else, then he could study talismans. However, he would have to submit a certain number of talismans every month. The sect would even focus on training him in this aspect. The atmosphere of the Sea Exploring sect was more like that of an academy than a cultivation sect. A cultivation sect was completely different from an academy. Of course, the Sea Exploring sect couldn't train its disciples to be ignorant students in an ivory tower. Those who didn't need to go out to do missions and didn't need to fight were limited in number every year. As long as there were enough quotas, even if you were very talented in a certain aspect, you couldn't just stay in the sect and cultivate without doing anything. That was absolutely unacceptable. In the past 2 years, a lot of things happened in the Sword Spirit boundary. First, the excavations of the ruins of Sky City were very smooth. More than half of the ruins had been excavated. This was much faster than when the 72 islands were excavated. Second, the sects began to set up small sects in the Sword Spirit boundary. They sent their disciples out to accept new disciples. Moreover, the process was very smooth. A lot of vagrant cultivators in the Sword Spirit boundary joined these small sects and became disciples. In just a short period of time, the number of vagrant cultivators in the Sword Spirit boundary decreased greatly. On the other hand, the Sea Exploring sect wasn't idle. In the past 2 years, they also recruited 2 batches of disciples. Some of them were vagrant cultivators while the others were people who ascended from the lower realms. Aside from these 2 matters, there was also the situation of the Sword Cultivator sects in the Sword Spirit boundary. The Sword Cultivator sects in the Sword Spirit boundary began to unite. 2 years ago, the Myriad Buddha's temple invited the sects to a meeting but didn't invite them. This matter attracted the attention of some sects in the Sword Spirit boundary. However, these sects didn't find any evidence that the Sword Cultivator sects were colluding with the Demon Sword sect. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. In the past 2 years, less and less people had mentioned the Scouring Sea sect. Even the people of the Profound Sky sect and the 33 islands of the Southern Sea rarely mentioned the Scouring Sea sect. This was because the Scouring Sea sect had less and less opportunities to interact with them. The people of the Scouring Sea sect seemed to have sealed themselves off. However, they didn't discover that shops had appeared in the territories controlled by the sections. These shops were selling pills, formations, talismans, and other things. Later on, some low-level artifacts were added. These things weren't only useful to vagrant cultivators, but also to sect disciples. Moreover, the prices were very cheap. Not only did these shops have a lot of income, but they also collected a lot of information. These shops were actually released by the Sea Exploring sect. Aside from these shops, they also had a lot of taverns, inns, and other shops. It can be said that the Sea Exploring sect used these 2 years to not only change the atmosphere of their sect, but also spread out a large net, a huge information network that covered the entire Sword Spirit boundary. Originally, Zhao Hai's information network could only cover the demon realm. Because of the Poison Tree sect, the Poison Tree sect became an information network for the Poison Dragon sect. However, it wasn't controlled by the Poison Dragon sect, but by Zhou Fengming. However, Zhou Fengming didn't know that this information network was actually controlled by Zhao Hai. This was because the controllers of this information network, Wu Kai and the others, were all Zhao Hai's slaves. However, it was very difficult for this information network that covered the demon realm to enter the Righteous Sect's territory. This was because if this network extended its tentacles into the Righteous Alliance's territory, then the Righteous Alliance's people would definitely retaliate. Those people from the Righteous Alliance weren't people with good tempers. Zhao Haili used 2 years to establish this information network in the Righteous Dao Alliance. Now that it had reached a certain scale, it was connected to the Demon Domain's information network. This information network covered the entire Sword Spirit world. Naturally, Zhao Hai also didn't let go of the 72 southern islands. However, he didn't set up a shop there. The people of the 72 southern islands were quite xenophobic. If you set up a shop there, then the people of the 72 southern islands might discover you. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai still wanted to maintain a good relationship with the 72 southern islands. He couldn't do anything that would make them suspicious. However, Zhao Hai didn't need to do anything. This was because he already had the 72 southern islands in his space map. If he wanted information about the 72 southern islands, then he could see it at any time. There was no need to worry about anything. The ferocious tiger Daoist and Jia Yiming were looking at Zhao Hai. The battle just now was beyond their expectations. They really wanted to know what kind of Buddha Zhao Hai summoned and why it was so strong. In fact, what they didn't know was that the Buddha was something that Zhao Hai had just comprehended. The Buddha was actually a phantom image of the Iron Buddha lotus body. In addition to the Herculean King divine art, the mountain-covering fist, the snake fist, and Zhao Hai's sword intent, they fused together to form a new technique, a new concept cultivation method. Although the Iron Buddha lotus body was a set of body cultivation methods, after the first layer, there would be a new cultivation method. As long as one cultivated to the 10th layer, there wouldn't be a new cultivation method. Naturally, the cultivation methods mentioned here were all external cultivation methods, which were the martial arts of creating weapons with one's fists and feet. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't take these cultivation methods to heart. This was because these cultivation methods were very simple, there was nothing special about them. Therefore, Zhao Hai only looked at these cultivation methods. Many disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple were like this. But 2 days ago, when he saw the cultivation method used by Abbot Wu Yu, a Buddha appeared out of thin air. He felt that this cultivation method was somewhat familiar. Later on, when he was restoring the mountain protecting formation and the transmission formation, Zhao Hai was constantly calculating what cultivation method it was. Later on, he finally discovered that it was actually the cultivation methods of the Iron Buddha lotus body. As long as these cultivation methods were fused together, it would become a concept cultivation method, and the Buddha would appear. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel enlightened. He suddenly figured it out. Before, he felt that in this world, any cultivation method, any natural phenomenon, could become a concept cultivation method. However, he didn't have much time to comprehend it. Now, he finally understood that one could practice many concept cultivation methods. And the main reason for this was in one word, fusion. Concept cultivation methods could also be fused. As long as all these concept cultivation methods were fused together, then it would naturally become an even more powerful concept cultivation method. As soon as he had this idea, Zhao Hai immediately began to deduce in his mind. Soon, he came to a conclusion. Zhao Hai's idea was completely feasible. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately began to experiment inside the space. Because he had already deduced everything beforehand, the experiment went very smoothly. It didn't take long before he was able to fuse his own cultivation methods together. Once he fused the cultivation methods together, he would be able to cultivate the image of the Buddha. This Buddha was incomparably powerful. Zhao Hai had already experimented with it. In the sword spirit realm, it could be said that it wasn't afraid of anyone. The Buddha had also become Zhao Hai's trump card. If he didn't deal with a powerful enemy, then he wouldn't use it. The reason why Zhao Hai put on a look of exhaustion today was to make people understand that this cultivation method still had flaws. This way, people would be wary of him, but at the same time, they wouldn't consider him as the most dangerous. Zhao Hai looked at Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming and knew what they were thinking. He couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "You too, you saw the battle today. You also heard what they said, so I won't say anything more. I'll inform the Myriad Buddha Temple about this. You two should return to your sects and report this matter. It seems like the Demon Sword sect is indeed planning something." The two nodded. They had seen the battle between Zhao Hai and the people from the Demon Sword sect. They also felt that it would be better to report this matter to the higher-ups. After sending Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming away, Zhao Hai immediately wrote a letter to Grandmaster Huida. Then he sent someone to the Myriad Buddha Temple through the transmission formation and delivered the letter. After delivering the letter, Zhao Hai focused his attention on the sea exploring sect. First, he wanted to strengthen the defensive formations of the three islands. Then he wanted to strengthen the defensive formations of the Sword Tomb and the Iron Buddha Temple. He was preparing to completely transform the defensive formations of these places so that they can use the Azure Jade Compass. Moreover, now wasn't the time to hide it. With his current strength, even if he took out the Azure Jade Compass, nobody would dare to say anything. With the Green Jade Compass as the main control and the various array cores being improved, the power of the mountain protecting Grand Array would be greatly increased. At that time, even if the Demon Sword sect really attacked, they would be able to resist for a while. They would either retreat or fight. The initiative would be on their side and they wouldn't end up like the Iron Buddha Temple. The news of the Sea Exploration sect being attacked spread throughout the Sword Spirit world in the shortest time possible. Now, the big sects in the Sword Spirit world finally realized that the Demon Sword sect was really going to make a move this time. The people of the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Heavenly One sect immediately gathered all the reputable sects in the Sword Spirit world. This included the Sea Exploring sect, the 33 Islands of the South Sea, and the Profound Sky Sect Alliance. In other words, they also called the South Sea Alliance. This time, the representative of the Sea Exploring sect was still Zhao Hai, the representative of the Profound Sky sect was still Taoist priest Fierce Tiger, and the representative of the 33 Islands of the South Sea was Jia Yiming. Everyone was familiar with each other. After Zhao Hai's group arrived at the Myriad Buddha Temple, they were arranged to rest. Because the participating sects hadn't arrived yet, they had to wait until everyone was present. However, Zhao Hai's group of 3 was already gathered together. Zhao Hai looked at Taoist priest Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming and said, "How is the situation? Are you guys ready?" Both of them nodded. Jia Yiming said in a deep voice, "We are ready. If the people of the Demon Sword sect attack us, we can react immediately. There won't be any problems." Taoist priest Fierce Tiger also nodded and said, "That's right, us too. We are also ready to fight at any time. Moreover, we have also sent people to check on the Black Sword sect. They didn't make any movements. When the Iron Buddha Temple was attacked, there were no experts in the Black Sword sect, nor were there any casualties. Even the elders of the Black Sword sect weren't in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, the attack on the Iron Buddha Temple might have nothing to do with the Black Sword sect." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Among the people who attacked the Iron Buddha Temple, there were indeed people who used the cultivation method of the Black Sword sect. However, the people of the Black Sword sect didn't participate. Could it be that the people of the Demon Sword sect secretly learned the cultivation method of the Black Sword sect?" Taoist priest Fierce Tiger nodded his head and said, "That's possible. The cultivation method of the Black Sword sect is not some great secret, so it's possible for it to be secretly learned. It can even be said that the Black Sword sect is not an orthodox sword cultivator sect. If the people of the Demon Sword sect really want the sword cultivators to unify the Sword Spirit world, they might not even bring the Black Sword sect along." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "I hope that's the case. I heard that this time, the Myriad Buddha Temple invited the various sects to discuss some matters. It seems that they didn't invite a single sword cultivator sect." When Jia Yiming and Taoist priest Fierce Tiger heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then, the two of them nodded and said, "It's good to guard against those sword cultivators. Otherwise, whatever we discuss might be known by the people of the Demon Sword sect. None of the sects in the Sword Spirit world know where the Demon Sword sect is. In other words, it's impossible to deal with the Demon Sword sect, so it's better to be careful." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "That's good, but the problem is that if those sword cultivator sects didn't have any collusion with the Demon Sword sect, then they would be forced to side with the Demon Sword sect. This isn't good. But this matter isn't up to me to decide. I can only watch. Alas, who knows what will happen in the end." Jia Yiming said in a deep voice, "I don't think there will be a fight in a short period of time. As long as the Demon Sword sect doesn't attack the major sects won't declare war on the Demon Sword sect immediately. First, it's because they don't know where the Demon Sword sect is. If they don't deal with the Demon Sword sect, they can only deal with other sword cultivator sections. But in the Sword Spirit world, whether it's the righteous path or the demonic path, there are many sword cultivators. Even among the Buddhist sects, there are several sword cultivators. If they want to deal with them, it will definitely cause chaos in the sword spirit world, which will only benefit the demon sword sect. Second, it's because the ruins of the Sky City have been excavated into the main city wall. The recent harvest is very huge. The major sects don't want to cause trouble at this time. Xiaohai nodded and said, "That's true. Right now, the major sects are still focused on excavating the ruins of Sky City. They won't focus all their attention on the demon sword sect. It won't be easy to fight." Taoist Master Tiger sighed and said, "Speaking of which, it's strange. When we first discovered the demon race's secret realm and the maze in the secret realm, the people of the major sects didn't seem to be as concerned as they are now. Although they were concerned back then, they didn't focus all their attention on the maze like they do now. Maybe it's because it's the ruins of Sky City. According to the historical records, Sky City was probably the ruler of the sword spirit world at that time. You can imagine how attractive the ruins of Sky City are to them. But in this way, the matter of the Iron Buddha Temple is left unsettled? Sect Master Jian, if the major sects really won't declare war on the demon sword sect in a short period of time, what are you going to do? There's nothing we can do. If they don't start a war with the demon sword sect, then we can only wait. With the strength of our sea exploring sect, it's absolutely impossible for us to win against the demon sword sect. I'm aware of this point. Let's use this period of time to restore the strength of the Iron Buddha Temple. The loss of the higher-ups of the Iron Buddha Temple this time is too serious. If we don't restore them properly, then the inheritance of the Iron Buddha Temple will really be broken. Don't the Iron Buddha Temple still have many inner disciples? Moreover, you also have the inheritance of the Iron Buddha Temple in your hands. Why are you still worried about the inheritance of the Iron Buddha Temple? It's not easy to pass down a sect's legacy. The Iron Buddha Temple has a lot of profound legacies that only the abbot and the elders know about. I don't even know about those legacies now. I'm afraid they're really going to be lost. I think everyone knows why I've invited everyone here today. Everyone, what do you think about the Iron Buddha Temple and the Sea Exploring sect being attacked one after another and the Demon Sword sect being dispatched one after another? As far as we can see, the Demon Sword sect hasn't attacked any other sections. Therefore, we can't rule out the possibility that the Eight Sword sect and the Demon Sword sect have a grudge against the Iron Buddha Temple. Therefore, I think we should observe for a while. I think so too. If the Demon Sword sect really wants to deal with the other sects of the Sword Spirit boundary, then why didn't they attack the other sects? This doesn't make sense. Yes, I think so too. Calculating the time, the disciples of the Demon Sword sect have been active recently. Maybe it's because of the grudge between the Eight Sword sect and the Iron Buddha Temple, or maybe it's because of the grudge between the Eight Sword sect and the Ninth Sword sect. Therefore, they attacked the Iron Buddha Temple and the Sea Exploring sect. After all, it's not convenient for us to intervene in this kind of grudge. Sect Master Jian, do you have anything you want to say? No, I have nothing to say. Perhaps this is really a grudge between the Eight Sword sect and the Sea Exploring sect. It's right for everyone not to intervene. Therefore, I have nothing to say. Zhao Hai calmly said as he quietly looked at these people. This time, the Myriad Buddha Temple held this conference in the name of dealing with the Demon Sword sect. But as soon as the conference began, Zhao Hai found that there was something wrong with the tone of these people. They didn't seem to want to deal with the Demon Sword sect at all. Instead, they seemed to want to put the blame on him. This made Zhao Hai stare. At the same time, he also understood the intentions of these people. Therefore, he didn't say anything and just followed the words of these people. He wanted to see what else they would say. When Grandmaster Huida heard Zhao Hai's words, he stared blankly. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He found that Zhao Hai was sitting there with a calm expression. This made him feel uneasy. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, do you really think that the Demon Sword sect wants to go to war with the entire Sword Spirit boundary? For this conference, we didn't even invite the other sword cultivation sections. This might cause them to misunderstand, so please understand us. Without any evidence, we really can't link this matter to the sword cultivators going against all the sects in the sword spirit world." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. In fact, I also feel apologetic that we didn't invite the other sword cultivator sects this time. It seems like we're deliberately excluding them. This isn't good. Grandmaster Huida didn't relax because of Zhao Hai's words. On the contrary, his frown deepened. He felt that today's Zhao Hai was different from the Zhao Hai of the past. However, he couldn't tell what was different. This was very strange. On the other hand, Jia Yiming and Fierce Tiger looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. It seemed like he was admitting defeat. This wasn't Zhao Hai's style. However, they didn't say anything because now wasn't the time to do so. At this time, some sect representatives showed a disdainful expression. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was too weak. Today's conference was clearly aimed at him. He should have shown some expression. He should have been angrier and more uncooperative. This could show his dissatisfaction. But now, he seems to have admitted his mistakes. This made some people look down on Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's people didn't think so. On the contrary, they thought that there was something wrong with Zhao Hai. This wasn't Zhao Hai's style. Zhao Hai looked at these people and didn't say anything. In fact, his performance today was to express his dissatisfaction. It's just that these people didn't know about it. In Zhao Hai's opinion, letting these people know about his dissatisfaction wouldn't be surprising at all. It would only make these people laugh at him. He wouldn't do this, so he didn't say anything. If these people wanted to say something, then he wouldn't lose a piece of meat. He hoped that these people would have such thoughts. If they really did, then they would be careless. When the time comes, the Demon Sword sect would make a move against them. At that time, they would certainly fail. Then they would remember his words. And when they fail, the sword spirit world would be in chaos. This might be an opportunity for him. After the conference, Grandmaster Huida asked Zhao Hai to stay. The two sat in the main hall of the Myriad Buddha Temple. Grandmaster Huida sighed and said, "Alas, in fact, in this conference, I really wanted to deal with the Demon Sword sect. After so many years, no one has ever thought about investigating the Demon Sword sect. Every 20 years, the disciples of the Demon Sword sect travel to the sword spirit world. Everyone seems to have gotten used to it. I also know that you can't lie, but our Myriad Buddha Temple is only a sect in the sword spirit world. The people of the other sects listened to us before because they had evidence, because that matter really happened, and because it was related to their interests. But now that the Demon Sword sect didn't attack them and didn't harm their interests, they wouldn't agree to deal with the Demon Sword sect. This is because their work in the South Sea would be delayed, and they would be delayed in excavating the ruins of Sky City. Sect Master Jian, do you understand what I mean?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Grandmaster, I understand. That's why I didn't say anything. Sometimes, only when they are beaten will they remember what I said. The people of the Demon Sword sect might not be ready yet, so they didn't make a move. In this conference, we didn't invite those sword cultivators. This might give the Demon Sword sect a good opportunity. If we don't invite those sword cultivators, then those sword cultivators will feel a sense of crisis. Even if they didn't rely on the Demon Sword sect before, I'm afraid they will now rely on the Demon Sword sect. This is definitely a good thing for the people of the Demon Sword sect. Maybe it won't take long for them to be ready. At that time, the people of the Demon Sword sect will start to move against the other sections. At that time, they will remember what I said." Grandmaster Huida looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, do you really think that the Demon Sword sect will attack the sword spirit world?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I'm very sure. Otherwise, the Demon Sword sect wouldn't spend so much effort to deal with us. But no matter what the reason is, it doesn't matter. In any case, we won't deal with the Demon Sword sect right now. Moreover, the Demon Sword sect has been hiding their strength for so many years. We don't know how many people they have recruited this time. So now is not the time to deal with them. If Grandmaster believes in me, then we should start preparing. If the Demon Sword sect doesn't make a move, then the sword spirit realm would immediately fall into chaos. When that time comes, we would be even more passive. Therefore, it's absolutely not wrong to start preparing now." Huida closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then he said, "Wu Yu and I have known each other for hundreds of years. Although we don't see each other much, our relationship has always been very good. We may not be a man of great talent, but he is definitely more than capable of defending a city. These years, the Iron Buddha Temple has developed very well in his hands. Moreover, his vision is very accurate. Some of the elders and core disciples of the Iron Buddha Temple were all promoted by him. These people have slowly become the backbone of the Iron Buddha Temple. Since he handed over the Iron Buddha Temple to you at the last moment, it shows that he is very optimistic about you. I believe that Wu Yu's vision isn't wrong, so I am also optimistic about you. I will remember your words and prepare for it. I'll remember your words. Zhao Hai looked at Grandmaster Huide and nodded. Then he stood up and gave Grandmaster Huide a salute and said, "Then I'll have to thank Grandmaster. I'll take my leave first." Then Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Grandmaster Huide before he turned around and left. Grandmaster Huide looked at Zhao Hai's back as he left. His eyes revealed a trace of puzzlement as he muttered, "Don't you have any selfishness? Strange, it's too strange." Zhao Hai didn't care about what Grandmaster Huide said. He returned to the Myriad Buddha Temple and found that Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming were waiting for him. When he saw the two, Zhao Hai nodded to the two and then said, "Let's go back. If there's anything to say, we can talk about it when we get back. It's inconvenient here." Hearing this, Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming stared. Then they nodded and didn't say anything. They immediately followed Zhao Hai out of the Myriad Buddha Temple and returned to the Sea Exploring Sect. After arriving at the Sea Exploring Sect, Zhao Hai immediately invited the two to his study. Then he said, "Both of you have seen today's meeting. It's obvious that they were targeting me. If I say anything, it would only make them target me even more. Therefore, I didn't say anything. Those people don't believe me, I can see that. But it doesn't matter, they will know that I'm right in the future. Today, I asked the two of you to stay because I want to hear your opinion on this matter. Do you have the same opinion as them, or do you believe my words?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'm sure you're right. Do you have the same opinion as me?" Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming looked at each other. Then Fierce Tiger said, "Sect Master Jian, of course we believe you. They didn't see the people from the Demon Sword sect, but we did. I believe you. The people from the Demon Sword sect really want to deal with us. Tell me, what do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled, then he said, "I don't have any plans, I just need to prepare myself. My Exploring Sea Sect's territory isn't small. There's the Sword Tomb, the Iron Buddha Temple, and the Exploring Sea Sect. If we include the 3 islands in the South Sea, then the Exploring Sea Sect's territory has already surpassed that of a medium-grade sect. Today, the sects targeted me because of this reason. Therefore, we'll be keeping a low profile for a while. First, we need to grasp our territory. As for what you two want to do, that's not something that I can control. You can believe me or not, it doesn't matter." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the two and smiled faintly. These words made Fierce Tiger and Jia Yiming stunned once again. End of chapter 48:38. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.